Not press the button. You have to give a
Okay.
good like millennial pause before you
Okay.
say anything.
Well,
Okay, ready?
before you press it, I just want to tell you how much I hate not so erudite. Okay.
What?
Yeah. So please do not. I just want to get it off my chest before we start. So
I don't even
let
know
me
what
know
that's
what.
in reference to. Hey
Let me know.
now!
Oh,
It's
you
your
press the button? Holy
it's your boy
shit!
Thursday Sitch here. The Sunday shows. Everyone's favorite. Definitely loves all women. Adam Fenton.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Today we're joined by a friend of the channel's very special guest, Dev. What's up, Dev? Oh,
Dev, what happened? Did you leave?
Dev, you're muted. You muted yourself. Okay, maybe he left. He was all a troll. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna join Zoom, and then right as they start, I'm just gonna leave.
Okay, sorry about that. I had five tabs of the stream open, so it was all echoing.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. So
okay.
you good. Nice that you muted yourself. Thanks for
Right.
doing that.
Dev really likes the stream so much. He had five different tabs open.
That
So
was a
Dev,
mistake.
tell us about this avatar that you've got here. It's a picture of Dev doing the OK symbol, and he's got a burning bridge in the background. What does this mean? Is it? I sense some heavy symbolism here.
Well, I mean, sometimes a rose just a rose, you know.
Oh, okay. Well,
You
what
know,
does
not
that
not
mean?
everything not everything's political and everything has meaning. It's sometimes art is just art.
This is just art, okay?
Yeah,
You were traveling around and you saw a burning bridge and you thought, "Oh, that's cool."
yeah, yeah.
Isn't this kind of picture intentional though? It's kind of a drawing, so
It's actually AI.
okay. So
That's
you
AI?
you so
What?
you put in the prompt. You put
No,
in the prompt.
somebody else did. This has been like floating around in my community for like 6 months. I finally saw it and I thought it was funny.
Okay. Well, it's great. I like it. So what
So
are we
how's it
talking
going,
about?
guys? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on today? Because okay, usually when you guys have me on, we're like reacting to a video or something's gone on,
Oh,
but
we
you
got
wouldn't
lots
tell
of
me.
videos.
You wouldn't tell me what's going on today. I was like, Adam, what are we doing? And you're like, I don't know.
Well, I
When
had a
I
bunch of
usually don't know.
I have that is true. I had a bunch of clips that I had found that have nothing to do with you, Dev, that we can watch.
Okay.
So that's fine if you just want to react to all those things with us because we like you, even though
Hmm.
a lot of people don't like you. Or I don't
Why
know
would
if
you
it's
Sitch? Why would you say that?
well
What does
because
that
I don't know
mean?
if we're gonna are we gonna talk about there's some controversy you guys are talking about. I don't know if you want to talk about it or not. I don't even know what it is, so I'm kind of not like in the dark about any sort
What
of
was it really much of a controversy? I mean, I don't
dev
think it was that big.
controversy. I don't know. You tell them. I don't know. Is it
Well,
worth
look, I saw
discussing?
you
Is it
on
worth not
Twitter
discussing?
fighting with a million people, Dev, and there was some clip of you
That's every day.
on a WIC panel, and it seemed like you were calling people out on the WIC panel. Look, you didn't call us out, thank goodness. I don't.
so,
We
so
go ahead.
here's I'll tell you the TLDR of it. Okay, so Wick was trying to. It was over the current situation, or not current, it's like a week old now, where Trump used the FCC to go to like censor that Stephen Colbert interview.
I thought you were gonna say that Trump used the F slur for like a hot second, and I got
That
excited.
that would be base. No,
Yes.
Trump used the FCC to go after the Colbert interview. Now, regardless of how you feel about that story, Wick was trying to get together a panel to debate the issue. So he wanted to get people who were anti-Trump and people who were pro-Trump to kind of hash it out. And nobody who was right wing was willing to talk on the pro-Trump side of this. He couldn't fucking find anybody. And I was like, okay, well, you know what? I'll go and tag all the usual suspects and all the ones that we've seen kind of floating I around. appreciate. Let's say, your area of the internet, and then maybe to the right of you guys, maybe they'll actually be willing to debate. So I tagged Sargon and I tagged V, I tagged Arch, I tagged Aiden Paladin, and I was like, hey, listen, will any of you step up and actually defend these actions by the Trump administration? And Sargon didn't reply because, and I didn't expect him to, because right now things are really heating up in UK politics, and he's kind of focused on that. So fair enough. Um, and Arch didn't reply, at least not publicly. We talked about it in private a bit, and he's like, I'm more of like a culture war guy right now. I'm doing more video game stuff. I'm not going to do this. It's like, okay, fair enough. Everyone else got angry. They got angry at me for saying, hey, you should debate your opinions. And it's like, oh,
Hmm.
okay. So we had the debate. There were other people on. Wick ended up getting two guys that had like 1,000 subs each on YouTube because there was just nobody was willing to fucking defend Trump on this. And so at the
Sitch,
end,
famous Trump defender. I'm sure he would be right in there.
Well, so what? Why don't you explain what the story? People are already denying the story happened. So what is the story that you're even talking about?
I've also sent you the clip. It's like a minute and 18 seconds, the clip that they were reacting to. So these were the comments, the incendiary comments that Dev made
Oh,
on.
Yeah,
okay.
these are the comments of me calling everyone out who refused to defend Trump. And this is what got everyone angry. Yeah, you can just play the clip if you want. It's only a minute long.
Minute and 18 seconds. You got it,
Yep.
Sitch? Okay,
Yeah,
go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Appreciate Steelborn and Taryak being here, even though we obviously disagree on this. Good job stepping up. I want to make it known that I reached out to every single right winger that I know, that I used to be friends with, that I've debated before in the past. Like, none of them would show up. Sargon wouldn't show up. V wouldn't show up. Aiden Paladin wouldn't show up. Some of these people fucking hate me now, and it's like, listen, guys, you think I've turned left wing? You think I'm like this retarded fucking asshole now? Come on here and destroy me. Come on to the debate and completely ruin me, like you've been talking about wanting to do for 2 fucking years now. None of them showed up because you're all fucking cowards.
And to be clear, just if I can, I want Dev to get ruined, and Destiny getting beaten on my show would be excellent TV. I would make so much money. It would go viral everywhere. That would be great for me. But also, didn't these guys also go on a stream and like just cope about even being invited?
Yeah, so as soon as I invited V made 2 videos about being invited but didn't want to show up, and then V and Aiden Paladin went on Broken Crown to talk about it. They wouldn't actually show up to the fucking debate.
Crazy.
Aww.
Anyway, but so in that sense, like, credit to the people who actually do show up.
Now, I can't imagine why people would be upset about this clip. I noticed you say they're not stepping up. You said used to be friends, like we're no longer friends anymore. You call them cowards, and you accuse them of going on a cope stream.
Yes,
What could be?
that all happened?
Why would they be upset about this? Why would anyone be upset about this?
Because they are coping.
Well, to be fair, does it make sense to invite? You said you invited 4 people. Aren't all 4 of those people either not American or don't live in America?
They talk about American politics constantly on their channels, on their Twitters.
I guess that's fair, but it does seem a little interesting. Like,
Wow.
Also, I'm not an American. I still talk about it.
that's a good point. What the fuck? By the way, Dev, the real reason we invited you on the stream is because we have to rub in your face that Canada got annihilated. Oh my God. The only sport that Canadians can even play hockey, and they lost to America.
How is that
embarrassing.
possible?
USA. This means Canada will now become the 51st state, obviously.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You don't even know. You don't even know. What kind of Canadian are you?
What happened? Did something happen?
America beat Canada in the Winter Olympics in hockey.
Are the Olympics
Ice
happening right now?
hockey.
Oh my God.
The Canadian hockey people.
How do you
come on?
As a Canadian person, do you not know that the Winter Olympics, the
You know about
only
the
thing your
hockey?
people do is happening
Dude,
right now?
I don't fucking know.
What a bad Canadian you are. Oh my God. You're concentrating so much on Donald Trump. You don't even know the Winter Olympics are happening.
I'm not an Olympic follower. I don't fucking know what's going on, man.
Oh my gosh. USA beats Canada in overtime 2-1 to win the men's hockey gold. The crowd goes wild.
Good job. Good job, guys.
Look at that. So I guess you also, how'd you not see? There was like so many people that were memeing. There was like the Canadian team got caught cheating at curling. And there's so many like meme pictures of the guy pushing the little puck with his finger. You didn't see any of that?
Nope.
Oh.
Oh, you know what I did see though? No, you're right. You're right. I saw like those videos of the women's bobsled team because their asses were jiggling. And everyone's like, "Oh, look at this amazing sport." I was like, "Oh yeah." I said, "Yeah. I did know they were happening." That's
Okay.
Right.
You know what? I should have led with that. Obviously, you saw that. I'm sure you saw the woman whose her pants like ripped right when she bent over.
Yeah. The skate. Yep. No, I saw that stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So Dev, of course, saw the ladies' butts.
I saw that video. It was great. So
Yes.
amazing video, Sitch. I'm surprised you didn't see it.
I did see it. No, believe me, I saw it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an unbelievable video.
Right. So I also saw that there was this story that I don't know if it was a meme story. They said that the Winter Olympics, they had run out of condoms or something on the second day because all the athletes have so much sex that they just didn't have condoms anymore.
Yeah, that happens every fucking Olympics, though. I'm sure you've heard
Yes.
about it. Like they're all fucking. Well, it's all people who are like 18 to 22, and they're in extreme physical shape. They're all pretty attractive, and they're just like stuffed onto a campus for like 3 weeks. Of course,
Well,
they're gonna
that's
be
why I don't
orgies
know
like
if you know. Do you
crazy.
know that? Was it Jake? Is it Jake Paul or Logan Paul? Jake
I don't
Paul
recall.
has his girlfriend is in the Olympics. Did you know this?
No.
Or it's either Jake Paul or Logan Paul, one of the Pauls. Yeah, it's Jake Paul. And he was there and he was supporting her. And I was like, no, no, no. He's there because he has to make sure that she doesn't cheat on him.
Exactly.
That's the
Exactly.
really, he's like, no, you got to stay in my hotel room, okay? You're not staying on campus with these fucking
Mate
horn
guarding.
dogs.
That's what they call it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Oh,
real thing
fuck.
that's going on here.
That's funny. That's
Yeah,
funny.
I think actually wasn't. I think it was his girlfriend's the one who was the skater whose pants ripped. She's
Oh,
like the
really?
super hot skater girl.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, with a big ass.
Well, now everyone's
Okay.
seen it. Sorry, Jake Paul.
There you go. So anyway, back to the conversation about this. Okay, no, explain the story with what is this Trump Colbert story you're talking about?
Okay, so basically Stephen Colbert was interviewing a Democrat from Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had him on his show, and then the FCC informed CBS and it's like, hey, you can't air that because it might violate, I think is it called the equal time clause or something?
Equal time rule, yes.
Yeah. So the issue ultimately is that the equal time rule has not applied to late night TV for like 40 years. And now suddenly it's being applied to late night TV. So there's conversations of, well, is Trump just putting his thumb on the scale because this is giving good press to a Democrat? Or should the rule have been applied this entire time and now the FCC is rightfully rectifying a mistake? So you can go back and forth in that debate. And there's reasonable arguments on both sides of that debate. But the issue ultimately is that no right winger wanted to touch it. And
Well, they
that's
just not
kinda
want to
where
debate Destiny. Is that just the problem? Because
it's possible that was it too.
who
but
wants to
nonetheless.
do that? Obviously,
So, well, here's the thing, right? Like you guys were around back in 2019. You guys recall what it was like.
I was just
Like,
born in 2020. I know what you're talking about.
oh shit! Oh fuck! Okay.
I just can't. I'm only 6.
You're only 6.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
watched your video, the end of
wait. Is
Dev,
Sammy a
so-
pedophile?
Your words. She groomed me.
She groomed you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, basically, like, I recall what it was like back during the breadtuber era, where nobody on the left wanted to debate, and you had Sargon like laughing at these guys for not wanting to show up. V was laughing at these guys for not wanting to show up. Aiden was laughing at these guys for not wanting to show up, and they were all correct. All 3 of them were 100% correct that like the left was basically a bunch of fucking losers and cowards who didn't want to debate anything. But now the script's kind of flipped because the right wingers don't want to debate anymore. I see more left wingers going out to debate more than right wingers, like easily nowadays.
Okay, but as I said, do you think it's just they didn't want to debate it because they're like, I don't want to debate the issue, or they just don't want to talk to Destiny?
I don't know.
I feel like it's probably the latter.
I mean, maybe, but I've also seen them just not debate in general.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, guys, like, okay, fine. Take Destiny out of the equation. They still don't show up to debate.
Okay.
Like, and in that clip, I mentioned the hug box. Yeah. So instead of actually coming on the stream to debate, Spoon, Aiden, and V did several streams basically circle jerking and coping about not wanting to show up to the debate.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, guys, like clearly that's what's going on here. Like, you guys just can't hack it anymore. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden and Spoon come on here all the time. Well, they haven't been on in a while, but they've both been on before. So
Dan
sure.
Richards. Yeah, that's right. Anyone who's being mentioned here, feel free to come in if you want to defend your honor. Because listen, I don't know anything about you guys. Okay. But
I think a lot of these debates are bad faith. A lot of people, as soon as they start losing on substance, they completely go underhanded with personal attacks and all kinds of crazy shit. So I think a lot of people don't want to get involved in that. I equate it to like getting in a boxing ring and you're finally winning, you're pulling ahead, and then the guy pulls out a knife. You're like, what the fuck? This is a boxing ring, okay?
Yeah. But that's,
So,
I mean, that's been like from the beginning, right? Like
that is kind of internet rules, though. Like
Yeah.
people are watching because they're waiting for the boxing fight where someone
There's
pulls out a
definitely parts of
kniff.
that in it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but look, a lot of people, a lot of people don't want to participate in that, right? They're like, I don't want to really be a part of the knife fight. So,
sure.
I mean, I can respect that.
I get it. But like, it's because
Destiny
it's the
is like a knife fighter. Like that's all he wants to do is get in there with that knife and fucking shiv you.
My issue is that the same people who 5-6 years ago were like were shitting on the left for not wanting to get into the ring now don't want to get into the ring. It's like, okay,
but look,
clearly,
Sargon comes on here all the time because he knows he can have a like respectable debate with us, and it's not going to turn into a knife fight. So, I mean, he's been on recently.
That's not what happened. What happened is Dev is like the old gunslinger, and he had a bunch of gunslinger buddies, and he's like, you got to come out one more time to gunsling. And they're like, we're too old. We're farming the crops and we're married now. We got kids at home. We can't gunsling no more, Dev.
That's probably pretty accurate. So
I've noticed in your chat, there's a whole bunch of people who have said stuff like, well, first of all, there's insults towards me, but I don't really care.
I told you guys in the chat to be fucking nice to them. Don't make me rage quit this stream, okay?
No, I'm not.
I told you already.
Listen. Everyone,
save it for not so erudite, you bitches.
Everyone who's currently in Adam and Sitch's chat, if you want to hate on me, go ahead and hate on me. Even if you're wrong and delusional, it's fine. It's your right. But there's some people who are saying actual things of substance that I want to reply to. Like some people were saying, for example, that like, Dev, they just don't want to debate you anymore because it's you, because they don't like you anymore. And by the way, that's fine. Like if the argument is not that they're against debating, they just don't want to deal with me, or like you said, they don't want to deal with Destiny, that's completely fine. I still watch these people. I don't see them debate anyone anymore. Okay.
Sargon was on here like 3 weeks ago.
No, I know. And, you know, I will admit I haven't seen that stream yet. It's in my very long backlog of things to watch. But I have been watching Sargon for like to basically going on a Fortress arc for the past like year and change. He hasn't had any like real substantive debates, in my opinion.
Well, Spoon has said he would come on. We've had him on before, and I think we haven't really asked him to come on, but I think he would come on. I think Aiden would come on. So sure, it's a question of the environment. People don't mind coming on our show because they know, we're not trying to destroy them. We're interested in what they have to say. So,
well, that's not the thing, right?
That's the difference. Yeah.
Well, here's an example. Okay, I'll give you a great example. So, Sargon maybe a month or two ago put out a post, and the post said something along the lines of, where are all the leftists? They've been completely blown off the internet. I don't see anyone doing any real work out here. I don't see anyone meaningfully challenging right-wing ideas. And I said, listen, Sargon, you should debate Lonerbox on UK immigration, because one, Lonerbox is quite far left. Two, he's extremely knowledgeable about UK immigration, on par with you. That would be actually a very interesting conversation, because you guys are completely opposed and you're both very well-read and intelligent. You should have that debate. And then Sargon is like, why do you have a crush on Lonerbox? Why do you keep trying to get me to debate this guy? And I'm like, because he's actually someone that you should debate, because he's the person you're looking for and you actually are ducking him.
Yeah.
And then he's like, and then he was like, well, he's just a streamer. And it's like, what do you mean he's just a fucking streamer? What the fuck are you talking about? He's just a fucking streamer. Like, dude, yeah, okay. These are streamers. These are video essayists. It almost felt like Sargon wanted to, like, I don't know, get like a real journalist or someone more official. And it's like, is that where we've gone now? You won't talk to someone who has, only 20,000 subs and gets like 500 concurrent. Like, is that really the bar we're putting up here? Like, I don't know, man. Everyone that I used to hang out with, it seems like they've changed so much.
What does it used to be friends? What does it used to be friends? What happened?
Really? I told this. Well, hold on.
He tried to give an orc a bath, Adam. Remember, he told the story.
We've had this conversation several times.
He tried to give an orc a bath, and it destroyed their relationship forever.
I don't think that's true, but
it is interesting. I will say it is interesting that the environment has flip-flopped, because I mean, you are correct. It used to be like, oh my God, all the people on the right were chasing people on the left to debate. And now that the right the environment has changed, because back then it was kind of like the left seemed a lot more dominant in the space, and the right was sort of like fighting for its space to exist, I guess, like kind of be the underdogs. And then obviously that's not really the case anymore. The right has very clearly carved out its own space on the internet. So, it makes sense that some people are like, I don't really want to debate, or I don't feel like the desire or the need to debate anymore. Which,
Well, actually, I think
it's,
Adam actually said it. Adam said it pretty well on Twitter. He said that now that the right's dominant, they don't feel that they don't have to debate anymore because they don't have to fight. Because the
Right.
Well,
right
you have
is
more. You have
focused
more
on
to
defending.
lose, is what I said. Like,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
if you're getting in an engagement and you have a lot to lose, and the person has little to lose, and why even get in that engagement? Why take the risk?
and also kind of interesting. I think whoever sort of like the top, it isn't like 100%, but I think like whoever's kind of like the top streamer can kind of set a tone or maybe like an idea or a concept. And I think since Asman is, one of the top, if not the top political streamer at the moment, he's
Oh yeah, you're
clearly saying that he's
right.
not going to debate
Good point.
anyone. It sort of gives everyone sort of an out to be like, well, if he's not going to do it, why should I have to if I don't want
Yeah,
to?
everyone loves him, and he doesn't do it.
So
I can dodge.
right. Which I mean, he should debate Hassan because I think it's silly that he doesn't. But
Yeah.
Orichi Kitsune for $20. Thanks so much. Says the FCC wasn't involved this time. It was all internal CBS Legal and Colbert over not having on Jasmine Crockett for the Democratic primaries in Texas. Dev Colbert basically figured he could insinuate the FCC for clout.
I would have loved to actually have that debate.
So, but did the FCC send some sort of clear message to, because he did have the conversation, right? He did have that person on.
He did. He had it on YouTube. So here's the thing: the debate prompt, Wick set it up as in like that story was kind of the genesis of the prompt of is Trump a threat to free speech?
Mhm.
However, when I did my research prep for the debate, I didn't really look at that story so much because I knew that there was actually like, reasonable minds can disagree on that story. I went more for the seditious six, which I think is a stronger piece of evidence. And there are a few other stories as well where Trump is actually going after people's free speech. I just don't think the FCC story was the strongest story to go with. So,
right.
So
But in terms of the facts,
I was willing to have that conversation, but no one showed up to have it.
right. But in terms of the FCC story, so was it that CBS either on their own or they got some kind of information from the FCC that said like, hey, we're changing the rules so that now talk shows will no longer be exempt, and they sent them to CBS at some point, and then CBS then internally said, oh, okay, so we're going to try to tell Colbert this so that he can't interview this person? Or was it something
that was
more direct?
I think that first one was the claim. Yeah.
Okay. I do think I'm a little conflicted on it because number one, listen, I love rules. Okay. I'm a rule follower, right? I'm a square. So if there's a rule, okay, I know, right? I know. So if there's a rule, like I love to follow it. I love following rules. So if there's like a law, rule, whatever, and people want to change it, like they should have to do the normal legal process to change it. And this obviously this came up, very recently with the Supreme Court case with the Trump tariff stuff that obviously just happened. I don't think that even if something is stupid or people don't like it, they should still have to change the rule in the appropriate manner. So if the equal time rule exists as it does, and the FCC has guidance over it and they want to change it, then okay, I guess that's their prerogative to do it. And if we want to get rid of it, we should. So I'm fine kind of with that, but I'm also think that the equal time rule and even like the way that the FCC even exists with network television is kind of retarded now, because it doesn't really, like, the FCC's control over network television doesn't actually make sense anymore. Because it used to be the concept was like, oh, it's like radio. You have these like broadcast waves that are being beamed to everyone, and you can't not get the waves beamed at you, right? Because they're always
your
like
brain
around
trips
you.
are always active.
Right. The beams are always, this is literally the argument. It's kind of a silly argument, even back in the day, but I was like, the beams are always active. The radio waves, the TV waves are always active. You're just buying like a TV that can like capture them and not capture them, can like tune into them. And so because of that, the government has like this authority essentially to regulate, these channels. And I mean, some of it was also because there's only so much spectrum space, but it's a different conversation. And maybe it made sense back in the day, but we don't like live in that fucking world anymore. I don't even think TVs with rabbit ears even work. I don't believe they even work at the moment anymore in America. Like everything, you have to have cable or streaming or something else that you have to like pay a service to basically get this stuff anymore. So the entire concept that like the FCC even has control over network television, to me, is kind of retarded, and that whole thing should be done away with. Now it should be done away with legally through Congress, but I do think it should be completely done away with.
Right. So I said to pull it up. So I wanted to get the actual info on this. So there are several exceptions to the equal time rule. If the airing was within a documentary, in a bona fide news interview, a scheduled newscast, or an on-the-spot news event, the equal time rule does not apply. Late night and daytime talk show interviews were long considered to be bona fide news segments until the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, issued new guidance in 2026, signaling that these types of shows would no longer be automatically granted the bona fide news exemption. So the question becomes like, is this happening because they genuinely have changed their views, or this should have been changed all along? Or is this happening because Trump is putting his thumb on the scale and he wants to kind of use it in a one-sided way? Because the latter is obviously bad.
I think there's a good argument, even though, again, as I totally think that none of this shit should exist for network television. There's a good argument that there should be some kind of news service that exists that's mainstream that has to have some kind of equal time for both sides, and that should at least try to be nonpartisan or unbiased. That being said, obviously the Trump administration is doing it not for that reason. They're doing it just because, you know, they don't like Colbert and all these other late night shows that are very anti-Trump and are very, you know, pro-left.
Hold on. Wait, Sammy says there should be a rule: if you're too cringe, we take you off the air.
That's also true.
That's how it should be.
That is also true. Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, the issue ultimately is like the reason that there was these exemptions made for the equal time rule is because, let's say you want to interview a certain politician. Without that exemption in place, you would automatically have to, like, oh, we have to bring your opponent in here and interview him too. And it's like, well, maybe you don't want to do that today, right? Like, there's obvious reasons why you'd want to have a sit down conversation with one other person. So they have these exemptions for certain types of interviews.
Well, I think before like 2014-ish, late night shows were pretty like neutral, I'd say, politically, or pretty center politically. They were mostly like variety shows, and yeah, they would talk about whatever kind of the current events that was going on, and they might have been slightly left leaning, but it's not like it is today, where they're just very, very, very anti-Trump. They're very, very left leaning. Like, we are in a new environment, so I don't think it's complete. Even though again, against FCC having control of it, I'm not completely against the concept or the idea that these stations, if this power exists, if this regulatory exists, these stations are kind of acting different than the stations used to act, at least in terms of the late night shows.
No, I agree with you. I guess the only real issue is that they're going to bill themselves as comedy shows primarily, and they can make jokes about whoever they want in whatever proportion they want. So, but as soon as you start doing the whole fake news comedy and then you start interviewing real politicians, the conversation gets a bit more, you know, the water's muddy a little bit more. So this is why I think there's reasonable arguments on both sides of this specific point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also why when I went into that debate, I used different points. I didn't talk about this event specifically.
Well, there you go.
Because for me,
mm-hmm.
The lawsuit against the seditious six was far more one-sided against Trump. Like, Trump was just fucking ridiculous in that story.
And this was the college kids?
No, the seditious six were the 6 members of Congress who put out that video saying you don't have to follow illegal orders.
Oh, right. Yes.
And people were saying, oh, this is sedition. Oh my God, they're trying to undermine discipline in the military. We have to go after them. And like, it was kind of like a stupid story in like November. But then what happened is after it died down, Trump directed the DOJ to actually file charges of sedition against them, which is fucking insane. And those charges got thrown out by a grand jury. They couldn't even get past the grand jury phase. They didn't even get to the fucking indictment. Like, they were just immediately tossed out for being that fucking retarded. And so I was like, listen, the fact that a president is willing to actually weaponize his DOJ in this manner to go after people's speech is, I think, it has a major chilling effect on free speech.
Yeah, I don't like that. We used to live in an environment where the idea that the president was directly telling the DOJ to do things was considered possibly impeachable or, you know, highly corrupt. And obviously now it's just kind of like, yeah, that's, you know, it's the environment that we're in. They just, you know, Trump just tells the DOJ what to do, and they just do it.
Yeah, that's insane to me. That's fucking insane. I know people say, oh, what about the Democrats, but Biden, Man, Biden was like, he was so hands off. He was like, listen, I'm not going to comment on this. The DOJ is doing this thing. I'm not talking about, you know, I know my son's currently getting raped in fucking court. I'm not talking about it. Like, he just shut the fuck up.
Well, the problem is that there isn't really, there's no way to like have this conversation or to prove this, because the argument is, well, Biden was doing that. He was directing the DOJ, but they were just doing it secretly. And so it's better, is the argument I hear. So it's better for Trump to be doing it openly. So at least we know it's happening. And then the thing is, okay, well, is that actually true? I've not really seen evidence that Biden was directly telling the DOJ to go after Trump in terms of the two cases that they went after him for, the documents case and the voter fraud, the January 6th case, or that, I mean, I did see evidence that he was probably, that they were, I don't know if he was doing it directly, but I did see evidence that it seemed like they were trying to lay off Hunter Biden. I think there was pretty good evidence that was, that they were trying to lay off Hunter Biden because his dad is the president, which makes sense that someone would want to do that. Not that they should do that, but it makes sense that something like that would happen. But because there was actually a story that was saying that Biden was actually mad at his Department of Justice because he wanted them to go after Trump, and it took them I think 2 years or 2.5 years to actually go after Trump. So he was actually mad that they weren't doing it faster.
He should have done it faster. They should have had him in fucking irons on January 21st, 2021. They should have rolled him out behind the White House, had the firing squad ready.
So they should have had, do you think Biden should have told Merrick Garland, you need to go after, on day one, you should go after Trump?
Honestly, I think the problem was actually entrusting it to Merrick Garland. Temperamentally, he's much more of a judge than
Isn't that what you want? You want someone who's supposed to be following the law?
As a DOJ? No. As a DOJ, you want a hawk. You want somebody who's going to aggressively pursue, who's going to aggressively pursue the law. You don't want someone with a judge's temperament whose place is to judge the law.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that you want someone who's going to look at what's going on and trying to look at what's going on in a nonpartisan fashion, an objective fashion. Say, okay, does it make sense to bring charges against this person? Right? You don't want someone you can have someone who's a hawk, but they're just going to be hyper partisan.
You're just joking, right, Dev? Dev, you're just joking about the Biden DOJ going after Trump, right?
What do you mean?
Well, because that's a huge contradiction. You're saying you're mad about it when Trump's DOJ is doing it, but when Biden's DOJ does it, you're like, great, go for it.
It's not about going after. It's about specifically the head of the executive branch weaponizing it to go after only his opponents. Basically, in a way where there's not even any charges there. It's just harass my opponents.
A lot of people think that the Trump charges were trumped up, as they say.
Yeah, but they're wrong.
Oh, okay. So the difference is the charges are legitimate in the Trump case. Okay.
In fact, that's probably the most important difference, is that charges are legitimate. Yes.
Okay. Well, Trump obviously believes his charges are legitimate too. He thinks she cooked up this poll or whatever. So,
are you sure? Do you think so?
People can be wrong.
People can be wrong, but okay. Well, I guess here's the question: do you think that Trump legitimately believes all this stuff and he's just wrong every single time?
Yes.
Or do you think that Trump either he knows that he's wrong, or he doesn't care and he just wants to attack his opponents? Which one of the two do you think it is?
I think he wants to attack his opponents, but he convinces himself that what they're doing is legitimately real. So he thinks it's real. Well, I think he believes he won the 2020 election.
Well, I mean, I think he does actually. Yeah, I think basically.
Okay, so you agree.
Well, hold on. I think he believes 2020. Yeah, so in terms of is he just attacking his opponents, or does he actually believe this crazy fucking bullshit? I lean more towards he genuinely believes it. I think he lost in 2020, and it basically brain raped him so fucking hard. He's been coping for 6 years. I think he's lost his mind.
If the poll lady legitimately had Trump derangement syndrome and did a push poll, right, and it was totally fictitious. Look, we all know that's not the case, right? I think she's a legitimate pollster. Ann Seltzer, right? Yeah, exactly. But if Trump's narrative was correct, and we all thought it was correct, and she did do a push poll to try to sway the election, would it be okay for Trump to sue her then?
No, I don't think so, because there's two different ways to go about it, right? The way that Trump went about it is that he filed a civil suit as a private individual, which in my opinion is just kind of ridiculous. The proper thing to do is to actually file a criminal suit using the DOJ and say, okay, listen, she broke this law, and here's the process we have to go down. The fact that he filed he didn't even so. Because we're not talking about the seditious six anymore. We're talking about the pollster conversation, which is a different one, just to be clear. In the pollster one, basically Trump was like, yeah, so she put out a poll that was wrong, and I think she was just trying to sabotage my case, and so I'm going to sue her. I think the proper thing to do in that case is the DOJ should look into it, see if any actual relevant election laws were violated, and then file a suit criminally. That never happened.
I only bring up that case because it proves the point that Trump is just wrong on the narrative. Like he believes an actual fraud took place, and that's why he wants to sue. I don't think a fraud took place. You don't think a fraud took place, but if a fraud did take place, we'd all be saying, okay, well, you're within your right to sue. So a lot of it just comes down to bad perception.
Yeah, but like I don't think, especially when you're president. Now I know he did it privately, but he is president, and he is way richer than this Ann Seltzer lady. I don't think it's right to sue someone on suspicion of something when you have no actual like evidence that they actually did anything wrong. And Trump didn't have any evidence.
I totally agree. Yeah, you should.
Like it's not like
plus
if Trump
you won the election, like take the win and go, right?
If Trump had some evidence that she had like, oh, I thought, someone sent me, here's an email where she's like, I'm going to intentionally, rig the poll so that Trump loses it because I think it's going to, help him, or it's going to help Kamala in the election. Like, right, if he had some evidence that she actually did something wrong, then I'd say, okay, then like sue her. But he has zero evidence whatsoever that she did anything wrong, which is why the case got like, laughed out of court. And then the fact that he's president he makes it even worse because that does seem like a massive abuse of power at that point. And also just makes it look really bad. He's just going after someone. Like, I don't like this concept that just because a person thinks that they're in the right justifies any sort of action they do. Because if that's kind of the case, then, I mean, if that's the case, then you could just say, well, the Democrats are infinitely valid to go after Trump for anything as long as they believe that Trump did XYZ wrong.
Well, that's the other point I was making. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
because that's what the Biden DOJ was doing.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have good evidence.
Well, they had good evidence.
Which case?
They had good evidence for some of the cases, so I don't agree with that.
Yeah, they had very good evidence for several of the cases.
For the electors case, they had fantastic evidence.
Right. So, some of the cases they had better evidence than other cases.
The New York cases, which were not federal cases, I agree. They didn't really have any evidence, and those were bullshit cases anyway. But the electors case was very solid, and they did have good evidence to go after that. And the documents case, they had good evidence. Whether it would actually go through or not is, it'd be an interesting legal question about, how much the president has the ability to declassify people's mind. But they definitely had strong evidence that the crime had been potentially committed. So
they had Trump on tape. Bragging about the documents.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
Yes, I remember that recording.
And
he's like bragging about it. He's like, look at this. This is this classified thing I got.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And there was a property manager at Mar-a-Lago who told the FBI that Trump intentionally hid documents from the FBI. And I don't know if that's true, but he told the FBI that, and that merits an investigation.
Right.
So
anyway, the whole point of the WIC debate was that the topic was, is Trump a threat to free speech? And personally, even though I don't think the FCC example is the best example of it, I do think we can point to a few instances where Trump has thrown his weight around with the force of the executive branch behind him against people who, frankly, are just saying things he doesn't like. I think you can pretty easily prove that.
And you're saying this causes people to self-censor, right? Because there's a perceived threat?
Yeah, there's a chilling effect on
as
speech.
Opposed to him making some sort of speech illegal.
Yes,
like he could write an executive order saying insulting Trump is here's felony.
He has said that criticizing him is hate speech, but he hasn't actually done anything with that. He's just said it offhandedly, which is, by the way, it's still bad, but it's not as bad as actually making it illegal.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Well, honestly, in terms of like controversies that you've been involved in, this seems pretty tame. So
listen, I'm correct in all my controversies.
Okay.
All of them.
Okay.
Everything.
Well, is that so we can move on to a different topic?
I mean, we can, yeah, basically. But I mean, so like the WIC conversation itself was like the topic. The meta topic was right wingers don't seem to debate anymore. That was kind of the meta conversation surrounding it.
I listened to a bunch of that debate, and you barely talked at all, Dev. So I was just
I mean, I've kind of whenever I do debates, especially if it's like a 2v2 or a 3v3, I don't talk much, but I make sure to have like a lot of ammo when I do talk, which has happened in my last few debates where it's like, you know what, I'll pipe up once every 10 minutes or so, but it'll usually be the kill shot.
Okay.
A
Wow.
great example of it was during the last debate. One of the right wing guys mentioned Biden's disinformation governance board as being more of a threat to free speech than anything Trump has done. Now, do you guys know what that is?
That was the COVID thing.
Yeah. So 2022, it lasted for 3 months. It was shut down because it was ridiculously unpopular. But the way it was presented online was that the government would be sniffing out disinformation and then going after it, and that was a violation of free speech. What the disinformation governance board actually did was it monitored communications from Russia, from China, and from Iran on the internet to try and find foreign propaganda. And then it would make non-binding recommendations to the Department of Homeland Security to investigate. That's all that it did. It wasn't actually going around censoring American citizens. That was all just like right-wing Fantasyland cope that was put out by like Turning Point USA and The Blaze and all these other right-wing aggregator accounts. But basically, it was slandered so much that it became massively unpopular, and so Biden's government shut it down. So I point out, hey, you know that this board didn't actually do what you said it did. And then this guy was like, oh yeah, I knew that. I just don't like the idea of it. And it's like, well, then it's not actually what you're claiming that it is. So this is one of those moments where like this guy spun up this whole fucking story about nothing, and I pointed out that I actually know what he's talking about because I consume all the right wing schizo brain rot out there. I kind of like it actually. It's kind of fun. And then he immediately backed down and it like completely deflated him. So that's how I behave in debates.
But here's the issue. Like in theory, I would think it'd be fantastic. Well, first of all, we're all still waiting for X to roll out the function where you can geo block people, right? So we can not have to see any of the accounts from India or the Middle East or whatever this bullshit is, right? All these accounts pretending to be fucking American, but they're not. Okay. Got to get rid of all those accounts. Number one. But number two, theoretically, I would think it's fantastic if the government had some kind of like magical organization that could go around and could correctly identify the Russian and the Chinese bots and, call these people out or, say, oh, look, this is all bullshit, blah, 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 blah. In theory, in practice, I wouldn't trust either party to actually create a board that would do that efficiently or in some sort of nonpartisan way.
Hell no.
So, right. So
I understand that. I understand that.
I agree with like the concept of it, but I wouldn't trust the Biden administration, and I definitely wouldn't trust the Trump administration to be able to effectively do this.
So listen, I understand that criticism completely, and I'm kind of in agreement with you. The only real pushback I'd give you is like you still nonetheless cannot allow your enemies to just flood your population with anti-West, anti-American propaganda and just let that stand. You have to do something. You have to somehow fight back.
Well, I agree 100%. The problem is like the Biden administration has a great hand in helping flood the country with anti-Western propaganda. It was the woke shit that really pushed up this concept of like being part of the West is bad, being American bad, being European is bad, being white is bad. Like they're the ones. I mean, all this. There's all the ones trying to destroy liberalism.
I understand exactly what you're talking about. I wouldn't blame it directly on the Biden administration, but I would say he didn't do enough to push back on it. Like, yeah,
I wouldn't blame it either. But it's kind of like you're letting the, I don't know if you'd call them the fox. You're letting the dog that was paid off by the fox guard the chicken coop. Like, I don't know if I trust that.
I know exactly what you're talking about, man. Man, I said it. I said exactly what you're saying recently. I'm trying to figure out how I said it. I have to remember it. It was like 2 days ago I said this.
Well, I have a question for you, Dev.
Well, no, I got it. I got it back. So basically, like I think like we all remember what it was like in the 2010s. I'm sure we all recall Gamergate. We all recall how basically permissive mainstream Democrats were of the far left coming into, let's say, liberal spaces and basically shitting them up. And I don't just like this happened in like cultural spaces. It happened in journalism. We can go back to 2014 and talk about this. Relive the glory days of the old internet. But what kind of gives me hope is that this time around, like we called them anti-SJWs. Now they're something different, but basically the Democrats are a bit more savvy to it this time around, because I don't see like the bread tuber takeover of the left is trying to happen again, and it's not really working out. Like Hassan's getting a lot of pushback, not just from right wingers, but from mainstream Democrats for a lot of his bullshit. I have more hope this time that like reasonable center left liberal types, like establishment Dem types, will be able to fend off the far left crazes. I have hope this time it's going to happen.
I hope you're right, but I'm not confident.
Oh,
We'll have to see how 2028 plays out. I don't have a lot of confidence.
We're gonna watch some AOC videos, right?
Right. We're gonna. Well, yeah. I figured we watch that now because it's kind of interesting.
Mondami.
First is AOC's kind of baffling, horrible answers at the Munich Security Conference, and then I don't know if you saw it, Philip DeFranco's reaction to it and to Marco Rubio's speech is so baffling to me. And
well, I want to ask a couple questions before we move on from Dev, because I watched Dev's video at the end of Wokeness video, and just the perception in that video. And I mean, maybe it's a little shocking because Dev, I always thought you had an audience that was a lot of right wingers, but in that video, it seems like you hate right wingers. It really does. You call them rightoids. You're constantly insulting them. And I don't know that I hear you level those kind of insults at left-leaning people. You don't say like leftoids or libtards or anything like that. I try to lay off the personal attacks. We have a bunch of left-wing people in our audience. We have a bunch of right-wing people in our audience. So I usually don't go for the personal attacks. So are you conscious that that's going on?
So firstly, I use leftoid all the time. I use it in about equal measure as rightoid. Yeah.
He has the equal time rule for leftoid right.
The equal time rule.
So look, it's a question of style, because you're not going to be very persuasive if your goal is to like offend everyone, right? Then you have absolutely no one on your side.
Well, I still kind of come from the old internet idea of if you're offended, so what? Like, get over it. Stop being triggered.
Well, look, that's fine, but at some point you've got to build an audience, and everyone is just disgusted by you. No one wants to listen to your shit.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Do you want to? I'm talking this purely in like the persuasion realm. Like you're trying to convince people. One of the things that I think is interesting about Anna Kasparian, who came on our show and has sort of become a friend of the show, actually. I watch a lot of her content, and she's very conscious of trying to persuade right wingers without offending them. And I think it's something to strive for. I think you are going the exact opposite direction. You're almost relishing in triggering them. And I see that triggering as kind of a signal to other people that, I'm on your side. Usually when I hear people calling people rightoids or calling people libtards, it's a signal. It's a signal to their team that I'm a right winger, I'm a left winger, I'm with you. I hate these other people. But you're just saying you hate everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really it. Like, I've always kind of made my content for me personally. I never in a million years thought I'd be able to live off of it. If it turns out that I can still live off of it, by the way, things aren't that bad for me. But if it turns out in the future I can't live off of it anymore, that's fine.
Okay.
I have always kind of held the opinion of, I don't care about optics. We called them back in the day, we called them optics cucks. I still kind of feel that way. I'm just going to say what I think. And if people get offended by it, if they get triggered, if they're like, oh, I'm not going to watch this guy because he hurt my feelings. Well, you know what? I made fun of people like you 10 years ago. I'm still going to make fun of people like you today.
Nick Costanza in the chat says that using the term TDS is derogatory. I guess it is. That's a fair thing. I've tried to dial back the TDS accusation, but in fairness to me, there are legitimately people who have fucking TDS. Like they cannot think straight. There are right wingers that have like AOC DS, whatever it is, right? They can't think straight when it comes to certain left wing personalities, Obama derangement syndrome, that kind of thing. So
that was a real thing, man. I don't know if you recall.
Look, it's fair to be sensitive about that, because like that's the thing. I want people to I want to be more persuasive than offensive. And I just think, Dev, you make great, well-informed videos. You could be more persuasive if you just laid off the personal insults a bit. So, but that's just my take.
Well, to be
maybe
honest,
it's
to be honest, I don't view leftoid or rightoids as personal insults, though.
okay.
Do you think that they're like insulting terms?
I think, yeah, I do actually. I think
Okay,
libtard. I think libtard is an insulting term, and I think rightoid is an insulting term. You're basically saying they're just stupid, right? And if it's one thing, if you're talking about a certain type of right winger, you're like an ethno-nationalist or something like that. But the problem with the term rightoid is just there's so many moderate people on the right that are good people that you're kind of lumping in. It's the same problem when Hillary Clinton called everyone deplorables, right? She's saying, look, just a third of you are deplorables, but you don't know if you're in that third or not. You're like, was she talking about me? Am I a rightoid? I mean, I just want low taxes.
See, I don't use it in that way, and I don't feel that it is derogatory, either leftoid or rightoid.
Nick Costanza says Rob Reiner died of TDS, so it isn't funny anymore. That is good. See, look, we have to have jokes like that. Anyway, I tried to lay off the TDS.
Last time I was on here, you said we couldn't joke about Charlie Kirk. You have to have jokes about everyone, Adam. All jokes are allowed all the time.
That's how look at see. That's exactly. You don't know the lines, Dev. You really don't.
Listen, anyone could joke. Well, I don't know. Anyone could joke about whatever they want.
Of course they can.
I said
look,
that
I'm talking about being persuasive.
And I said and I'm glad that they kind of brought that up. Trump's comments about Rob Reiner dying was so morally despicable from our president, and a lot of people.
Oh, that was
a lot of people on the right were like, "Holy shit, that's like fucking crazy." But the president is like rubbing in the face this guy who was murdered by his own child. So a lot of people were really put off by those comments. It's unfortunate because I feel like we're in this situation where I feel like there's no political morality at the moment. And this isn't like there've been times in American history where this happened, but at the moment, I just feel like there's no political morality. No one wants to be moral. And the idea of trying to be a good moral person is seen as being cucked at the moment.
Yeah.
That's really the big problem.
Terrible. Yeah.
And hopefully it's kind of, hopefully we can move away from that. There is whenever something gets too bad, kind of the next generation kind of rebels against it. So who knows, maybe the young alpha generation or whatever will look at this shit and they'll be like, okay, this is just like horrible. We need to go back to just being more apolitical as a country and actually care about, classical moral values of being good, upstanding people, and not just be like, yes, as long as you're crushing and salting the wounds of my enemy, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, I forgot about Trump's comments about Rob Reiner, so I wasn't thinking about that when Nick Costanza was probably referencing that, so which was completely in poor taste, like much of the stuff around Charlie Kirk. So
here's the thing, right? Like yes, some in the chat is like it's always jokes with that. He isn't actually joking. No. Listen, here's how I actually view it. Okay, obviously, if we're talking like real comments, if we're gonna have the real conversation, obviously people dying is bad. I don't think that's a hot take. Everyone agrees with that, right? Like, but I also still, as a liberal, as a free speech liberal, I think you should be free to joke about anything. Now, if your jokes are hiding real views, if you're not just being an edgy little shit, that can be a problem. But if you are actually just joking about Charlie Kirk and your real opinion is, hey, you know what, he shouldn't have been killed, but I'm going to have a little bit of dark humor about it, I'm actually okay with that. I think it should be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you admit that a lot of it is a signal, right? When someone uses these derogatory names for the other side, they're signaling that, I'm a right winger, I'm a left winger, and I hate these people.
Well, if we're going back to left and rightoid, yeah, I don't use them that way because I don't view them as.
But you're still sending the signal to people who don't know. I mean, signal you can be sending a signal that you don't necessarily know you're sending.
Well, then I'll just clarify it right now. If any of you actually got offended by the fact that I called you a rightoid, just know that I didn't mean it in a bad way.
There you go. Well,
no, seriously. So like, okay, here, listen. The suffix "oid" in the English language means resembling. That's what it means, right? So
I meant like mongoloid, like it has some sort of negative connotation.
Mongoloid.
If you're well, because like fact, well, no, because the term factoid means resembling a fact.
I guess that's
right.
true.
That's what it means. So like if you're a leftoid, you're resembling someone who's on the left. If you're a rightoid, you're resembling someone who's on the right. So I've always used it as just sort of a neutral descriptor of someone who is very broadly speaking right wing, but not necessarily like a hardcore.
I don't think it. I don't.
Or a
I understand what you're
leftist.
saying, and I think, and I know what you're saying is like the strict definition. I think when people hear oid, their mind instantly projects like the left-right Wojak.
Yes.
Like that's what I think of. And I think that's how most people perceive it when you say rightoid or leftoid. It's like, oh, this is some kind of fucking idiot.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
But going to I just want to say this about the Charlie Kirk thing, because I think it's important
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
in terms of like making jokes about stuff. It's kind of like if you're in your friend group and everyone knows each other, so they kind of know what their people's intentions are. And people, especially if you're in a male friend group, oftentimes people make racially insensitive remarks and jokes at the other person's other friends.
We never
expense.
do.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's always fine usually in the friend group because the person knows that the person saying it isn't actually racist. Right. They know it's just like once you know the intention, you're okay with the joke. And the thing with like the Charlie Kirk shooting is like if we were in an environment where people felt that like 99.9% of the population was against political violence, you might say, okay, making a joke, the fact Charlie Kirk's dying is like in poor taste, but like that's really all it is. It's like, oh, it's just kind of in poor taste. But since we were in this environment where a lot of people were pro him getting killed, it kind of makes it so that whenever someone makes a joke about it, it clouds the intention. You don't know what's really going on. Are they just making a poor taste joke, or they actually are in favor of the fact that he was killed? And I think that was kind of what was setting off a lot of people.
No, fair enough.
You're sending the signal.
I will once again be very direct about my signals. I am. If it sounds like I'm saying something that's really bad, I'm joking. Unless I tell you directly, no, I actually mean this. There are going to be times where I say, no, I actually mean this. I'm not joking around. I actually mean this. I'm pretty straightforward about what I mean. They're like everyone says, like, oh, Dev's actually hiding his power level. Dev's dog whistling. No. I'm very straightforward. If I'm joking, you'll know. If I mean it seriously, you'll know. I don't do the cucked fucking bullshit of I can't see it.
He's doing the thing, Sitch. He's doing the thing.
I don't do the cuck. Yes, I don't do the cucked bullshit of I can't say this because it's TOS. I'll just fucking say it. I don't give a fuck.
You were exactly right when you said everyone perceives it as being cucked just to be civil with one another.
Listen,
Sitch said that like 5 minutes ago.
I don't care what Dev can say whatever he wants. Dev's a big boy.
Of course he can. Of course he can.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I'm not gonna police or care what Dev's saying if people don't like it.
You think it's persuasive what he's saying?
No, but I don't think it's about persuasion anyway, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, we can move on. So I feel like we kind of this to death. So.
Shu's in the chat. I haven't seen her in a while. What's up, Shu? Nice to see you.
Okay. I want to play a little bit of AOC's response.
She says she's ready for President Vance.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Are we going to watch President Vance's responce to AOC? I didn't know if
I never saw it actually. So
really
to this comment?
Listen, by the way, it's going to be Gavin Newsom. Sorry to disappoint. It's going to happen.
I hope not. I really don't like Gavin Newsom.
I might kick you for that, Dev.
Listen. I don't even necessarily
think
that's
too far. You don't know the boundaries, Dev.
I don't even necessarily think that Gavin Newsom's the best Democrat candidate. I think he's not that great, but I think it's probably going to be him. I think he'll be the guy.
I think you're wrong, but
it is smart for certain candidates to try to get momentum going into the election, but there's a long history of candidates coming out right before the election or right at the election that just run away with it. Obama was one of those people. So Trump was one of those people too. So I think it's far too early to point at Gavin.
Do you know that Gavin Newsom fucked his campaign manager's wife, Dev? Do you know that?
Yep.
And everyone knows about it.
All he did was grab her by the pussy. It's fine.
There you go.
There's a big difference about bragging about your sexual conquest and actually fucking one of your employees' wife.
Fucking
don't you think,
base, dude? What a giga chad.
If Trump fucked his campaign manager's wife. Do you think he'd be president? I don't think so.
Listen, Adam. Everyone does this, okay? For example, Sitch.
Oh my
no,
God.
no, Sit. No, no. Listen to me. Sitch is fucking
Oh
your
my
channel
God.
artist, okay?
Well, that's different. They're actually in a relationship, so it's acceptable. And look, they're saving themselves for marriage. So stop
Exactly.
degrading. Stop
You guys-
degrading this holy relationship.
You should
okay?
draw a little purity ring, put it on my avatar. Okay.
That's
Wait,
right.
You guys are living together for years and just not like living in separate beds.
There's a
sleeping in
lot of
separate
dry
beds?
humping. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I Love Lucy. You know, they had like the 2 different beds. You know, one for Lucy, one for Rick. So
Is it like a curtain between them?
there is a privacy curtain, yes, because obviously when we're changing, you can't look at the other person. Oh my God, you know, you need a little curtain there. Listen, I don't want to scare anyone. Okay, it's very intimidating when you see me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like in terms of like who I think the best Democrat politician is, that's probably Josh Shapiro. But I don't think he'd win a general. So I think it's probably gonna end up being Gavin Newsom.
Why wouldn't he win a general?
People don't like Jews right now.
It's so sad, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is sad.
Yeah. They'd call him the genocider in chief.
There you go. Okay, so I want to play this now. People heard probably the second half of this answer that AOC gave on China. I'm going to play the whole part because the whole answer is actually kind of retarded. And then I want to play another AOC clip from the same conference, but a different panel. And it's so bizarre to me because obviously AOC is at this. We're talking about the election. AOC is at this because she's going to try to run for office in
president.
2028.
I know.
Right. And so she needs to try to establish that she has some level of foreign policy chops or something. And it's like, she's so bad in all these answers. You know, people were kind of saying, oh, the Taiwan question's unfair, blah, 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 blah. But like, it's not even that the answer's bad. It's that she's so nervous. It's so clear that she's nervous. It's so clear that she has nothing of value to say, which is like, how is that even fucking possible? How do you show up to this place and you don't have like a clear idea in your head about like what kind of answers you're going to give, what you think the world order should look like going forward, especially if you're running for fucking president.
Because all these people are used to responding with canned answers, and they're not expecting actual questions of substance. So she thinks she can show up and just wing it.
I mean, she
talk
does
about
streams
identity
and stuff,
politics and sail through it.
She does streams. Like, how can she not bullshit? This is why
she does cooking streams. What are you talking about?
Look at Gavin Newsom. Okay, I don't like Gavin Newsom, but that's a man who could sit there and bullshit his way through an answer. Okay,
yeah.
Like, how are we in this? I don't understand this. That used to be the one fucking skill, the one and only skill that politicians had was the ability to say a bunch of bullshit to an answer and to make it sound plausible to people that are kind of like half paying attention. How do we have like AOC and even Gretchen Whitmer in this panel, and even the fucking guy, I forget his name, that Trump sent, who's part of I think he's like the NATO representative, Matthew Whitaker. They're all giving like these fucking bafflingly retarded answers to all these questions. Like no one knows anything.
Yeah. They don't know. No competency whatsoever.
See, I haven't seen this clip before, so I'm kind of, let's see. You've built it up now, so I want to see him.
Okay. So the question that was asked to the panel is China going to be an adversary or an enemy going forward in the future?
I think China is, of course, an ascendant global power, growing very quickly, acting in its own self-interest. And oftentimes in Washington.
So these are, by the way, so I hate to pause so quickly. Already, we're like 2 seconds in the answer. She's already hit all the communist dog whistles. Okay. They're an ascendant power that's acting within their own self-interest. That's a fancy way of, instead of saying like, well, China's doing a bunch of fucked up shit, you're like, no, they're acting within their own self-interest.
Yeah, you're making excuses for them.
Right. It's like, well, what if their self-interest?
Nice sweep for China, running for the American president as you're sweeping for like, China.
Can you, like, if AOC was asked a question about Maduro and Venezuela, which she does at some point in this panel, you think she's going to be like, oh, well, America's just acting within its own self-interest when we
of course
got rid of
not.
Maduro. Yeah,
hold on. Didn't I mean
she's going to be talking about empire, the global empire, the oppressive global empire.
So you paused really quickly, but the only thing she said was that China's an ascending power. Isn't that true, though? It's
No,
bad, but
it's
isn't
in
true.
their own self and acting within their own self-interest.
Oh, okay. I mean, they are doing that, but obviously it's
they
bad,
are,
yeah.
but like it's saying it. I've heard leftists, they very specifically, when they want to talk about a non-quote Western country that's doing something fucky wucky, they always use that term self-interest to try to like not put a sort of moral weight on their action. Like, well, they're just acting within their own self-interest. It's not, they're like, is that a bad thing? Like they said too about, a lot of people were saying this too about Russia when they invaded Ukraine. Well, they're acting within their own self-interest. It's like, well, sometimes that can be morally wrong.
Yep, I agree.
Depends upon how it relates to your self-interest. If it's a win-win, fine, but
yeah.
And there's this frame between conflict and competition. I think sometimes, depending on what's happening, that rhetoric can get a little conflict-driven. And I think that it's really a question of competition. And to the governor's point, fair competition.
So she's now saying that it's not about conflict, it's about competition. We're in competition with China, which I don't even know how you can say it when almost everyone seems to be projecting that China is going to invade Taiwan in the coming years and that we're going to have to deal with this problem. So I don't know how you say that's just like competition at that point. It's not really competition when you're involved in you could, but you say competition becomes conflict when you certainly have to, the military is involved and you have to start protecting a country potentially.
How do you have this conversation with people who don't even respect free market competition? It's like, how does this even make sense?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah, I do think a lot of especially the younger left wingers are pretty weak on foreign policy because there's still just this sort of naive belief that if you set up the economy just right, everyone will get along. That isn't true. I think like neoliberalism, by the way, had a lot of good shit in it, but I think its biggest flaw was the belief that if you liberalize markets, it will liberalize politics in that country, and that was just a failure. It didn't fucking happen. Didn't fucking happen in China. Didn't fucking happen in Russia. So I think this is just sort of like a left wing coping at the fact that America is going to have to be a bit more harsh on the rest of the world in some ways, and I hope that there's a decent person at the helm to do it.
China wants to be the dominant superpower. China wants to be the dominant superpower and America to be number two. Like they would kill for that. So that's a competition that we're in. And I don't see how you can't say that's not a conflict ridden competition, right? They're challenging us.
Yeah.
They're challenging our global dominance.
Here's how it has to be, okay? If China decides to invade Taiwan, just nuke the Three Gorges Dam.
We need the valley. We need Taiwan.
Yeah.
We need the chips. This is why we're trying to reshore our manufacturing. We're fucking terrified.
Yeah.
And with the Biden Chips Act and Trump's trying to do some things too. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And with AI right around the corner, for all the people.
You see the Chinese robots? Oh my God, it's terrifying.
It's annoying because like the reason AOC is saying all this stuff about, and the reason that the young left are saying all this stuff is that their number one foreign policy lens is America bad. And that's like the first starting step. So when you start with America bad, it's like, well, China has to be less bad. Russia has to be less bad. That's why they bend over backwards and make all these fucking excuses for it. When all these fucking people, Hassan, AOC, all these fucking retards, if you had to choose a world where who's going to come up with the AI system that's going to become the dominant system, and you have to pick between America or China. If you choose China, you're literally the stupidest fucking person on the planet.
Of course, yeah. What kind of labor laws are you going to get out of that?
Right. Yeah, because for like the American AI, it definitely could have problems. Maybe it'll be a little too woke. Maybe it'll be a little bit too money grubbing or capitalistic in terms of how it's structured. But you're not going to be worried that like it's going to steal all your information and make you work in a fucking labor camp until you die, right? Or that if you put a Winnie the Pooh meme, if you put a Winnie the Pooh meme up, a little drone is gonna like fly into your house and fucking shoot a missile at you.
Chinese culture is buyer beware. You want the world to be run that way?
Right. well, here's the thing, right? Like, this is why I still view myself fundamentally as a centrist, right? Because I think in general, speaking very broadly, and AOC is a great example of this, the left is way too weak on China. Meanwhile, the right is way too weak on Russia. And it's like, well, which poison do you want to fucking swallow here? Because neither of these positions are acceptable.
Yes, that is true. And it's annoying because it seems like it's based entirely on like they're just weak on these countries because the other side is stronger than them. Like that's the basis of the thought. It's not actually in terms of like what these countries stand for or are doing.
Russia's different because we don't, I mean, what leverage do we really have with Russia? I mean, we don't have a lot of leverage with China either. So,
Well, we buy
We
a
should
lot of
nuke
their
Moscow.
shit. So.
yeah.
And
Nuke
actually, I mean, there
Moscow.
was
Nuke them. Nuke them.
we do have leverage against Russia in terms of, I mean, we've been going after all their shadow fleets and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
we have more
Yeah.
leverage than I think.
We're using it where we can.
It's interesting too. I wonder where all the like, remember all these like anti-Ukraine people were like, oh my God, Russia's going to just steamroll Ukraine in couple years. Like Ukraine shouldn't fight back. It's all pointless, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, Russia, I don't know if you saw, Russia had like its biggest like loss of, I think it was like last week, then had the entire history of the war. So it's just like, they're just fucking getting devastated left and right.
Yeah. I mean, even as Trump has kind of drawn down the American support to Ukraine, whether or not you think that's good, it's happened. The Ukrainians are still fighting. They're like, yeah, we're not going to stop. Fuck you. We'll just keep going. And so
The only
how,
reason... Go ahead.
well, no,
read the
I
super
appreciate
chat.
it, man. You get like a, you get almost like a very American liberty or death kind of spirit, of all of them over there. It's pretty cool.
Based. Gypsy Harlow for $20 says Asmongold is the best prime example of why they aren't debating. It has run its course. The line has been drawn. Talking has not brought us closer. Just force your opponent to bite the curb and don't stop until it's over. Unfortunately, that's sort of the attitude it seems like most people have.
Look, and if
with
you
all
got a
this
cushy
conversation.
job as a streamer, a lot of people don't want to take that on. Even people who come up doing blood sports and debating, like they pump the brakes once they start getting a big audience going. They're like, hey, why am I doing this? Why am I risking it? Yeah.
Yeah,
like if you look at Vosh, and like Vosh still does well for himself. He's in his fortress arc. He's never fucking coming out of it. Sargon does way less debates than he used to. He's not going to stop that. Like all these people, I think everyone who was like running around the debatosphere 5 years ago, that none of them are coming up. They're not going back to it, in my opinion.
Did you read Gypsy Harlow's $20 super chat?
That's what I just read.
Oh, okay. There was one. Oh, is that okay? Never mind.
Filthy Casual for $20 says a bone to pick with Dev. Shit posting on Twitter is no excuse to misframe things dishonestly. Do you have integrity or not, man? I've defended you from rightoids, but some stuff you have said recently is dishonest. I have examples if asked.
That's the one I thought you missed.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. He has to give the examples.
What are the examples, Filthy Casual? I mean, you could put in the normal chat or DM them to me or Dev or
super
something.
chat them again.
Well, I'd listen. Banana Singulate for $20 says, how would this help Trump? It was for a Democratic primary. If they had Tallarico on, all the Colbert Show would have needed to give the other primary candidate a chance to come on. The Colbert Show said no. What?
What you said again?
How would this help Trump? It was for a Democratic primary. And if they had Tallarico on, all the Colbert Show would have needed to do, I miswrote. All it would have had to do would be to give the other primary candidate a chance to come on. The Colbert Show said no.
Yeah, so what was based, from what I understand it, is that Colbert interviewed the guy from Texas who might, like, the polls are still kind of shaky, but he might actually flip that seat in Texas to a Democrat one. It would be considered a major upset if he did in the next election. And so he was getting interviewed by Colbert. And the hypothesis is Trump wanted to stop that interview from being broadcasted on mainstream TV to try and stop this guy from flipping that seat. So he used the FCC to come in and clamp down on that interview. That's the hypothesis. And so the way he did it is they told Colbert, hey, listen, you have to also interview the other person in the race. And Colbert said, no, I don't want to do that because the equal time clause has never been used in this way. I'm late night TV. I should be able to interview whoever I want. And that's where the argument comes from.
Squeeze Elise for $20 says Asmongold did debate Hassan. Then Hassan went on stream and explicitly said he was lying during the whole debate. That's why Asmon refused to debate him now. So are you
he
talking
did the
about,
knife thing?
Are you talking about the last debate that I'm aware of? What was a while ago? It was when Asmon made that comment about like Palestine or something. I think it was in like 2024. And then remember, like Hassan came on and Asmon kind of like backtracked a lot of what he was saying in the conversation. Was there a debate after? I didn't think there was a debate after that, because I remember after that we watched. There was Hassan like came on and he was like trying to argue to angle some debate with Asman, and basically Asman was like debating him while Hassan was like typing his answers in the chat as opposed to having him come on. But
We
so was there
covered that
another debate
clip.
after that? Because I'm unfamiliar if that's the case.
Hold on.
It's pretty
The
funny.
entire chat is saying that I'm lying. Listen. I didn't say this was my argument, okay? I said this was the argument people who talked about this event used. The reason I didn't talk about this event in that debate is because I don't think it's a good argument. This is not, I'm telling you what people think, not what I think, okay? Okay.
Don't rage quit on us, Dev. That's my job.
Okay, anyway, let's get back to this.
But when I think about that, I think about how the United States, if you want to assert oneself as a global competitor, the kinds of things that one would do in order to really assert that position is investments in science and technology, which we are gutting our NIH, we are gutting our health science research, we are cutting the very things that make us a global power in that respect in terms of government and public funded research.
This is like such fucking bullshit. Especially in the environment we live in now, where the free market is the one that's going to build a city on the moon, and the government pretty much just stepped aside for the last 60 years. What world is she living in where you can dump a bunch of government money in and it's actually going to help anything?
Well, to be fair, there have been a lot of cuts in healthcare research and stuff recently. That's been a big point of contention against Trump.
We are cutting the Somali daycares right now. Can you hear me?
That's not what I'm talking about, Adam.
This is ridiculous. This answer is such
That's not
bullshit.
what I'm talking about, Adam.
There's a problem, and I'm not sure if there's a clear solution to it. And the problem is there is a lot, or there was, I mean, a lot of stuff has been cut. There was a lot of government grants that people had access to for all sorts
that they fucking used for to give to their friends and shit.
Well, yeah, right. Well, hold on. There's a lot of government grants that people had access to, not just for corrupt purposes, but for like all sorts of wacky research projects. And people, if you ever know anyone that's done any of these grants, you know, they can tell you like, oh, well, if you just like word your summary or your grant application in some specific way, you say you're fighting cancer, you're doing XYZ, when in reality, you just want to study like mole rats or something, like some random fucking topic, right? You could get a government grant to do all sorts of wacky shit that really doesn't seem like it has any practical value whatsoever, as long as you kind of like finagle the system and somewhat, you know, lie about what exactly you're doing. So that definitely was happening to a huge degree in basically every field in science. The other side of the flip side of that is, it is true that a massive swaths of things that we've discovered, usefully discovered, were discovered entirely by fucking accident. I just watched these little videos about like, you know, how we discovered Teflon and stainless steel and all sorts of other like random weird shit that changed our lives. They're all just like things that people accidentally discovered. And so on one hand, it does seem pretty grifty and obnoxious that we are giving a bunch of money to people to study a bunch of useless bullshit. On the other hand, it's kind of like machine learning, where the concept is like, okay, well, if enough people are doing enough research, someone's going to generate something of value out of that. And it's kind of, it becomes more difficult to sort of pick and choose winners and losers. And maybe we just need to let a lot of people research a lot of different things.
A lot of that stuff that happened during the space race, I just think culturally we were in a completely different place. I think we've had such institutional decay that so many people are just interested in getting a government payout to fucking do their own thing, right? To say fuck you to the system and not really focus on anything that's going to be helpful. So if we were in that cultural system where, you know, we were united as Americans and working towards some common goal, you know, maybe the money would be well spent. I don't think it'd be well spent in this current environment.
Well, I think the space race is a little different because that wasn't a bunch of people independently getting grants. That was, we had a very specific government organization.
Yeah, institution, exactly.
Right. That was doing something very
NASA.
Specific. Right.
But a lot of other technologies came out of that space
Yes.
race, came out of
Yes.
NASA technologies. Yes.
I don't know, because on one hand, like I think if we did have something like a space race, but say it was for AI, a lot of people would be opposed to that because they wouldn't want the government to have control over the next big AI program anyway.
No,
So
I
I don't even know if
completely
it would be
agree.
right. So I don't even know if it'd be feasible to do something to that effect. Like maybe it'd be better for to do something for medicine, but I'm assuming you say, okay, we already have all these organizations that are involved in doing all this research anyway. So maybe it doesn't really make sense to have the government, they can help fund it, but maybe it doesn't really make sense for the
Well,
government to specifically create like a space race for something else going forward.
Does it not seem like the left's answer is let's just spend money without any sort of accountability? And that's going to be somehow the solution. That's my big beef with what she's saying right now.
So
That-
hold on, because so I dropped this in the group chat. You can pull it up if you like. But I mean, everyone was making fun of Biden saying we're going to cure cancer because he kind of said it in like an old man way. But
Mhm.
it turns out that like there actually was some pretty good cancer research that has been cut by the Trump administration, and that's pretty bad. If you want to pull the article up, you can.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's what I was.
basically like the mRNA technology that was used for COVID vaccines. I can hear your chat getting fucking triggered already.
Mhm.
But the research for those vaccines was adapted for use against cancer, and it's actually showing a lot of promise. And the
Mhm.
Trump administration cut $500 million to that research. And it's like, hold on, this is one of the things that we should actually be funding.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I was going to say, because I agree with what you're saying, Adam, in terms of this is sort of the shitty environment that we live in, is that a lot of people on the left are basically like just fund everything. And so like the right's reaction to that is we'll fund nothing. And so we kind of have like two shitty versions of the answer to this question about like what should be funded.
I don't think they're fun nothing. I think they're fun with some sort of accountability. And
No,
the
that's not.
accountability part of the equation is often hard to.
I don't agree in terms of like the way that was the whole thing with like Doge, was just like cut everything, fuck all these people, fuck
Right,
all this
but
stuff. It's all
they
bullshit.
did want to cut everything to see who cries uncle and what is really necessary. It was a process to figure out which things were actually useful.
Yeah, but you can't. Well, that doesn't really like if you're talking about like research funding.
Didn't
that's
they?
not
Didn't
really a
they? They
viable strategy,
reinstated the
right?
nuclear scientists, the people who keep track of the nuclear waste and stuff. Right? They're like, okay, well, we need that. They're
I
like,
understand that,
it'll
but
be fine.
well,
Let's
hold on,
just
hold on,
cut
hold on.
that.
It when you were talking about cutting, it might make sense in a business. Like if you're running a business and you're saying, okay, well, I don't know what departments we need, and everyone in the department lies about how integral they are to the company. So you just start cutting things, and then you start to see, okay, well,
You
where
see
do we
what
actually
breaks.
right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't work with research because it's not like research is going to produce some result that you can look at and say, oh, well, we obviously needed this mRNA cancer research. Like you're not going to know that until it either works or doesn't work down the line, right?
No, I get it. Yeah.
So that strategy doesn't really work when it comes to scientific research.
Which is what allows innovation in a more broad sense as opposed to privatized research. We
See, look, and she asked, oh, the privatized research is not going to do it. Like, did the government give us self-driving cars? I don't think they did, right? We're on the verge of flying cars. Did the government give us flying cars? No, not
Well,
really.
to be fair, I'm pretty sure. I mean, wasn't that the big complaint against Elon Musk? Was that Tesla got some sort of mass amount of government grants?
For SpaceX?
I don't know if it was for SpaceX or for Tesla.
But they
They
both
did.
did. They both did.
Yeah.
They did get for electric vehicles. That's
Right.
something that AOC is actually in favor of because of the climate change stuff.
Okay,
Because
so I mean, they are
more-
getting government assistance. It's not like I'm not. I understand AOC is like completely extreme in one direction, but I would temper it to be completely extreme in the other direction. Just like, okay, well, all these amazing things are being done in private sectors. Like, yeah, a lot of it is being funded by the government.
Look, you can argue whether or not the goal that they're working towards with the EVs is useful or not, but they did set up a system of accountability, right? There are these things called carbon credits. They get money for buying EVs because it reduces carbon emissions. So they're working towards something. There's like a like tangible improvement to the environment. If you believe that we need to reduce carbon, right? Obviously, that's a completely different question. So I'm saying there's a lot of money going out that's unaccountable, that people are pretending to do cancer research and really they're just hanging out at the club on the weekend.
But
they're
I
not
agree
really
with you.
doing anything.
Here's the problem. The only way to actually solve that There's only one way to actually solve that. And the problem is the right 100% does not want to do that. And that's you actually have to spend upfront more money to hire more people to actually look over these grants and other things and this other research with a fine-tooth comb, and to be very sticklery and be very eagle-eyed about what kind of research and what kind of things we're going to support. And that would require you increase the size of these regulatory agencies. And that's the problem, is that the right has been so against doing that for my entire life that they don't actually want to solve the problem. I mean, look at, this is the whole thing with like Trump wants to get rid of all these IRS agents. And it's like, okay, well, how is that going to help? Like, this is going to make things worse.
Well, they think the free market's going to solve the problem. So,
well, that's retarded. I mean, because if you have no oversight, first of all, we're having a conversation about sort of like whether the government should fund things or not. And then even if you could just say, okay, the government shouldn't fund anything. And if we're talking about kind of just like regulations altogether, if you just say, okay, well, the free market's going to solve anything, the whole point, what should be the point for the free market bros, is you do need the government to maintain the free market. Otherwise, everything just becomes captured by massive monopolies, which control everything, which, P.S., that's the fucking world we kind of live in at the moment right now. You only have a few options for computers. You only have a few options for your cell phone. You only have a few options for internet providers. You only have a few options for a lot of very basic things that you need. And you're kind of stuck in this monopoly situation. And they have you over a barrel.
Yeah, the government definitely should be the ref for the free market, but the left is just completely against the free market, which seems ridiculous to me.
AOC is. It's funny because AOC's critique of the mainstream Democrats is that she would call them neoliberal, right?
Right.
So they're not anti-free market enough for her liking. And we just had that story that we were talking about where the Trump administration, there was this crazy story where it turned out that Pepsi was working secretly with Walmart in a very monopolistic fashion to make sure that Walmart had an illegal edge over every other business to always have Pepsi products. Was it Pepsi or Coke? I don't remember.
Yeah.
It was either Pepsi or Coke.
Yeah, look, that's the monopoly thing you're talking about. That should definitely be regulated. It's insane that it's not being regulated.
Right. But to make sure that all the Pepsi products could be at the lowest price at Walmart and only at Walmart and nowhere else, they're doing this in an illegal monopolistic fashion. And the Trump administration dropped the case for who the fuck knows what reason, right? Either corruption or either just because they ideologically don't give a fuck if companies collude like this.
Yeah. Look, the left should focus on regulation and the right should focus on productivity. They're both predisposed to those ends anyway. So I'm just saying AOC is not coming up with any sort of productive solution here. Because in her worldview, the free market is not a solution. It's some oppressive thing.
Jason Morgan for $20 says, Dev doesn't know what happened. How was he going to debate? CBS lawyers told Colbert that the Tallarico interview could trigger equal time. Lawyers told Colbert the fix would be to have Crockett on as well, and Colbert refused.
I literally said this wasn't my argument. This was the argument that one side of the debate was presenting. But thank you for the 20. I'm gonna specifically take that $20 specifically and go waste it on something.
Okay.
An ascendant global power would invest heavily in innovative energy solutions so that it could be sovereign in that respect. And the United States at this point, instead of expanding our energy mix, we are actively narrowing our energy mix to become increasingly more reliant on fossil fuels instead of, in contrast to what you see is happening in China. Yes, they burn a very large.
I just want to say, so in the chat, Bob Higgins is going crazy in the chat. I don't know if you work in this field or something. Okay. You're I don't know. It's very weird because I feel like you're just arguing what I already said. Like, yes, there's a lot of funding that it's not exactly clear whether it's going to have some sort of viable scientific end goal that's going to be useful to people. And there's a conversation about what exactly we should be funding because sometimes a lot of stuff ends up becoming useful. But if you're going to tell me that there's a lot of funding where there aren't people that aren't lying about what they're studying or framing what they're studying in a very specific way to get a government grant because they know that's the only way they can get a government grant, that's not true. I've firsthand heard this from several people who work in various fields across America that try to get government funding for their various research projects. It's one of the most common things ever. Okay.
This is insane too, what AOC is saying. She's saying, look, they're constantly trying to narrow the energy mix. So we're more reliant on fossil fuels. Her position is to narrow the energy mix so we're more reliant on wind and solar.
Right.
That's it. What the fuck?
I mean, solar certainly got pretty good.
And, you can't complain about narrowing the energy mix when that's your fucking policy too.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Solar has gotten a lot better than it was even 5 years ago. You might even be able to set up like an entire energy grid where you just have like a whole bunch of solar panels, a whole bunch of batteries for bad weather days. Maybe you'd be okay. But obviously the best way to go about it is to have multiple sources. Like you do need a robust solar, farm or whatever. You do need windmills. You do need nuclear. That's kind of the way of the future, is to have all these sources kind of going at once.
You think AOC is in favor of nuclear?
Absolutely not. And she should
probably not. Exactly.
She should be, but
she's
not.
Like, we need more windmills. That's how we're going to beat China. Oh my God. I can't. This is crazy. I can't believe this presidential election is going to be off the chain.
But they have also invested.
Someone in chat says Deb is just wrong. Storage of energy is a colossal issue, along with the amount lost during conversion. That's all true. But you have to understand, like, the amount lost when you burn gas in your car is worse than the amount lost when, for example, you plug your electric car into the wall and get energy that way. Like, you're never going to have a perfect one-to-one on whenever you're transferring energy between different forms. Like, I understand the critique, but right now, solar is getting so good. Electric is getting so good, man. Battery technology is getting so good.
Boys, we can't get obsessed with the chat here, okay? We're trying to watch a video here. Come on.
Well, hold on. I'm treating your chat with respect here. I want to talk to them. They're good. There's some good
people. No, it's okay.
Some of them, I assume, are good people.
Dramatically in wind and solar and in energy innovation. And so to me, I see this as a question of competition and, of course, of trade, to the governor's point. But we have to make sure that we are having, I think, a reflection and a reflective conversation about how are we positioning ourselves to continue to offer the world the best of what America has to offer.
And to all.
That's such bullshit, Sitch. I'm so glad you pulled this out.
Yeah.
What fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
If this woman's president, I'm already terrified. Is she worse than Kamala Harris?
No, that's impossible.
You're right.
Shocking.
Wasn't as bad as Kamala Harris, but
I keep
only by a whisker, she's better.
I keep seeing like Kamala Harris is going to run again. It's like, please don't. Just retire. Call it. You know what? You're a VP. Good job. Call it a day. Call it a career. Go retire and do something else. There are way better candidates than you. Gavin Newsom is fucking beating you by a mile. Kamala Harris should not run. Holy fuck.
The only reason these women are competitive is because the Democrats are so desperate to have the first female president. They're scared as hell the Republicans are going to put up a woman and take that away from them. They're like, oh, shit, we got to get that female president. Holy shit.
Who would it be, though, do you think? Like, what possible woman president could come into the Republican camp right now?
I don't see any of these people being remotely plausible, so...
No, I know I fought against this in last year, but in retrospect, I will say that I do think there's a lot of validity to the theory that Kamala Harris did sexual favors in order to secure specific political positions of power in the local in her
You're
local
going
office.
Back to that.
It's just I still can't get over it. It is one of the most baffling things to me in all of politics. The incompetency of Kamala Harris as a politician stands out.
The failing upwards
as one of I've literally never seen anything like it in all of my years being alive on this planet and watching politicians. I mean, I'm too young to remember like Dan Quayle, really. So I don't know, like that. Maybe that'd be like the comparison. She's like slightly above Sarah Palin, right?
Yes.
That's in terms of like the dumbest fucking politicians. At the bottom, we have Sarah Palin, and then like like a couple notches above that, you have Kamala Harris. And it's like, how the fuck did that happen?
Yeah. It's just because of identity politics. It's just because she checks the boxes. That's the only reason. Competency be damned.
And it was kind of the same thing with Sarah Palin too. They're like, okay, we have an old white guy, so we need like a young lady, like a young firecracker lady. And so it kind of was, choosing for their identity rather than the person.
People on the left will make the argument that it's really a team that makes the decisions anyway, and the person is just a figurehead, so they can be fucking incompetent. It's like, what? That's a good argument? You think that's a good argument?
That's not a good argument.
No, it's not.
Of you, and Congressman, I'll start with you. Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
The answer should be yes, by the way.
I think that
Canadian troops first.
So
we
wait,
we got to get our Canadian troopers over there first.
Listen. That's how we'll solve our immigration problem. Send over all the new arrivals. They can go fight in that war.
you got to listen to like the fumbling answer in its entirety.
Okay.
Should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is a,
oh my God.
This is, of course, a very long-standing policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point. And we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
Ambassador?
Wow. What a failure of a fucking answer. It's like, hopefully you won't have to answer that question in the future. Well, yeah, but you didn't answer it now.
I know. God, what a...
If I'm G, I'm planning to invade as soon as this woman's president.
I know. How do you go to this? You're going to a foreign policy conference, and you're like, I don't have an answer for like one of the most basic questions.
The biggest fucking foreign policy question. Yes. You didn't do any... That's just no preparation whatsoever for this.
No. And actually, as I said, I don't really want to sit there and listen to it for 2-3 minutes, but like the NATO ambassador that Trump nominated, like he gives kind of a long, rambling, bad answer to this question. He's kind of long, rambling too. And Gretchen Whitmer, who I've heard in other places give good answers to things, she's like terrible in this panel too.
Yeah.
She says multiple times something you never want to see someone who's running for presidency. She's like, well, I'll defer. She's saying, well, I'll defer to AOC and the ambassador because like they're more knowledgeable on the subject than I am. It's like, well, aren't you going to be running for president? What the fuck are you talking about? They're more knowledgeable than you. Are you fucking retarded? Like, what's happening here? Why are you here?
Obama did that crazy speech at the Democratic National Convention that totally launched him into the spotlight. This is a moment that a good answer could launch you into the spotlight.
Yeah.
And she just completely missed the opportunity. And now everyone's laughing at her. It's even worse. Everyone's like, oh, this is her Dean moment, right? This is her fucking Scream moment.
Right.
This is her oops moment.
Oops. Please clap.
Yeah, exactly. This is her please clap moment.
Okay, here, listen to this other answer. This isn't a different panel. This answer is like, count the number of times she says the words rules-based order in this answer.
I've always said that AOC is interesting because she runs, her presence is really feminine, and it's the first politician I've seen that isn't trying to be one of the boys, which normally you see women politicians and they try to have a very masculine presence. This is the first time that I see the complete downside of that, because I do see that was kind of a feminine answer, and it just like fell on its face.
Really? I don't know if I classify that answer as like gendered.
Really?
Yeah. Like, what about it is gendered to you?
Just nonsensical.
Adam,
you know what?
Adam the
That's fair.
misogynist.
Just-
base.
That's fair. Yeah.
just trying
True.
just trying to give you the emotional present that you're answering the question but not
I see.
actually answering the question.
I see. Okay.
Adam's just like, women are retarded. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Didn't it seem like a feminine presentation?
It just seemed
No.
It didn't.
It just seemed like
it seemed
an
like an 80 IQ presentation.
It seemed like when the kid gets called to the front of the class to give a book report for a book they didn't actually read. Like that's how I see it.
Well, she did reference herself as well. She was like, "Oh, in my opinion."
Mm-hmm.
So
that's what the kid says. The teacher's like, "Okay, I want you to come to the front of the class and explain this chapter of To Kill a Mockingbird." And you're like, "Well, in my opinion, this chapter represents," and they just make up a bunch of bullshit.
yeah. I mean, look, I heard Trump's response, and Trump's response was like a million times better.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump is used to this. Trump has had an adversarial media that has really helped him sharpen his sword, right? AOC has never experienced an adversarial media. She probably would not even go into some sort of adversarial situation, right? Like Ben Shapiro's been offering $100,000 to debate her, right? If she did that, she would get better. She would get better in an environment that was safer. This is not the environment to get better at. This is the environment where you shine once you have become better. So I don't think she has a shot.
She also had she's had 8 years to get better, and yet you haven't gotten it down at this point. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's all performative in front of Congress. It's all scripted. She might as well be doing a theater presentation.
So here's the thing, right? Like I have been following AOC since like the 2016 squad days, and politically she has moderated a little bit, especially since like the rest of the
she took her
squad
pronouns out of her bio.
Like the rest of the squad fell apart, and then she kind of got whipped into line by Nancy Pelosi, and she's kind of been like a more normal progressive Democrat and less of like a crazy revolutionary. But you can still see like there are some moments, man, where she just has no fucking clue what she's doing.
Ben Shapiro would destroy her, would completely destroy her.
I think this is a moment where we are seeing our presidential administration tear apart the transatlantic partnership, rip up every democratic norm, and really calling into question, as was mentioned by David Carney at the World Economic Forum, the rules-based order that we have, or question mark, do we have? And so I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. Okay, and we are in a new era.
Okay, so she mentions do we actually have the rules-based order? One of the few things the neo-reactionaries are completely correct about is that the rules-based order is a convenient fiction that is upheld by American power. And people who are the more like neo-lib left think they make these, and even like the communists sometimes do this too. They make these broad appeals to like international law. We shouldn't be following it. It's like, well, hold on. If law is not backed up by force, then it's not law. It's just a suggestion. Right? Like there has to be somebody going around saying, no, this is what we will be doing and you will be following it. And if you don't, we'll punish you. And so that requires force. And America is the force that guarantees the liberal world order. Now, what the right,
I wonder if that's why they call it law enforcement.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense now.
But here's the thing, right? Is that what the right wing is ultimately wrong about is that they see this and they say, oh, well, it's clearly just this fiction the liberals have built up. Let's rip it down and return to the way things used to be, where it was just blatant might makes right. But that's also bad as well, right? Because might does make right. No, might is an important component of right. But you can't only be strong, right? You know what I mean? Like being strong is what allows you to do what you want, but that doesn't answer the moral question of should you be doing this or not. So being strong it's essential, but it's also not sufficient. And so that's where the liberal comes in and says, hold on, if we have all of this strength, what should we be doing with it? And the answer to that is we should be setting up institutions. We should be implementing like fair standards. We should be treating everyone with some level of equality. There are answers to the moral question the liberal brings to the table, but the liberals have been so successful for so long, they forgot that force underpins all of it. And so this is like the right wing's pretty evil in wanting to destroy all of this, but the left wing is completely fucking naive. They have no idea why or how anything functions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like liberals are naive, though. It's the leftists that are naive. I mean, how does AOC feel about law enforcement, right? She was a defund the police person.
Sure. But like
she thinks law enforcement is evil.
So there are definitely some liberals who are in fact naive. It's not just leftists. There are definitely some liberals who are just like they are liberal because they grew up that way. They haven't really interrogated why they feel that way. And so they're like, well, yeah, I mean, obviously we should just do this, right? So they don't know why. They don't know why the previous liberals set things up the way that they did.
I don't know if it's that the leftists are naive. To me, it just feels selective. It's like if China was not a communist country, if China was viewed in the leftist paradigm as like an evil country like Israel or something like that, they'd be like, oh, of course we're gonna send troops in to defend Taiwan. It's only because like they don't like America. And they kind of have to view it through that lens, and they kind of have to make a bunch of excuses for communist China that AOC and other people are put in this like bizarre situation where they kind of like don't really know how to answer these questions properly.
Era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back, and I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way.
Didn't this start as a rules-based order being some sort of fiction? Was that's what you said, Dev?
Well, it is, but nonetheless. Well, hold on. Did you guys
she's going in like a big circle here.
Well, no, because she's referencing the WEF Carney talk.
Let's listen to what she actually says.
Tear apart the transatlantic partnership, rip up every democratic norm, and, really calling into question, as was mentioned by David Carney at the World Economic Forum, the rules-based order that we have, or question mark, do we have? And so I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back, and I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order. And
okay, she's basically just not saying anything. This is ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. I can't tell if she's in favor of the rules-based order or not.
Okay. Listen.
Now, does this seem feminine? Did you ever talking to one of your girlfriends and you're like, can we get to the point? Like, when's the point coming?
Well, she's not explaining.
Hold on.
Usually I like to start with the point. Okay.
Wait. One of
and
your,
then I work back from there. I'm like,
you have, Adam?
Here is the point of the stories. Girls that you're friends with. Okay, you guys.
Oh, okay.
Don't be such ball busters. I'm talking. Look, people who are you're friends with that are female. Okay.
Adam
that
you might
talk
to multiple girlfriends.
Look, some girls you talk to and they get it. They're straight to the point. They're totally articulate. A lot of girls are not. A lot of girls, the communication style between women is more about just keeping the channel open. It's about letting you know how I feel at all times so that our relationship is stable. Guys are more like, this is a project that I want to accomplish. Help me figure out how to do it. Right. It's much more based in accomplishment. Yeah. Goal oriented. Exactly. Like, so me as a guy, I'm listening to this, I'm going, what's the goal here? And she's just like, la, 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 la.
Okay. So she referenced Mark Carney's WEF speech. Did you two see that?
Look, and that's another thing. She's dropping all these references that I have no idea what she's talking about. Like, a guy would think, okay, well, you need this piece of information for me to be able to tell you about this. Like, you might not have heard of this, right? There's a crucial piece of information you need. Otherwise, you're not going to understand the story. She's just like, it's not really about understanding the story. It's about me imparting my feeling to you about what we should do, right?
Okay. Real talk. Have you seen the Mark Carney WEF speech?
No, I have not.
No.
So you haven't, but Sitch, you have?
Yes.
Okay. And you do know what Carney was saying in that speech, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the TLDR, from what I understand, is that Carney was saying that the liberal international rules-based world order was a nice fiction that we all kind of told ourselves. And as long as we all told ourselves this fiction, and as long as we all did it, it worked, and it worked very well. But now it seems like Russia doesn't want to play by it anymore. China doesn't want to play by it anymore. And America under Trump has stopped playing by it too. And so even though we might want that old paradigm to come back, we have to basically get with the times and realize, well, what should middle economic powers like Canada or like Japan or like, the various EU states, what should these middle powers do to defend themselves in a world where basically it's moving away from liberalism? That's kind of the point of the speech.
What she's saying doesn't convince me that she knows what the rules-based order even is.
That's
Go ahead, Sitch.
So regarding, what Mark Carney said, and this is why fuck AOC, is because this is part of why I liked Marco Rubio's speech so much, is because Marco Rubio's speech was sort of like the anti-JD Vance speech. It was sort of the, look, America is not going to just abandon Europe forever and tell everyone to fuck off and hide in a hole. We have some kind of shared culture and shared ideas about the world, and it's important that we work together and protect that. And if AOC really cared about that stuff and was saying, oh, you know what Mark Carney said is true and it's so horrible, then she would have praised Marco Rubio's speech. But she doesn't. She criticized him and called him like a racist because, he didn't say, and we're going to play the clip from Phil DeFranco, because he said that like cowboy culture came from Spain, and he didn't point out that it came from like black people or something, which is like, what the fuck you talk? Like, it's just some crazy fucking thing, right? Because she's got to attack him for everything. So that's number one. So fuck AOC for not backing up Marco Rubio on that. And then number two, and she actually did say something here. It's kind of like lost in all the meandering, which is that she doesn't think the rules-based order ever existed. She's kind of criticizing Mark Carney, saying, well, he thought that there was like sort of this facade of it, but really in reality, all it was the evil white European countries were taking advantage of all the non-white third world countries.
Subjugating them.
Yeah, we're subjugating them and taking advantage of them. And that's the rules-based order. So obviously some dumb socialist like AOC is going to be like, fuck the rules-based order, fuck the concept of liberalism, all this other stuff, because it's just used to subjugate brown people.
Yeah. That's another big problem with her being president. That ideology just runs through and through her.
Yes. But that's part of why her answers are so fucking bafflingly bad and meandering, is because she believes everything I just said. She believes it in her heart, but she knows if she just says that like super direct in this forum, everyone's going to just rip her to shit and be like, are you a fucking retard?
Yeah, they might ask for a follow-up and she'd die.
Or just it would look bad because she doesn't want to be so fucking, she doesn't want her power level to be so exposed this close to, when she wants to enter kind of, the political field here.
Yeah, this is her turn, right?
Right.
So Sitch, you mentioned earlier that this Marco's speech was the opposite of Vance. So some things that people might not necessarily know about the current administration is that like Trump is kind of a walking zombie the same way that Biden was. Like during Biden's third year ish, he was kind of like just barely there. Trump's rapidly approaching that point as well. And within the White House, there's two broad factions, and they are the Marco Rubio faction and the JD Vance faction. The Marco Rubio factions are like more traditionally neocon in a way. They're much more pro-American empire. They're much more pro-America's alliances across the world to counteract America's enemies. While the JD Vance people, they're much more of the, you know, mold bug styled neo-reactionary types who basically want to America to wall itself off from the rest of the world and kind of turn into North Korea. And so there's these two factions are kind of struggling for what is going to, you know, which way can we steer the Trump corpse today, basically. And you can see the difference when you listen to Rubio versus Vance talk about this stuff.
Yeah, I know that there's like, and we talked about this, there's a lot of various factions in the Trump administration. And this came up a lot with the tariff thing, where they were like the two different factions about what the tariff should be, and they literally had to like come up with ways to like talk to Trump, you know, secretly to kind of undercut the other faction, you know, about what the tariff should be and all other stuff. So yeah, and it doesn't surprise me. And I know the whole stuff with like Marco Rubio and Vance, and then Stephen Miller's kind of his own, you know, crazy faction too. So I do agree.
Stephen Miller's more aligned with Vance, I think.
He's yeah. Well, in terms of like saying like "fuck you" to the rest of the world, he is, yes. But so I do agree with that. I don't think, I haven't seen an indication that Trump is anywhere near as gone as Biden was at all. I think Trump like heavily, I think Trump is just kind of lazy. I think Trump is lazy, and I think he listens to a lot of his advisors, and this kind of, you know, there's that, oh, he listens to the last person who kind of tells him, you know, whatever, and maybe that's true. But I don't think he's like, Biden just seemed like he was totally fucking out of it to a pretty insane degree. I don't know how you could say that.
Listen. If you listen to Trump talk nowadays, he's like the rambling ancient uncle at the family reunion who sits you down and you're stuck there for like 3 hours listening to the longest, slowest, most boring fucking story from 50 years ago. Like this guy is like, his brain is leaking out of his fucking ears as we watch him. Like you look at his fucking hand, like his hands rotting off half the fucking. He's like wearing a single
just
glove
because our country's so hot. We've got the hottest country a single in the glove world like he's
Michael
now.
Jackson. All right, like
no,
this guy's a fucking zombie.
Listen, I think Donald Trump is hiding health issues. Obviously, there's weird things with his hand. Obviously, it's very weird that he keeps bragging about being able to draw the clock on the competency test.
Oh my God.
It's very strange. Right. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to find out that like there's issues there. I'm not denying that. All I'm going to say is that when I look at the examples, because there's like, you know, the Midas Network and not Brian Tyler Cohen, the other one, I forget his name, with like the brown curly hair.
They're all the same. Who cares?
But they're all the same. Like they're and Dave Pakman used to do this. It would be like my feed would be nonstop on YouTube, like Trump is like insane, his brain is melting, blah, blah, blah. And I'd always fucking get clickbaited in every time. They'll click on the clip to see what they were talking about. And every time it'd be like, yeah, Trump is giving some kind of like rambling answer that's kind of like bizarre. But then I'd see like a longer context. I'm like, oh, there's some sort of point to it. And it's just like, that's from like the beginning of Trump entering into politics. He'd always give these like, he always had like 5 or 6 talking points, and he'd always circle back to them no matter what. And he'd always give these kind of long rambling answers. So is he like worse than he was when, you know, in 2016? I'm sure he's almost 80, right? So yeah, I'm sure he's worse. But to say that that's like comparable to Joe Biden, who like, I don't think had like the mental cognition to even process what the fuck was going on around him, I don't think is comparable.
Now listen to me, all right? The Black Republican Caucus has gone back to Africa, okay, to relearn ancient voodoo magic to reanimate Trump's fucking corpse to get him through the day. That's what's going on right now. Okay?
I believe that. I can believe that. Like because like look at like Trump and Biden. Like with Biden, there was a reason that, especially like before and even after the debate, Biden would be very camera shy. He wouldn't really do a lot of press conferences. He would give like scripted speeches, but he wouldn't do a lot of back and forth Q&As and all sort of stuff. Like Trump gets in front of the camera every day. He's constantly answering questions off the cuff. He's constantly talking to reporters. Like, I don't know how you could say that it's comparable to the decline that Biden went through.
Oh, listen. I don't know if you think I'm going to suddenly start come out and sweeping for Biden. No, that guy was fucked up too.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm saying here is that I'm seeing a lot of similarities. All right, I'm seeing the skin flakes fall off of the reanimated corpse.
Okay.
I'm seeing the Weekend at Bernie's happening here.
Okay.
That we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes, whether it is, kidnapping a foreign head of state, whether it is threatening our allies to colonize Greenland, whether it is...
This works so good for Kamala Harris. You should definitely adopt this as your campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Just complain about Trump, especially since he's not even running in 2028. That we know of, right?
Right.
Things could change.
Hold on, you just got a super chat that says Marvin Yarvin when.
In a genocide. Hypocrisies are vulnerable.
We ignore those super chats.
Vulnerabilities, and they threaten democracies globally.
You want to read it?
God, Deborah read us. Become the night just saying Marvin Yarvin. We're probably never going to do another Marvin Yarvin stream. God willing.
No,
okay.
You have to. It's so fun.
Oh, God.
Read Daddy J-Max.
Oh my God! Look
J-Max back from the dead. Look at this.
Our Sergey Fire, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the 46 months of being outside the simulation. Look at that. Says, man, politics is so boring. You all should come to Minneapolis the last weekend of April instead, not to fight ICE, but to play my tabletop RPG. We're running games on the 24th to 25th. You can DM me for more information. Hi, Dev.
So
welcome back to the internet, J-Mac.
DM J-Mac if you want to go play his game.
You're going to be near Minneapolis in the last weekend of April. So
yeah, exactly. You can check out on some of those Somali daycare centers.
I might. So me and Sam are actually planning a big trip to Japan.
To Minneapolis? Oh, Japan.
To Japan.
So you're going in the other direction. Holy shit.
Right. Around that time period. So, we will, or I will stream at least on Sundays in Japan, or we'll attempt to stream on Sundays in Japan.
Well, we might not be streaming on Tuesdays. I don't know. You never answered my thing.
We can stream on Tuesday this week. We can stream on Tuesday this week.
Yeah, but look, we shouldn't. Tuesdays are now a maybe, I think, is where we're at.
Yes, but in Japan, it'd be too difficult to stream 2 or 3 times a week. So
right, yeah.
Listen. I expect the two of you to be like those terrible white people in Japan who keep going viral for like shit in the country up. I want you guys to be the most loudest Americans possible.
No, listen, they're getting.
Doesn't Japan, Sammy speak Japanese?
Sammy's like a massive Japan.
It's going to be tough,
right? Yeah, so she's not going to do that.
Is she weebing out?
She doesn't even seem American when she's over there, right?
There you go. Right? Yeah,
she's got her little kimono on.
Flip the switch. No, and it is really, she's so angry and so disturbed whenever she sees videos of tourists. It's usually not American tourists. It's usually like Chinese tourists or I don't know, tourists from some other country that are causing all these problems in Japan. And she gets incensed. So definitely going to be on our best behavior. Become the Night, thank you so much for $20. Says Dev, since Sitch and Adam seem to have had enough of Marvin Yarvin, would you be willing to do a deep dive stream on him and why he matters? Was really fascinated by the stuff you shared so far. Look at that.
Look at that. Do it over on your channel, Dev.
And you two are coming along with me.
All of. Okay.
Maybe. Okay.
We'll consider it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The writing is obviously not interesting to go over really, but whenever he comes into the news with a retarded interview again, it's always fun to go back to him.
I mean, we do owe you a stream, but do you have to torture us with Marvin Yarvin? Can't we do something fun?
When JD Vance is running for president, maybe we'll revisit it. Okay. Maybe.
And so I think many of us are here to say we are here and we are ready for the next chapter, not to have the world turn to isolation, but to deepen our partnership on greater and increased commitment to integrity to our values.
Boring bullshit.
What the fuck are AOC?
What
values?
is your policy,
Yeah.
bitch? I vote based on policy.
Well, and how can she say all that when she won't even give a clear answer to like, well, are you going to defend Taiwan? Isn't that part of the rules-based order? Isn't that part of your values that you're talking about?
Right, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so this is interesting. So this lady on the panel, who is definitely seems to be, I don't know who she is, but she definitely seems to be on the left or the far left here. She asked this woman whose name is Diana Molero. She's in Parliament in Argentina, this question, and she gives her an answer I don't think she was expecting to hear.
Because I'm curious, I mean, we're talking about foreign policy here, and foreign policy of populist presidents, for example. I mean, looking at the pivot of President Trump to the Western Hemisphere, which has been very aggressive to say the least. Argentina has been a beneficiary, of course. How do you feel? I mean, I worked and traveled a little bit in South America, and I remember the Yankees were not super popular. This is a long time ago. How do you feel about being considered a sphere of influence and a backyard of America?
Well, I think that this new involvement of the U.S. in Latin America is great news for Latin America because, I mean, it makes, for instance, Europe make harder efforts in order to sign the Mercosur European agreement. That's great news. But also...
We need to push, I have to say. We need to kick in.
Well, you need still to go with it. But the thing is that it's better options for Argentina and for Latin America, of course, but more interested in the region. And one thing, I don't think it's just completely new because I remember, for instance, Blinken coming to Argentina when Milei was elected. He went to the Pink House, the Casa Rosada, and stayed there showing some kind of, a new treatment to Latin America because it's very important in this new era because the United States is also looking for resilience in trade, etc. So I think it's great news because when we align in terms of convergence of interest, I think it's great news for Argentina because we have more trade, more investment, which has signed this new trade agreement with the U.S. Hopefully we're going to ratify in Congress soon. And that provides more opportunities for the Argentinian people. So how can one be against that? So I think that having this new interest of the U.S. in the region is super, super favorable because it's filling a vacuum that was filled, before by other authoritarian powers that many times didn't like market economy nor democracy. So it's great news.
Although,
oh my God. She has like the look of death on her face when she starts realizing, oh, she likes this policy. Oh,
yeah.
Oh shit.
She likes that.
She likes American and she likes free markets.
Right.
What are you talking about, you stupid bitch?
She also seems to be saying more things of substance than AOC in a language that's clearly not her first language.
I know.
Yeah, way more substance. I was trying to look for the look of death that she had.
Oh.
But they had one shot of her while she was doing her thing, and she was like, "Oh, what? what? You're supposed to. This is the part where we rip on Donald Trump."
Right.
The sort of naked grab for oil in Venezuela.
Well, but
now she's like coaxing her.
Yes.
This is hilarious. Why isn't she running as a Democratic candidate? I like this woman. Accent and all, bring her over.
I mean, I live with Venezuelan people in my country because there are a lot of exiles in Argentina living there.
Wait a second. Okay. Is this Sammy's accent, Sitch? Is that why? Is that why you guys go together?
Sammy doesn't have an accent.
Sammy has no accent.
Well, I don't fucking know. Isn't she a Latinx?
Barely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's like 1/4 or 1/8.
But she's been born in America. What if she's like a third generation American or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
she's more Japanese than Latino.
Exactly.
she's just white at this
she's
point.
She's a hafu anyway. Okay. She's only half
Hafu?
Latin. Yeah.
Oh, what's the other half?
Like German or something.
Oh wow. Cancels it out.
This is why you guys don't know this. Okay. Privately, she's so anti-Semitic towards me. It's crazy.
Wow.
She's half German, half Venezuelan. It's like full Nazi half the time.
She threatens you with bringing back the Holocaust, doesn't she?
She does. I'll say something and she looks at me dead in my eyes and she's like, now I know why they gassed the Jews. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh my God.
Well, she clearly escaped from Nazi Germany to go to South America, right?
Clearly.
Holy
Yeah, she's
shit.
clearly like the descendant. Yeah, so one of the Nazis that escaped.
Grab for oil in Venezuela.
But look at that little, you see the little expression she did with the, hey, help me out here.
Yes.
That little womanly, come on, help me out. This is the part where we're talking shit about this person. You're doing it wrong, bitch.
But I mean, I live with Venezuelan people in my country because there are a lot of exiles in Argentina living there. And I can tell you that they were really, really happy because sovereignty for them was not the oil. I mean, the fact that they had to flew away.
Do you really think Trump did something good? She's like so demoralized.
Their countries,
like,
even their.
Wait. So, okay. New super chat goal: Sammy SS uniform.
Oh wow.
Listen, she'll
do that for free.
Okay. There's an anime called The Saga of Tanya the Evil. Okay.
I know.
Which is basically like a lolly Hitler Nazi anime.
Yeah.
And if Sam could get away with it, she would 100% cosplay that character.
Oh my God.
So when pinned Sitch into that. Okay, so Sammy Nazi SS uniform and then Sitch concentration camp uniform.
Listen, that's a good role.
Oh my God, that's a great Halloween costume.
There you go.
You guys can pair up.
Exactly.
You get your little Jewish star. She gets her Nazi riding crop.
Mm-hmm. Can you believe someone on X, this is the funniest comment I think anyone's ever sent me. They accused me, and since they sincerely accused me of grooming Sammy.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And I was like, these people don't know. Sammy groomed me. She's grooming me. I'm the one in danger here.
Sitch was playing hard to get.
Yes.
Families living all their country to live in another countries. I mean, for them, they were happy. They were. I mean, it was.
Even though Machado was not made president or was not allowed to return as president.
Yeah, because it returns hope, because what was going on was intolerable. I mean, and they try everything possible. They try everything that was possible. They try elections. They go and knock the door to multilateral organizations, but nothing happened. There was a lot of diagnosis, but nothing happened in real concrete results. So that's something that we need to take into account, because democracy also fails, or populists also come when this kind of organization fails. So we need these organizations to work again and to be more responsive to the needs, especially of the people.
Oh my God.
Based.
Yes.
Yeah. Reality. I love it.
Battlemaster Mac, thanks for 38 months. It says, just wondering if you saw my Streamlabs donation. No, thank you. Sorry about that. Battlemaster Mac for $20 on Streamlabs, the superior platform.
Yeah, the much superior platform. Thank you.
Says, it sounds like Sitch and Adam need to return to the role of the world's greatest moderators and host some of these debates and conversations. Thanks for joining Dev. S-Class is best class, and A-Team reigns supreme.
Look, if V or Aiden Paladin or Spoon wants to come on and yell at Dev, I would be happy to moderate that.
There you go. Yeah.
Make
100%.
sure no one pulls a knife. Make sure no one gets out of hand. Make sure Aiden doesn't drink too much. I mean, I'll do my best.
Oh my God. It'll have to be next time because I'm nearly out of time. But check the group chat. I sent you an image I want you to put up.
Oh, look, Peter Boghossian's in the chat too. What's up, Peter?
Hey, what's up?
We haven't got to your video yet, so probably here because he saw himself in the thumbnail.
Yes.
He did a pretty insane video, so we're gonna watch a bit of it.
I was looking. Filthy Casual accused Dev of saying sus things.
Oh, what's
I'm
sus
looking
things
through
did I
the
say?
chat logs, and I don't see if there was an answer to what you were accusing him of saying, though. You guys are not aware that scientific grants are also hyper-political within the field. If someone's research might disprove my life's work, I would reject their funding types of politics. That is true. This happens even in apolitical fields like geology. because that was where I got my MSc, and I saw all kinds of that stuff. And we had a class where we learned to write proposals. LOL. Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
everyone's got politics involved in their perspective, which really sucks.
Yes.
Because where we're at culturally, I think if the culture is aligned to some extent, you can avoid.
Well, you have a lot of attention.
Oh my God, this is like a blast from the past.
Here. I know. Fill up the first of all, it's funny. I mean, is he been on Ozempic? Is everyone on Ozempic now? Look how skinny he is.
As another,
you know what?
Was he ever?
I gotta get going. I gotta get going before you guys start the next segment. So
okay.
But Dev,
it's dinner time, baby.
We're gonna miss you though.
Listen,
I guess we'll.
I'm not on Ozempic. I can still eat a full dinner.
Thanks for coming on. If you ever go on Ozempic, you're gonna have to change your channel name. Jesus.
That's true. So I know your chat doesn't necessarily like me, but that's okay. I like you guys. It's all fine. I will quickly shell for myself here.
Do it.
My latest big project was a 2-hour deep dive into a bunch of old Obama stuff. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like one of the recent lines of attack the right likes to use is that Obama was the most divisive president in American history. He brought in all the racism that Trump is now just responding to. You know, Obama destroyed race relations in the United States. And that's a really stupid idea. And so I did this 2-hour deep dive. I went over a whole bunch of Obama's old statements. I brought in some of the old critical theory stuff that I used to go over back when I was teaching at university. You know, I brought in all my deep diving expertise to this topic. So if you want to put on a very long video full of sources and play that while you're cleaning or something, please do consider checking it out.
And this video is on your channel right now?
Yes.
Cool.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Obama, we're in 2026. No. I'm responding to the right wing who's currently talking about Obama.
Like we've argued with our chat about this as well. I don't think Obama is as divisive as they believe Obama was. So
yeah. And you know what? I went around to every right winger. I collected all of their allegations and I looked into them in detail. They said, okay, this event was Obama being divisive. I went back. I watched all the interviews.
It's Trayvon Martin. He said he would look like me. I would have a son that looks like Trayvon Martin. I know all these. We've argued with our chat about this.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah, but basically, I went back. I went through everything that I could. I watched all the old shit. I put it into one big long video essay. So yeah, that's the situation.
Do you like Obama now? I was really disappointed in Obama in the last election, wagging his finger at people and saying, "You got to vote for Kamala, no matter how bad she sucks. Otherwise, you're not black."
Yeah, look right here. This guy. Hey, Dev. He said Trayvon Martin could have been his son. Yeah, that's fine. There's no problem with that. If you're triggered by that, you need to go to therapy and get the fuck over it.
Oh my God! Look, Dev, you're on a show with me, and you're responding to the chat.
Well, yeah, you're reasonable. You haven't said anything crazy for me to respond to.
It's a weird dynamic when you're just responding to the chat, but. It's okay.
I also respond. I respond to you too. I
haven't
just ignored you. So like, hey, this is the Dev and Sitch show. I don't know who else is here.
I told you guys to be nice to Dev.
Yeah, did you hear something? I heard like someone left the window open. I heard like a ghost sound.
That's me. That's me.
Is that
here.
Sammy talking in the other room? Sitch, what's going on?
Maybe she's talking too loud.
You guys can't hear me? Here, let me turn my mic up. Actually, just let me turn your mics off. Hey, everybody! Now we got a real show going here. So are you guys going to take off now? Now that the star of the show can only be heard? Okay. Well, have fun, you guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Oh my God.
Thanks for coming on, Dev.
Oh, yeah. Basically, I put out that video. If you have a spare 2 hours, please consider watching it. And yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Let's do it again sometime soon.
Always.
All right.
Yes. See ya.
All right. Philip DeFranco and his Ozempic.
Yeah. Well, let me say, and yeah, Peter Boghossian in the chat said, just came on to say hi. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you covering our content in a thoughtful way. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Always, Dr.
Peter's been on a
out
couple
there
times, so yeah,
doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, this Philip DeFranco video. I haven't seen Philip DeFranco in a long time. And it is like a blast from the past. And this video is if you haven't seen Philip DeFranco in a long time, you're going to be like, holy shit, how he has fallen off recently. It's so crazy. So crazy. But first, maybe the Streamlabs Wholesale for 2 hours says, so Dev, were you just making jokes about the firefighter who got shot because you thought it was funny or because you thought he was a piece of shit because of political opinions, even though he spent his life saving others? I think, didn't he talk about that like 2 streams ago? We had a whole conversation about that.
We should have done that one while he was here.
I know.
But
I know. But no, I'm pretty sure we talked about that the last couple times he was on. So Dev is just likes to be edgy and trigger people on X.
You nailed it when you laid out how people just civility is framed as being cucked now. And that's the problem.
I nailed it in 2 ways. That yes, civility and being moral is considered cucked. And then also it has to do with the environment of whether people feel like they're joking and being edgy or serious. Because if you're serious, then suddenly the edgy joke is more like
nefarious. Yeah.
Nefarious as opposed to just being edgy. So.
Yep. There's
Magor,
real political intent there.
True. Because like I don't like when Destiny was making the comments he made, I don't think he was being edgy. I think Dev was being edgy, and he said he was being edgy to me. And I
Destiny meant it. Yeah.
Destiny actually meant it.
He was gleeful. People were dying. His political adversaries were dying.
Magor for 2 hours
in front of their families.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Magor for 2 hours says, also, this is old, but Sitch is the GOAT. Thank you. Being more competent than the Department of Justice just because he actually reads and watches the source material. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for noticing.
And actually, we'll see, because we were trying to get Michael Tracy to come on this weekend, and he kind of wasn't really responding. He had responded.
He's been on like a million giant podcasts, so I just was assuming he might have. He might be like, well, I got this thing on Sunday that is huge, and maybe I'll just hold off. So
So yeah, he hadn't really been responding, and I didn't know if that was because I did see some post he made about like maybe cutting back on being on everyone's show, and he'd been on like Piers Morgan and all those other things. So I don't know, maybe he just like didn't care. But I don't know. Supposedly he sent some kind of message.
Zero Fucks stuck with it.
Zero Fucks
producer.
I know Zero Fucks
time producer of the show now.
It's producer for the show now. About like I think like an hour before the show, like, oh, did you still want me to come on? It's like, oh, we already like plan to have Dev on, do a bunch of other stuff. So we'll see. I still want to talk to him, so maybe he'll actually commit to coming on next Sunday. If he doesn't want to come on, I might cover a bunch of.
No, he's agreed to it. He said he would.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. Because otherwise, because there's a lot of things I want to talk to him about. Regarding the Epstein files and his position on a lot of things regarding Epstein files that I find very not great. So we'll see. I want to
hear this. I want you to hear this firm response. Okay,
I'm ready.
I think this is as firm as we're going to get, but
okay, I'm ready.
I'm sure I probably could do next Sunday. Yeah.
Okay. Send him back.
Why can't anyone just commit? Why can't they just say yes? I will do it.
Send them back the specific.
No, that's already been worked out. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I think that's a commitment. We can.
All right.
We can at least say, look, he welshed out, the coward.
Right.
If he doesn't come on, but look, he's
been calling everyone an ex. The coward doesn't talk to him. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, he's been. He's been calling out Dave Smith and some other people.
I wouldn't call him a coward, but I would say, look, why'd you stand us up? We were ready for you to come on.
Well, we'll
show,
talk.
right?
Listen, if he doesn't come on, I can just talk about it without him being here.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
It'll be that.
No,
show
he's got to come on. Look, people want him to come on.
Yes.
He's doing a bunch of shows. He's like super popular right now. So he's like, he's in it.
Well, he is the loudest Epstein apologist at the moment. So
he was on Piers Morgan. He did the All In podcast. I mean, he's like rubbing elbows with some really powerful people. So
yeah, the tactic is working.
Good for him.
Yes. Though I'm sure, we're kind of poised to invade Iran or to bomb Iran.
Upstage us?
I'm sure
next
that will
week
happen.
We're going to be in a total different place. You don't really think we're going to invade Iran? We're not going to do that.
I mean, we're going to 100% do something. We're going to do some sort of military action, like 100% certainty. They've like moved like half the fucking strike carrier group to like blow the shit out of Iran. Like they're going to do something. They're not going to just.
What if we just kidnap the leader like we did Maduro and put him in a cell right next to Maduro?
That'd be interesting.
We'll be like, look, we're collecting Pokemon cards here.
Right.
We got the Maduro Pokemon card. We got the
I think,
Ayatollah Pokemon card. Who's next?
There you
Syria.
go. Who's next? We gotta get. Why don't we get Putin?
That jackass.
You gotta add Putin to the collection, right?
Oh my God.
And then
Can you
Xi.
imagine? That would be like the grand finale.
No, Xi would be the grand finale. What if we did? What if we capped? That would be like, listen, Donald Trump may be corrupt, but I would forgive him if he kidnapped Putin and Xi. Okay, that'd be pretty base.
Yeah.
But I know Ryan Macbeth is like predicting based on like weather that he thinks is going to happen on the 25th or the 26th or something. But I know, knowing our luck, I'm sure.
Okay, so that's how
knowing our luck, I'm sure we'll have like a conversation for what Tracy set out finally on Sunday, and then that Sunday we'll be, invading Iran or something crazy.
No, we'll talk about that then.
So yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, well.
Look at that. We
Sala
got
for.
Oh, go ahead. We
Sala
got
for $2 says, how do you respond to the argument that when it comes to some of the unverified claims against Trump in the files, he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt, so you can believe them with no evidence? The truth deserves it. I think I would just respond that you should never believe unverified claims against anyone. You should say that they should be investigated. They should be looked into, obviously. But why would you just believe? I mean, it's stupid to just believe every random thing that is put in the Epstein files or every random thing a person says. Because, like, it's a different, if there was like an email and it was like Epstein, he has to consider the source. If there's an email and it's like Epstein, like emailing Donald Trump, and it's like, hey, did you enjoy that child that we molested together? Right. Then I'd be like, whoa, like, okay, I can believe people like, you're going to be more inclined to believe that, right? But if there's a bunch of people that are making unverified claims, and a lot of the people, the FBI even said that they did some sort of investigation and they didn't find them credible, then you guys say, okay, well, that's silly to just automatically believe that. I mean, people are only believing unverified claims just based on their politics anyway. So it's kind of like, how are you going to convince someone who wants to believe it in their heart and soul that, Trump diddled kids, or that it's kind of reminiscent of the whole like Joe Biden, firing the attorney general thing. People want to believe this thing in their heart and soul, and it doesn't really matter what the information says. So,
got a $20 Streamlabs.
And thank you, Sal, for $2. Says you should bring Ryan Mullally back on. He's been arguing against universal birthright citizenship, but he's also argued Elon didn't break the law because he just sent an email asking to go to the island and he wasn't invited. Well, I mean, he didn't break the law. He just lied about his connection with Epstein. So the birthright citizenship thing is silly to me, but I don't know if I really want to get into some sort of protracted legal argument with Ryan about it. But we'll see if that, because then whatever happened with that when's the Supreme Court ever going to hear that case?
Who knows? Trump just got a huge victory by the Supreme Court.
What was that?
He figured out that he was doing it wrong. Now he's going to do it the right way. So.
Oh, I see. I was going to say Trump got a huge loss by the Supreme Court.
No, that's a victory.
The tariff loss, which we'll talk about that later. So, Adam defunded for $20. Thank you so much. Says Sammy G is a Nazi because, like a good SS soldier, she stalked her prey to kill him, but instead she fell in love and now is trying to make Latino German babies that override Sitch's Jewish genes.
Oh my God.
Best class is a best class.
That would be a great movie right there.
There you go.
I can see that.
That's the movie. I like it.
Yeah. We should.
That's all true, by the way. Everything you just said is 100% true.
She's trying to dominate your genes. She's going to erase your genes from existence.
My genes are pretty strong. Okay. I got some strong swimmers, Adam. So
we'll see.
There's a lot of competition going. There's going to be a battlefield going on the genetic level. All right.
Oh my God. I
just hope that
in German.
Listen, if they can get like Sam's ability to visualize things, but my ability to read, then they'll be like a superpowered child.
There's not enough brain power for that. Come on, there's not enough hardware available. You gotta pick.
You got to choose.
That's how it works.
You either visualize or you can't read. You can't have both of those things. Okay.
But that also brings us to one of the other panelists that she pointed to as being more steeped in the subject, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Because when she spoke, everyone listened very intently, right? I mean, she's typically focused on domestic issues, and this was the most prominent foreign trip for her to date. Plus, you have people saying, if she's going to be running for president, which is not confirmed yet, then it is important to hear her philosophy on world affairs. And generally, her international message mirrored her domestic one.
This is why Philip DeFranco's so skinny now, because he's making these videos. He waves his arms around so much. It's like aerobic exercise. The pounds are just dripping off him. Well, should I do that, Sitch? Every time I talk, should I be like waving arms around.
That's the secret
Look,
to
I'm
success.
speaking over here.
You gotta
Speaking. I'm talking to you.
You gotta gesticulate a lot when you're moving around, right?
The fuck is this? Does he have a lot of deaf? Is he signing? Does he have a lot of deaf people in his audience?
Right, the United States needs to cooperate with allies to tamp down inequality, lift up the global working class, and combat far-right authoritarianism. Or with her also favoring diplomacy with Iran and saying that unconditional aid to Israel has enabled a genocide in Gaza. But then also with this, you saw
how is she supposed to make her AOC her whole big thing about the rules-based order? And it's just like, well, I guess Iran gets to do whatever the fuck it wants. That's that fine?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The Houthis get to do whatever the fuck they want. Is that's
of course?
Okay?
Yeah.
Rule-based order.
Because Israel's bad, so therefore, vis-a-vis.
Republicans seizing on a few specific moments where she seemed to stumble, and they try to use that as evidence that she and the Democrats more broadly are unserious about foreign policy.
Seemed to stumble.
I'm glad you picked it up. Seemed
that's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That word seemed.
Yes. There's the meme of like the word seemed is like the knight protecting the princess from the crown.
Totally. Yes. Yes.
The seamed is the soldier protecting the child with all the knives in his back. You're like, oh,
I mean, it seemed that way to a lot of people.
Yes. Yes.
For example, when she was asked about whether the U.S. should commit troops to defending Taiwan if China moves against it, she appeared to kind of fumble for a good 20 seconds before giving a non-answer.
I think that this is such a, I think that this is a.
Look, you can tell the dialogue in her head has nothing to do with the question. It's like, oh my God, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm in front of all these people. Say something, AOC, say something.
This is literally like a scene from a sitcom. You don't really see this. She pulled the pearl. She pulled the Pearl Davis. You don't usually see this.
Exactly right. That's so true. Yes. She's not contemplating the question. She's acting like she's contemplating the question. But really, she's just like, say anything.
Right. Well, you remember Jordan Peterson would sometimes someone asked Jordan Peterson a question and he'd like look down.
Yeah, but he was contemplating.
And you could tell he's thinking of an answer, right? He's like thinking of something like how to like word something. He wouldn't just be like, yeah.
Yeah,
nonsense.
Exactly. She's repeating the question back so that she can like kind of try to bullshit something together. Yeah. This is not a thoughtful answer. This is a stalling tactic.
This is, of course, a very longstanding policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point. And we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
Also with this, you had people pointing to another point where instead of saying transatlantic partnership, she said
Trans-Pacific Partnership.
With AOC later acknowledging that that was just a mistake. And then lastly, during a question about Venezuelan ex-president Nicolas Maduro, she said,
he canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator.
Right, and for context, Venezuela is just above the equator. And so with all that, you would...
Uh-oh. Oops.
How does she... it's funny, too, because, like, I didn't even know this, I think. She's like half Venezuelan or something.
Really?
Yeah.
No
way.
How
do you fuck that up? That's pretty bad.
Wow.
That's pretty bad. Do people not know this? That the reason the country is called Ecuador is because it's on the equator?
Oh, yeah.
That's how if you need to visualize where the equator is, just that's where Ecuador is.
Nice. Little cheat, little hack.
But the reason that she fucked it up is because, and this is a meme that the leftists regurgitate. They have this idea like, well, there's this place that's called the global south. Okay. It's anything south of Italy or south of America. And the northern hemisphere is where all the white people, evil white people live, evil white racists, and they treat all the people south of them horribly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what she meant.
Of course, like, south of the Mexico border.
Right. And it's so like ridiculous ideas like, oh, well, the only reason they got rid of Maduro, even though he was totally evil and sucked and was like horrible to all his people, but they got rid of him just because, racism.
Not only that, Maduro successfully pulled off a January 6th, and all they're doing is bitching about January 6th for years and years and years.
I know.
So what the fuck? Put two and two together, you dumbasses.
Yes.
Like what? No, Maduro should get away with his January 6th.
Right.
Because that's a rules-based order.
Right. Now, if you want to criticize the Trump administration's insanely bad messaging on it, I would agree in terms of like, well, we just want the oil. It's not good messaging.
Right.
That's fair.
People on the right kind of having a field day with this, mocking her as stupid, clueless, uninformed, and Trump joined in as well.
All true statements.
Watched AOC answering questions in Munich. This was not a good look for the United States. They started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer, very important questions concerning the world.
Which I gotta say, that's insane coming from a man whose entire shtick is calling reporters fake news when they ask questions that he doesn't like, and two, the man is a fucking gaffe machine. But among other things, he is the guy who apparently thought that he was about to board a plane to Russia to meet Putin. It was actually Alaska. And he repeatedly...
I noticed that he didn't play Trump's answer, which Trump's answer was actually good. So why do you think he left that out?
What actually, I didn't hear. What actually was Trump's answer?
Trump's answer was, I wouldn't comment on that because I'd be giving our strategy away.
Oh, well, there you go.
Which is a great answer.
Well, I guess, yeah. You can say as president. If AOC says that, that's kind of like, you're not president. You got to give an answer, bitch.
I think she could do something similar to that. I think you could pull that off.
She should just have been Chad and been like, we're gonna defend Taiwan, baby. Fuck China. Yeah. But she can't, because if she did that, all her socialist friends would get mad at her.
Yeah.
Mr. Greenland, the territory he wants to fucking invade because he didn't get the Nobel Prize for Iceland. Though personally, I will say one of my favorites is that time that he said George Washington's army took control of airports during the Revolutionary War.
It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
But anyway, you had AOC.
I didn't know Philip DeFranco. When I watched Philip DeFranco, he was trying to be the centrist.
That was years ago. That's all gone now.
Okay. Now he's just the anti-Trump guy?
Oh, no.
I feel like I'm watching a David Pakman video here.
It's going to get much worse.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
He actually telling the New York Times that she was frustrated by the way that her performance at Munich was microscopically dissected through the lens of what it meant for a hypothetical White House campaign. Saying this reporter came up.
First of all, this is a hypothetical White House campaign. What the fuck are you talking? There's no reason for you to be.
No reason. Yeah.
Yes. The three Democrats there was her, Gretchen Whitmer, and Gavin Newsom. Why are they there if it's not to run for president? Okay, fuck you.
All of them, yeah.
Yes, obviously. And then number two, I mean, I know that we only watched on the stream like 2 clips, but I watched her entire panel, the 2 panels, or 2 out of the 3 panels that she was on, and it was like her answers were horrible, and even worse than her answers, they were just meandering. They just didn't say much. She seemed very nervous for some reason, which it doesn't. When you're president, you have to project strength, which
you do.
Nothing she did. I mean, that's part of so much. I think why Trump is able to skate by on so much is that even when he clearly doesn't know what the fuck the question is or what he's talking about, he can bullshit his way through it in a way that at least projects like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, competence. Projects competence. Right. Yeah, she projected incompetence.
Well, I think Trump can project assertiveness. I don't know if I would say he projects competence. I'd say he projects assertiveness.
Okay.
It's a little different.
Okay.
But
up to me and was like, is Munich the new New Hampshire? And I cannot say enough how out of touch and missing the point genuinely that is. Global democracies are on fire the world over, and established parties are falling to right-wing populist movements. And adding that she went to Munich not because I'm running for president, not because I've made some kind of decision about a horse race or a candidacy, but because we need to sound the alarm bells that a lot of these folks in nicely pressed suits in that room will not be there much longer if we do not do something about the runaway inequality that is fueling far-right populist movements.
Well, you can't do
Bullshit.
First of all, bullshit. Number 2, you can't actually do that if you can't answer any of the fucking questions without looking like a retard.
Oh, of course. Obviously. Yeah. We're going to fight right-wing populism by being fucking retarded in front of everyone.
I love it.
It's a great strategy, isn't it?
AOC saying that argument was well received by the Europeans, including the German leaders that she privately met with. But also, she did
privately met with Sitch. What were you talking about, Kamala Harris earlier?
Yeah, okay.
What were you saying?
Listen.
What's going on here? Everyone, look, she was very well received behind closed doors. Okay, none of us saw it on the world stage, but something.
Participate in the viral clip drama at least a little bit because she took this shot at Trump's Secretary of State Marco Rubio for this claim.
Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the The entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous.
Archetype? What?
Oh
Oh my
no, he
God.
did a Candace Owens.
How did we miss that?
He did a
The
Candace
archetype.
Owens. No.
We watched this too. I completely missed that. But
I missed
that's
the
funny.
archetype.
with the American West. These were born in Spain.
And with that, you had AOC later calling that out in the same conference.
My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that.
Now that then, of course, it sparked this heated debate.
Is she like retarded? This is stupid as fuck. First of all, the fact that AOC is criticizing Marco Rubio, that really exposes the grift of like her being very anti-American and anti-West, because his entire speech was like, we need to be unified, like the West needs to be unified, which if you care about the rules-based order, you should be in favor of. But obviously she doesn't actually care about that. So, but then secondly, and I didn't actually know this until this whole controversy started off, like the whole thing of like, yes, the whole like cowboy ID and all that stuff came from Spain. And who the fuck do you think was in Mexico that were the fucking cowboys?
The Spanish, yeah.
Was it? Yeah. Did the Native Americans in Mexico just gain the universal knowledge of being cow folk to raise cows and horses, animals that didn't fucking exist until the Europeans brought them over there? Like,
Yeah.
what kind of fucking retarded thing is this?
They literally imported horses. Horses were not in North America before the Spanish showed up.
No. Neither were fucking domesticated cows.
So it is kind of crazy
Like,
for
what
her to
is
make
so
this and for
retarded?
everyone to giggle about it. Oh, look, they don't know anything. They're so stupid.
Well, obviously it came from Mexico, not from Spain. Oh, really? Thank you, retard. Thank you.
Yeah. Where did Mexico come from? Spain.
Like, what the fuck? Oh my God. And then the whole like I love that she has to throw in there too. It's like, and also like the blacks. Okay. The people of color. They were the real cowboys. Okay.
Right.
Not the white Americans. Like,
I've seen Django Unchained.
I know.
And I know about the cowboy.
Which again, something I didn't know, which was interesting, was that supposedly, according to some research, I think Phil brings it up, like a quarter of cowboys were black, or people that worked on ranches and stuff were black and stuff. So that's fine, but the idea that like, so a quarter of them were black, so that means that they created the entire fucking culture. Like, what kind of fucked up, crazy argument is that?
Look, and it's her leaning on identity politics. I'm telling you,
It is.
that ship has sailed.
It is.
It's the time for that is over. Did you watch that video I sent you of the girl who was a climate activist that has realized it was all completely stupid and completely turned around her position?
No, I didn't say that.
It's amazing. It's amazing. You should watch that this week. Maybe we can
Okay.
talk about it next week, because I keep wondering, because I hear AOC making all of these claims, and then I hear that woman who is deep in the climate activism stuff. The stuff she talks about is just so revealing about how doomer it is, and how everyone is just completely depressed. They're all getting tattoos because they think the world is going to end. All of them think they're all going to die soon anyway. Very depressing kind of environment. And she's like, as soon as I started looking into the science, I realized, oh, this is all bullshit. But that's the same road that the AOC crowd is going down. And I wonder how many young people are like that young person who was in the movement and has completely done a 180 on it. I wonder how many young people are going to do that. And AOC is going to go into this election, and there's not really going to be the taste for the kind of like 20-year-old meme she's spilling here.
Yeah. I do wonder. I do think a lot of like what's going on with like the very far left is unchecked mental illness.
I
It's
do,
kind of run
yes.
amok.
Yes.
Because we might watch some of it. There's like a Jessie Gender video that I sent you.
Yeah, I got that one in the thumbnail.
In the thumbnail. And she's talking about like Star Trek and how wrong it is that Critical Drinker and Narok and all these people like us are all shitting on the new Star Trek and how we're like fucking Nazis because we don't like, because we're attacking Star Trek, right?
Because we don't watch the CW because we're men.
Right.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
And there's a part, it's like at the end of that video and then another video that they did. And it's like, like she's like crying about like there she had a whole video. She's just like crying about like, she saw the people that were killed in Minneapolis. I forget the name. The woman who was, I already forgot that we covered. Alex Petty, and then the lady who was shot by ICE. And she's like, oh my God, I was like depressed and I was like crying and all this other stuff. And I'm like, listen, I don't think those people should have died, and it is sad. But like if you see like something,
it didn't
like,
ruin my whole month.
Yeah, like if you see something bad like happen somewhere in the world and it like destroys you for a month, like that means that there's like you have a problem. Like your empathy is running so wildly out of control that you can't function in like the normal world. Like, and you can have empathy with people, but you need like a healthy person, unfortunately, because we live in a fucked up world. Okay, we live in a fallen world because we live in a fucked up world where fucked up things happen. You do need to have the capacity to sort of be like, that's horrible, and I empathize with you, but I'm not going to like emotionally be distraught to something that happens to a stranger, like as if it's just like happened to me and like now, I'm ruined forever, right?
Or happened to my loved one. Yeah.
You can't, humans can't survive that way.
No.
And so, yeah, I think a lot of this is just unchecked mental. It's going crazy.
I'll drop a link to that video in the chat. People are asking. I'll post a link in the description too right now. Okay. So if people want to check it out, they can.
Online about where cowboys actually come from. Also, like if you looked online, you could tell it was like one of those debates where all of a sudden everyone was like a cowboy expert. And for a lot of it, it became very clear that it's about something much, much deeper. So you had those on the right pointing out that the Spanish had a long tradition of horsemanship, which they brought to the Americas, right? The earliest American cowboys were the vaqueros, with vaca being Spanish for cow, and even the lasso coming from the Spanish word for rope. But then Ted Cruz declaring victory over wokeness, writing at AOC, tell me you know nothing about history without saying you know nothing about history. But also, Ted, you should hold up, because it turns out that the actual history is a bit more complicated. Right, as the History Channel notes, first trained by the Spaniards who arrived in 1519 on land later known as Mexico, the original vaqueros were largely indigenous Mesoamerican men who were trained to wrangle cattle on horseback. Also, the vaqueros weren't just horsemen in the Spanish mold. They developed their own distinctive culture. They built their own saddles, they braided their own rope, invented their distinctive chaps, they tamed wild horses, and mastered the signature lasso. Plus, you have historians estimating that by the 19...
Okay, hold on. This is so despicable on a weird level that I don't know if everyone's like grasping here, which is that, okay, number one, the original claim is Marco Rubio is he's trying to draw a cultural connection between America and Europe. And he makes this comment about like, even something that people think of as like super American, like the cowboy, like has its roots
actually European,
in Spain, right? And then so the response is, well, Spaniards came to Mexico and they taught indigenous people, and then some of those indigenous people taught Americans. Well, first of all, even if that's 100% true, that completely
doesn't change anything.
Yeah, that completely validates Marco Rubio's point, you fucking retards, number one. Number two, when I looked into this, it's not even true the way it's being framed. Like in that time period, there were a lot of people in Mexico that were of mixed heritage between indigenous, like half indigenous and half Spaniard. Okay. But it wasn't the whole population. It wasn't the majority of the country, but there were a lot of people that were mixed. And some of those people that were mixed were cowboys. And some of those people that were mixed and were cowboys were teaching Americans in Texas and other stuff how to do cowboy shit. That is true. How does it, like, this is all part of Marco Rubio's point. It's not taking it away from Marco Rubio's point. It would only take it away if it was like the Native Americans were like, no, the Native Americans were the ones that they created the whole cowboy ideology. And they're the ones that taught the Americans from their own Native American ideology, from their own Native American experiences and culture, which is fucking untrue. And then on a third level, why I think this is so insidious is that even though it is true that a lot of this cowboy stuff, did come from Mexico and did come from Spain, the Americans didn't just like copy it like one for one. They took a lot of these ideas and then they made it different. They made it distinctly different. They made it distinctly American. And like, because I was kind of curious about this because I didn't really know anything about this. Like a lot of the ideas about cowboys in America, not a lot of it obviously is kind of romanticized by like dime novels and, high noons and Western shootouts and all this other shit. But a lot of it stems from the fact that there was a pretty distinctive difference between American cowboys and Mexican and Spaniard cowboys, because in Spain and Mexico, a lot of the cattle ranchers and cowboys were associated directly with specific ranches, and they worked for these specific ranches, and they kind of would just like move back and forth between them. Where in America, especially in Texas, and the land was a lot larger. A lot of the cowboys they were more like freelance, and they more like roamed the land. So they had more of the mythos of like the rugged individual
gig
out
workers.
There. Yeah, exactly. But this is like the whole idea of like the cowboy being that rugged individual out there, kind of in the West, doing their manifest destiny thing, kind of just out there doing their own thing. Like that's like a distinctly American part of the American cowboy idea. And like the fact that they're trying to like diminish that in this video, and a lot of people are trying to diminish this, it all to me smacks of this broader idea of people trying to say that there's no such thing as like an American culture or an American idea, or there's no such thing as any sort of Western shared values. That's what this is all about. It's so fucking weird, it's so insidious, it's so fucking racist that these people want to say, oh, every country that's not a white country, every Mexico, even though Mexico's technically white, depending on who you ask, but every every Latin country, every Black country, every Middle Eastern country, every Asian country, every country that's not America or European country has a distinct culture, a distinct cultural identity. But for some reason, right, if you're American or if you're from a European country, you don't really have a distinctive culture, and you could go fuck off.
Yep. All of that, and they are also using the stereotype I'm always pointing out, the culture thieves. White people are culture thieves stereotype. Yes. So she's basically saying Marco Rubio is doing the culture thief thing. He's trying to take credit for something that we didn't actually do. These other people did it. This was their culture that we stole from them.
Yes.
Yeah, which is it's sick. It's totally sick. He's saying it because he's trying to say, look, we have this shared history. We have the bonds of our societies go back forever, right? And she's going bullshit.
Actually, it was the non-whites that did this.
Exactly.
And you stole it from them because white people steal, and that's what the white people do. They just steal, and then they screw everyone else over.
Yep, exactly.
No, you're 100%
that's what capitalism is. It's just theft from hardworking people.
Right. And that's what she meant when she was talking about the rules-based order was like always fake and everything. And you're 100% right. I'm glad you brought that up because
that's how you know she's dumb, because the stereotype does the thinking for her. She's not really thinking. She's just fucking using the identity politics.
When in reality, if you actually look into any of this shit, every culture that's successful will take ideas that are successful from other cultures and incorporate them into their culture.
Yeah.
Constantly. As every human, it's the same thing, where they say like, all artists, all art is derivative. Okay. It's always based off of something else. Same thing with culture. It's always based off of something fucking else. These things don't just, come out of a fucking vacuum from fucking nowhere. No, someone sees someone doing something and they go, oh, that seems useful or that seems interesting. I'm going to copy it. And then it catches on.
It's an evolutionary process. Even them,
it's called a meme almost.
Imagine framing having kids as like stealing someone else's genes.
Right.
You've stolen those genes from that person.
Yes.
That's their attitude. They're like, oh my God. They're just doomers. They're fucking doomers. That's all they are.
Yeah.
And some people gain political power by catering to the doomers, and that's what AOC is trying to do. Well, but look, I think we're in a new time here. I think people are done with the doomerism.
Yeah, I hope so. A lot of people on the right will criticize these people, saying that they're, they always bring up the stupid heat graph, which they always completely misinterpret, either intentionally or unintentionally. And they always say like, oh, these people on the left are universalists, and that's the problem. They believe in universalism. But it's not true. They don't. These people don't. The far left people do not believe in universalism whatsoever. They believe very clearly in the power oppression hierarchy, and that there's these evil white people at the top of this hierarchy, and that they're the bad guys and they're doing all the bad things, and everyone else below them are all the good guys, and they need to be protected, and you need to be completely deferential to them, and you need to attack.
Quarter of all cowboys.
Well, what happened? We're going out. We're losing it. Oh no, we're losing him.
What?
The patient's dying.
What happened?
You were cutting out a little bit.
Oh. That's too early for me to cut out.
I know. What's going on here?
a quarter of all cowboys were black. It was only with the Hollywood Westerns of the early 20th century that cowboys were seen as heroic white Americans rather than the multiracial groups that actually developed the practice. But also, like with AOC, I don't want this one moment to completely overshadow everything else that Marco Rubio said in his speech. Because on the one hand, he took a much friendlier, more cooperative posture toward Europe than Trump and Vance have, which gave many there some reassurance. But on the other hand, the common ground that he found between America and Europe, it was a little abstract, and to many, it sounded like a dog whistle for race.
We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally.
Now, we should note here that scholars debate whether the concept Western civilization is even useful or historically tenable, but even putting
God. Fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking The point of language. Okay, I have to explain this to Philip how would we say it? Philip the retardo.
The fucktard.
Okay. The fucktard. Philip the fucktard. I like that. I have to explain this to Philip the fucktard. The entire point of language is you want to be able to say a mouth sound, and when you say the mouth sound, people know what you mean. They have a concept in their head that matches it, right?
Clearly.
So I say the mouth sound of tree, and then you go, a tree, okay. Maybe we're not thinking of the exact same tree, but you think of like a little brown tree with green leaves, right? You got some idea in your head. You know the concept I'm fucking talking about. So
an oak tree on my shield.
There you
in
go.
Summertime.
Right. Twilight with a falling meteor in the background, yes. So when Marco Rubio says Western civilization, and he's talking to a bunch of fucking Europeans, everyone knows what the fuck he's talking about. Everyone knows what he means. Everyone knows what he fucking means. And you have these pieces of shit like Philip DeFranco who want to be like, well, actually, I mean, do we know what that means? I have some like fucking socials here that says we actually don't know what that means. Is that term actually mean anything? I don't fucking know. Let's just deconstruct all language so nothing means anything anymore. Aqua, water, H2O, what does it all mean? Nobody knows. We can't actually have any conversations. And it's like, I fucking hate to say it because I don't even fucking like the guy who coined it, but he's so fucking right. The fucking Twitter meme where it's like so much of the fucking discourse is leftists pretending to not understand what everyone fucking understands. And then being like, prove it. It's like, you all know what the fuck we're talking about here. Everyone knows what the fuck we're talking about here. When you say Western civilization, which by the way, the people that are not part of Western civilization, like Russia and China, they use the term too. They use it in a derogatory way, like all those fucking Westerners, right? So, like, what are you doing?
I love Carl to death, but he tried to pull this one time when he's on with the word middle class, and I was like, what the fuck, middle class? What the fuck? I was losing my mind. Yes, look, there are these terms. Everyone knows what the fuck we're talking about here.
Yes.
But then you've got to step aside and be like, no, define that term.
Yes.
Aside, many of the things that Rubio thinks bind the West together, language, culture, religion, ancestry, they are precisely things that tore Europe apart in bloody wars for centuries. Yet Rubio cast all of Europe as one unified civilization that single-handedly made the United States what it is. Or with him lumping together Christopher Columbus, English settlers, Scots-Irish frontiersmen, German farmers and craftsmen, French fur traders and explorers, and of course, Spanish cowboys.
Yeah, you know what? When Marco Rubio is talking to a bunch of European leaders and he's trying to be like, hey, listen, I know JD Vance basically came here and said to go fuck yourself.
Yeah, he's trying to form alliances with these people.
Right. And that America is giving you the double bird and we're building a wall and we're hiding behind it. And I'm going to come out and I'm going to say, listen, we actually have like a lot of shared values and a lot of shared history and a lot of shared culture, right? So we should all be friends. We should all be allies. Phil DeFranco's like, well, actually, excuse me. How could you say that when Europeans have been fighting each other for so many years? Like, are you stupid, Marco? Come on.
Can you imagine if Marco came out and started talking about all the wars? World War II, World War I. You guys were at each other. So it's killing everyone.
Yeah.
We had to step in and beat you back.
Yes. Yeah. What if Marco Rubio was like, and fuck you, Germany? Why do you keep fucking starting wars? What the fuck are you doing?
Exactly.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
The time and the place, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Yes. JD Vance is a bad cop. Marco's the good cop.
Yeah. What is this fucking performative racist bullshit that Philip DeFranco is doing. Because that's what this is. This is performative, racist, anti-Western, anti-white, anti-European bullshit. That's what he's doing.
It's audience capture.
I guess.
He's influenced by all the people who grew up believing this shit. All the college grads now who believe America is terrible.
I bet you there's a video. I should have gone back. I didn't even think to do it just till now. I bet you there's a video of him going to that JD Vance speech and going, oh my God, JD Vance, he said the craziest things to our beautiful, wonderful European allies. How dare
you're probably right. You're
How
probably
dare
right.
he do this? And then it's like, then Marco Rubio comes on, does the opposite. He's like, oh, he's a big fucking racist. How dare he do this?
So insane. The shit we have to put up with these days.
I know.
Well, you had many noting he made no mention of any contribution by non-European peoples, no mention of the slaves who picked the cotton, no mention of the Chinese who built the railroads, nothing about the Mexicans who labored on farms. And that's just...
Well, if Marco Rubio was in China or in Mexico or in some African country trying to build a fucking alliance, I'm pretty sure he would have brought that shit up. He wasn't doing that at the moment, was he, retard? This is like the whole, the people that are like, okay, you need to, whenever you're speaking, you need to do a land acknowledgement. Like you have to perform your land acknowledgement. Right? You have to talk about literally everything.
Don't get me started
that ever
on
happened.
the land acknowledgements.
Yes, exactly.
I'll explode.
You have to bring in every fucking thing that's ever happened before Marco Rubio gives a speech. Okay, he should have to pull a tome that is the history of the world, and he should have to read from start to finish. This just feels like
list all the bodies, everyone killed.
Doesn't this feels like a race of aliens that they would meet in Star Trek that are like impossible to communicate with, because every time you talk to them, they have to have all the context of like existence before they get to the new point, right? You're talking to a bunch of fucking Ents from Lord of the Rings. You're like, well, we have to start from the very beginning of time before we talk about this.
Are they autistic or are they neurotic?
Both.
No,
the deadliest combo.
Just kind of naming a few of the many, many examples. In fact, the only times that Rubio mentioned non-white people, it was to paint them as dangerous threats, with him claiming that mass migration is destabilizing Western societies, disrupting cultural cohesion, and threatening the future of what he called our people. Though apparently...
Our people, the white people, that's what he means.
Those things are all true, Philip.
He doesn't care when that migration goes the other way, because he waxed nostalgic about how for 5 centuries, the West had sent missionaries, pilgrims, soldiers, and explorers across oceans to build vast empires, but only stopped expanding after World War II.
The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings.
But as others have pointed out, that seems to fly in the face of his earlier argument, because the 5 centuries that he wants to go back to was a time when Europeans were almost constantly killing each other. In fact, the post-war period that he doesn't like, it was one of the most stable and peaceful periods in transatlantic history. But anyway, right, with all of this, you had...
Marco Rubio didn't say that we were in the post-World War II. Like, oh yes, World War II was a mistake. He wasn't making that argument.
Rubio saying that just as leaders refuse to allow the decline of Western dominance in centuries past, Donald Trump and the United States want to do that again together with Europe.
This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization.
So with all that said, just to give my opinion here, I think the few gaffes aside, it is important to really boil this down. AOC's message was about inequality fueling far-right movements, the need for diplomacy, the opposition to unconditional military aid. Rubio's message was about restoring Western dominance, lamenting the end of colonialism, and framing non-white migration as a threat to our people. But because AOC fumbled the Taiwan question and mispronounced one word, Republicans, including Trump, the man who thinks that George Washington captured fucking airports, seized onto it as proof that Democrats don't understand foreign policy. Meanwhile, Rubio explicitly said anti-colonial uprisings were bad, praised 5 centuries of empire building, and argued that we need to stop being shackled by guilt and shame about Western history. When AOC said that she went to Munich to sound the alarm about inequality fueling...
The reason that you're having right-wing populist uprisings across Europe, and even in America, Phil, is for 2 reasons. Because number one, you do have unchecked, unfettered migration in a lot of European countries, and we do have a big immigration problem in America. That's why there's a backlash, you dumb motherfucker. Okay? So if you want to stop the backlash, you got to stop the thing that's causing people to have the backlash in the first place.
Okay? No, you just got to re-educate them, Sitch. Come on.
Okay.
You got to re-educate all these people through Star Trek, through the next Star Trek show.
Of course. And it's the same thing.
Starfleet Academy.
It's the exact same thing with this idea. Like, okay, so you have a lot of people immigrating to our country, and as long as they're assimilating, that's fine. As long as people will assimilate into our culture and become part of the culture, that's fine. But if you have the double whammy of all these people coming to your country, but at the same time, they're told explicitly by fucking retards like Philip DeFranco and AOC and all these other people that they shouldn't assimilate, because why the fuck should you assimilate to a culture that's an evil, imperialist, capitalist, dominating, racist culture? Then that's when you get the double whammy of shit, where now you have a bunch of people coming to your country and they're not even fucking assimilating. They're not even becoming American or whatever country that we're talking about.
Why would you adopt a stolen culture from a bunch of thieves, a bunch of culture thieves, Sitch?
You wouldn't.
It's insane.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, you tell them to fuck off. You give them the finger. Be like, you steal my culture, fuck you.
Far-right movements. She's describing exactly what Rubio's speech represents. He's not offering solutions to global problems. He's offering white Western identity politics as foreign policy. And the fact that mainstream coverage is treating these two performances as equivalent is journalistic malpractice. But hey, again, and as always, this is the Philip DeFranco Show. You get the news, my opinion, and whether you agree or you disagree with me, let me know what you're thinking in those comments, whether it be this story.
You're a cuck. That's what I'm thinking in those comments. Fuck you, Philip DeFranco. I'm glad you're a piece of shit. Nobody listens to you anymore.
God, no. Did you know how far he had fallen? Like, this is insane. This is such.
Well, this video probably has millions of views because everyone just slurps it right up. They're like, oh yeah, please give me your anti-American bullshit.
So fucking terrible. God, what?
All these white people.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
God, what the fuck? What happened to Philip DeFranco? What the fuck happened to Philip DeFranco?
The white guilt became insurmountable for him.
All the Ozempic like melted his brain, I think.
Yeah.
That's what
terrible
probably
stuff.
Happened. Okay.
I got to go check the heater. It's for some, like a light switched, and it's like, it's so hot in here right now. I don't know what's going on.
Okay,
go check. It's been winter for the last few days, so
you got to finally turn the AC on.
I might have to actually.
Finally getting hot. You're like, oh my god,
in my office isn't working right now, so it's like,
no.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Pull up another video.
You go do that. I'll go put another video. I'll read a super chat.
On October 4th, 2025.
This
on October
guy. This motherfucking guy. But first, before we watch that guy, Dr. Diddler, thank you so much for the $3. Says AOC is on the Hillary path of politics, has stupid opinions, and then get your senior politician to mold you into someone who will lie for power. I look forward to her inevitable defeat 10 to 20 years from now. Yeah, I don't. Well, I listen. I'm not a Hillary fan, but I think that's even unfair to Hillary. I don't think Hillary was stupid. She was just she was a charismatic black hole. And she had zero confidence in herself because she was a charismatic black hole. So she would just do everything by committee, where she would just be like, oh, I have to like have all the polls tell me what to think and what to say. Dr. for $2 says, impressing the Germans is easy. Just go off about how terrible Germany is, and they start giving a detailed over explanation of something irrelevant and pointlessly complicated. Oh, there you go. I didn't know that.
I'm back.
Dr. $2 says, American culture is a combination of ideas and thoughts that bubble to the top. Arguing that something isn't American because it doesn't originate here is arguing that America equals white people indirectly.
Yeah, of course.
That's true. Oh, and I don't know if you saw this, Spider-Man got in some trouble too because he was like trying to claim that Americans didn't invent any food. And I was like, how dare you?
Really?
Sir? Oh, how dare you?
What about hamburgers and hot dogs?
No, he was like, well, hamburgers come from Hamburg, Germany.
Do they really?
They don't actually. So, because this was kind of stupid. Like a lot of foods that people think of American, like, yeah, they were some version of them in another country, but then
we made them better.
But we change it in some fashion, and then it becomes, kind of like the American version of it.
Are you telling me chicken McNuggets are from somewhere else in the world? Come on.
Well, actually, I don't.
The fuck
that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
That's as American as it gets. The chicken McNuggets?
Like, I
believe
actually
are made in a fucking mold.
And someone correct me if I'm incorrect about this. I'm pretty sure that like when we think of like sushi rolls, like that's kind of like the American version of sushi
Oh,
that like we made popular in America.
nice.
So look, America makes everything better. In like the Chinese food, we think of Chinese food as like American Chinese food. So we make everything better. Okay.
Of course. Yeah. We just add a bunch of sugar to it. It's great.
So this is a channel called The Man Carrying Thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he does this kind of obnoxious thing where he like kind of tries to pretend that he's not like a hyper far leftist when he is a hyper far leftist. He's even part of that platform. I think was it Nebula or whatever.
Nebula,
the one that all the
yeah.
socialists was on.
Heard that at the end, and I was like, oh,
right,
of course.
And he's like, oh, you should join Nebula, and you can watch all these amazing creators like Big Joel, ContraPoints. Like he just goes through all of them, and it's like, oh, okay, like just be obvious, just be honest about what exactly is going on here.
I mean, I watched this. I watched Ben Shapiro's review of One Battle After Another, and I wasn't really super impressed by it anyway. So I don't think I would go for bat with What a Genius review.
No,
all of it seemed like nitpicks to me. So
but
I did a review of One Battle After Another. That's amazing. That's on our media channel. You should check out. So I mean, I really tried to think about why this movie sucks so bad. And I actually liked the first half of the movie because I thought they were doing something like taboo, but it turns out, no, they weren't doing anything taboo. It wasn't anything revolutionary.
No. And yeah, the point of covering this is not to defend Ben Shapiro's like shitty film critique of something. It's just the way that this guy talks about this movie is kind of baffling. In the way that he is criticizing Ben Shapiro is kind of baffling. It feels very dishonest to me and very stupid. But actually, before we watch this video, he did this 1 minute video here.
Hey, did you?
Now this is about the Hassan shocking his dog situation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now this video to me is hyper deceptive because you could watch this and you could think, oh, he's being neutral. But in reality, what he's doing is he's intentionally trying to muddy the water about Hassan's dog shocking to make it like, well, I guess we'll never know. So you should just give Hassan the benefit of the doubt. And if you doubt that, Hassan actually watched this video and praised it. Okay.
Hold on. How will we never know? I mean, the evidence is overwhelming that we do know.
You'll see. Look, this is day one, okay? Day one of the Hassan shocking his dog drama.
If I was in charge of the DOJ, I would be like, prosecute Hassan. We have enough evidence.
There you go.
We have the evidence.
We have
animal cruelty. Bring him in.
Get him.
Hey, did you hear? What? Infamous radical extremist and charlatan Hassan Piker electrocuted his dog while streaming live to his thousands of brainwashed fans. Seriously? What the hell? Yeah, he reached off screen for like a button or something and then his dog yelped. That's terrible. Damn. Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, why? Hey, did you hear? Beloved celebrity and social democrat content creator Hassan Abi refuted the claims that he shocked his dog. Wait, I thought he did, though. That was a mass smear campaign. He showed the actual collar he uses, and it doesn't shock dogs, apparently. Okay, well, I'm glad he didn't do that, then. Yeah. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, political opportunist and con man Hassan Piker actually did shock his dog. There's new evidence.
So if you're just listening, you now says day 10,000, okay?
Any updates? Several. The idea of a person known as Hassan Piker is possibly, though without certainty, using maladaptive methods of animal training. However, the subject has hit national attention, and at this point, the nature of truth is highly unknown. I'm not following. Thousands of reports, videos, deep dives, and investigations have churned up seemingly contradictory information. The incident, as it shall forthwith be known, has attained a status only comparable to crisis events. Crisis? A comic book event wherein timelines are reset, organized, and/or restructured for continuity. Did he shock his dog or not? Factions of political thought have shifted. The reality through which we previously measured scientific phenomena has broken down. It's become clear that all that can be unknown can never be unknown, and vice versa. What do you think happened? I don't know. Is this just how the internet works now? Or... Yeah. Great.
Oh my
Look,
God, you're right.
You
totally
can never know. It doesn't matter that he super sussly shows you the collar that has a piece of tape on it, that he even admitted had a piece of tape on it. that he just flashes across the screen, very sussly. Doesn't matter that his actual trainer repeatedly talks about using shock collars, that his dog seems to be in a fucking commercial for that trainer talking about shock collars. None of that stuff matters. We can just never fucking know because a bunch of Hassan simps say, no, he didn't do that.
Right. It's undeniable. We all know.
So,
the only one who doesn't know are the people who want to suck Hassan's dick. Those are the only people. Those are the only people who are like, we can't really know.
Oh, we can never know. We'll never know whether Hassan shocked his dog, even though it's the most obvious fucking thing on the planet that he shocked his fucking dog.
Yeah.
And still this day, never said, here's the collar. Let me remove the tape. Let me show you very clearly that this collar is not capable of shocking. Here's the remote. Here's all the things that he could have very easily done at any point to disprove the fact that it was a shock collar. I haven't done a single thing.
Yeah, Hassan loves that he got away with it too, because he knows he shocks his dog. He knows. He's just like, oh God, I hope I can pull this one over on the internet. It's going to be tough. I'm going to need a bunch of really dumb simps to go out there and make excuses for me. I hope they do. I hope they do.
So,
and this guy's like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
Do you know that Hassan has a soundboard now?
Oh, please make it stop. You're kidding me, right?
No. So Hassan has a soundboard where he plays wacky sound effects like it's a radio show from the 2000s or something.
Oh my God.
And so
he got Jank's soundboard. He's like, Uncle Jank.
Yes.
Remember the soundboard? How do I do that?
Right. And so one of the sound effects on his soundboard is an electrocute sound that he's going to press whenever he tells Kaya place. He presses the electrocute sound effect.
Oh my God.
Okay. So you have your duping
and
delay going on.
That is supposed to be ironic, right?
Right. But here's the thing. And I realize it because whenever you see him, he reaches off screen for the soundboard, right? So now it's very easy for him to hide when he hits the remote because is he reaching for the remote or he's reaching for the soundboard?
So he's back to shocking his dog is what you're telling me.
Yes. He's back to shocking his dog. We saw that clip, that Hutch clip. He 100% looked like he shocked his dog again.
Oh my God. He has to do it because he's so desperate for the dog to do whatever he says. It's like his slave, his fucking stream slave.
Yep.
I feel so bad.
But we can never know, according to this guy. It's impossible to know.
Yeah. That's sad.
Oh wait, then did not put the right one in there.
On October.
Okay, so now let's see. This is about one battle after another. The best movie.
Now you
of
liked
the year.
this movie. I didn't.
Oh
like
my
it,
God, I fucking loved hating this piece
Come
of
on,
shit
we have
movie.
okay. Thank goodness.
Yes.
We have some overlap with EFAP. I thought you were actually going to say a bunch of people are going to go, oh yeah, Sitch really loved this movie.
No, fuck that. No.
Yeah.
We actually, if you didn't see, we did a review of this on our media channel. This movie is one of the worst movies I've seen in the year, I think. Well, I guess it hasn't been a long year, but it's easily the worst movie I've seen of the year so far. It'll probably continue to be that. Not the worst TV
And
show.
look, it's going to be the worst movie to ever win Best Picture.
That is true.
And the Lockjaw is going to be denied his third Academy Award.
Good.
Sean Penn, yeah.
I don't want old perverts who are playing old perverted white men to win Academy Awards. Fuck that.
Who's campaigning so hard for his third Academy Award that he actually started dating a trans woman 2 years ago when they started making the film. Because he knew he didn't stand a chance as a white person in Hollywood. Everyone knows. No one's hiring white people unless you're already famous. So if he wins his third Academy Award, he will be in the elite club with like Jack Nicholson. There's only 6 other actors that have won.
He's not going to be one of them.
Awards.
Yes.
Well, look, he's probably going to be at the Academy Awards with his trans girlfriend. True. He's probably going to have a boner all night long. So everyone knows. They're going to be like, oh yeah, that's a trans woman.
True.
That's campaigning.
I know. Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $20. Says, rather than the left's unchecked mental illness, I have vetted my mental illness, decided it was correct, and I think the voice in my head have my best interests at heart. Well, That's a good attitude to have, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
that's a great attitude.
Trust the random voices in your head.
Yeah, they're mostly right. And when they're not, just a few people die. So, you know.
There's actually a horrible story about that recently.
We're actually going to be checking in on the Academy Awards this year. We have to because of this movie. We really do. Because it's going to be insane. Like, it's up against Sinners. Sinners was 10 times better than One Battle After Another. But Sinners was not like it's not like Schindler's List, or it's not like a movie that's like super moving or anything.
Yeah, but here's that actually wokeness might help though for once, because Sinners is a movie about Black people, right? So maybe that will, and it does have race issues embedded in it thematically. So maybe that will allow Hollywood to give the better movie the award over the shittier movie the award.
Yeah, that's tough because I guess there really are. I haven't really considered that a movie that's better qualified for an Academy Award. Movies are just so shit these days. None of them really deserve an Academy Award, to be honest, right? I liked Weapons a lot. I thought Weapons was really good. I was surprised that Critical Drinker said Formula One was his favorite movie of the year. I was like, really?
I never saw
Did you even see Formula One?
No.
I watched it and it was kind of a chore to get through. It wasn't real. I mean, it was okay. I mean, it was competent.
I don't really care about car racing, so I was just
Subject matter is a lot of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Wasn't there a Predator movie? That movie was painful.
Definitely not worth an Academy Award.
Yeah.
Potentially criminal. Thanks so much, Sean, for $20. Thank you.
Wow. Look at that. Thanks.
Says Shilly D is making the argument that America has always been a diverse collection of cultures and traditions instead of being a bunch of racist white men. I like it. There you go. Well, that's what American culture is. So he should shut the fuck, Phillips should shut the fuck up and be happy about it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what this guy has to say about this amazing movie.
4th, 2025, Ben Shapiro posted his review of one of the most critically acclaimed movies of the year, One Battle After Another.
And at one point she says that the gun is for fun, but her genitalia, that is for fighting.
This video he posted is, in my opinion, an unsuccessful work of film criticism. And you might be thinking, yeah, I'm sure it is.
Give me everything.
See, look, he says it's critically acclaimed, but he doesn't give his reasons why it deserves that critical acclaim. I mean, I gave a ton of reasons in my video why it doesn't deserve any critical acclaim.
Right.
Because it's like very unclear what's going on.
There also is a great irony here too, because he plays a lot of clips of like Ben Shapiro just saying things, and then he doesn't comment why necessarily that they're wrong. Like some of them he does, but a lot of them he just like, these clips, he's just like, oh, here's a clip of Ben Shapiro saying something, just so the audience is already like they already know why that makes it bad. And then he criticized Ben Shapiro for doing the same thing, saying, well, Ben Shapiro just reads off a bunch of things that happens in the movie and doesn't actually explain why they're bad.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So he does the same exact thing. Yeah. I didn't really hear a good critique of the movie in his like whinging about Ben Shapiro.
Right.
You got for this wet ass P word. I mean, a bucket and a mop.
So I clicked on his video just to see what the general reaction was, and I was shocked to see that the vast majority of the comments under the review were uniformly negative, like across the political spectrum. I mean, some of these comments are, at this point you have to wonder what the hell happened in this review. So I watched the video, and here I am to talk about it. Is it low-hanging fruit? Probably. But it is such a bad work of criticism that it is kind of instructive. It highlights mistakes that I see many people make when critiquing art, but just too.
Oh, look, he's going to teach us how to critique art, Sitch. This is great. I need to learn that. Oh, look, I'm an artist. I need some good critique here. Teach me.
I can guess. Okay. I can go to a limb here and guess that the right-wing audience of Ben Shapiro is totally on board with hating on the movie One Battle After the Other, and that the comment section on his video, if there are comments that are anti-Ben Shapiro, are a bunch of leftists brigading his comments.
Of course.
I can guess that. Now, this gentleman
seems
just said,
obvious.
Now, this gentleman, and I don't know what kind of magical psychic power he has, but if you heard, he just said, oh, people across the political spectrum on both left and right went to Ben Shapiro's comment section and told him that he was wrong about this movie.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he has access, the super secret access to the YouTube feature that when you look at people's names, it has a D or an R next to it, so you know what their political leaning
Well,
is.
you can see what channels they're following, though, and that's usually a pretty good indicator. So,
okay, so you think he went to every single
I
comment?
don't. I do not think. I don't think he did that.
said,
I think if we
"What
went to the
channel?"
ones that he showed, they would probably all be subscribed to Big Joel.
No,
every single one of those comments would be
Right.
subscribed
Right.
to Big Joel, and David Pacman.
No, actually, I don't know, because when I click, I'm at the thing, I'm looking at some of the comments, and when I click on their names, it doesn't show what channels they're subscribed. For most of them, it doesn't show what channel they're subscribed to.
Some
just
of them
shows
it does. You can turn the feature off. You can
Oh,
go in
okay.
like full private mode.
Right.
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. So if you're clicking on somebody you can't see anything, they've turned on the private mode where
'Cause all these
you
top
don't-
comments.
You don't share the channels you're subscribed to. But a lot of people, I think you have to opt out of it. A lot of people don't do that. So
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, because
they're broadcasting who
all
they're
these
subscribed to.
all these videos that are, I mean, all these commenters that are criticizing his take.
It's
none of
turned
them-
off on mine. Mine's
Yeah.
obviously turned off because I like most of the stuff I subscribe to is like too insane. So
Right.
I don't want our audience to know all the crazy shit I subscribe to. So are you
heightened
looking
degree.
Okay, good. We're gonna go on.
Because it is so bad.
I know, this is so stupid. The whole thing's it's such a stupid movie.
I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try to pretend this video exists in a vacuum. I'm going to pretend I have no knowledge of Ben Shapiro or his politics, and I'm going to look closely at this review and point out what I think it does wrong. Since Ben doesn't say this in his own review, light spoilers for the film One Battle After Another. Ben Shapiro starts this review with an admirable amount of energy.
First of all, not good. Do not like. Bad.
Personally, I don't mind people starting reviews like this. It reminds me in some ways of Roger Ebert's famous review of North. When people have like an honest reaction to a movie and get like emotionally worked up to something, like I think that's nice. So let's see how much Ben Shapiro really hated this movie.
The direction is top tier because it's Paul Thomas Anderson, meaning it's a beautiful looking film. It moves quickly. The music is actually quite good. I thought that the score was effective. The cinematography is beautiful. There is a car chase scene near the end that is well choreographed.
Despite having great direction,
No, I'm gonna have to disagree with Ben here. Okay, I fucking hated the music in this movie with a burning passion.
Okay, you didn't like it.
Yes, there were parts in this movie where the soundtrack was super loud and just very like continuous on like a short loop, and I was like, "What?" I felt like you complaining about background music in a video. There's even parts too where like I forget what scene it was. It might have been when he was doing something with Benicio del Toro or something, where it's like the music was like like it was like mixed the same volume as the dialogue. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
I had to fix my sink and I looked up a Lowe's tutorial and there was background music in the fucking Lowe's tutorial. I was like, what the fuck is happening here?
Yes.
What is happening?
Yes.
A tutorial on how to fix your sink.
And then
the internet needs to die.
And it was like, I bet it was like copyright free music.
Yeah, it was terrible
Little
elevator
bells.
music. Look, and I had to watch it too because I had to fix my fucking sink. I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Well, see,
How
nowadays,
is this possible?
and now in the future, it's all going to be like that same AI voice. Now it's going to be the horrible copyright free music
terrible.
with the fucking AI voice, and then a bunch of like meme sound effects, like cheering sound
Terrible.
effects every time the person does something.
Yay, he fixed it.
Like, oh my god.
Look at what do you think of this movie analysis here? He's like, look, he's trying to make a joke here, obviously, but he's like, it had great cinematography, it had great music, it had great, everything, but he doesn't mention the story. So he's like, so
Well, he's
how could
about
it not
to.
be great?
Yeah, right.
gorgeous cinematography, a great.
Well, hold on. So yeah, but it's a little spoiler. Yes, Ben Shapiro's going to say that he likes all these elements, but that the writing sucked. And then
Yeah.
he's going to act like that's not a valid critique, which is
It doesn't. Writing
retarded.
isn't important to movies, right? That's
Right.
why they spend so much time on the fucking screenplay.
Yes. Well, there are some people, and maybe this guy's one of them. Okay. everyone, their brains wired a little differently. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And they can go to movies for different reasons. And some people are just, their brains are just wired in a way. They literally don't give a fuck about story, like at all.
Right.
They can watch
Yeah.
the shittiest fucking written
2-hour music video.
Yes, they can watch a 2-hour music video and be like so emotionally moved by it. And I'll sit there like I'm staring at a fucking brick wall. Like, what is this trash that you're subjecting me to? Okay. So maybe this guy's just one of them. And I think he actually says some of his favorite movies are like horribly written. So, to him, this is like a bizarre critique. He just doesn't understand.
How is that intelligent critique though? He's supposed to be teaching us how to critique and critiquing this because it's so bad. It's such bad critique. Oh, it's so bad. He talked about the story. What a fucking idiot.
Yes.
It's like, okay.
But what another critique I will levy at Ben is he said it was paced well, which I strongly disagree with that. Okay. This movie, until you get to like the last third of it, I think is paced like so horribly slow.
Yeah.
Like that, the whole middle section. And I thought it was funny because when we were talking about it,
I know I
like,
left it out of my video.
You literally, your memory cut out like the entire middle.
My memory
like,
didn't cut out. It's just not important to the story. Nothing in that section moves the story.
Yes.
It's like they might as well come out and done a dance number.
No, but that's what's fun. Like the way that your memory works is that it recreates the information every time you access it. And so this is why everyone's memories are like so different and so shitty. And so because like there's literally a 40-minute swath of the movie where nothing happens. It's just Leonardo DiCaprio trying to find a way to find his daughter for 40 minutes. And he's not accomplishing this goal in any way that's interesting or engaging to watch. It's just him yelling at a phone and palling around with Benicio del Toro for like 40 minutes, nothing fucking like happening. He's not moving the story forward in any way that's engaging or interesting. Then he gets arrested by the police and then he gets immediately freed anyway by a random person. So you're like, what the fuck was the point of any of this? Just for the answer to fall into his lap at the very end of it. So that's like 40 minutes of the fucking movie. And so it's so boring and so stupid and so pointless that like when you remembered it, your brain automatically threw that away because it was such a pointless part of the movie. You like didn't even remember.
You keep implying that my brain filtered it out.
It did.
When I made a conscious effort not to put that into the film summary.
Okay.
Because it had nothing to do with the story.
Okay.
And in a plot summary, you're trying to highlight the points in the story that actually move the story forward, that actually shows story progression. So I was like, look, I want my plot summary to be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops. So you're always looking for things to cut. And you're like, look, this whole portion of the movie, maybe I should have put one line in there.
You probably, but it's fine. Listen, regardless, that really shows you how shitty the movie's written and paced. If you can give a plot summary of the movie and you from start to finish, and you leave out 60% of the movie because nothing important happens.
Well, I look at it more like if it's a musical, right? And they come out and do a song and dance, right? I'm not going to describe the song and dance to you as part of the plot summary, right? Oh yeah, and they twist here and they turn here and then they do some kicks and the dancers are dressed like this, and I'm just going to I'm going to be like, okay, that's not really part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what that middle portion is. It's just it's Leonardo DiCaprio being funny for the audience, right?
In finger quotes.
Yeah. Well, and it is that part of the movie is really to show that the immigrant underground is like the salt of the earth, the good people, the moral people, the upstanding people, right? Working against the system, the man, the white supremacists, right? That's the flavor of it. But that's why it's so important to people on the left, because that's the substance of the movie for them.
That's true. And that's a good point in terms of like, this guy's going to try to argue that actually the movie could have been making fun of the left.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you could say that because you're right in that there's like this whole like super long sequence with Benicio del Toro where it's very weird. If you haven't seen this movie, Leonardo DiCaprio, his daughter, he used to be part of some sort of like insurrection, group that was going around freeing illegal immigrants from detention facilities. And the police have finally, or the law enforcement or whoever is finally tracking them down and going after them. I guess it's I guess it's Sean Penn's character, it's not really the police. Sean Penn's character is kind of going after them, and someone from his old terrorist cell days has like grabbed his daughter, because Sean Penn, through some very stupid convoluted thing, thinks maybe it's really his daughter because Leonardo maybe was cucked by his wife because she's a horrible person. And so they're trying to find Leonardo DiCaprio's daughter. And Leonardo DiCaprio is such a fuck up that he doesn't remember the old code words from back in the day. So he can't actually figure out where his daughter is when he tries to call the people that have the information. Yes. So he's spending like 30 minutes, 40 minutes running around with Benicio del Toro. And Benicio del Toro is just like, his only connection with him is that he is a random martial arts instructor for his daughter. Okay. That's the only connection.
Well, and he completely idolizes the French 75. He's like, that's how they tell the audience that the French 75 is like big shit, that people love them.
Yeah, but but Leonardo DiCaprio, I don't believe he knew that until the movie. Like, that wasn't information he knew beforehand, was it?
I'm not sure. It's been a while since I saw it.
Because it's kind of bizarre that it's like, okay, so his daughter has a martial arts instructor who's Hispanic, and like he's also, I guess, just because he's Hispanic, part of some sort of
the
like
revolution,
super secret like immigrant revolution underground. Like, I was like,
he is not part of the French 75, but he definitely says, I got to save a member of the French 75 twice.
Yes.
And he's super stoked about that. He's like, oh my God, my life's dream was just to save someone from this revolutionary group.
No, what I'm trying to say is
he's like a groupie.
In the John Wick movies, how it's very silly because there'll be a scene where
Benicio del Toro
is
up against Lockjaw for the Academy Award too, and Benicio del Toro is totally going to take it.
Yes. You know how like in the John Wick movies, there'll be a scene where John Wick is in the subway and he's walking to a train, and then literally every person in the subway is like part of a super secret assassin cult. You're like, this seems kind of ridiculous.
Of
like
course,
every person there.
Yeah. We all are going to meet here in the subway tonight.
Right. You're like, we're all the normal people. It's this. I feel like it's the same thing one battle after another. It's like they just happen to like run into like every Hispanic person they meet is also part of a super secret splinter cell, like anti-ICE immigrant, pro-immigrant underground rebellion group or something.
Yeah, that's the world they live in.
Oh God.
That's what they believe.
And that's all portrayed positively, very positively. And we're supposed to believe that this is some sort of like leftist critique. Okay. Do you think any of these people on the left that were salivating about how much they love this movie, do you think they perceive this movie as a critique of leftism or revolutionary groups?
Making fun of leftism? No, not at all. Okay. No, they love this movie because they think it gets their aesthetic right.
Yes.
They want to believe in a world where everyone is part of some revolutionary clique and everyone hates the cops and thinks they're fucking devils. Everyone is ACAB. Everyone is secretly ACAB.
Thoughts of Sopranos for 2 hours says, man carrying things as a podcast with YMS. Oh, really? That's interesting.
Cool.
We had that conversation with YMS. That was kind of fascinating.
We did.
Yeah.
A great pace, amazing music, and great action. Is he totally sure that he hated it?
And the movie sucks because the writing's bad. Okay, so
bad writing, that'll do it. Except he said that it has a good pace, didn't he? Like, and that's part of writing. Regardless, if you like everything about him,
it's such a fucking nitpick. Oh my God,
I know.
Can you look? You know what is top of my list when I go see a movie? God, I hope this movie has good pacing. That's what I really hope for.
Oh, really?
It's the pacing. It's the pacing that gets me every time, Sitch.
Yeah.
God, I'm just a sucker for fucking pacing.
Well, it's also kind of dishonest too, because like Ben Shapiro's whole point is he's saying, even though I disagree with him, he's saying all these elements are good, but yet the movie totally sucks because of the writing. That's the point he's making.
Yeah. The story sucks. Yes.
Right. Which this happens a lot, I feel like, in a lot of Hollywood movies nowadays, where they all have like they have the best special effects ever. Like look at the Star Wars sequels. Great special effects. Fantastic special effects. Visually looks beautiful.
Yes.
Great music. Music's fine. Music's fantastic, right? Totally all in service of a dog shit script. And it's depressing. it's depressing. You think, okay, all these people spent hundreds, if not thousands of man hours or women hours on these films, doing all this work, doing all these amazing costumes, amazing sets, all these amazing visual effects. It's all in service of like the shittiest, sloppiest, crappiest script ever.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's like a hallowed position that people give to their friends, whether they're competent or not. So the story fucking often sucks. This is the shining light of AI though, because for so long, 10 years, 20 years, they've been marketing these movies on the visual speculation of it, right? Or
the spectacular visual effects, right? The spectacle.
Yeah. The spectacle of it. Yeah. That's it. They're no longer going to be able to do that. Once AI lets everybody have access to spectacle, right? They're finally going to have to go back and compete on story. Yeah. So it's going to change things radically, which will be awesome. Maybe Hollywood should go back to competing on story instead of all this fucking bullshit. That's a big reason why they've lazed out, is because they have this visual spectacle that they can put in front of people and put butts into seats, get people to watch their shit. Once that's just everyone has access to that, what are they going to compete on?
I hope you're right, but I'm not confident because I'm like 90% sure that Zootopia 2 was written by AI and that made a shit zillion dollars. So that's not a good sign. The one part you don't want the AI to be involved with, I feel like the AI is going to be involved with.
Yeah. The Sitch, Lilo and Stitch movie was also made like $1 billion too, and that script was fucking horrible. But the visual effects in that movie were way low budget too, so they could have done better with the visual effects.
And that's part of writing. Regardless, if you like everything about a movie except for the writing, that's like most of my favorite 3 out of 5 movies. Late period Terrence Malick, get behind me, I'll protect you. It's just weird to have this.
So look, is he saying this is a 3 out of 5 movie? Look, if you want to call it a 3 out of 5 movie, that's fine. But you began this review talking about how it's so critically acclaimed. Oh my God, everyone's getting such a boner over this movie.
Level of animosity towards the movie that on a craft level.
This is an important part for people who are going to talk about movies to understand, is that maybe you don't really care about story. It's not a big deal for you, and that's fine. Just
stories why you go to the movie.
Yeah, but be aware that for some people, that's like the primary thing that's driving their interest. Okay. And just, that's fine. If you don't care that it's a shitty story, that's, good for you. Right. But doesn't make sense for you to criticize people that do care about that stuff. Like if there was some movie that has a fantastic story, but it looks, it's like visually looks like dog shit. And someone who's like, oh, well, I think it visually looks like dog shit, so I don't like the movie. I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, you're wrong. I'm like, okay, well, you have a different thing that you like movies for than me.
Yeah.
Of animosity towards a movie that on a craft level is very good. So I'm watching this video in a vacuum. I don't know who Ben Shapiro is. I'm thinking, there's something off here. There's something off in the way that he's reacting to this film. What specifically bothered him? We'll get to that. But for some reason, he spends like half of this review complaining about how stupid the names are.
A person named Ghetto Pat Calhoun, who is played by Leonardo DiCaprio, and Perfidia Beverly Hills. Again, all of the names here are supposed to be on the nose, sort of slightly surrealistic, but they're not good. Like Perfidia Beverly Hills, because it turns out that she is perfidious. Get it? Like Perfidia. Asking Sean Penn's character, he's the villain, who is Colonel Stephen Lockjaw. I kid you not, again, these names are bad. Stephen Lockjaw is trying to join a white nationalist group, a white Christian nationalist group called the Christmas Adventurers Club. I know, this is so stupid. The whole thing's it's such a stupid movie. It's so dumb.
I don't know, maybe there's a point that the names are dumb and obvious. Ghetto Pat isn't like the character's legal name. These are names that they've acquired and given themselves in the French 75. They're self-mythologizing names. Even so, Thomas Pynchon, the author of the book this is partially based on, Vineland, is known for having ridiculous names for characters. If he was watching Dr. Strangelove and he was like, oh my God, why is his name Dr. Strangelove? It's just stupid. No one's named Dr. Strangelove. So already we're seeing the pattern for what he's...
I mean, that makes a perfect point, because if it actually was a good story, no one would care about the fucking stupid names. Dr. Strangelove is a great fucking movie, and that's why nobody cares about the stupid names.
In Dr. Strangelove, it's when you're watching the movie Dr. Strangelove, at least I think for most people, it's kind of very clear what is being critiqued and the kind of absurdity, the hyper reality or the absurdity of the world that it's kind of portraying in Doctor Strangelove, right? It's kind of parroting all the stuff with the military and the government and all this stuff. That's why kind of all the people are kind of named ridiculously. That doesn't make sense. Now, I haven't read the book, so maybe the book is making fun of the stuff, but that doesn't translate into this movie, because this movie does not, most people are not interpreting this movie as a parody of leftist movements, the way that they view Doctor Strangelove, kind of a parody of like the military and the government, right?
Yeah, it's completely.
And so
yeah,
that doesn't make any sense. Like, and I don't know how this guy, we're supposed to be the big film critique here. How do you not understand the giant difference between these two things in terms of at least how people are going to interpret this stuff?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Like, if there's a movie, it's like if you have a movie that's making fun of the police,
the military,
and all the police people are called like Policeman John or Steely Dan or Bullets McGee, right? Like, and it's making fun of the police. It's very obviously an anti-police film. You're like, okay, you're not going to say, oh, all these names are stupid, because you understand the concept. But if you see a movie that's like, seems like it's pro the thing, it's not really making fun of it, it's kind of pro the police, and all the names are like ridiculous, like bloody, like gun-toting Blood McGurgle man, you're going to be like, well, that's a little confusing. Like, what am I supposed to be feeling here exactly?
Yeah. Is this pro-police? I feel like they're making fun of them.
Right.
It's sending you mixed messages.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost like, it's sending us a mixed message.
That's like the fallback. This movie is very, I do think it's intended to be serious from a serious leftist perspective. So.
I don't know. I don't fucking know at this point. Maybe he was trying to be some sort of like weird, hyper critique of the left. I don't think it comes across. Obviously, the overwhelming majority of people that like this movie did not perceive it that way. So it's kind of ridiculous to make the argument that was, what's going on here.
I think there was potentially a character arc for Lockjaw in the beginning that just offended so many people that it couldn't happen. You couldn't have someone on screen who was so openly racist, because all the setups are setups for some sort of transformation. And you can argue that Lockjaw is not actually a racist. He's obviously a racist in the second half of the movie, but you can make arguments that he's not a racist because he seems to be in love with Perfidia Beverly Hills, who's a black woman. So,
well,
I know the argument that people would make, but
yes.
I think that if there was a transformation in Lockjaw, this would be such a better movie. And that's actually the direction that I thought they were going. And I was like, okay, well, this movie, if they go where I think they're going, this movie rocks. But they didn't go in that direction. And I think, like, I liked There Will Be Blood. I like Paul Thomas Anderson. I like his other movies. I think maybe he got so much pushback on the turn of Lockjaw that he kind of had to turn this into a comedy movie just to save it. They were talking about how they didn't actually know how the movie was going to end. They were just kind of improvising out there shooting in the desert. And I thought, what the fuck?
It's kind of insane. Yeah.
Yeah. But look, supposedly he does that in some of his filmmaking style. But look, you even if you are a director that improvises along the way, right? Generally, you have a concept of how you want to end your movie, right? You don't just go, look, I have no idea how this movie ends. We hired Leonardo DiCaprio. Well, what the fuck? What'd you tell Leonardo DiCaprio to get him on board if he didn't even know how the movie ends?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hollywood would never let that story come to light, though, right?
No.
If that's really what happened here, no one would want to leak that story, right?
No, of course not.
Yeah.
If you had a movie that was about a left right now in today's climate with all the ICE stuff and Trump stuff, if you had a movie that was making fun of a leftist revolutionary group that was freeing illegal immigrants from detention facilities, you think that's going to get made by a major motion picture studio in Hollywood with a big name person attached to it? It would be crucified. It'd be utterly crucified if that came out.
Yeah.
Going to do for the entire summary section of this video. Instead of giving any charitability to the filmmakers and asking, well, maybe this was intentional, he's just going to assume that
it doesn't fucking matter if it's intentional, if it sucks. Okay? Plenty of films have every intention of being good and they fucking suck because the filmmakers don't know what the fuck they're doing. Why do people hide behind this? Oh, well, it was intentional. We wanted our movie to suck. We intended it to suck.
Yeah.
How is that relevant, Sitch? As long as it's intentional, it doesn't matter that it sucks.
You just don't get it, Adam. It was intentional, so that makes it the correct move to do.
Oh, okay. I got it. Look,
it's the meme. It's like, I'll pretend to be retarded meme.
As long as
joke's on you. I was only pretending. It's like, oh, okay.
As long as you intended for it to suck, I guess it doesn't suck.
That makes it okay.
Because to him, it immediately seems dumb. It must be dumb. He also makes another assumption about the movie, that the first part of it takes place 16 years ago, but there's no point in the text of the film that says that's what it is.
And they seem like they're out of time, because they really should be from like the late 1960s, but actually this part of the movie is supposed to be set some 16 years ago, so like 2008, 2009.
In fact, he's trying to ground
it literally says 16 years later in the movie. What the fuck is he talking about? If it jumps from one point to 16 years later, then the previous section of the movie was 16 years ago, right?
I guess obviously because he has a 16-year-old daughter and she's like pregnant with she has the baby in the beginning, right? So yeah. I guess the only thing you could say, and I don't remember if he says this, is it's not 100% clear what time period,
what the date is. Yeah, exactly.
Takes place in. I mean, they have cell phones, so regardless of where it starts, I don't remember if anyone has a smartphone. They do have cell phones. I don't know if they have the big smartphones. Regardless, it wasn't taking place in the 1960s, so this would be a retarded critique for this guy to make to Ben Shapiro, because he said this feels like a movie that should have been taking place in the 1960s, and it obviously wasn't taking place in the 1960s.
Right, because of the 16-year later gap. Because it seems like modern time. Yeah, she has a cell phone.
Yeah.
And they talk about how everyone has a cell phone. She's the only kid in America without a cell phone.
If they were the cell phones they had in this movie were like the big Bajumbi rich people cell phones from 1980s, right? You know, they had like those giant.
Then it would make sense.
Then I'd be like, oh, well, maybe this did take place in the 1960s.
Right. Yeah. So it seems like it took place in the 1990s.
The
French 75,
earliest, maybe the 80s, but no, probably like the 90s. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
This movie in like a very literal world. I could continue on this path forever.
It was not a literal world, Adam. The world isn't literal.
Well, I didn't think it was based on any sort of. Seemed like free floating. It was just an imaginary America.
Okay, so it doesn't matter because it's just
wasn't pinned to a time.
Who cares? It's all just
nothing matters if your story is good.
Who cares? Nothing matters.
You're willing to look the other way, right? You're like, oh, he got stabbed a little. He got stabbed a lot in the fight, but this is good. So fuck it.
It did bother me. It bothered me how many times he got stabbed. Okay, he got stabbed so much.
But look, if the story sucks, it bothers you a lot more.
It's true. Listen,
you're like, oh, these names are getting to me because I got nothing else to focus on but these shitty names.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms, good TV show. Okay,
it wraps up tonight. The season finale.
I know.
Tonight.
I like it. I do like it. I do recommend it. But I am bothered by the amount of times Dunk got stabbed.
So many people. There was a huge debate in our comment section on the media channel about armor and how effective armor is, and how Sitch, you don't know how armor works.
He got stabbed straight through the hand. What do you mean effectiveness of armor?
It would be, for me, if I got stabbed straight through the hand, it would be difficult for me to wield that sword as well.
And also, he got.
But I'm not Dunk. And also, look, a good argument people made was this is the legend. Like, this is some legendary knight.
No,
so he's got to beat all the odds.
Fuck you. No. That's actually not even true. Not even what the director is going for. The whole reason that the director had the scene of him shitting is it's supposed to be like, oh, it's more realistic. Like, you know, he's just a nervous person. So that's not actually what's going on.
Look, Sitch hates fun, guys. Okay?
He also got slammed in the face twice. by the giant fucking mace warhammer thing.
We see a scene of him pulling the lance out, and it seems like it went in there a good foot to me.
Yeah, I mean, he gets. I should go back and count it. If people are complaining, he gets. I think he gets stabbed at least 6 times. I was like, this is too much.
The lance just gets the edge of him. You know, you can get stabbed through that edge of you. It's just like fat there.
In the book, he gets stabbed with the lance, and I believe he gets knocked off the horse. He gets hit once in the head with a hammer while he's wearing his
we're talking about A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't know if people know.
And I think in the book that's the only damage he takes. And then in the show, it's like he gets stabbed another 6 times. And I'm sorry, I was just like, it's taking me out of it. Too much.
I will be watching the season finale tonight. I don't know. We're not going to stream after that. So
no.
And just go point by point, and this video would be an hour long. But this gets me to my first general point about why this is a bad review. At every point, instead of asking whether or not something was intentional, he's describing scenes.
What the fuck? This guy is so triggering me. So fucking triggering me. What does it matter? I've read so many shitty fucking screenplays that everything is intentional. What does that matter?
You know,
what does that matter?
Well, see, Adam, you're not allowed to criticize the very poor creative decision to have Luke Skywalker give up on being a Jedi and throw away the lightsaber, and
because it was intentional.
Yeah, because obviously it was an intentional decision by Rian Johnson.
That doesn't matter. Look, your story has no conflict. You have no main protagonist. None of these characters are likable. But look, that was all intentional. Yeah. I intended my script to suck. I wanted people to watch this movie and go, what the fuck happened? That was my intention.
Yes.
This is the worst movie criticism ever. Nobody gives a fuck about the intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares. That's not a get out of jail free card. That is a get out of jail free cards of the noob. It's the attempted get out of jail free cards. It's a person that writes a script. It's like their first script, and they think, "Oh my God, I'm God's gift to the screenwriting world. This thing's amazing." And as soon as people point out, "Well, this is kind of boring, and I can't really figure out what the fuck is going on," they're like, "But it was intentional." You have to like it.
Mm-hmm.
As if they are obvious mistakes. Literally half of this video is him just describing what happens in the movie with a tone that's like weirded out. Like
the opening scene is her asking him to get up, but not like to his feet. And so you get a very long shot of his crotch.
It's just assuming that because it exists.
I would love this guy to explain what the fuck is going on in that scene, right? We both commented on it. The scene where she wants him to get a hard on. For some,
you haven't seen this movie. He heard you.
I know.
There's this lady who, I guess she's like one of the main revolutionary group ladies, and it's Leonardo DiCaprio's
Beverly
wife.
Hills. Yeah,
dumbest fucking name ever. And she, for no reason, I guess because she's a fucking degenerate sex pest, sexually assaults Sean Penn and tells him to like jack off. Even though he's like an ugly 60-year-old, ugly looking, crusty white man, she's like, I have a gun on you and you're the evil military industrial complex guy. I want you to get a hard on in front of me. And then I want you to like parade the hard on through the facility for some reason. And I'm going to get off on this.
Yeah, she tells him to get a hard on. It's completely unclear because there's no payoff. You're like, okay, she wants me to get a hard on because she's gonna like snip his dick off or something, right? You're like, she's got a plan or something, but no, there's no payoff.
No,
she just has him get a hard on.
Liked it, I guess, for some reason. It was just to set up why he becomes enamored with her in the first place.
Yeah,
like sexually enamored with her.
You don't need her to do that to have him become enamored by her.
Well, also, you don't need to have the camera like zoomed in on the old Sean Penn man boner in his pants for like the next 5 minutes of the movie. Okay. Like, what am I supposed to, why am I looking at this? What is happening? Is this like a slapstick comedy? Like he's got a big boner in his pants? Like,
Perfidia Beverly Hills behind was very good casting. Okay. I think there's a couple shots of her behind that you're like, okay, that sells why he's obsessed. He's like, he's there for that.
Yes.
So you didn't need the hard on scene to make that work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could just show a shot of her behind and him looking at her.
You could have
and
had
you'd be like, you would get it.
You could have had a scene where there could have been some sort of like interesting interaction between the two of them, where you're like, is something going on there? But it's like kind of like, like what's going on here? But without it being so like retardedly in your face, like, oh, I want you to get a boner in front of me. Like, but obviously this movie is supposed to be that way because it's a wacky Doctor Strange-Levian hyper reality satire. You're just a big dummy if you didn't realize that.
It scores a 0 on the clarity scale. Well, maybe not a 0. Some of it is clear, but that part is completely unclear. I would like him to explain what happens in that scene, since he seems to be the super genius about this movie.
Because it happened on screen means that it is objectionable somehow.
So she's bombing things with Leonardo DiCaprio, and she's getting pregnant. And at one point she says that the gun is for fun, but her genitalia, that is for fighting. There's a shot from the film that you've seen of her very heavily pregnant, firing off what looks like an M4.
At the bare minimum, a good reviewer should try to meet the work on its level. At even more of a bare minimum, he should try to explain why something doesn't really make sense. For instance,
who's playing this uptight white Christian now?
Does that mean grading on the curve, meeting a piece of media at its level? Is that what he's saying?
No, I think he's trying to say like you should be trying to analyze. He's saying what you should try to analyze what the movie's trying to say, which, I mean, that's fair, but as we said, I think it's very unclear what the fucking movie is trying to say.
Yeah. The point of view is all over the place.
Actually, I don't think it's unclear. I think so. Sometimes, okay, the best way I can think about this or to explain this is to use the anime Neon Genesis. Okay, if you haven't seen Neon Genesis, it's an anime about giant alien creatures attacking Earth and a kid in a giant robot suit fighting them off. But it's kind of like a critique of normal giant robot things because it's like really traumatic, and the kid is like horribly traumatized.
Who's the girl in that? I'll bring up a picture.
The Ray is one of the girls. Asuka is one of the girls. There's a bunch of different girls. But anyway, my whole point is in Neon Genesis Evangelion, there's like a lot of Christian imagery in the anime. There's like, they literally call the aliens angels. There's like angel wings flying around and shit. One of the characters wears crosses all the time. It's a lot of like Christian imagery. There's like a character who looks like they're stabbed, like Jesus on the cross and all this other stuff. And when the creator was asked, like, what is the meaning of all of this like thematic symbolism with Christianity? Because it doesn't really have too deep of a connection to the story. They basically just said, oh, there really isn't one. I just like the way it looks. I just visually like the way it looks. And I was like, oh my God. And so I think that's like what happens with a lot of these movies is that when you hear a lot of these people, a lot of these creators, when you ask them like, well, why'd you do all these creative decisions? They're just like, I don't know. It just felt right. Like, I just like the way it looked. And so it seems kind of silly when you have like someone like this is like, oh, you have to analyze and understand every single part of something, when often they don't even really have a clear conception of why the fuck they're putting what they're putting into the movie. And I think that's probably what happened with One Battle After Another, because it is very clear that everyone interpreted it to be a pro-leftist message. It is very clear to me that the movie is a pro-leftist message. Okay, there are elements of it you can point to and say, well, doesn't this seem like it's critiquing some form of leftism? But I think that's either a holdover of the source material or a weird vibe that the director put in the movie that doesn't mesh with the rest of the story, because it actually doesn't make sense with the rest of the story.
Yeah, I can't imagine there being an anti-leftist movie that is welcome at the Academy Awards or even welcome in Hollywood by big names studio people.
Now,
it's fucking bullshit.
It would be
career
like
suicide.
It would be like 100D chess genius if Paul Thomas Anderson, I don't think he did, could craft some sort of amazing magic movie that is secretly a critique of the radical left, but all the radical left retards in Hollywood think it's like pro-radical left. Like, that'd be like the most like 10D chess genius thing you could ever do. That's not what this movie is at all.
This movie would be great if the Lockjaw character had a transformation once he realized that the girl was his biological daughter, and he and Bob, the fucking stoner shithead, both teamed up to fight the Christmas adventurers. Now that movie would be good. That movie would be a real movie.
That'd be a very offensive movie.
But I just look, it would be offensive to Hollywood. It would be like, it would be the leftists teaming up with the military man. And the military man would show his competence, and the leftists would use his insight, and they would work together and save save a woman. Right? But they would kill the white supremacists. Like that's a movie Quentin Tarantino would do, right?
Mm-hmm.
To fucking take on the Christmas Adventurers are definitely the bad guys in this thing, right? Them teaming up to take out all the Christmas Adventurers. Oh my God, you'd be cheering because Lockjaw turned on the Christmas Adventurers and fucking offed them all. And you'd be like, look, he does have a heart. He didn't hate black people that whole time. Yeah.
Maybe he did, but having a half black daughter
changed him. Yeah,
okay.
Changed him.
His heart grew 3 times that day.
He had a character arch.
Yes. I love the character arches. Yes. A good callback.
Oh man, but Hollywood, look, you got to have black and white racists in Hollywood now. So
nationalist who is turned on by black female revolutionaries. Get it? Because white Christian nationalists really they have a sadomasochistic relationship with black female revolutionaries. In any case,
no, Ben, I don't get it. To explain one thing, he just repeats the words. Like, it becomes clear that he believes this movie has one single purpose. And we'll talk about that in a bit. This gets me to my second main point. Just because.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Again, he's doing the meme, the pretending they don't understand something. He's going to sit here and pretend like he doesn't understand that the stereotype that is constantly given to white racist is that they like that. Oh yes, the evil white racist who want to dominate black people have a secret fetish, right? Where they either want to sexually dominate black women or they sexually themselves want to be dominated by a black woman, right? Like we're gonna pretend like
scene where he seems to be pegged by the black woman. They throw that in there so you know that he likes it up the butt. Right. So he's like secretly gay.
And also maybe secretly gay, right? Like he's gonna pretend like we don't understand that stereotype when watching this movie, and that's what's going on here. That's what we're supposed to infer when we see this character on screen. He's gonna pretend that's not the case.
We've only been hearing for 20 years that the racist Republicans are really all into black women and are all secretly gay. All the homophobes are secretly gay, right?
Right. Well, it's kind of, right. I mean, it's kind of like, all these white nationalist gripers running around. It turns out either they're not white or the ones that are white have like Asian wives and Asian
No, don't give in to the stereotype, Sitch.
They do. The stereotype is true.
Sitch is saying, "Oh, look, this
stereotype is fucking true.
This took a dark turn.
This stereotype is fucking true. This retard doesn't even know that the stereotype is correct."
Oh my God.
Because the film depicts something doesn't mean that it's endorsing it. This seems like such an obvious.
Oh my God. That's hilarious. Cope.
Obvious point, and maybe it is. I've listened to this video so many times now that it just blows my mind how much he's not getting it. The characters are all very flawed. The first 30 or 40 minutes of this movie are about this revolutionary organization, the French 75, that truly seems out of time because the book Vineland that this movie is loosely based on is about the fallout of the revolutionary organizations in the 60s and all of that revolutionary fervor and what it was like in the 80s. And he's transplanting this vibe, this feeling onto a more modern context. It feels anachronistic.
So wait a minute. So when Ben Shapiro said that he felt like something was off about the movie because it felt like it was about a group in the 60s, you're literally saying he was fucking correct because that's what the source material is about.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you and then you use this as a criticism against what he said when he was correct.
Right.
That's like not everything makes there are periods of time that encapsulate feelings. And it doesn't make sense to just take that period and interject it into any time period. Okay. Like you couldn't take it wouldn't make sense to take American Psycho and then reshoot it today and not like change anything
during the civil rights movement
or go back in time, right? Because you're like, okay, well, the 1980s, it had like a very specific feel to it and like the way that people acted that is different than in the year 2026.
Yeah, totally.
So if you were to remake American Psycho, you'd have to make it substantially different. or you could just set it in the 1980s again.
God, I need to rewatch American Psycho. I think I've seen it once, but that movie you're really into that movie.
Well, it's just like I'm trying to think of like a period movie, a movie that's really centered around a time period and a feeling in a time period.
But look, I think it moved you in a way that
American Psycho is great.
It didn't really move me. I was like, yeah, this movie's. I mean, it was entertaining for an evening, but I didn't really think about it a lot after I watched it. So,
as I said, to me, it's the only movie that I've seen that successfully is able to pull off the
unclear
ending in a way that's good. Yes, which is quite the feat.
Yeah, I don't like ambiguous.
Normally, I don't.
Clarity is one of the 4 C's.
Yes,
very important.
It feels anachronistic because that's the point. It's a farcical thing. It's like satirical. There's a reason why Steven Spielberg, hardly a revolutionary, said that this movie reminded him so much of Dr. Strangelove.
I have not seen a movie that is so tonally a relative to Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove.
So much of...
Notice he says tonally, because Steven Spielberg is not going to go anywhere near this story. He's like, nah, I'm staying out of this one. Fuck. Fuck that.
And Shapiro's hang up in this movie is...
But again, this fucking person, like if he wants to make the argument that this movie is a Doctor Strangelovian movie that is really making fun of the left and the right and everyone in between, okay, you can't make that argument when everyone on the far left is talking about how this is like the best movie that they've ever seen. Amazing. Because obviously they didn't fucking interpret it that way. So if that was the director's intention, then he failed miserably at doing that.
Yeah, because they're not in on the joke.
No.
Yeah. Everyone on the right understands that this movie is making fun of them. It's clowning on them. They're like, oh my God, the way they depict the military and the police, they're fucking clowning on them.
But he's going to pretend like, no, you don't understand. This movie's making fun of everyone equally. Okay, obviously. It's making fun of all those poor illegal immigrants that were being rescued from the evil government detention center. Well, they're being made fun of. They should have actually not come into the country illegally. That's obviously the point of the movie, is that all those illegal immigrants should go back to their country, Adam. They shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
They should actually rot in those detention facilities until they're deported. And the revolutionary leftist group is wrong for trying to free them. That's the message you're supposed to take away from this movie.
If they had a scene where they saved all the illegal immigrants but left them in a trunk, one of those trucks, and they all suffocated and died, then I'd say, okay, you are clowning on the leftists.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Yes. Or if they like rescued a bunch of people and then like someone they rescued immediately goes and does like a crime or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There you go. Exactly. Kills a woman in a park. Yeah.
Right. You're like, okay. Maybe this movie's, maybe this movie is clowning on everybody. Right.
Yeah. But that doesn't happen. Not at all. This guy's retarded. We know how to clown on leftists. Talk to us. Can you imagine? Oh my God. If that was in the script, everyone would pull out.
Well, here's the movie.
What the fuck? Are
we
you
combine
kidding me?
these ideas. You have the movie is making fun of the retards on the far left and the retards on the far right. And it's like showing them both in very negative lights. And then at the end of it, Bob and Sergeant Lockjaw team up together to become the enlightened centrist.
Yeah, no, that movie would rock. Look, Quentin Tarantino knows how to do that movie because that movie is funny. That movie is fucking hilarious.
Right.
And look, them teaming up to go after the Christmas adventures, like how the fuck are they going to kill those people? It's going to be a gore fest. It's going to be great. It's going to be like the end of Inglourious Bastards.
Right. And you could even have a whole thing about how like you could do it kind of in a Brazilian kind of fashion where it's like the bureaucracy of, and maybe this was if they're trying to go for this, they failed. The bureaucracy of the rebel group like matches the bureaucracy of the government in terms of like how like, stuck in the mud, like how stringent they are with like, you need to have these specific code words and you need to do all these very specific things on myself. Like there's like a way you could do that. This would all work and would actually be like pretty genius.
Yeah, definitely genius. Something worthy of an Academy Award. But where we live, the environment we're in today, the social environment, it can't happen. No. Everyone is so entrenched in their ideology. Everything has to be black and white. Every movie's basically a religious flick for Team Red or Team Blue.
Yes. Mostly.
Very sad. Very sad.
I'll be right back.
What did you say?
Thinking
Most
that
what?
perfidion
I said most are for Team Blue.
Right. Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Tiana Taylor's character has been endorsed by the filmmakers as a wonderful example of how to behave in the world. Like, what more do you want? Like, the movie goes out of its way to point out that she is doing things wrong, that these characters are doing stupid things. Maybe they believe in something noble. They're going about it in a way that harms people. The reason why audiences are loving this movie, general audiences, what one might affectionately call normies, they're having a great time because it's a movie that is kind of like Star Wars. It's got drama, it got action, it's a thriller.
I have to call complete bullshit on like normies loving this film, but I mean, I can't think of any normie that I would play this movie for that would be like, oh yeah, that movie's great.
It's incredibly funny. It brings us parts of our culture that we recognize, issues in our society that we recognize, and heightens it and exaggerates it so that we can have fun and laugh and have a catharsis and get excited. It's fun to make fun of a white Christian nationalist group called the Christmas Adventurers Club. Ben's review is built...
No, look, notice how he says it's fun to make fun of the right. It's fun to cast the right as all racists. But he doesn't say anything about, oh, it's fun to make fun of the left and cast them all as lazy fucking communists.
Is this going to be like, and this is, it's kind of ironic because you bring up YMS, because it was in the conversation with YMS where he was trying to argue that that Barbie wasn't a political movie, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So are we going to argue that this movie isn't like a political movie?
Is that where we're going?
I don't know.
Maybe we should look. They probably did a podcast on it, right? If they do a podcast together.
Right.
This isn't a political movie. We have to pay attention to the Oscars this year. We never do. But this year, the political speeches from the one battle after another people are going to be insane. And it's nominated for like 6 Academy Awards or something. So those people are going to be all over the place doing interviews and all kinds of shit.
When all the people involved with one battle after another talk about how much they hate ICE at the Academy Awards, remember, this is a movie clowning on the left. Okay,
this is a movie. Oh yeah, yeah, bullshit.
Yeah,
bullshit. This is a movie clowning on ICE all the way.
Yeah.
Leading up to this moment, the final couple minutes of this video are when
there's so much in this movie that is really serious stuff, though. So, if the intention is to be Doctor Strangelove's zany, Dr. Strangelove maintains that level of zaniness in a way that this movie doesn't.
Yeah, tonally, it's very clear when you're watching Doctor Strangelove, the tone and the feeling that the movie's trying to invoke. The cartoonish reality that it's showing.
When you're watching the guy interview the people at the nunnery, right? He's basically saying, look, we're gonna do horrible things to you, right? We're gonna torture you and stuff like that. That's not like funny.
That was funny. That part was hilarious. When they're threatening the nuns with guns, okay?
Yeah.
They kill them. That part was hilarious.
Yeah, okay. So that's way off.
Remember,
say this is a Doctor Strangelove type movie.
Remember that hilarious part in the movie where they shoot the security guard at the bank and he dies?
Yeah. The innocent security guard.
Very zany and wacky and funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted to make that a white security guard, but they're like, maybe too much. Make him black.
Well, no, wasn't he Asian?
No, I think he was black. I think it's a black security guard.
I think he was Asian.
Really? What do you want to bet he was black? Bet you $10.
I'll take it.
Are you
Do
really
you even
take
have
it?
the movie still?
There's a clip in my video.
Okay.
We can just bring my video up right now.
Bring
There's
it
a clip
up.
of him in
Bring
there.
it up, Adam. You can get $10 right now.
I'll find it while we're doing this. I'll do a screenshot and show you. Fucking easy money.
He really unleashes the thesis of what he's trying to say.
And that's the end of the movie, except that you get a tag. And the tag at the end of the movie is Willa gets a letter. She's had a letter from her mom.
And the letter basically says, we failed in the past. We didn't succeed. Maybe the future generation can do better.
And the letter doesn't actually tell her to maybe lead a better life than she led. or to abandon these revolutionary idiots who are accomplishing nothing. Instead, the letter says that she wishes she had been a better mom, but also she wishes that she had fought the revolution better, and the daughter decides that she too will be a revolutionary.
First off, why would Perfidia's character tell her daughter to abandon the cause that she believes in? It makes sense for her to...
Look, she can't do both. She can't be a better mom. She has to abandon the revolution to be a better mom. It would be nice if that was a clear message in this movie, right? But there is no real clear message. This is a you can have it all movie, just like leftist ideology.
I mean,
to want her daughter...
They would have lost their fucking mind. If the point of the movie is that you have to abandon the revolutionary cause to be a mother,
They would have lost their fucking minds.
mind.
Yeah. And that's like a serious movie.
Yes.
They try the ending, they're trying to be serious. They're trying to be like, oh, look, it's a blended family. Doesn't even matter that he's a cuck. It doesn't even matter that his daughter knows she's the biological daughter of his enemy and hasn't told him. She doesn't trust him enough to tell him the truth. She's got to keep him in the cuck chair for the rest of his life. Mm-hmm. That's how much she respects her stepdaddy.
Yes.
Oh my God. I can't believe it. The only saving grace is that Leonardo DiCaprio is going to go out and like bone 10, 20-year-olds tonight. So he's like,
that's not a saving grace. I don't know. That's not a
well, he's like, look, they can call me a cuck all they want. I can play a cuck in this movie, but he knows deep down, I'm going to fuck 20-year-olds tonight.
That's why he has to do this movie. He has to do a movie like this.
It's totally penance.
In order to get Hollywood off his back for being a fucking creepy weirdo.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I'm in my 50s. I'm boning 30, 20-year-olds tonight. Okay.
Yes. He's
not 20, 30-year-olds. Okay.
He's doing
30, 20-year-olds.
He's doing what I call a quarter Epstein. Okay. He's going a quarter Epstein.
Oh my God.
He's 1/4 of an Epstein.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's getting bad, but look, he's like, yeah, that's okay. I don't need to know. Audiences don't want to know. They don't feel sorry for him. They don't feel sorry for him that his supposed daughter disrespects him so much that she's not even going to tell him the truth. They don't care about that. These aren't human beings watching this movie. These are leftists.
To be better and to be smarter and to do a better job than her and to continue fighting the cause that she believes in. I feel like in Ben's perfect world, the letter would just read, Dear audience members, the actions depicted on screen were bad and people should not do them. Please pick up your trash when you exit the theater. And this gets to my final point.
And that's exactly why she runs out to be a part of a protest, right? Because she learned that message.
Well, or you could have had that the letter, was that the mom was telling her to carry on the torch and then she like crumbles it up and throws it away, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They
could do something
would
like
love that.
Right?
Leftists would absolutely love that. That would take it off the short list for Academy Awards.
It makes absolutely, from like a character perspective, it almost makes no sense that she would want okay, so her mother is a deadbeat mother who is a traitor to her own cause. Because basically what happens, if you haven't seen the movie, is that the mom, after she has sex with Sean Penn's character, she basically rats out the entire Splinter group and gets a bunch of them arrested, and she kind of goes in the witness protection program, and then she basically ditches witness protection program, and she vanishes unknown. We don't ever really know what happens to her.
And Lockjaw is simping after the whole time. So
right. And I think Lockjaw claims that maybe he killed her, but it's unclear whether that's true or not. And so she's a deadbeat mom. She doesn't actually raise her daughter. And so you have this girl who's never known her mom, finds out that her mom ran out on her, finds out that her mom betrayed the leftist cause, and then causes her to almost get killed, and they get all these other fucking people killed, and they get embroiled in this whole stupid fucking drama, all because they used to be part of this retarded leftist revolutionary group. What 16-year-old girls like, yeah, I like that. I'm going to join that cause. Wouldn't they be like, fuck this? This is all nonsense.
That's another thing. This is like the worst day of her entire life. She's got all these revelations to deal with, and the movie doesn't even really deal with that. She doesn't have any sort of effective change or character arc because of all these crazy things.
No.
It's totally stupid. What's going on?
point
You lose
about
the
this
button?
review. If you need art to handhold you with a message, you're going to have a limited experience.
Oh my God. And
You
he
just
does,
want hand holding.
he does. Oh, you have to have the art handhold you. You know what I like to do? I like to write my story out completely clear, and then I take and I inverse every word. So you have to read every word backwards through the entire novel, because I don't want to fucking handhold you, Sitch. Okay? It does turn the story into incomprehensible gibberish, but look, I'm not here to fucking handhold you, okay?
You know, like,
it's supposed to be entertainment.
You know, like back in the day, in the Dick Tracy radio show, you'd get like the little decoder ring in the Cracker Jack box.
Yes, there you go.
And they like would say a message in code, and you had to like use your little ring to just like to decipher it. Yeah, like that's how I want to write my book, so no one understands it.
Yeah, it'll be very popular. This is his criticism. Look, if you guys want to write movies, you got to make them so nobody understands them. That's basically his message. That's how you write superior movies. Great advice.
It's no matter what. This movie is great because it's, first off, wildly entertaining, but it's also created such interesting conversations about what it is saying politically, and I think you can read a lot into it because it is a work of art. I don't think that Paul Thomas Anderson is a didactic filmmaker who's trying to tell you what to believe. To condemn the movie because it does not paint exactly what you believe ideologically, it's not a good way to interpret art. Personally, you can go ahead and do that, but you're going to have a limited experience. One of my favorite filmmakers is Clint Eastwood. I don't agree with Clint Eastwood politically, but he is an artist, and you can see that in the movies he makes. Like, his conservatism plays into his art in a very interesting way, and that's the difference between someone who is making art and someone who is trying to propagandize. There's nothing in one battle after another that feels propagandistic. Ben Shapiro even says that all of other Paul Thomas Anderson's other movies don't propaganda.
So this is, how can you say that?
All the cops are terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, like the French 42 or whatever are, even though she, Perfidious is portrayed negatively, okay, their cause is portrayed as just and righteous in the movie. It is not at any point in the movie portrayed incorrectly. And in fact, they're shown in the logic of the movie to be correct, because it turns out there's a secret racist, white nationalist Christian organization that runs the country. So the far left is actually correct in their entire worldview, according to the logic of this movie.
And that is explicit in the movie. That is crystal clear.
Yes.
That's not ambiguous in any way, shape, or form.
And then that whole part with like Benicio del Toro and all the secret, Hispanic underground people, all those people are portrayed 100% as good guys. None of those people are portrayed as bad or incompetent or stupid in any fashion. But I'm supposed to believe that this movie doesn't have a message. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
No political
when they have the shots, there's two visual shots that like will show you why like all the left, like the far left people are like masturbating to this movie vigorously. Okay. That shot where they have the pregnant black lady shooting a rocket launcher, they're like, oh my God, that scene made me so wet. There's a black pregnant woman shooting a rocket launcher to fight the evil, white racist. Or the scene where they have the various nuns of color shooting guns in their nun outfits, right? These are all visual things to entice a very specific group of people. And if you're that group of people, fair enough, the movie's obviously made for you. But don't fucking sit here and tell me that that's not, and lie to my face and tell me that that's not what I'm watching, that that's not what's going on here. Where was all the visual shots that you'd be like, oh, well, this is all like what the right-wing people are going to jack off to. Here's all the awesome scenes that all like the right-wing people would visually find super appealing in the movie.
Oh,
where were those scenes?
Yeah, there's a statistic that what is it? Like 8 unarmed black men are killed by police a year, and leftists think it's like 10,000. The cops in this movie are portrayed as the cops that literally kill 10,000 unarmed black men a year and like laugh about it and high five about it. That's the way they portray the police in this. Like the police are completely above the law in this movie. That's ridiculous. That is totally ridiculous. Okay. But everyone in this movie on the left is watching that and going, oh yeah, so true. This is how the police are. This is the police. How can you say that's not propagandistic? How can you not say that?
If I'm supposed to believe that this movie is like some Doctor Strange-Levian critique of both sides, right? You would have a situation where, like, it turns out that the Christmas Adventure group actually doesn't have control of anything. And they're all just like a bunch of like retarded LARPers. And so like the revolutionary left group that's fighting them are also just LARPing too. So just a bunch of like retarded LARPers that are causing all this chaos in the world, fighting each other and not really accomplishing anything on either side. Then I'd be like, oh, well then very clearly that's like a message, that like a theme, a message of the film.
True. I sent you a still from the movie, Sitch.
Oh no! Do I have to pay you $10?
It's like taking candy from a baby.
Listen, Adam.
I could just hear that sureness in your voice, and I
Listen,
think,
Adam.
Time to strike.
Wait a minute. I want to see his face. That could just be a dark-skinned Hispanic man looking down.
You're right. Look, this is an Asian guy. He just looks like a black guy.
I want you all to know.
How did you think that was an Asian guy?
Listen, I want you all to know that I'm so not racist. I don't see race at all to such capacity that my brain intersected this memory and cut it up and put a fucking Asian guy in that place because I'm so not racist. That's how not racist I am.
I don't know how
you're a racist for correctly remembering that this individual was black.
I don't know how you can be so sure of yourself when you always profess that you see the apple as like 2 pixels. And I literally made a video of this.
I wasn't sure at all.
That I pulled screenshots. I pulled screenshots out on.
I was not sure at all.
Then why would you bet?
Because
why
funny.
would you bet? Oh, okay. Well, look,
obviously,
I'm gonna let you
you're
off.
the racist.
Look, you don't have to. You don't owe me anything if you're doing it just.
Adam
for
outs
fun.
himself as a horrible racist for remembering correctly that this guy was black, and I out myself as a non-racist because I don't see color.
I think there was probably footage of it being a white security guard, and they were like, "Oh, too far, too much."
Well, no, it's okay.
if this really was the zany movie they're claiming it is, it would be a white security guard with a Hitler mustache.
Well, there's a lot of ways you can play it. You can say either A, it's okay to shoot the black security guard because they're acting, for the man, like the sake of the man, or you could even say, well, you as the audience member are supposed to feel bad for the security guard getting killed because he's black. Because if it was a white guy who got shot and killed, why would you care? So I don't know. You can interpret a lot of ways.
That's horrible. I hate this movie.
Well, maybe this one doesn't either, but because it's touching on topics that to you trigger you, you can't avoid to frame it ideologically. So here's the point where Ben lets it.
I'm not triggered by the topics. I'm triggered by you trying to insinuate that your intention somehow matters in whether or not your art is good. A lot of fucking terrible art is totally intentional. If that's your criteria, then all art that is intentional is amazing. Look at, there's plenty of art that I'm sure, happy accidents are a thing that's unintentional, but it's somehow amazing. So
it all out.
If this sounds like a total mess to you, it's because it is. The basic suggestion is a conspiracy theory in which the United States is run by white supremacist Christian nationalists, and all people of color and a few nice, incompetent fellow travelers like Bob are going to take on that entire system. And that system must be taken on at the cost of family, at the cost of friendship, at the cost of decency, at the cost of basic human capacity for success.
It's funny because when I watch this movie, and everyone's going to get different takeaway watching this, but when I watch it, what moved me so much was that it's a story about a guy who I'm sure in his character's mind.
Look, this is what moved him, Sitch. What moved him so much that he can't even articulate it without 7 cuts.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Did you notice that? Look at this. Here's what moved me so much. Like there's a long. Oh, I got to cut that long pause out. I was so moved by, watch all these cuts. This is hilarious.
I'm watching
this movie, and everyone's going to get different takeaway watching this. But when I watch it, what moved me so much was that it's a story about a guy who I'm sure in his character's mind, he feels like he's given up the fight. He's kind of checked out from society, but he spent 16 years raising an amazing person. This whole movie is really about family, friendship, being decent.
I call fucking bullshit, dude. You could not even tell us what moved you so much without 7 fucking cuts, okay? You are searching. What did move me about this? This movie kind of fucking sucks. I just have to come out and tell my audience that it's great because they're all a bunch of leftists who love this fucking propaganda.
Well, and I would say, like, I mean, it honestly sounds like he's just trying to say the opposite of what Ben said, because he's saying, well, no, actually, I liked it because it was a movie about family and about how awesome like their child is. She's barely a character for 90% of the movie. You see a little bit of the daughter in the beginning, and then you see a little bit of her character at the end. What is her character in the movie?
Every kid is longing to find out that the man they thought was their biological father their entire life is actually a cuck, and their father is this fucking insane white supremacist. That is the adventure people want to go on, right?
You could construct a movie
that's about family.
It's like the Fast and the Furious. This is a movie about family. He's making it sound like that this is a movie where this girl gets like kidnapped, and then you kind of follow the girl and you see the trials and tribulations throughout the movie of her, escaping from, the situation. And you see, oh, what a competent and smart and compassionate and empathetic and awesome girl this is. And so at the end of it, it's like, well, it's kind of like the message of, Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm not your father, but I'm your daddy or papa or whatever the fuck, the line is, right? Like, it doesn't really matter if she's really biologically related to Leonardo DiCaprio, because obviously he instilled in her like good values, right? That's obviously not the fucking point of the movie. You're fucking film illiterate retard, because Bob's character is shown to be an incompetent fucking retard the entire movie. Okay. So there's no fucking way that he competently raised a child and instilled good values in them. That's not shown to us whatsoever. Number 2, the daughter character is barely a fucking character in the movie whatsoever. We don't really know fucking jack shit about her. So get the fuck out of here with this nonsense about, oh, this really a movie about family and raising a child.
And she knows her dad is a fucking stoner loser. She treats him like a fucking stoner loser. Yes. So she sees him smoking pot on the fucking couch all the time. She has no respect for him whatsoever.
No, this
She's
is
like, why are you telling me what to do? I'm a fucking teenage activist and you're a fucking burnout loser.
Who's not even my real dad.
Yeah, well, she finds that out in the middle of the film, but it's like barely a speed bump.
You guys misunderstood. This is really a movie about how Leonardo DiCaprio was a great father and raised a daughter fantastically while being a loser, pothead, fucking idiot. That's what the movie's about. It's about family.
Right. It's about dreaming of having the worst incompetent father and fucking deadbeat mother in the fucking world.
And
it's
your
about
actual
family.
father is a secret white nationalist racist.
Yes. But family.
Family. It's a movie about family.
Right. I mean, maybe the original Lilo and Stitch. Now that's about family.
When I see this movie, I just think Ohana. That's what I think when I say one battle after another.
Yeah. If this movie is about family, they've done it completely wrong.
Yes.
Benicio del Toro's character is kind of an example of being a great community leader, taking care of people in times of crisis. This is like the beautiful humanism in this film. If it's preaching anything, it's preaching be kind to one another, raising children. It can be a noble, even revolutionary act. Like, you can do good just by being a decent person. He's done good in his life, and that's kind of like what's beautiful about this film, to me at least.
It is better, in other words, to be a complete loser who wastes your life bombing things randomly in order to free illegal immigrants to run willy-nilly across the border than to be like a productive citizen of that society. At no point is that actually considered by anyone, by the way. Like, just to be a productive citizen of society.
I love this line of thinking because you could just say this about any movie. Why didn't Llewellyn Moss just consider being a productive member of society in No Country for Old Men instead of taking the money? Like, why didn't he just do that? Luke Skywalker, maybe just be a productive member of society? Did you ever think about that? What if the character...
My God, he probably loves the sequels when Luke Skywalker checked out and didn't become a productive member of society. I really thought he was going to become a productive member of society after Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, right. I've only seen No Country for Old Men once, and it was a long time ago. But it wasn't part of the point of the movie that the fact that the guy decided to take the briefcase full of money. It was kind of like, you made that one mistake, like that was obviously like corruption and the greed grasped you in that moment, and it sends you down this pathway that like dooms you. Like, wasn't that kind of like the point of the character, like part of his character in the movie?
It's been so long since I saw the movie, and my biggest beef with the movie was it ends and then goes on for like 20 minutes. You're like, the central conflict is resolved, and then it goes on for quite some time after.
Well, that's true. Well, yeah, that movie, I like that movie until, spoiler warning, for a movie from 20 years ago, the protagonist is unceremoniously killed off screen. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's a huge problem right there.
Like, excuse me. But
oh, you're right. Oh, that movie. Yeah.
That's when the movie I was pretty invested in the movie until that happened. I was like,
no,
what?
It's one of those great movies. Look, yeah. I'm telling you, movies, when a lot of movies, it's easier to do setups and payoffs, because a lot of movies, they just can't land that ship. They can't bring an ending that's going to make you cheer.
Because like because I thought like there's that line with the bad guy, what's his name? Like Anton Segura or whatever the fuck the guy's name is. The bad guy. He has like that line about like, well, the process, I forget exactly what it is. It's like the famous line in the movie where it's like, the process of decision making has led you to me. So obviously it wasn't like a good process of decision making. So I felt like that was kind of the point.
Then he flips a coin, right?
Right.
That's a coin flipper guy.
That's I think that's part of it.
Let fate decide.
Right. So to me, as an audience member, it's very clear to me like part of the message of the movie is like, okay, well, this character was wrong for taking the briefcase full of money and not just like letting it go and getting himself like embroiled in all this like fucking mess in the first place. Where that does, like, for him to bring this up in terms of Ben Shapiro's critique doesn't make any sense, because the movie's not critiquing, as even this guy admitted, is not critiquing necessarily the leftist revolutionaries' actions and saying that it was wrong. The way that No Country for Old Men seemed to be saying that it was wrong for that main character to try to abscond with like the evil gang money.
Yeah. Yeah. It's clear even in an unclear movie.
In the movie just decided to be.
Well, it's clear because a fucking person is trying to murder him the whole fucking movie. Like, that's such a bad comparison for him to bring up. It's so crazy.
Normal. That'd be more interesting. And finally, of course, Ben Shapiro has to ratchet this up to the next level.
Yeah, I've talked about the permission structures for violence that led to, for example, the murder of Charlie Kirk. This entire film is that. There's a conspiratorial group of white Christian nationalists who are targeting people of color. Those people of color have to band together along with a few moron fellow travelers like Bob in order to take on that conspiracy, and they should bomb things and they should kill people.
This is the type of thinking that leads.
Now, I do agree that's kind of silly for Ben to bring that up, because obviously movies like this, take a while to make, and are in the process of being made for a long time. So it's not like this movie was going to come out and it's just a coincidence that it came out around the time that Charlie Kirk got assassinated. So I don't think that's a valid. I agree. That's not
this is a long running conspiracy theory on the left, though. So yeah, but
no, that's true.
Charlie
but
Kirk
I'm just saying, that movie just happened to be coming out. It's not like this movie started to be shot, the day Charlie Kirk was killed or something.
No, yeah.
To mass censorship that leads people to try to ban video games because it leads to violence. Like, when you're talking about art, when you're talking about censoring things, you can take this to any extreme. This is the same logic that leads to mass censorship. This is just.
I'm sure that this individual has done a bevy of videos criticizing the insane amount of censorship that the left has been engaged on starting in the 2014 era onward. I'm sure he's done so many videos complaining about the horrible woke censorship that was going on in our society, the cancel culture that's going on in our society for the last 10 years. I'm sure he's done many videos complaining about that.
Ha, ha, ha.
You don't think so?
All based on avoiding the violence for marginalized communities too, right? We can't have this. This is hate speech.
Okay.
This is going to propagate violence for marginalized communities.
So that's good.
It's so interesting.
Right.
It's bullshit. So to recap, the three really bad tendencies that I find in this review are not bothering to meet the movie on its level at all, assuming that depicting something on screen means that the filmmakers are endorsing that thing, and believing that art should moralize, that it should have a moral component.
First of all, she had to clarify whether wet-ass P-word was a description
of the P word or whether one of the clinical symptoms here was also diarrhea.
All of this talk.
Art shouldn't have a moral component.
I mean,
have you ever heard the saying, the moral of the story? What is the moral of the story, Sitch? Have you ever heard that? Does that seem pretty like almost cliche?
Right.
It's so common.
Well, it's interesting because first of all, am I supposed to believe that if I go to this guy's, social media, did he make a video where he criticized all the people for attacking Imaru because she said she didn't want to be political, right? Is this guy going to be defending her in that situation, right? I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. But like in terms of a story, like usually stories do have, even if it's not political, you can have.
It's a moral dilemma, of course.
Yeah, you can have stories that are not super political, but there usually is some kind of moral question or something.
That's the fucking hook. That's the conflict.
There's usually something about human nature or society or something that's being talked about or discussed in the story. Just at least if it's a good story, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know what the moral of the story is for Michael Bay's Transformers. Maybe there's maybe the moral is bad guys are bad, right? So
it's family. It's always family.
Found robot family.
It's been a while since I saw Transformers, but obviously that's a terrible movie.
Yes. There's a clear moral, and this is why this review feels so dishonest, or this critique feels so dishonest. There's a very clear moral message to me about what the movie One Battle After Another is. And there's very obviously a clear moral message to the people who disagree with me politically and love the fucking movie. So if you sit there and be like, well, actually, all the people that I'm friends with on Nebula who are all socialists are all dumb fuck retards for liking this movie because the movie's not actually supporting them. I mean, that would be a very bold take for him to say, but obviously he's too cowardly to actually say that.
Right.
About art and media literacy is reminding me of my old college days, when I was young, stressed, and anxious. Did you know that the University of Chicago plunges into chaos every year over an insane 20-page scavenger hunt? It's so weird because all the best parts of movies are the moral dilemma. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, when Baylor comes back to fight for Sir Duncan. Right. Like that's a fucking moral dilemma for him. The whole thing that's interesting about it is the moral dilemma, right? When you're forced to do something because you know it's the right thing to do, but it's going to cost you severely. That's what we want to see. We want to see people tortured under those moral dilemmas. It's so weird for some film critic to say, "Oh, art is divorced or storytelling is divorced from morality." What the fuck? Right. You're a retard, dude. You're a fucking retard. You're a retard, okay? And look at any scene in every movie. It's like people are wrestling over some kind of moral dilemma. Real genuine phenomenon that I wouldn't have known about if not for a new Nebula original series premiering November 5th. Scav looks to me.
Oh, yeah. And then he's got the shill stuff. So it's over anyway. Good. We made it to the end.
There you go, guys. Look, do you want to join Nebula, the socialist thing?
Service that this kind of brilliant content from Wendover can coexist alongside my 30-second shitpost. Scav, along with a ton of other exclusive content.
Isn't Wendover kind of a right-wing guy? I don't know.
Thank you for watching. To offer with your family and friends, Nebula is now offering.
What are you doing?
You don't want to join Nebula?
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I don't need fucking another streaming service, especially one run by a bunch of leftists.
Oh, okay.
I already have Netflix, okay? Jesus. What are you doing to me, Sitch?
Uh-huh.
I already have Paramount Plus. I'm watching Starfleet Academy, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The stream is going to drop down to like 50 viewers as soon as in 1 hour. Well, maybe not. It didn't seem like a lot of our fans were watching A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. People are really jazzed about A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, even though Sitch is such a Debbie Downer.
I said I like it. Okay, I just didn't like the 27 times he got stabbed. The 37th. I thought it was kind of it ruined the realism. I think when the Targaryen guy took out a gun and shot Dunk in the chest.
When he taught, I liked it when he pulled out the machine gun. That was the best part.
When he
I didn't even know they had machine guns.
When
back
he pulled
then.
out an AK-47 and went and shot Dunk like 20 times in the chest, and then Dunk still defeated him.
And
I thought
Dunk
that
did
was
the Matrix move where he backed up and did bullet time.
I couldn't. I thought that was a little unrealistic. I had trouble dealing with that. Yes.
Sitch is such a Debbie Downer. I'm telling you.
That was the part where I was like, I don't know about this.
You just gotta love it.
Okay.
You gotta love it. Anyway, let's watch a little bit of Jesse Gender. And then we gotta watch a little bit of Peter Boghossian. So
Yes. I don't have any time codes, so I guess we'll just watch this till we get bored of it. But
well, let's just jump to some spot in the middle. Well,
So
look, there's this spot in the middle where she really goes on about the politics.
do you know where that is? Because I don't know where that is. So the name of this video is Nazis Have the Dumbest Star Trek Opinion.
Right. She was going on and on and on. Read a super chat. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay.
That's what I'll do. I'll look at
Right.
the thing. The transcript.
You can look
Yeah. Read some super chats.
Metal
Get
Works for
caught up on
$2
those.
says, "What is the moral dilemma in slice of life anime?" There often isn't. Well, there often isn't. There often isn't even really a strong conflict, which is why a lot of people hate slice of life animes.
Yes.
There are anime, like slice of life anime is like, I guess people would call them like vibe animes. They just want to like have like a good vibe. They want to have like a good feeling. So there are probably movies like that. I don't think they're going to be as successful. It's kind of hard to like maintain that for a whole movie as opposed to a TV show.
My God, this video is called Nazis Have the Dumbest Star Trek Opinions.
But then even, it's funny because some people say that Freren is a slice of life anime because it's kind of slower paced. And yet the entire like internet is broken on the moral question of Freren because Freren has a very, very clear moral question that demons are just all intrinsically evil and you should never trust them for any reason, no matter what they say, and just annihilate them from like the earth or from the planet. And it's become like this whole big meme now of sort of like the black and white moral system versus like everything being morally gray now. So Freren has a pretty strong moral question or pretty strong moral system that's laid out in Freren.
Yeah, I don't look, every single movie doesn't have to have, well, look, I would argue your movie's going to suck if it doesn't have any moral dilemmas. That's part of the attention hook that your ultimate goal is to get people involved in your movie. And people get involved in the movie because they like to play the game. What would I do in this situation? This is a sticky moral dilemma. Would I have the balls to like step up and fight on Dunk's side? I mean, that's the right thing to do, but my brother's going to be totally mad at me if so you're like weighing the cost for the characters. This is what engages you in the story.
Right.
So, but look, you can point to a movie that is not very good and go, look, this movie doesn't have any moral dilemmas. So,
sure.
But I would argue that's why it's not very good. It's very difficult to point to a movie that is completely beloved and say there's no moral dilemmas. Even One Battle After Another, my problem with the movie is they set up massive moral dilemmas that just kind of vanish, right? The guy discovers that he has a daughter with this woman and he's like, oh, I'm just going to kill her. Like he seemed to be in love with the woman. And that there's contradictory stuff going on because it's almost like in the scene, he's trying to confide in her that he loved her mom. So he's trying to have like a moment with his actual daughter. Why would he be doing that if he's just ashamed of having this kid that he wants to kill? It's like, it's weird.
Well, you see, there's like a technique that filmmakers can do where they can make things completely not make sense and contradictory. And then people will say, well, that means it's smart and open to interpretation because no one's consistent.
I know, I hate that. But usually they're liking the movie on some other level then.
Well, no,
and that's why
Adam,
they're
you don't
doing it.
understand. Okay. Humans aren't robots that are consistent. Humans are inconsistent emotional creatures. So it's very realistic depiction that the guy who's going to murder his own daughter is like, don't you talk bad about your mom, who I may be killed.
I know. It's like, shouldn't you look, why'd you kill her if you don't want people talking bad about her?
Yeah.
You should have just shit talked her instead of killing her. Jesus.
Right.
Anyway, I think I found the spot.
Okay.
There's a mention of your favorite person in here. Did you watch this video?
I did.
I watched most of it.
I watched the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Something the recent Star Trek audio drama Khan explored really well, by the way. I highly recommend it. Actually, if you haven't listened to it, it was probably the best Star Trek released in 2025, which it's not a high bar, but still, it's good. So as if he was actively going out of his way to try to prove my point that I've been trying to make this whole video, as I was editing this.
You didn't bring up the literal worst part of the film of this video where she brings up Stephen Miller, did you? Why did you have all the parts that you brought literally the dumbest part?
Well, look, she goes crazy on the like Nazi this, Nazi that.
Okay.
Is there another part you want to listen to? As far as I'm concerned, we've already got our obligation. We've watched enough of this video that we can move on.
We should watch. We should watch like the first 5 minutes from the beginning. I think.
I have a link on the Peter Boghossian video. So no, let's just watch a little bit of this part where she goes off on Stephen Miller.
Well, what's the time?
You don't like this because you don't like Stephen Miller.
Well, I don't like Stephen Miller. What's the time code that we're at?
But look, do you think Stephen Miller's a white supremacist? Oh, I guess.
I think it's very possible that he's racist.
He is a white supremacist.
I don't know if he's a white supremacist, but
isn't Stephen Miller Jewish? Wouldn't he have to be a Jewish supremacist?
I mean, maybe you could look. Epstein was like a Jewish supremacist.
He could be, couldn't he? Oh,
what's the time code? Because I already moved it off, but I haven't let go yet.
This of all people,
you're not answering my question. What is the time code?
I hit play and it's.
I clicked to move it, and if
39:54. But I thought it would just snap to the right time.
It will not. It will snap to wherever I move it.
Oh, okay.
Miller decided to step into the Star Trek discourse with, frankly, what I have to say is one of the dumbest Star Trek opinions I have ever seen in my life.
Oh, actually, you're right. This is a pretty dumb Star Trek opinion. He's like, just hand it over to Captain Kirk. He can fix everything.
Which is a retarded thing to say.
Okay, you're right. This is.
I
thought this would just be
the first 5 minutes
part. Okay, well, let's watch it for
I'm about as angry as a Klingon who just discovered their blood wine's been replaced with lukewarm chamomile tea because Star Trek Starfleet Academy premieres this week and the reactionary grifters are out with Janeway levels of hostility towards Tuvix for the show.
Doesn't anyone see that this is wrong?
We've yet again hit the beginning of a new reactionary discourse cycle. Star Trek is dead. Wokeness killed it. It's gay now. Alex Kurtzman personally strangled Gene Roddenberry in his sleep. It's a meltdown.
Do you think this person wants Star Trek to be gayer? I mean, it seems like this person's a trans.
Do I think the trans lady wants Star Trek to be more gay? Yes, obviously. Yes.
So this is just a variant of the POV question, right? Obviously, we know she's POV because she wants to. She wants to see the character and be the character. And if the character's not her, if it's not a trans woman, it's tough. She's like, I don't really feel it, right?
Yeah, I mean, throughout the course of this video, they make a very incoherent argument because they continually argue that they try to argue that both Star Trek has always been woke and that it's currently not woke, and that these people are wrong for saying it's woke. It's like, okay,
that is very contradictory.
That's a kind of a contradiction. It doesn't really make any sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, look, I focus on the storytelling, and in this video, as much as I watched of it, I watched like 3/4 of it. She never really dives into the storytelling aspect of it. She's just really talking about the themes and the messages. I think, look, you can make, and people argued that One Battle After Another was a good woke movie. It was good propaganda because it was a good story. I completely disagree, but I do think you can have stuff that has a message, and Star Trek did this effectively. That did have a progressive message, but entangled within a good story. So you were hooked. It had your attention because you liked the characters that had good moral dilemmas. You were engaged, but there was also this message aspect of it, which probably drove conservatives a little more crazy than it did me because I'm more progressive. So,
well, first of all, I would take issue with you saying progressive because, at least in like the classical I'm not talking about the original, but like the classical, Star Trek after the original, it wasn't progressive. It
Mhm.
was liberal in terms of it was very pro-liberalism. It was definitely a story that was very much about being, colorblind and living in a colorblind society.
Well, that was
And
progressive when it was made, though.
I
right?
understand that, but when I
That's
say progressive,
changed. Yeah,
I understand that. But I say progressive now, it confers kind of the opposite values.
Right. Progressives they've stepped away from color blindness.
In fact, I mean, if you were to be critical of Star Trek, you could say, and this is just kind of like an element of writing that is somewhat, lazy, but you could actually say that Star Trek's kind of racist because, yeah, they don't really care about the races of people, but the species of aliens very often all kind of act the same. Like all Vulcans have very similar ways that they behave. Even humans have very similar
totally
ways they behave.
racist.
Klingons all have very similar ways they behave. I guess Worf's kind of an exception to that, but the same Romulans, Cardassians, like they all kind of have like very similar
What about
like
the Ferengi?
behaviors. Right.
Oh my
Ferengi,
goodness.
yeah, exact. Ferengi have very similar ways
They're
of
the
behaving.
worst.
Right. So
that's become so predictable, it's reached Elon Musk, who's now firing off racist, eugenics-adjacent dog whistles on his child generation app that ironically prove he does not, in fact, know anything about actual Star Trek canon that he so claims to want to defend with his life. Well, not his life, but one of his numerous wage slave workers' lives, I'm sure.
See, all this like nitpick shit, I don't like it.
You know,
It's like, yeah, Elon Musk says something, and then she has like a bunch of nitpicks on what Elon Musk said because other characters it was part of their identity not to fix their ailments.
Right.
It's just like that doesn't really lay into any of the story at all.
No.
At all.
No.
Yeah.
And now, as I was literally editing this video, Stephen Miller had to stick his stupid Nazi opinions into Star Trek. So we'll talk about that.
No, she sets it up. She's so excited.
Mhm.
Stephen Miller's like a big get for her channel. She's like, oh yeah, look, the white supremacist.
And being frank, I'm not only angry, I'm exhausted because this is the same grift every single time. People like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker bounce from Star Wars to Lord of the Rings to Star Trek, manufacturing outrage so they can smuggle in regressive politics by juicing the algorithm with 10 of the same videos a week with 3 talking points and no new thoughts at all, because heaven forbid a franchise they like might not be for them at all freaking times, or might just be mediocre or bad occasionally. All hidden under the guise of...
Go ahead, you want to say something?
Well, it's just like, it's so funny. I'm so glad that we are in the best Freedom Tunes ever made because it's the most. It's so. Like,
it's not for you.
Yes, it's not for you. Like that was like the most like accurate fucking depiction of all this shit.
Totally.
It's who cares about Lord of the Rings prequel? Who cares about Star Wars sequels? Who cares about the Star Wars TV shows? Who cares about the new Star Trek show? None of these things are for you. They're all just for some other, like, what kind of contempt for and this is what bothers people like us. This is what bothers people like Critical Drinker, Neurotic, and the entire fucking community. It's so fucking obvious that the people that are making these TV shows and movies that are beloved nerd properties have such fucking contempt for the people who loved these stories growing up. That they fucking hate these people with the burning passion of 1,000 suns, and so they have to shit all over everything and shove their own political nonsense, their own current sensibility, modern day woke garbage political nonsense into these stories, and they don't even do. And on top of that, they can't even do it in a way that at least the story can't even be good either.
Yeah,
and oftentimes the story fails because of the political messaging. Like Starfleet Academy is a perfect example of this. You have the main character is supposed to be sort of like this renegade boy who wasn't really raised by parents, so he's kind of like the rebellious problem child, and he's going to go to Starfleet and he's going to learn how to be like a civilized, upstanding Starfleet officer at Starfleet Academy, right? That's kind of like the character arc for the main character. And yet, because this is written by women who literally don't know how to write a male character, they wouldn't understand that. Well, like a good journey for that character is you have to have some sort of strong male role model for that character to look up to say, oh, like maybe I have respect for this strong male character and I respect them and I want to emulate them. And maybe this is a reason for me to want to be in Starfleet and join Starfleet Academy. And you had the perfect opportunity for that character. Could have either been the main character, Captain Lady, Holly Hunter, or you could have had the secondary character be the Jem'Hadar, the half Jem'Hadar, half Klingon person. Could have been that character. But no, because it's modern era, and this is a show written by women for women and for CW audiences, all those characters have to be women. And the Jem'Hadar character being a woman doesn't even fucking make any sense whatsoever. Because they want her to be I'm the super tough, strong military drill instructor. But instead of being some sort of imposing, like giant Jem'Hadar man, it's going to be a short, fat black lady in prosthetics
that intimidates
not
no
imposing
one
whatsoever.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would you make that fucking casting decision? Or for the Klingon guy, they're like, I know, let's have like a Klingon guy who, when you listen to the Klingon guy, when you listen to him, because I thought it was weird. I'm listening to him in the show, and he talks with this really fucking stupid voice, and I was like,
so fake.
It's so fake. It's so fake. And I'm like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why does he sound like that? Why? Like,
and then you listen to him in an interview,
right?
It sounds completely different.
I was
You're
like, why
oh
is he
my
doing
god,
this?
that's the same character.
Why is he doing this stupid voice? Why can't he just sound like normal? Like the Klingons, like they add a little bit of like gravel to their voice, but it was not like this character was doing. And then it's because then you hear him in an interview, and it's because he's gay as a tangerine. And he has a super gay voice.
Totally,
and I'm like,
totally is. Oh
and
my
I'm like,
god.
Listen, if you want to be gay, be fucking gay. But I don't know if they should fucking cast you to be the fucking Klingon guy with the deep Klingon voice.
No,
if you
they
can't
have
make if you can't do the fucking voice.
No, they have to, because they can't cast gay characters now that aren't gay. And he's so gay in the series.
Well, yeah, then
so they had to get a gay character.
Right.
Well, they're like,
I haven't
oh my
watched
god,
the last...
95% of our male audience just is gone. We have to cast from the 5% that's actually gay now.
I haven't watched the last episode, I think, where it's like he's in a dress or he's like kissing a dude or whatever the fuck's going on there. So I don't know.
He's like holding hands with a dude and they kiss. It's like, and it's just like thrown in there.
Yeah, but does he like change his voice? It's all of a sudden, is he going to have like a gay Klingon voice or something? Because then I'll be like, oh, well, I guess it was all like a build up. That's why his voice was so like stupid. It was all a build up for him to reveal his true gay Klingon voice.
No.
Okay.
Oh, it's so bad. Well, first of all, we were in a Freedom Tunes. For those of you who don't know, we actually did the voices for the Freedom Tunes where he talks about, I can't remember the name of it. Sitch, do you remember the name of it? But it's not for you is basically the thing. So it is so true, because that is the line that so many people who are against, the people who are upset because they feel this is a franchise that was for me at one time, was made for boys. And now it's totally not for me. And they have an argument to make that the IP is really popular and powerful because of their fandom. So they're like, we blew this thing up, we made it popular, and now you're shitting all over it. Why? And why does a franchise, which was obviously geared towards men and boys, have to change radically and become geared towards women and girls just because some girls happen to like a boys franchise, right?
Right.
It's just it's completely silly. I don't know why they make this argument, or why it's the performative ignorance thing that they pretend that they don't understand this very simple argument and understand why people would be chapped about that, right? You've got a huge investment. You were a kid, you collected all the Star Wars action figures, right? You played with them in the yard with your friends. You're like, I built this thing. This is popular because me and all my friends talked about it and loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're here pissing all over it. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Of course they deserve to be mad. And then they want to rewrite history like, oh no, you were looking at it completely wrong. This was always a girls' franchise, okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Princess Leia was a strong woman.
Or the idea that like, because something in the time period that it came out leaned left for the current politics, that means that in today's environment where politics has shifted, it must keep going to the left. Like that there's some sort of like
Being more left-wing.
inevitability of like, it's kind of funny because they're kind of making the Marvin Yarvin argument, the Cthulhu swims left argument. They're like, there has to be some sort of inevitability of like, if something had a moral message that we align on the left side of the spectrum 30 years ago, that must mean that it has to be updated and continue to move to the left in modern times.
Right.
Even if that message would be counter to the original message 30 years in the past.
If you want to make a show that's Star Trek themed, that is all fucking gay characters on gay planet, why can't you do that? Why do you actually have to do it on a Star Trek?
Right.
Why is it got to take over the property? Look, I can respect the fact that people want to see themselves in the movie. Okay. A lot of people are like, no, you should be able to empathize with the character no matter what they look like. I don't think that's wholly how human nature works. I think people do get jazzed when they see a character that has their name or, looks like them or acts like them, or they see themselves in that character. I think that happens, and I think that's natural, and there's nothing wrong with it. So if gay, trans people, whatever, they want to see themselves in science fiction, knock yourself out. I don't see why they have to take the most popular franchises and turn them into some niche that a small percentage of the population is going to understand.
Yeah.
Why? Why? It's weird. It's weird too, because they're like, oh, it's wrong for you to want to see yourself in the movie, right? Because
that's right for us.
You're the dominant, race or the dominant gender or the dominant whatever. It's wrong for you to want to see yourself in the movie, but it's right for us. Yeah. It's like a huge contradiction there.
Yeah.
It's either right for everyone or not, or wrong for everyone, right?
Well, and if we were in an environment where there was like, I don't know, a bunch of Star Trek shows that came out that were all like really good and people thought were like classically good Star Trek shows, and then you had like this one that was like, okay, it's kind of like woke and weird and feels like a CW show, then I'd be like, oh, okay, whatever. It's fine that it's not for me. If there's like 5 good Star Trek shows, and then there's like the one weird one that's like trying to appeal to a different audience, that makes sense. But if they're all
great point.
Yeah, if they're all like that, then you're like, wait, what the fuck are we talking about here?
Not one of them can be for us, like the dominant fans that really launched this property. Not one of them can be for us. I mean, there was that movie Galaxy Quest that was obviously like a Star Trek knockoff. There's a bunch of them. If you want to have like an all gay fucking Star Trek, just do it. It doesn't have to be Star Trek. Look, the reason that they do it is because they think it will get viewers, but it really just ends up destroying the IP, which is sad. It's super sad. I think Star Trek may be dead.
Lord Stark for $2 says, do leftists think they're not the Borg? Exactly. They are. They're literally in the original in Next Generation.
The Borg were trans.
They're literally the collective. They're literally collectivists is the great evil. To the hyper individualist federation, the collectivist is the greatest evil threat to them.
That is a little bit progressive coded, because they're like, your culture will be assimilated. How's that not the white man, right? The colonialist white man running around assimilating all cultures.
There you go.
Your culture is very unique. It will be assimilated.
Well, they're not. Yeah, but when they say assimilate, it's not really being assimilated. It's really being subsumed. So.
Yeah, consumed. But that's the way leftists view the world.
Right, but I'm saying like it's not like the Borg would assimilate some culture, then it's not like you ever see them change. Like, oh well, we assimilated like a good freedom culture. Now we've all become hippies. Like they don't seem like they really changed that much.
Yeah, but the left sees the right. They see assimilation in the same way that the Borg is depicted. They see us wanting immigrants to assimilate as like the Borg.
Right.
They're like, you're just going to come in, assimilate. You're going to be. They see us as the bad guys.
Right.
The evil people that want people to assimilate so our culture can thrive. So our Borg culture can thrive.
Right.
Anyway. God, the Borg was like the height of I mean, I really started tuning out on Star Trek when they started coming out with these movies that were real half-assed bullshit.
The movies were never very good, unfortunately. So.
I never thought Jonathan Frakes was directing, and I always thought, God, this guy sucks. Why did they turn it over to him?
They always tried to make them the new movies. I mean, I like some of the old movies, even though I never really watched the old show. I did like some of the old movies, but no, the new movies were always like action movies, and they didn't really work because of that. So,
the original Star Trek movie with V'ger, I mean, all that was just, oh man, that's like my genre right there. Artificial
you talking about the
intelligence.
first one with the weird chick?
Yeah.
Oh, that movie sucked, but
half naked chick.
No wonder
you didn't like that.
No, it's terrible.
Oh my God, that movie's great.
Oh, it's very artsy fartsy, so it makes sense that you like it.
It's not artsy fartsy. What are you talking about?
They're trying to be like 2001 or something.
I watched Red Letter Media. They did a review of it, and they liked it. How do you love Red Letter Media? I guess you don't. I don't. I guess you disagree with them on.
They
that
like
movie.
artsy fartsy stuff for sometimes, and I didn't like artsy fartsy stuff.
It was artsy fartsy.
Yeah.
How?
You don't think that the first Star Trek movie is artsy fartsy?
Well, there was a few shots that have not aged well because they're so long, because it's the first time anyone saw a visual spectacle of that level. So they're like, they really want you to drink it in. And now, after seeing all the movies we've seen now, we're like, get on with it, okay? We've seen the Enterprise already.
That's right.
But I just thought the story of the Voyager was an interesting story. You like the one with the whales. Everyone, look.
Okay,
everyone
I'm a
likes,
normie. I like the one they go back in time and they find the whale. Okay,
who doesn't like humpback whales? Everyone's a sucker for humpback whale songs. So okay.
Leonard Nimoy, I think, directed that. He's very good.
Nimoy's great. Yeah. Yeah, those were good. A lot of good comedy moments. They understood, and they understood their audience. They're like, we're not putting a bunch of queer people in here, okay? Sulu can be in the movie, but he's got to stay in the fucking closet, okay? America's not ready for this. Obama is not even in favor of gay marriage. You think we're going to have Sulu running around the bridge being gay? Come on.
It's so unfortunate that, and this kind of comes up much later in this video, how social media has like ruined every celebrity, because
I know,
like before you didn't really know what every celebrity thought about every political issue. Like there were some that were very outspoken political, but most of the time you didn't really know what most celebrities like politics were. Like you'd probably assume like maybe they're like vaguely lefty or something, but now because of social media, you see like what every fucking person's thinking at all times. And people forget this, but I remember when social media first started to pop off and Twitter first started to pop off, and all celebrities are on it, and you're like, wow, all the mystique of celebrities is gone away, because I now realize they're all fucking stupid.
Totally.
They don't know anything. And it was unfortunate, because I remember I used to listen to the Howard Stern show all the time, and I always liked when Sulu, when George Takei. I always liked when George Takei was on Howard Stern. I always thought he was very funny. He always had these like very like degenerate funny stories to tell Howard Stern. And then he's like, because then you see him on social media and you're like, oh, okay, he just has like the dumbest fucking retard political takes of all time. So
just an NPC.
Yep. Same thing with Stephen King.
All right, let's move on to Peter Boghossian. Oh, you want to?
It's a fat black woman.
What makes this especially maddening is that Star Trek, of all the franchises, should be the one most immune to the wokeness ruined it discourse. Star Trek has always been political. Dare I say, woke even.
Down the centuries, you have slurred the meaning out of the words, we, the people of the United States.
And it's always.
It's so insane, because like this is so frustrating. People, there has to be a fallacy. There has to be some delusion in this. It is that they're like, okay, Star Trek vaguely could be considered on the left when it was created in like the 60s. Not vaguely, like I'd say like Star Trek's on the left in the 60s or 70s. And then it was like, in the left in the 90s. So they're like, well, therefore it must be firmly on the left now. But if the left now disagrees with the left of the 90s and the left of the 60s and 70s, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Even that scene that they just showed, it's like Kirk is like talking to a bunch of savages from some planet, and he's like reading them the fucking Constitution. Like that's gonna like solve their problems. Like, oh, if you just adopt the Constitution, if you just adopt liberalism, then you'll solve all your problems, you stupid fucking natives. If that was the message in modern Star Trek, these same fucking retards would go apeshit. They'd be like, really? The ideology that was pushed by these evil white slave owners is going to save a bunch of native people? Oh my God, that's so offensive to me.
Yeah, exactly. The slavers.
Or the whole, again, like, we literally had this whole fucking drama with Coleman Hughes where he's arguing in favor of colorblindness at the TED Talks, and they don't want to release it, when that was the entire fucking message of like Next Generation and the original Star Trek. And in Deep Space Nine, though, there was some episodes at the end where that kind of really wasn't the case. But with Voyager, it's like, oh, colorblindness and gender blindness, not in the original, but in the newer ones, gender blindness was like the way to go. And that if you were not colorblind and you were not gender blind, you were looked at like you were a fucking like backward savage retard. And then now the left is like, no, colorblindness is literally wrong and evil if you're colorblind.
Yeah. So passe now. I don't know that they tackled issues that were tough political issues of the time, right? Like, did they have an episode on abortion that was obviously pro-choice or even pro-life? It seems like all the issues they tackled were kind of ones that a lot of people already bought into. Did they have a gay marriage episode?
So,
I don't know that they did.
I don't know if there was I can't recall an abortion episode or something that you could map onto abortion.
I mean, they tackled civil rights, but this show came out after the civil rights movement. So it was already kind of won.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it was very contentious when they had Kirk kiss Uhuru. That was like super contentious.
And
actually, and that episode like wasn't. I think that episode
that got some people mad.
Yeah, like a white guy kissing a black woman on television actually got the episode banned, I think, in some southern states.
Right.
Where it wasn't played, which is fucking crazy. So no, I would say the original one like definitely was pushing more a lot of like civil rights stuff when it was so contentious. But like I'm thinking like a Next Generation or Deep Space Nine or something, is there wasn't an abortion episode that I can recall. There was the closest thing I could think of that'd be like a contentious political episode. But even then, it was still kind of esoteric. It'd be more contentious now, is that there is kind of a trans episode where there's like an episode in Next Generation where Riker like falls in love with a character, an alien who's supposed to be part of a non-binary alien species, but they like want to be more feminine, and her species is like, no, that's wrong. We have to like do a surgery to make you more non-binary.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of like the reverse, but that's, that's part of the message.
She's a rebel. She wants to express her gender euphoria.
Now, obviously this was in like the 90s. So this is way before there was any sort of like trans stuff that was really prominent in the national, discourse at all.
Right. They started
a lot of it was questions that were like, kind of high-minded moral questions of like, free will, what is the purpose of humanity? What is data like a person or not? Does he have free rights or not? When should you intervene in sort of these moral quandaries and protect people and save people?
Yeah, these are not contentious issues of the day.
Well, yeah, they were like philosophical. A lot of it was more like philosophical moral questions, but they were not like left, right, political, current events questions, sort of, that you can map on cleanly, I think.
This also is kind of talking past the sail on the Starfleet Academy debate, because I mean, I would argue Starfleet Academy is just bad. Their argument is that we are saying it's bad because we don't like the politics.
Right.
But I don't find any problem with the politics. Like I said, look, if you want to have a bunch of gay characters in your gay Star Trek knockoff, knock yourself out. You're not going to offend me one bit, right?
Yeah,
look, if it's good, if it's a good story, I'll fucking watch it. Okay.
Right. When you have the main character, Captain Lady, seem to be like a weirdo, incompetent hippie.
Yeah.
And that makes I don't have a problem with a character like having a weird hippie character in Star Trek. There's definitely been a lot of weird hippie characters in Star Trek, but making them like the person in charge of Starfleet Academy just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having that scene, like that really I think killed it forever for me was, you know, you have
the journaling.
No, it was having, you know, members of a Starfleet. They're part of the War College, but they're part of Starfleet. Having members of Starfleet sexually assault other Starfleet cadets by teleporting them when they're naked or in states of undress across the school, including a Vulcan character who does this and enjoys doing it, which seems very un-Vulcan-like.
That's very weird.
And they get into no trouble. And in fact, the adults at the school are like, oh yeah, that's totally based that they did that. And I'm like, what? What are we talking about? What kind? This is supposed to be a military fucking academy. What is happening here? Is this like Porky's? Have you seen the movie Porky's, Adam, from the 1980s?
Oh yeah.
Remember the movie
when I was
Porky's?
a little kid, that's a movie I really wanted to see.
Remember the movie Animal House, right?
I thought I might see some TNA.
Yeah, yes. Remember Animal House? Do you remember the movie Animal House? Okay, classic.
I don't really. Animal House was before my time.
How dare you? Well, Porky's was older than Animal House, wasn't it?
I think Animal House is older.
Oh no, you're right.
Porky's.
Animal House was slightly older. Okay, Animal House.
You're literally talking about like my childhood here.
Yes, 1970.
I was desperate to see all my friends were desperate to see Porky's because we heard there was some TNA in it. We were like, "Oh my god, we got to see that TNA."
There's the famous.
Now kids today are like internet tits ass.
I know. If you've never seen the movie, Porky's is part of those like raunchy 80s college sex comedies that very famously
because you'd see like 5 seconds of tits in it, and you're like, "Oh my god, I'm a man now."
Yes, it does have full frontal nudity because there's a very famous scene. The most famous scene in the movie is the boys discover that they can like
there's a
pull
glory
off
hole, right?
Yeah, it's not a glory hole. They discover that they can pull off a faucet in the male locker room that allows them to see into the female locker room.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. And so they're like spying on the girls, like naked, and the movie shows, you know, the girls naked. And then one of the girls find out, and they kind of are like,
don't they convince him to put his dick in the hole?
No,
Come on.
So the girls like they realize they're being spied upon, but they kind of are like insulting the boys on the other side of the hole as opposed to just freaking out. So one of the boys sticks his dick through the hole, and then there's like a female ball busting gym teacher that comes in, and she like tries to like wring his dick off.
Oh, you're right.
Through the hole. And it becomes this big joke because then she's trying to like discover who the students were that did this. And there's like this
she's
scene,
gonna look at all their dicks.
Right. And there's this very funny scene where she's trying to convince like the dean of the college that they have to have all the boys line up and like drop their pants so she can inspect all their penises. And she wants to get like a sketch artist to like sketch the penis. It's like this really funny, like, and all the people are like just laughing hysterically at how like ridiculous this idea is. So,
yeah.
But anyway, that all makes sense.
That's good storytelling. That's moral dilemma right there.
Right. But in the madcap, wacky world of 1980s college sex comedy Porky's, it makes sense that all this like goofy sexualized shit is happening. Okay. In Starfleet Academy, at a fucking military academy where everyone's supposed to be part of some sort of military organization where you're training people to be officers in making life and death decisions in very dangerous situations. I don't expect to see that scene from Porky's. I don't expect it. It doesn't make any sense in Star Trek.
No, it doesn't. It's very out of place.
Yes.
Always been extremely gay. Extremely.
I missed that one. That looked like a good episode to me. Remember when Deanna Troi would take over the bridge? I think she was like third in line, and you always thought, "Oh my God, she's gonna crash the thing."
Yeah, actually, there's a funny episode where
in charge.
There's a great episode where the ship gets like segmented and they can't get to the bridge, and Deanna Troi is the ranking officer on the bridge, but she doesn't even realize she's the ranking officer. And I think Miles O'Brien is there, and Miles O'Brien, who's not an officer, He has to
he goes, you're the
he has
ranking
to
officer.
mansplain to her own rank. He's
I
like,
remember
technically,
that.
counselor,
I
you're in
remember
control
that.
here. And then for the rest of the episode, whenever they're like trying to solve a problem, she's just basically like they explain what they're doing.
Deferring.
She's like,
Yeah.
just go do that, make it so. Like she has no input really on like anything.
She's deferring to everyone else.
Yes. But
That's a great episode.
But see, that's actually that's a great example of writing, because after that episode, she takes her job more seriously. And I think they show her like going to commander classes
She
and
has a
officer classes
character arc.
and tries to like become more of actually like a competent officer in case she'd ever be in a situation like that again. So see, that's a good character arc for her.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're right. Like in today's world, can you imagine having an episode like that where there's a female commander who's like an incompetent buffoon and the man has to like mansplain to her like what's going on?
It wouldn't fly.
Right.
It's taboo now. You can't have art like that.
Yeah, and I actually thought that was gonna, in the episode of Starfleet Academy, there's an episode where they're doing this like laser tag game thing, and it's like between like the guy and the girl who's gonna be captain. And I was shocked that the guy wins the laser gun competition and becomes captain. I'm like, wow, maybe I was wrong about the show. It's kind of interesting. They actually had the man be more competent at something than a woman. But then the whole episode is about how he's actually like the worst commander ever, and he has to relinquish control to the girl who he should have relinquished control to in the beginning, because she actually is the correct commander. That's the whole point of the episode.
Why did they set up the whole series with the mom thing when it's completely irrelevant? It doesn't come up at all. And he kind of seems like a douchebag that he's not even trying to find his mom. Isn't his mom rotting away in some prison somewhere?
They'll
and he's
probably
like, I'm just having joke time at the academy. Sorry, Mom.
They'll probably come back. It's funny. It's the same thing like in that Star Wars show. You're like, why is he like doesn't care about his sister? Yeah.
I know. I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like, there's a whole episode devoted to this, man. If my mom was rotting in jail, I would fucking move mountains to help her. You're kind of a douchebag for not even thinking about it.
Yeah. No, it was bad. It was bad. They should have just had his mom get like killed or something, and that was why he was out by himself. If they were
resolve the story. Just resolve it. Resolve it and move on, right?
Well, they're gonna tease it at the end of the season. It's gonna be like,
bad writing,
I found some information. I'm gonna have to go find her. You know.
Look, Game of Thrones wouldn't do that. They're like, they resolve the story. They're like, yep, he's dead now. It's over. You don't have to worry about him anymore. We're moving on. Next thing.
Usually, not always.
Game of Thrones drags it out a little too long.
Well, yeah, I mean, famously with, Benjen Stark, like whatever happened to Benjen Stark.
Oh,
I guess in the TV show, he becomes Cold Hands. In the book, it's theorized that he's not actually Cold Hands, but
that Hodido thing was like, oh my God,
well, that was
please
ridiculous,
make it fucking stop. Is that in the book? That's the worst thing ever.
That's probably that book isn't out yet. But that's probably something.
That's why it's not out, because it sucks so bad.
So George R. R. Martin said that part is sort of in the book. He says that it's not like he's not literally holding a door like he was in the show. So I don't know exactly what that means. He makes it sound like he's supposed to be holding some kind of area, and somehow that gets interpreted by him as in hold the door. But obviously it didn't really translate very well.
That part really pissed me off.
I remember laughing hysterically when I saw that live happen. I was like, really?
I know, it's kind of a gut punch, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and it's funny too, because there's all those articles. I love all these like articles that come out that always like suck off all these shows. And I remember the article coming out from like nerd, I forget if there's like these stupid like woke nerd magazines that dominate all this shit, comes out, and it was like, oh, it was such an emotional moment when you realized why Hodor's name was Hodor. I just couldn't get over it. I was just staring at the screen in shock and in tears. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That brought you to tears, that moment. All right, interesting. I was in tears because I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
Extremely gay.
I'm so glad to have made such an interesting new friend today.
I mean, that's like borderline sexual assault there. I don't know that that's a good depiction of the gay community, right? Some big gay Cardassian coming up and trying to butt fuck you from behind.
It is funny with, because in the first episode, Garrick is like so fucking gay, And it's funny because I remember like one time when I like rewatched Deep Space Nine, I got to the first episode with Garrick, and I'm like, I don't remember him being this like overtly gay. And I looked into it, and apparently the actor decided to make the character, he like read the script and he decided to make the character kind of like super gay. And they just left it in. And then the execs looked at it and they're like, you can't do this. You need to pull back. You need to pull this way fuck back. And then they did, which is why my memory, I didn't remember him being so gay.
I don't remember this character being gay at all. This guy. What's his name?
It's just Garrick, yeah. Who's a great character. Everyone loves Garrick's character. But so it's in the first episode that he's in. He seems super gay, but then after that, it's like he's way pulled back from that. And then he even has some sort of like weird potential romance with a girl, even though she's a little bit on the young side. But
oh, really? So he's more of a pedo than a.
Yeah, there you go.
But at least
and Julian's always been portrayed pretty straight too. So
how young is the girl?
Oh, I don't remember if she's 17 or
16, God.
17 or 18.
Holy shit.
It's a little sus. I was like,
The things you could get away with in the 90s. Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't remember how old she was. It was Ducat's daughter. I'm sure someone in the chat, knows how old she was, but
The fuck was that noise? It just sounded like a goddamn Simpsons character. Anyways, certainly the franchise has not always been progressive at every single moment.
Then you shall have no treaty, no vaccine, and no Lieutenant Yar.
But it has at least tended towards it most of the time. Now,
yeah, that episode is crazy. This episode, you have a planet of black people, and they kidnap the white blonde-haired lady to marry her. I was like, how did this fucking episode get greenlit? This is crazy.
That's a great episode. What are you talking about, Sitch?
It's one of the worst episodes of you putting the weird like race shit aside. It's one of the stupidest episodes ever, because then in order to get free, so his wife, he's the one that kidnaps her. His wife, his first wife, gets jealous, so she has to fight Yar to like death, and they're fighting on like a kid's jungle gym to the death. And the weapon they have, it's like the stupidest looking. It's it's basically like a metal gauntlet you put over your fist so you can't use your hand, that just has a big spike ball at the end, and they're just supposed to like punch each other. It's so stupid.
This is the first season. I never really watched the first season. The first season was supposed to be
It's
meh.
not good.
Yeah.
It is not. The first season of Next Generation is not a good season.
My parents used to record Next Generation, so they had a bunch of tapes, and I just would watch the Next Generation tapes all the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yeah, I could fast forward through the commercials. I've always hated commercials, so yeah. Back when you had the old VCR, video cassette recorder. Things are so different now.
It is crazy to God, what a horrible time period it was when you had to like hit the fast forward button and just sit there and be like
five times. Yeah.
Yep.
5 times a show. You're like, it's a lot of work.
Or you had to sit there through commercials. Oh my God.
This is why I was always into movies. I was never into TV because I hated commercials, but I would always go to movies. Movies were
that was
great.
the worst. If you were watching a movie on television.
Oh, and it cuts
commercial
to commercial
break.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. We had HBO though, so
right.
HBO was a dream. I was
You know what's
oh
funny?
God.
In Nerdrotic's background, my parents have one of those angel dolls, one of those angel puppet dolls.
Oh,
I never noticed those in the background.
They're
before.
like Muppets.
There's an episode where he gets transformed into a puppet. That's very funny.
I had all of these action figures, and I have no idea what happened to them.
They're in the landfill somewhere.
I had all the Star Wars action figures.
Yes.
Oh man. Gary hung on to his. I think my parents shit canned mine when I wasn't looking.
He probably bought most of these.
You think so?
Probably.
I mean, I played with mine as a child.
Mm-hmm.
Gary is exactly the same age as me. Well,
wow.
not exactly, but pretty close. So
how these reactionary grifter movements operate in pop culture before on this channel, but I've rarely made them the focus. Usually I talk about them within longer videos with a big
pronouns. Did they play the clip? They didn't even play the clip.
Bigger thesis.
This whole concept of her video drives me crazy. It's like this is some kind of grift because you don't like the direction of the franchise.
Right.
It's just her whole point of making this video is just to shit on right-wing people.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. Like, fuck you, lady.
If there was if Star Trek, the new Star Trek came out and it was like unabashedly right-wing, you know, pro-ICE, right? Pro-Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Jesse Gender here would be like, oh yes, this is very excellent story writing?
It should be set on a planet that they take all the deportees to.
No, it's like the Federation has an influx of immigrants coming from other planets.
Yeah, exactly.
Illegal immigrants
that we have
coming
to
from other
deport.
planets
that
are destroying Federation.
To the ice planet.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They have to call ICE in because they freeze them and put them into ice stasis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be great. This show is just so fucking bad. I can't even watch it. One of the episodes you were talking about, I didn't even watch. The one where they deport people.
You didn't watch that episode? They deport everyone in Starfleet Academy?
Well,
that's my favorite episode.
Where they transport people naked.
Yes.
I didn't watch that episode.
You didn't watch the worst episode after that was the debate episode. Oh my God. I had to watch that.
I did watch that one, and it was fucking, it was like ridiculous.
I had to watch that over like 4 settings because I couldn't sit through it. It was so boring.
My wife loves the CW, so she's like watching this thing, and she's like, I'm sitting there just like shaking my head the whole time. What is up with this?
Well, listen, Sam likes these terrible anime shoujos for girls, okay, where it's like some attractive female girl is going to be in a situation where all these like hot guys are going to be vying for her attention, right? And these are very, very popular. Like, if they're going to do that, if they're going to make Star Trek for women, at least just do that. Just go the full way.
Claim that's what it is, but we're pretty close to that.
Yeah, just be like, here's the Star Trek about the hot girl, the hot Mary Sue girl character, and all these hot guys are fighting over. Just go the full way, right? At least some of those shoujos, there's some like interesting element to it that's at least a little bit enticing that I can watch and derive some enjoyment from.
There's a main character that's totally ripped. I can't remember what his name is. What is his name?
All the male characters are super ripped. What do you mean?
But there's the blonde chick with the weird eyebrows who stays behind, and she's like very mid, not really attractive at all. But obviously, there's like she likes the ripped guy. So my wife is like into that dynamic. Oh, look, she likes him. Like they're gonna have. I mean,
the guy that's like the fish alien who looks like the fish
no,
alien.
No, the other guy, the main guy, the guy whose
Caleb?
mom is rotting away. Caleb, yeah, the guy whose mom is rotting away in prison.
Caleb doesn't like Caleb likes the psychic lady.
I know.
Who's got
I
dark
know.
hair.
Look,
Oh.
this is what women are into. They're into like who's gonna hook up with who, the relationship dynamic. They're like, oh look, this woman is trying to steal this woman's man away. That's what they're into. That's what women love.
I know.
And they've turned Star Trek into that. They're not like solving a big problem or meeting some alien nation. It's like, no, I stayed behind to try to fuck you by your girlfriend's man.
I see.
Was Star Trek ever about that? Was that a big theme in Star Trek?
Not usually.
No, not at all.
Maybe there was like 1 or 2 episodes or something, maybe, but
a slow
the whole
episode.
Show, no.
I mean, I guess they did throw in episodes that were kind of female coded from time to time. That were about like the female dilemma. Like Deanna Troi is wondering if she should stay with Riker, if it's the right thing to do.
I mean, there's a whole
and you're
episode
like, this
like,
one's boring. Let me check out.
Right.
Talk to me when they have some aliens to fight.
Right.
Men and women are different, Sitch.
That's not true. You're a sexist for saying that.
power sort of things, mostly within Star Wars fandom, where they've been louder for much longer. But now that this reactionary politics has become so damn loud within Star Trek fandom for reasons that are somewhat unique to Starfleet Academy, and knowing that my voice carries at least some weight within the Trekkie community, because some of you dorks like me for some weird-ass reason, I do feel the need to talk up directly about it. So
this is so interesting, too, because she got a preview of the first 6 episodes.
Yeah.
And if you made this Starfleet Academy, I can't think of someone more perfect to give your show to ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
Because she's saying glowing things about this show that obviously sucks because she's got an axe to grind.
this video is me talking about how these grifters actually operate and how they're ones that...
These grifters, so mean. What the fuck? What is that all about?
They're just not, they're Nazis.
These people are unhappy because a franchise that they loved started.
She's calling all these people Nazis directly in the title.
Yeah, in the title of the video.
Yeah.
Nazis have the dumbest Star Trek opinions. Yeah. That's slander. That's terrible.
Slander.
This person's bad.
Again, replaying the same exhausted script with Starfleet Academy. I'm doing this so I can be very clear about where I stand within the Star Trek fandom.
Okay, let's move on to Peter Boghossian. This video sucks.
There's an irony too. The last thing I'll say about this is the video that they made after this video is called "Cynical Art is Killing Our Ability to Imagine Hopeful Futures."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's funny because they're complaining about how like a lot of, where are all the hopeful stories in fiction now? Why does everything have to be cynical? And I'm like, you understand that that's literally what all these people are saying about Star Trek, right? They're saying
she doesn't,
they want
though.
Star Trek to be kind of the hopeful view of the future for humanity again, instead of it being like, oh, you have to show that the Federation is actually the bad guys, or that the Federation sucks, or all the humans suck, or whatever. And yeah, it's like, how do you miss all this stuff? You have the same critique. That's what they want.
Yeah, that's why they love A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, because it is hopeful.
Yeah, they even talk, and she even talks about that. Night of the Seven Kingdoms too. And I'm like, you finally have common cause with these people, and you kind of should understand where they're coming from.
I would say.
What would you say?
I do have a timestamp on this one. Here we go. You ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready to rock and roll? Roundabout timestamps.
To listen to it, I think the cameraman left. Did that offend you? I think it offended him so deeply he left the room.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's why he left. He shook his head and left. But I don't know.
What's wrong with rage quitting, okay? I think it's perfectly fine. I don't have any problem with rage quitting.
That's pretty crazy, though, if you're like, you're hired to film something and you just leave because you don't agree with the politics of it.
Sometimes you just got to go, Sitch. Doesn't matter. Could be your job. Maybe you got to go. You think it's wrong?
It just seems strange. Like, I don't like if they were, listen, if they started to play like Kanye's Heil Hitler song or something, and they're like doing like, they're throwing up like Nazi.
Bring up the Heil Hitler song.
Yeah, like maybe I understand that the cameraman's like, I don't really want to have anything to do with this, right? But now I'm going to be honest, I haven't watched this full conversation, but I'm skeptical that happens. I'm skeptical that Peter Boghossian is singing Kanye's Heil Hitler song. All right.
I think Peter Boghossian says that people just need to start shooting these border jumpers.
Oh, okay.
Is that incendiary enough?
I mean, that's an incendiary thing. I don't think it's incendiary enough to just like
until you start blowing away these border jumpers.
Right.
The problem's going to continue.
Wow.
I mean, he's got a point, right? I mean,
wow.
That would change a lot of people's minds. They'd be like,
that would. Yeah, we're going to be like reverse North Korea.
You kill a couple and then the rest are like, okay, no more of that.
You can't just kill them. You have to kill them, and then you have to like put their bodies out like scarecrows to scare the rest of them off,
heads
right?
on the pikes.
Yeah, like every
he doesn't go
mile
there,
marker,
but
you have like a corpse.
That's
so
that's very Game of Thrones.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know.
Remember when Daenerys is going to the slave city? They stake a slave like every mile marker.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I guess you got to do that. That's the new border wall, right?
She got super mad about that, and then she ended up killing 20 times that amount. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck, lady?
I thought we
She's
were gonna
like,
have a character arch.
she's all like, how dare you kill these random slaves? Meanwhile, let me just burn a bunch of peasants to death for literally no reason whatsoever.
I was kind of into the Daenerys Jesus arc, and then they're like, nah, she's Hitler. Okay.
She's more like Genghis Khan, I would say, than Hitler.
Oh yeah. All right. Still mass murder. Stalin, whatever you want. Okay. I like the Jesus Daenerys. I like the Daenerys that was rooting for the little guy.
Mm.
We can't have nice things, Sitch. They won't allow it. They won't allow us a good, happy ending.
What?
Somehow I think Sir Duncan is going to die tonight. Oh, please. Don't let it happen.
No fucking way. But I would just love, I would pay money to be able to sit in a room with D&D and be like, what the fuck was the thought process when you had Daenerys kill an entire cities of people for no reason? Like, why did
expectations?
Why did you think anyone would like this? What did you think the reaction to this was going to be?
They're like, oh, it's so good because we're subverting expectations. Nobody expects this. Look, everyone loves Daenerys. She's like Jesus.
See, this is the problem.
No one would expect it.
This is the problem. Going back to man carry things for a second. Okay, it's very clear that the D&D who were writing the Game of Thrones show, they don't care about story at all. They care about spectacle. So when they had this idea of this, second to last episode of Game of Thrones, they're like, well, the spectacle, and I mean, like visually, it looked crazy, and it was very, very well shot from a visual perspective. Having this fucking dragon just like mow everyone down as people are just as Arya and these random people are just fucking running for their lives from this fucking dragon. Like it's a fantastically shot scene from a monster movie, like people trying to escape Godzilla or something, right? They just had that scene in their head.
I know.
And they brilliantly executed it. The problem is they're like, well, how do we make this scene happen? Well, I don't care about story. So why don't we just make Godzilla like the main character that a lot of people like and think is a morally upstanding person, and make her just go psychotically evil for no fucking reason?
I mean, they totally wasted the Ice King. I mean, they could have had the zombie dragon doing all that and Daenerys fighting the zombie dragon. What the fuck? Why not? They had the perfect opportunity to have the spectacle.
You're right. You're totally right.
It's
that
just
could have
stupid.
been the Ice King doing that, and then Daenerys has to come and save everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did they do that?
I mean, keep it simple, dumbasses.
I don't know. Fucking makes no sense.
People would cheer. People would still be talking about Game of Thrones. They'd be like, "Oh my god!"
Maybe. I mean, I thought it went down. I thought the second last season, I'm like, okay, this is going to get really shitty. But I hate everything. So
you didn't like the religious episode?
No, I thought
the religious season. I
think the best Game of Thrones book is the third book. I think splitting the third book into 2 seasons was a huge mistake. I think it fucked up the pacing of the story pretty substantially. And then in the 5th season, I thought it just started to really start to fall off.
Yeah.
And also they ruined if Game of Thrones could be changed, I think the only change that I would advocate for, I think, is that Jaime should be the main character.
Mm-hmm.
And they ruined Jaime's character arc in the TV show, which is like so depressing.
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
Oh.
I didn't like that the zombie dragon had holes in its wings because it would totally not be able to fly anymore. I mean, it would be one thing if it like ran along the ground trying to fly and then just like was destroying people on the ground.
But Adam, it's a zombie. How can you have a problem with the zombies, but you don't like the holes in the wings?
Look, the zombie dragon was a good turn. That was definitely a good turn. When you saw him start dragging that dragon out of the drink, you were like, holy shit. We get to see a zombie dragon.
Well,
I mean, I dig that spectacle shit. It's just, it's got to go with the story. Like, I want to see a bunch of peasants be burned up by a dragon, but don't have don't have Jesus come out and do it. It doesn't make any sense.
Have the Satan do it. Have Satan kill all the peasants.
Have the fucking zombie dragon come out and kill the
Adam
peasants.
is like, listen, Adam is like, Sitch is a baby. He cries every time random civilians
He does.
get murdered.
Look,
by the
I'm there for
truckloads
that.
in
I want to
Chainsaw
see
Man
collateral damage.
or the Marvel movies, but me, I relish it. I want to see all the people die horrible deaths. Okay, but it's got to be from the bad guy.
Collateral damage. Yes.
Okay.
Look, Sitch cried when the Death Star went up. I was like, nah, fuck those.
I did
people.
when those Alderaan people exploded. I felt very sad.
Alderaan. I was like, fuck them.
Yes.
Why were they even on that planet?
The planet sucks. They should be happy they all got blown up.
They need to do a
people. Princess Leia didn't shed a single tear that her entire fucking species got wiped out. Why the fuck should I care?
Look, she was a woman with a mission.
Yeah.
She had better things to do.
God, what
all
a
right, let's
bitch.
get. They should have shown close-ups of the people being annihilated.
The big lasers come.
That would have been great.
No,
anyway.
see, before we move on, one last thing. Okay. When they brought that dragon back to life, when it dies, right?
Yeah.
Where did all those zombies get the giant metal chains that they tied around the dragon and pull it out of the water?
You know, I was wondering that too. I was.
There's
but
like zombie Smiths somewhere up in the north.
I so wanted to see the zombie dragon that I just went with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of little things like that get under my.
They could have had like the zombies make like a zombie chain of like their bodies. Like that would have been cool, right?
Yeah,
Just,
that
like,
would have been
pulled
way
themselves.
better. Yeah, forced them to go in and like as they're drowning, trying to get down to the thing.
Or they
That would have been
literally
way
just
better.
like, oh, you know, this would have been like, oh, this would have been scary as fuck. Okay, get this. Like go like World War Z, which they did a lot. In Game of Thrones. Where like the zombies just keep piling into like make it so like the lake is like kind of small and contained.
They make
so
a path of dead zombie bodies.
Yeah, like the zombies just like pile in so much that their bodies just start like pushing the dragon like up to the surface.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be fucking
that would have been
sick.
so much better.
Yeah. But I mean, that probably would be very expensive to animate all that. So they're like, whatever, they got changed. Okay.
When you see AI is going to change all of this because
true.
it won't be hard to do.
That would
It'll be
take
like,
10 seconds or that would take a couple
It'll look
$100
so much
to
better.
just animate that. Yeah.
I just look when you put holes in the dragon wings, you just admit that you know nothing about aerodynamics.
Well,
okay,
that's true. I mean, to be fair, that I was kind of joking. I mean, you can make the argument that dragons, like the size of them plus their wings, it makes no sense that they can fly,
that makes it worse.
but I would say
aerodynamics is very important in dragons.
I would.
Sitch is like, they have little hollow bones.
They do. No. I would say that like the wing size thing not being big enough and all that stuff. It's like, it's okay. We kind of have this idea in our minds already, this concept of a dragon. So I think there's some like level of plausible deniability or dismissiveness. We say, okay, well, we accept that dragons can fly, even if it doesn't.
They
really
fly with magic. No, come on.
With with wings, right? But so no, I agree with you. Having the
it's not
dragon
magic,
holes
though.
in its wings is like stupid.
Yeah, just
I
no
agree.
holes. He doesn't need to have holes to do the zombie thing.
Well, they're just
you can make
like
the
World
edge
of
of his wings like tattered, but still he'd have trouble steering and shit. So
right.
Anyway,
and you complain about the main character getting stabbed 20 times, but you're complaining about the dragon having holes, the magic zombie dragon having holes in its wings.
This is at a point where look, the entire show was ruined by season 8, so it's time to nitpick.
It was okay. Okay.
This is not the time to nitpick on a Night of the Seven Kingdoms because right now it's great. People are super into it. Yeah. So if they go and shit the bed on season 2 or season 3, then we can complain about the stabbing in the fucking season 1. Okay.
Okay.
There's a time for everything, Sitch. You need to learn.
There's a time and a place, Sitch. This is not the time and the place to complain about.
When people are, this is like you farting at a funeral. Okay. You need to chill. Okay.
Okay.
Hallowed things are happening here.
Okay.
You need to enjoy it. And shut the fuck up.
What's the only other solution to that?
Yeah. I think
Reed, let's bring the camera guy up here and ask him his solution.
Bring
Get
him up
here and we'll mic him up mic him up, and I'll ask him what his solution
Actually, because
is.
your position's not that bad. The point is, why are you breaking the law? Okay, you're breaking the law, and there's repercussions. You're not the innocent one here. I mean, in other words, I agree with you. And
But if anybody else has a solution, I'm willing to hear the solution. I mean, I don't know what the solution would be other than you have to have a moratorium, and if people try to come to the border, you have to shoot them.
the thing is, you know, I've said
What
this
is the
before.
other solution?
The thing that I've said before, which I just people don't get this, is, you know, especially Europeans and Americans. I might have
Yeah, shoot those fuckers.
told you this before, but you know, when you look at the world population, the whites are like 6-7%.
Yeah.
They're already a minority.
Yeah.
And yet it's they who who feel it's their job, their moral right, their moral duty to always let everyone take their country.
Yeah.
Even though they're the tiny minority and, you know, the world is flooding with blacks and browns and yellows or whatever, but the whites are the ones that it's, you know, oh, you're a bad person because you don't give up your land.
Hey, if you
What is that?
if you disagree, did you leave because you disagreed?
No, I just needed to go use the bathroom real quick.
But you didn't leave because you disagreed with anything?
No.
Oh, okay. Because
Look, he's
Oh, okay. False alarm. Look.
he put a little subtitle here. Later, he said he did leave because
Oh,
he
okay.
was offended.
Interesting.
He's like,
I'm going to say, if you disagreed, I'm more than willing to have a conversation with you about it.
I appreciate that. Maybe we could do that at the end of the shoot.
I mean, we'll get it on film right now.
Peter's like, let's make some content out of this.
Yes.
This is good, Peter. Get him up there. That's what we always do.
I appreciate that. I don't feel like
If you don't
What are you, a coward?
want to appear, maybe he can ask it and we can speak without
Yeah, I mean, if you have
physically
a-
appearing.
Can I ask us this question? I mean,
You can ask me anything you want.
Strong feelings about finding the murder of Charlie Kirk absolutely wrong, which I agree. But then to say in the same sentence, we should be shooting people for just being a refugee, trying to flee violent conditions, trying to make a better life for themselves.
Okay.
I mean, so I just-
Give it to me in a sentence.
He's got a good point there, Sitch. We should do a background check and make sure the people we shoot are actual criminals. Because we don't want to make examples of someone that's just like, you know, they've been raped like 7 times to get here.
Well, here's what we need to do. Okay. Remember in the movie Minority Report?
Oh, I do.
that they
yeah.
have, like-
I love that movie.
Yeah, they have like everyone's eyes on file. So
Oh, that's a good, yeah. Look up their eye
like
file.
when you glance at a camera, like it knows your identity. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to just basically have everyone in the entire world's information on a floppy disk somewhere.
We
The
have
government,
that. It's
that they
called
can just scan their eyes
Palantir.
with a little drone.
Yeah.
There you go. Right. So like the drone, it will drop out of the sky when you cross the border illegally, and it'll scan your eyes and it'll make a determination. An AI will determine algorithmically whether it's going to shoot you in the head or not.
Right. It's like criminal.
Exactly.
Lights it up. Yeah.
Because I'm going to repeat what you said. I want to make sure that I get it right.
Sure. I just think it's, you're either, I don't think you can denounce political violence, especially like really nasty political violence, like shooting someone, while calling for that political violence against people you judge to be political enemies.
Okay, so I just want to get this in a sentence. So your problem with what I was saying is you don't think I can denounce the murder of Charlie Kirk and advocate for shooting people who come to a country illegally. Did I get that right?
Because, yes, that's right. Because I think laws are,
Inherently malleable.
Okay.
I mean, at one point, it was illegal for a black person to go into a white-only establishment.
Yeah.
I think that a refugee, for example, has a right to come to, who's fleeing violence, has a right to come to another country.
Okay.
So what I found offensive, though, is just you saying shooting those people, because to me, that is similar to what you were denouncing earlier, which I agree with. We shouldn't kill our political enemies. I think
agree, yeah.
calling for shooting and killing people that you have that disagreement with, to me, that made me feel about how you would probably feel if someone said they were pro shooting and killing Charlie Kirk.
So what would your solution be to illegal immigration in Europe?
Well, I think Muslims make a small percentage of the immigrants in Europe, or the population in Europe. It's something like 5 to 10%.
I don't think immigration is actually a problem. If you look at statistics, undocumented immigrants commit less crimes and less violent crimes.
But that doesn't answer the question, though. So what is the solution to illegal immigration in Europe?
Well,
I gave you my solution.
It does answer the question because in your question, you're implying that there's a problem that needs to be solved. The way I'm answering that is I'm saying that implication is false.
Okay.
And the facts don't support your feelings about the issue. And the facts are that, especially in America, undocumented immigrants commit less crimes.
But we're talking about Western Europe.
So we're talking about Western Europe.
Yes.
I believe the statistics are fairly similar. I looked it up while you were talking, and there are more hate crimes against Muslims than there are hate crimes against Christians. And I understand that's a topic of debate, but to pretend that a minority that's 5 to 10% of the population is somehow oppressing 80% of the rest of the population, I don't think facts support that. And I think calling for shooting people, I think is over the line. I think that's over the line in the same way that you probably felt when you saw someone shot and killed Charlie Kirk because they disagreed with him. I think that's just deeply objectionable rhetoric, especially right now.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand your position correctly. So
is it over the line, Sitch? Is it over your line? What is your moral? What's the moral of the story?
Yeah, I'm memeing. I'm not in favor of shooting every person who tries to cross the border.
Really?
I think it's kind of crazy.
Oh, man. Oh, what a cuck. I thought you were serious.
Super cucked out on this one, yeah.
Oh
I don't agree
God.
with that. I think that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Human
hot
lives
take,
are
I
sacred.
know. Very hot take, yes.
Yeah.
So you don't think there's a problem with illegal immigration?
Do you think Peter Boghossian's memeing, or do you think he really thinks we need to shoot some people?
I don't know because I haven't really listened. As I said, I haven't heard the conversation. So
I think what he said is nothing is going to change until some heads roll, which I do agree with. I mean, that's probably true. I mean, one of the reasons why they're making such a show of deporting all these people is so people will self-deport. As soon as people see, there's a cost to my actions here, people's behavior changes rather radically. So
personally, I would say we'd have to be in a situation that's a lot more tenuous before we get to we need to start shooting people at the border.
I would hire some really good effects people,
and
I would have them make like 4 or 5 exploding bodies, and then you could make them out of robots or something like that, and then have them run at the border, and you'd be like, "Oh, immigrants!" and you shoot them with a rocket launcher, just blow the shit out of them.
Yeah, there you go.
And then show some pictures and say, "Oh yeah, this is Jose here. He fucking bit the big one."
Right.
And then no one would come, right? And look, you've not killed anyone. All of these this is just staged.
Mm-hmm.
Is that immoral? I mean, it is a little bit like fraudulent.
No, I'd say go for it.
That's a good solution, isn't it?
Go for it, yeah.
It's a little bit manipulative. It's like a little mind manipulation. But look, you've saved lives. I wonder how he would feel about that, this guy. He'd be like, why are you scaring all the immigrants off? I want them to come.
I think whether immigration is legal or illegal is arbitrary.
Okay. So you think that we should allow people to...
I mean, the problem is this guy's a very, obviously I think shooting anyone that tries to come to the country legally is like a very extreme position. But I would also say that the guy's he has a very extreme position too. That it's arbitrary to be illegal. He thinks that's arbitrary to be illegal. That's a crazy situation.
Then it's arbitrary to be a citizen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You had based your argument on the idea that people are coming into this country without being quote unquote vetted, right?
We're talking about. I just want to be clear. We're talking about Western Europe in the context of this conversation.
Well, I think basically, if there's not a legal process to immigrate, then the term illegal immigration becomes a misnomer, because what you actually have a problem with is immigration, not illegal immigration, immigration in general.
What if a country said, we don't want immigrants? Is that okay?
If a country said what?
We don't want immigrants.
Well, and I would say that I'm a white person, you're a white person, you're a white person.
I'm not a white person.
I apologize for assuming if you're not white, and I apologize genuinely for that. My ancestors came
That dude's totally white. What's he talking about?
He's not a white person, Adam.
I'm not white.
He's not white.
That's the whitest dude I've ever seen. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
He looks Italian.
I don't know anything about him.
Came to this country and there were other people living here.
Let's say Europe. We were talking about Europe. Let's say the UK
Egyptian.
says we're British and German says we're Germans. We don't want.
Did you hear me? He's Egyptian.
Oh, he is? Egyptians are white? Oh, get the fuck out of here.
And it says he was
You're
born
Egyptian.
in the United States to Coptic immigrants from Egypt.
Doesn't matter. You're white. Look at you. I guess
whatever
we should
into our country.
Specify European, right? It's so weird.
Well, Egypt's not European.
Yeah, he's not European, right?
No.
You could say that.
Right.
Do they have that right?
Well, and what I would say is that's when we back up and we look at the history of imperialism. If you want to talk about violence, if you want to talk...
But yes or no? I'm looking for a yes or no.
Well, of course you're looking for a simple answer because, but what I'm actually doing is rhetorically unpacking what you're implying and how that breaks down once you start
it's a country saying...
Isn't this guy arguing with his boss right now?
Well, I'm assuming he's freelancing, right?
Oh, okay. This is the gig economy?
Yes.
Some Uber driver pulls this shit with me, I'm going to be like, shut the fuck up. This is my Uber, bitch. I'm going to call Waymo next
You've never
time.
had like a philosophical debate with an Uber driver? I've had that happen.
Have you really, Sitch?
Yes.
Oh, man. Only you would do something like that.
So he brought it up. I don't even remember why.
Look, you put someone could give me their theory on flat Earth, and I would just be like, "Oh, that's interesting. That's super interesting."
I was being nice about it. Listen,
I
they were
would
trying
never-
to say, listen, they were making the argument to me. Okay. I think it's probably when I was even in LA.
Really?
Probably. He was making the argument to me that humans were the only animals that enact cruelty on each other without a purpose or without wanting food or something. And I was like, well, that's actually not true. And I was telling him about how, like the dolphins will use like starfish for like frisbees and shit. And like a lot of monkeys and primates will do violent things to each other or whatever. But he wasn't having any of it. Okay. This guy was not happy with me not agreeing with him fully that only humans would do such horrible things.
Yeah.
And I, as a human, will not stand for this anti-human slander.
That Uber driver probably killed 6 people after you did that.
Well, at least I wasn't.
So
You know
fucking
what?
triggered.
And if I had agreed with him, he
Yeah,
probably
but
would
you're
killed me.
responsible, partially responsible.
No,
for
see,
those
he was
corpses.
testing me. He didn't kill me because he's like, okay, this guy, he will fight back. He's not going to pussy out. So he let me live.
Oh, you think so? All
Yeah,
the other
I know
people that he
so.
killed just were like,
Yeah, exactly.
they were like, oh yeah, that's a great.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
No. You got those people killed, Sitch. I'll never forgive you for it either.
Look, we're a sovereign nation. We are the country
but I was
of
answering
Sweden.
that. So I was answering that. You have to look at, for example, why are there so many Muslims immigrating to Europe?
Because it's a better...
Because all the white women. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
Where are all the white women at?
Because over the last couple decades, the U.S., with their European allies, killed over 1 million people and destabilized the entire region. Most of the people coming to Europe are refugees from European actions. So it's entirely hypocritical to say,
Oh my God, it's all our fault, Sitch. We did it. Holy shit.
I mean,
had
isn't
no
a lot?
idea.
Well, I thought a lot of it wasn't a lot of it from Syria.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was like Iranian terrorists and shit.
that you have no right to be here when we... And when I say
you're making a humanitarian argument, in other words.
It is a humanitarian argument, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm just trying to think of how this translates into policy.
Sure.
In the context of Western Europe specifically.
Sure.
So does a country have a right to say we're going to close our borders?
I think that immigration is a human right.
Okay. So
in
you
the
think
same way,
just to be clear, I want to be clear.
Yes.
If Saudi Arabia said we don't want non-Muslims, this is our country, we are a Muslim country, and we don't want non-Muslims. Do you have a problem with that?
Absolutely. I would say that's deeply oppressive.
But that is what they do.
Exactly.
Actually.
And that's my thing. I'm against that sort of policy. I'm against bigotry. I'm against closing the borders. I'm against I think immigration is a human right. I'm against dictatorship. I'm against the dictatorship in Saudi Arabia, and I'm also against oppression of Muslims here in America as well. I believe in freedom, which.
What if all the people who are coming to the country think all gay people should die? Violent deaths. They should be thrown off of rooftops. Should we just let those people in?
Freedom.
Let them come on in, right?
Freedom.
What if they think all women who show their face in public deserve to be raped? Brutally raped in an alley. Should we let those people in? Are those good candidates for American citizenship?
Why are you such a
no
bigot?
borders? No borders. Let them in. Let
no
them come.
borders. No peace.
It's a human right to let rapists come in and rape our women. What the fuck?
It means the freedom to be Christian and the freedom to be Muslim, wherever you are in the world.
How about the freedom to have my own country without anyone coming in?
I don't think that is a reasonable. No, I don't believe in that. I would describe that, and to give you an analogy, I would say that, say the Jim Crow era, someone could have made a similar argument. Do I have the freedom to go into a place without people of different races? And I would say no, because that's impinging on their freedom, and that's not actually a free society.
Yeah, but I mean, America's a different example because the slaves were brought here. I get that.
I'd like to keep talking about Western Europe. I mean, if you really want to talk about America, we can, but we're talking about.
I think that the issues are very analogous, but I understand. Go ahead.
He asked me my solution for what should be done. And did I get that wrong? You asked.
What does Europe need to do?
We start with the UK,
and then you called for shooting people, and so that made me feel about probably how you would feel if suddenly I called for shooting someone who you respected.
But see, can I answer that? Because it strikes me as a little different. Here's what he's saying, I think, is this.
It's weird that he frames it like that. Make me feel the same way as someone you respected. Like you respect every immigrant. Like I don't know who these people are. I'm sure some of them are respectable, and I'm sure some of them are not. Like, how would you just assume respect in all situations?
They're vulnerable feelers, Sitch. Okay, they don't have agency. They're not.
Well, that's not really respect.
Doers.
That's like empathy, right?
Yeah.
Or you feel sorry for them.
Sympathy.
It's or sympathy, right? It's just a very weird way of kind of framing the thinking about it, I would say.
Yeah. They're like, let these rapists come in and let the women deal with it. Oh my God. It's so bad.
Well, I mean, I wish they would just hone in on the argument is like, how can you're saying that people don't have a right. So people can live in an area, okay, in a country, in an area, and they don't have a right to dictate who gets to like move into the country. They don't have a right to have any control over their borders. Like that's a fucking that's like a crazy fucking
who wants to live in that country?
That out.
Yeah.
Like, how is that really any different than saying, well, why can't Russia or America just take over another country? Like what? Like how? Where's the line here? You don't really have a country if you don't say people don't have a right to control the borders of their country. Then the country doesn't really exist, does it?
If that is the standard, then we should just start shipping Americans off to Mexico so we can take over Mexico. Let's just start shipping Americans further and further south until it's all America. I mean, those are the rules he's saying, right? Look, immigrating is a human right. We want to take some Americans and immigrate to Mexico until we own your country.
Yeah, it seems
he would have a problem with that, definitely.
Right.
If we employed that strategy is allowed to be foisted onto us, but if we employed that strategy onto someone else, he'd be very upset about it.
Right.
But look, I think it's a good strategy. I'm in favor of it. We take some of these college bums who don't have jobs and we're like, look, you're moving to Mexico. It'll be great. How many super chats do we have?
All of them.
We don't have that many. Come on.
Are we done with this video?
Yeah, we can move on to super chats if you want.
Let's keep going.
Okay, we can keep going.
America's a sovereign nation, or any nation, not just America. Let's say Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia decides we have borders and we don't want anyone coming illegally. Okay, you can maybe apply legally and we'll figure it out. Okay, we've made our position known. This is our nation. These are our borders. Now, once someone knowingly says, I'm going to try to get there, isn't that kind of their fault? They've now stuck themselves, they've put themselves in this position where they're the bad guys. Whereas the Charlie Kirk example, no, this is a person who said, I don't like your political views and I'm going to murder you. So I don't really think they're analogous.
I think that let's agree on one thing. Killing someone is really bad.
Yeah, but
shooting and killing someone.
But I made a law. This is our land.
Another Hitler lover. Why do these people love fucking Hitler so much? Why do they want to stand up for, oh, Hitler was a human being too? Oh my God, killing people is wrong. We should have let Hitler live. Fucking morons. Drives me crazy, Sitch.
I'm confused, but okay.
Well, plenty of people don't deserve to live. This whole idea that, oh, because they're a human being, they deserve to live.
Sure,
the Night Stalker. He deserved, he's a human being, Sitch. Think of the human being.
But I assume you agree that you don't think they should just start shooting anyone that crosses into the country illegally, right?
No, I think there are good people and bad people should be held accountable for their actions.
Of course.
And even killed, even gone as far as taking their life away.
Yeah.
Especially if there's someone heinous enough to take other people's lives. So this brain dead idea that like, oh, we're all human beings. No, it causes them to turn their brain off. It causes them to just say, oh, look, human being, good person, human being, good person. You don't know. You don't know. I'm not looking at somebody and going, oh, maybe he's a good person. No, maybe he's a fucking crackhead.
Yes, he might be.
I have no idea.
This guy's incredibly naive. Yes.
Yes, very naive.
But you're not in favor of just carte blanche, just shooting every person that crossed the border.
No.
In the face.
I mean, if there's a high likelihood they're a crackhead, I mean, take your shot. But
okay.
I don't like the idea that they turn their, anytime someone says that, in my eyes, it's an NPC. Because it's such a ridiculous thing to say. And I only bring up Hitler because it's obvious everyone knows, okay, Hitler's bad. We should kill Hitler. We should make it our effort to look. The reason why they call everybody Nazis is because they want to make the argument those people are bad. They deserve to die.
Right.
That's why they do it. So you can't one sentence say, oh, we're all human beings, and then be like, you fucking Nazi. Well, wait, I thought we're all human beings.
Right.
What's up, you hypocritic motherfucker? Why don't you shut up? You dumb NPC. Sitch, we are the only ones who are real player characters in this game. So,
what do you mean we?
Well, and our audience, obviously,
I meant me. I am the only real person. All you are all just figments of my imagination.
Really? You think I'm an NPC?
I'm sitting in an insane asylum somewhere, streaming to a wall.
You're hurting my feelings. Yes. How dare you? I might have to kill some illegal immigrants tonight just to get over this.
You're an outsider. That's how the world works. Every country's like that.
So if someone were to propose that we shoot and kill...
you chose to break in.
If someone were to propose that we shoot and kill, say, people who violate a speed limit, I would say that's very gross and very bad.
Yeah, well, okay. But
okay, so now you understand.
Yeah.
Now you understand that just because it's illegal, that proposing to shoot and kill them, that's deeply offensive.
He's saying that because we don't do that, and nobody respects us, and they do it, and they break the law. So obviously the response has to be raised up, and the repercussions have to be greater. Not because we want to do that, but people need to respect and fear the law. That's how it works.
So you feel that anybody should just be allowed to come to Western Europe who wants to come?
Yes, I believe that.
Well, that's a different. Okay,
and also I would go so far as to meet you halfway and say there should be a vetting process. And this is my issue, and this is the big issue, is because people aren't being refused access because they're being vetted and it's determined that they're not allowed because they don't meet some requirements. They're being refused access because en masse, they only allow a small amount of people. So it's not that people are trying to get in who fail a vetting process. It's that immigration itself is being banned, and that's being pretended like that's about a vetting process. But it's not about a vetting process. It's about excluding what I feel like is a human right, the right to leave a war-torn country and make a better life for yourself.
Okay, so let's go back to the original claim. He asked me about Western Europe, what I do. When I asked him, are there any questions you'd like to ask me? And I went through a litany of things that I thought I would do. I mentioned shooting, and if any of this, my recollection is in error, please let me know. I'm jumping ahead, you offered to meet me halfway and say you think you should have a vetting process. My argument to you would be you haven't answered the question. What do you do with people who go to Western Europe illegally? You still have people coming in dinghies.
I would say that I would say you would treat that like a minor crime in this instance. If, one, that it is actually possible to immigrate if you pass a vetting process, which, by the way, it's not. You need a lot of money and a lot of resources, and they only allow a small amount. So realistically, immigration is not possible for people. But two, if someone does break what I would consider a minor crime, which is crossing a border, that they should be treated and that should be assessed in the same way of, for example, somebody speeding, which is a minor crime that would require appropriate consequences and not, for example, shooting them.
Okay.
And just to say why I walked out, one of my best friends is an undocumented immigrant.
Yeah.
And you suggesting that he be shot for what I don't even consider to be a crime.
Is he in Western Europe?
He's not.
Okay, so let's go back to this. So we have the country of the UK, the United Kingdom, in England. We agree, we make a law, we say we're going to vet people, and we still have, what is it, Matt Goodwin's statistic and Eric Kaufman, 183,000 people entering the country. And you want to treat that like a speeding violation.
Do you know how many speeding violations there are a day?
No, I just want to make sure that I understand the argument.
Yeah. That's not basically. I don't think it's a crime to cross the border.
Okay, so
it's a totally
I think, say
modern.
the truth. I think you don't even care. Like if someone breaks and enters illegally, I think you think it's okay. You probably are rooting for them, right?
Because that would be a crime. I'm saying it's a crime to break into someone's house and steal something. And if someone does a crime, they should be punished for a crime. I'm saying it's not a crime to immigrate. Do you think
so you don't believe in sovereignty of a nation?
I mean, honestly, I think that sovereignty is largely something that is used to oppress people.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Thank you for being honest. So now I know exactly what you believe. And so,
I mean, I get we can stop here because essentially, like, you don't really believe in. How do you believe in the right for people to self-govern at this point? Because if people say, well, part of our self-governance is that we want to be selective of who we allow to immigrate to our country, and you say, well, no, you don't have the right to do that, that's kind of a crazy argument. Then you don't really believe in self-governance whatsoever.
That's the human right, the right to no self-governance.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. Like, that's such a bizarre thing. Like, what? So the right for a person to leave their country and to immigrate to your country is more important than the people living there's right to govern, have self-governance, and to vote
Isn't
for how they
this
want
a little
their country
backwards?
to be governed. It's very strange.
Isn't that in contrast to what they're saying about how we came here? Like, if that's your position, then what we did is fine. We came here. Why all the land acknowledgements, right? We're just immigrating here.
Well, their argument would always be like, well, you know, the people that came to America, you know, they use violence, right? So you can come here as long as you just don't use violence, then that's okay.
Okay. I mean, didn't we only use self-defense violence?
Well, that's what they don't want to talk about. Because
when they got pissed off, when they tried to hire their ICE agents to get us out, we were like, well, fuck you. We got bigger guns.
A lot of the conflict with Native Americans that, I mean, I don't know if people like this want to engage with, is like they have in their mind that basically white Europeans came to Native America and they just had a bunch of guns and they just started mowing down Native Americans, which, I mean, happens sometimes, but usually, usually what happened, well, usually most of them died from germs anyway, unintentionally. So that, you know, they kind of destroyed most of them anyway from just, you know, getting all these horrible diseases. But a lot of times what really happened was you would have settlers would just be moving into their land, into Native American land. Native
Yeah.
Americans get mad about that. They would attack and try to kill them. And then they would run to the authorities, and then the authorities would go and get into some big conflict with Native Americans.
Yeah. Yep.
To protect the settlers. That's basically that's the majority of the conflicts were happening.
They tried to chase off the immigrants.
Situation. Yeah. So
and we said, fuck you, we're staying.
Because then you would say, hey, wait a minute. If that's the situation that was happening with a lot of these Native American conflicts, then they should have been totally on the side of the white Europeans, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they're just immigrants that are here to be friendly. Why you gotta be so mean?
Right.
What are you, all ICE agents now? We're just here to put fences up and end the land. Do our cowboy shtick.
This whole thing is very silly, but
all right. I hope we read most of the super chats.
No, not really.
I'm tired and I want to watch my show.
Edward Senior, that's really what you want. You just want to watch nice enough games. Edward Senior for $20. Thanks so much. Says AOC's response to Taiwan question reminded me when I gave the same answer with the same hesitation. It was on our first date with a gorgeous woman at a nice restaurant. We were looking at the menu when she asked, "Would you prefer your stones crushed slowly in a vice or quickly by a hammer?"
Oof. Which would you pick, Sitch? Answer correctly.
Obviously quickly, right?
I mean, I wouldn't tell people how to best hurt me. I couldn't answer that question, to be honest with you.
But you're going to punt.
I think I think my answer is the correct answer.
That's a pretty bold question for a woman to ask, right? Right off the bat.
Oh, yeah.
First date, you're like, oh, let me look at the menu. She's like, so how would you like to be mutilated? It's a bold strategy, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I give points to it. I have to see where it goes from there. I don't know if that's a conversation you can build off of, right? Isn't that like the key small talk when you're like on these dates? You're supposed to ask questions you can actually build off of things. I don't know where you build off of the how would you prefer your genitals mutilated question.
Oof. That's painful.
Asking
I
people
would get out of there quick. I'd be like, I have to go to the bathroom and never come back.
Yeah. Asking people like crazy questions can sometimes be good, but I think ones about bodily harm are generally not good. Mike Hassan, thanks so much for the $5. Says 3 times in 2 years, someone tried to number sign Trump. I assume they mean kill, right?
Yeah, that happened today. You know about that?
No, someone tried to take out Trump again.
Yeah, went to Mar-a-Lago and
I didn't know that
with some weapons and shit.
Was Trump actually there?
I don't know. They got the guy.
Oh, okay.
There was pictures of it.
Armed man shot and killed after entering secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago Secret Service says. Wow.
There you go.
I didn't know that.
How do you not know this?
Because I was doing stuff before stream.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, I had to set the stream up and do the thumbnail. And
that's true.
I had to send Dev the link.
I know.
I had to emotionally prepare myself to have to deal with Dev for like 2 hours.
Yes.
Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm talking shit. I love talking to Dev.
Vanessa says you got to be bold to get what you want, Sitch. Vanessa, did you ask David Puff that question? You're like, all right, listen. How do you want
it worked out? It totally worked out. It's a good question, though.
How do you want your genitals mutilated? Was that like the opening question? Anyway, Mike continues saying, I'll call this an American Sunday. I think there will be think there'd be any sympathy for Trump after this, like in 2024? Well, I don't think so, unless like the guy actually shot Trump, which I'm assuming he didn't, because then I assume we would have heard. I'm assuming we would have talked about that if Trump got shot. But if he just like walked in with the intention to shoot Trump and then got killed, I don't think that would garner a lot of sympathy, honestly.
No, not really.
Okay. Vanessa says, I was far more gentle.
Well, good.
What was the opening question? Okay. Living in Stuggs Walls temporarily for $2 says, we should ask Dev. I forgot that you moved out of Dev's walls. We should have addressed this. The elephant in the room. Congratulations to the U.S. Olympic hockey team. That's right. Get blown the fuck out. I can't believe, how did Dev not know about all the Canadian drama that's going on at the Olympics?
Because he's obsessed with Trump. All he does is Google Trump like 20 times a day. He's like, Trump.
Right.
He's not following the important news of the day.
The Wooster for $2 says hashtag I stand with Michael Tracy. Wooster keeps sending me Michael Tracy tweets and stuff. It's funny. There's some. This is kind of wild. There's a Wooster sent this to me.
He sent me a good one too.
Yes, there's like a picture in the Epstein files that definitely looks like CP. Like it 100% looks like CP. I don't. We can't really bring it up, but Ed Wooster sent me a picture, or Michael Tracy says he's like, this is definitely from an adult porn, and he says that he researched it. We were both like, how did he find this? What kind of like research? Like, I'm very curious as to what the research methodology is of Michael Tracy. Like, how did he find this out? How does he know that this is from like a porn? Just curious, because he did actually. I don't think he included the name of the porn either, so I don't even know if that's the case.
I saw that one too. That's great.
Yeah.
Those are always funny. One of them I sent to Michael Tracy to compliment him on.
Oh, there you go.
The one to Dave Smith.
Where he was mocking Dave Smith.
Yeah. Dave Smith is so smug.
Living in Stuggs, Walton-Burley for $2 says, can't blame me this time. That is true. That is true.
I'm going to be right back.
Okay. Cameraman for $5 says, hey, USA men and women's hockey team have put America back on the gold standard. Take that. America's hat. USA. USA. It's true. Dan Richards for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says, Dev has no idea that the FCC story is a complete lie. I think I read this one. Makes his rant calling people out. Embarrassing. The FCC never stepped in. CBS made the call. Adam Milne for $2 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says, I, for one, fully support Dev's debate arc. Me too. Arthur Tomlinson for $10. Thanks so much. Says, Short Fat Taku, the sex pest. What? How's he a sex pest? Doesn't he have a girlfriend or something that he's been with for years? Just mad he was late to the 2019 debate party and the zeitgeist moved on from there. He's trying to call hypocrisy long after the lie of principles matter died. Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Principles don't matter anymore. Everyone thinks it's cuck to have principles or moral standards. Nick Costanza for George says, if it was defensible, the right would debate it. LOL. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, Dev, you're terminally online troglodyte.
Oh
and Destiny
God.
is a lol cow freak. No one wanted to listen to Destiny scream for 2 hours. I'm shocked.
Oh, look, I see that super chat. You got to go to the bathroom? I'll read some
No.
super chats. Oh, okay,
I'm
you're good. All right. CS Paffy for $5.
I'm glad troglodyte is like an insult because it's kind of just funny. Like I feel like it's not
Troglodyte
insulting
is
when you call someone a
good,
troglodyte.
yeah.
It's just kind of funny, right?
Well, don't
That's
call
the-
me a troglodyte, but
That's from the Time Machine, isn't it? Troglodyte.
what about
I'm
troglodyte?
mistaken.
How about that?
That's kind of funny.
Troglodyte.
That's kind of funny. Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's from ancient
I can
Greek.
think
Never
of
mind.
some. Who would you call a troglodyte?
Troglodyte.
Not so yeah.
Why?
Maybe
What
not
is with
so
it? What is with the
erudite.
not so erudite thing? I think what's happening. Do you have some sort of dust up before the stream I'm unaware of, or is it just like a random callback?
No, it's
Okay.
just look. Someone in chat said that Dev is in love with not so erudite, and that I needed to debate him on it. So,
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
I was trying to get some dust up going, but it didn't really pan out.
Gotcha.
Hopefully, it was funny. This was a great stream. This was a lot of fun.
It was. I'd say the women in Star Trek Starfleet Academy are troglodytes.
Oh, they are. That's perfect.
There you go.
They're all. It's like there's no hot girls in there. That
There's-
show is pathetic.
There's like one. Well, I mean the
Beta's
psychic girl's not bad.
Nah, she's not.
She's cute. The psychic girl's
She's-
cute.
Okay.
There's like one hot girl on the bridge team, but you never you only saw a glimpse of her in the first episode, and then you like never saw her
She's
again.
too hot. She got fired for being too hot.
Yes, and then it was funny too because I looked up because I was like trying to like determine the hot ratio because it's funny. It's like reversed. There's like 2 hot women and then all the rest of the ugly women. And then there's like 2 ugly men and all the rest are hot men. So it's complete reverse. But, and it's funny because they're like there's 2 hot women, but they're both under like all this ugly alien makeup that makes them look like horrible aliens. And they're like the only 2 like super attractive women there.
That's a troglodyte's pleasure. They love to do that.
Yes.
They're like, you're too pleasing to men.
You have to cover them up.
Yeah. How's that any different than a burqa?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Sees Pappy for $5 says it's a status thing. When debate was Ben Shapiro territory, it was high status. Now that it's Andrew Wilson Destiny territory, it's low status. Oh, that's an interesting question. Is it low status because people associate it now with Andrew Wilson, Destiny, and the Whatever podcast? Right? That's the name of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I didn't think about that. Gypsy Harlow.
Dating, or debating Destiny is low status, right? That's what he's saying.
I think he's saying debating in general is just low status.
Oh, okay.
It's perceived of as low status. Yeah.
Right. Well, a lot of this fucking blood sport shit is just, I mean, it's like pig wrestling.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I'd say it's low stat. I mean, people go on Pierce Morgan and yell at each other all the time. So, Gypsy.
Yeah, okay.
Gypsy Harlow for $5 says, quote, what if they do it to you? End quote. Asmongold has that point made too. Who cares? They're doing it now. Might as well play for keeps. So that's the attitude that leads to the ruin of all society. Unfortunately. And that's Ben Shapiro. And we should have that clip on a soundboard somewhere because it's so correct. Where if the point of pointing out someone's hypocrisy or double standard is to bring back the standard that you think is morally correct, then that's good and justified. You should always do that. If the point is to say that we should no longer have the standard and to justify yourself being immoral or hypocrite, then you're just a terrible person, essentially, at that point. So
you're destroying society.
Yeah, you're basically just destroying society and all the because if that's the attitude, then you don't really have standards anymore in the first place. So then what? You're not really fighting for anything at that point.
Yeah, we fight for standards. That's what we want to fight for. The standards.
Right. And it doesn't matter. As soon as the power changes, all the people are just going to flip-flop in terms of crying and about, whatever. So. Sade Ray for 2 SGDs says people supporting Trump don't care about corruption. That definitely seems to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're basically willing.
It's a lot easier to care about corruption when you're getting absolutely no policy perks in your favor. You're like, oh my God, this corruption. But if you're getting some corruption and like a lot of policy perks that you like, that you want, you're like, you're doing a pros and cons thing.
That's what I was going to say is like, yeah, it's either people just, they don't care about corruption or they're basically just like, I'm fine with corruption as long as I'm getting something politically that I want, whether that be some sort of policy like deporting illegals or whether I think a lot of people, unfortunately, it's just emotionally, intuitively owning the libtards is the number one policy prescription that they want.
Not fessing up to the fact that Joe Biden was a complete vegetable is a kind of corruption. But the same thing was going on with Democrats. Democrats were like, well, we're getting a lot of stuff we want. Oh, maybe we'll just like forget about this.
Oh yeah.
So
well, I think it was more. No, I think with Biden, it was not. I think it was more the fear of losing power to Trump than it was overlooking it to maintain whatever policies were in place.
They were worried about getting Trump policies. They were like, I'll take no policies over Trump policies. Either way, they're going to overlook the corruption. They're like, oh, that's not really corruption.
Well, there's whenever it comes to these political situations, there's a lot of buy-in, whether you're hate Trump or love Trump. There's a lot of like emotional identity buy-in that every individual person puts into that. And so if you like buy in, like say if you buy in completely to Biden, if you buy in into like the very anti-Trump train, if there's like a lot of emotional pressure, like overwhelming psychological emotional pressure, that's kind of locking you in from bucking you from that position. And part of that is going to be like acknowledging that Biden like had brain rot and was a vegetable or whatever, like was a bad person to some extent, right?
Yeah.
Whatever the argument is. And it's going to be the same thing with Trump. If you like bought in very strongly into the loving Trump train, it's going to be very hard to there's a lot of emotional pressure pushing you against, turning against Trump or really caring about corruption or something. Even if people are going to be very hypocritical.
I don't think you can say people supporting Biden don't care about corruption because, Biden did corrupt things with his son or, was in office when he shouldn't have been and nobody said anything. Because they'd be like, well, we're getting something out of it. So you wouldn't say, look, I'm sure they do care about corruption, but they're doing a cost-benefit analysis.
Well,
I'm just saying it's not fair to say that they don't care about
I understand
corruption.
what you're saying.
I'm sure they do care about corruption, but they're like, well, a little corruption, if I'm getting what I want, may be tolerable.
Well, this is why I always disagree. There's this idea, and I've said this again, and I'll say it repeatedly. People think that the facade of civility isn't important, and they make this argument that it's better for people to be openly hyper corrupt instead of being secretly corrupt to some extent. And I violently disagree with this notion.
Yeah, me too.
Because if everyone's just fine with being openly right, if you're just fine with being openly corrupt, it's just then the behavior is acceptable. If people are secretly corrupt, there's always a mechanism of people acknowledging and believing, that it's morally wrong, and there's always some possibility of there's either a possibility of accountability or B, just you're not basically destroying the moral fabric of the society because even if it's happening secretly, there's a plausible deniability that people can maintain their mind so they don't have to like say, oh, my morality now ceases to exist because I'm totally fine with like people just doing openly bad stuff.
That's a great part in A Night of the Seven Kingdoms because the egg says, I didn't know it was wrong. And he's like, you fucking lied. Like, why would you lie if you didn't think it was wrong?
Yeah.
You knew it was wrong.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
So look, if you're keeping it a secret, you're like, there's it's wrong. We know it's wrong. Everyone knows it's wrong. If you're not keeping it a secret, then like, fucking what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
Then it's just socially acceptable.
I think that relates to the Trump situation in that, like, I mean, we had this like endless conversations about Shokin and how evil and corrupt it was that Joe Biden, because his son was getting $5 million, pressured Ukraine to fire Shokin. In the conversation that we had around that, it wasn't like a conversation of, is that a corrupt action or not? Whenever we had that conversation, it was assumed that if Biden did do that,
corrupt.
That'd be corrupt and immoral and horrible, and he should be impeached for doing that action. The argument was around whether that actually happened. It was about the facts of the case. And it's very bizarre because now we're in a situation where Donald Trump has done corruption on a level that would make that laughable. That was Hunter Biden getting $5 million, and now they're talking about the Trump family getting $500 million or $1 billion from all these people for very, very corrupt reasons. And it's not even like the facts aren't even plausibly deniable at this point. Like, it's obvious that they got a bribe to pardon, I forget that guy's name. They got a bribe to pardon that guy. It's obvious that they got a bribe from that Middle Eastern country in order to allow us to sell, the high-tech AI chips to them at the tune of like $500 million or $1 billion or whatever it is. And now it's just like, it's all blatant, it's all open. We kind of get into the CoffeeZilla, like, I guess crime is just legal now and it's just fine. So I do think that it is fair to say that we are in a situation where Trump supporters don't care about corruption. Now, maybe they'll make excuses for why, whether it's they're getting policy prescriptions they like, or they just, whatever that may be, but they are in a situation where they don't care about corruption. And I don't think there is kind of a sense of morality that really even exists in politics at the moment. I think it'd be hard pressed to find one.
I do. I mean, it's impossible for me to imagine that none of them care about the corruption, that they wouldn't be uncomfortable. Like, none of them are going to say, oh, yeah, this is great. I love this. I love the fact that Trump is doing all these things, taking money from people. I can't imagine that there's not some level of discomfort with the situation. But like you said, they make excuses. They make excuses because they'll take half a loaf, right? That's what they're like. I got some policy things. I wanted mass deportation. He's doing that. I wanted tax cuts. Maybe even they wanted tariffs. I don't know.
Yeah, but you could probably get all the deportation, all this shit anyway, like
without
with
all
JD
the
Vance.
corruption. Look,
like you don't like. I don't think like.
He doesn't
do you
have
think
to be corrupt? But like,
right? But I'm saying like I don't imagine. I'm not a JD Vance fan by any stretch, but it's hard for me to imagine that if JD Vance was president, he would be engaging in this level of like sort of open pay.
No,
for
not
play,
at all.
The way that the Trump family.
They're
is.
probably stoked to vote for JD Vance and move on from all this stuff. I just the argument here is that they like revel in the corruption or something.
It's not. She said they don't care. It's not that they're apathetic to it.
I think that's ridiculous. I think they do care. I think they do care, but they're like, I don't want to talk about it because it's no fun talking about my guy who's doing things I like being corrupt.
I've seen a lot of people on the right criticize Trump for the Epstein handling situation. I've seen very few people criticize about any of this, like getting these massive bribes at all for any, like they just
on
doesn't
the
even come
crypto
up.
stuff. Well, it's easier for them to delude themselves about that sort of. It's easier for people to delude themselves when there's some chance that there's like a reputable business arrangement going on, right? Maybe
I haven't
prince
even
really
heard that.
does want
like
a
the
bunch of
norm,
Melania coin because it's going to go to the moon.
No, like the normal news cycle. That's why I brought up Shokin. The normal news cycle was like there's this accusation against Shokin and Biden, and then the news cycle is people debating like the facts of the case, right? Whether it was whether he was doing it for corrupt reasons or not. Like there's some sort of argument had. No one's real. I haven't really seen people making arguments about Trump. Yeah, it was totally like above board for Trump, to get $500 million from the Arab Emirates.
Well,
in order to sell, high-tech chips to them. Like no one's really making that argument because it's like it's so not excusable.
But that makes my argument though. They're not making that argument because they know it's ridiculous to make and it's actually corrupt.
Well, so they don't care about it.
No, they do. Look, they do care about it. That's why they don't want to make that argument because it's uncomfortable to make. You wouldn't step into the lurch and make that argument unless you cared and it was like uncomfortable for you, right?
Okay.
If you didn't care, you just step right. Oh yeah, this is fine.
I don't know. Whenever I've
totally
seen people on the right interact with it on the internet, they just seem to kind of like shrug and then they make an excuse of like, well, Democrats are corrupt, so it's fine. That seems to be like the way it always goes.
But that's not really as strong and.
So I don't know. This is again, it just seems to me that people are just completely apathetic to any level of corruption. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Look, if the Democrats are corrupt, they're going to lose their fucking mind.
Of course they will. But then it's like, well, then you're just then you're just a hypocrite. Then you're not an honest person. That's why, like I have no it's not going to matter to Republicans or Trump supporters now. Because they're just going to flip flop as soon as a Democrat becomes president, and that's
of course.
To be fair, that's the way it always happens.
Oh, what's wrong with all this corruption?
Right. But like for me, for like the rest of my life,
centers all the money.
Like for the rest of my life, I'm just gonna have my own criticisms of Democrat politicians and what they do, but I'll just shrug whenever some Republican goes, screaming bloody murder about some Democrat being corrupt. I'm like, you don't actually care. You don't care about corruption. It's just all tribalism. It's just all blanket. Tribalism at this point. There's nothing beyond that.
I mean, weren't you earlier against that position? You're like, we need to fight this.
We do need to fight
apathy at every level.
We should.
But now you're saying you're going to engage in that apathy.
No, I'm saying I'm going to in the future when a Trump supporter screams on the internet bloody murder about how some Democrat's doing something corrupt. I'm just going to be like, well, I know that person doesn't actually care about corruption. Like they're just a tribal NPC. Biden. That's all that's going on. That's what I'm saying.
I hear about Hunter Biden one more time. I'm going to be like,
yeah, like, oh, okay. Really? You can play about Hunter Biden?
So over it.
Yeah. And they can just rationalize all day, whatever they want. It's weird because like the whole point is like rationalizations are literal fallacies, and they're the road to hell. So I don't know, whatever. As I said, our politics. I've never been so black-pilled about the state of morality.
I know
politics
you're depressing me
in
What's
the country
on,
than I've
Sitch?
ever been.
Cheer
It's
up.
just so like it is super black-pilling to me at the moment. It's super
Didn't
depressing.
you say you were taking a trip to Japan or something? Don't you? Come on, you got things to look forward to.
That's true.
Why
In
are
my
you letting
personal
this
life, yeah, I
stuff?
do.
Why are you letting this stuff get under your skin? Don't do it, man.
Okay.
It's not worth it. What you need to do is just buy some Melania coin. You'll
Of
feel better.
course. Of course. Of course.
Actually, look, I'm thinking you should get that Tesla stock because the shit, this whole robo-taxi fleet, man, things are going to be changing pretty big here. As radically as the cell phone changed society, this whole self-driving car thing. I mean, there's so many kids today, they don't even have driver's license, and they won't need one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, you need things to look forward to.
Rationalizing is a fallacy. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're okay. We're using different definitions. When I say rationalize, I mean someone coming up with a fallacious or a bullshit justification. So someone saying, well, because I believe that the person I don't like stole or did something corrupt, that justifies me stealing or doing something.
That is the worst.
Corrupt. That's a fallacy.
Worst. That's a path to hell.
Right.
That's why all these shithole countries are shithole countries.
Exactly.
Because everybody has the attitude that everyone does it. So I'm just gonna like the cop basically pulls you over not because you did anything wrong, just to shake you down for some money. You want to live in that society? I don't. I fucking don't.
So no, and you're right. And that's always, and it's so funny because like, it's funny, like now, I don't know if you've seen it. A lot of people have been like attacking Hassan and other people. They use the term third worlder attitude. They like try to get under skin. And it's funny because, and I'm totally on board with that because you're right. Like whenever someone who's some, Trump supporter who justifies corruption because they said, well, Democrats did it. Well, guess what? That's third worlder logic. Because it literally is. That's why all these countries are third world countries, because the people operate with that level of logic. So congratulations. You're so worried about importing the third world into the country, and yet you're adopting the most third world mentality possible. Good job.
You are importing the ethos in, definitely. That's the problem in China. China's always about like, if you can take advantage of someone, you should.
Yep.
Buyer beware.
Because it's all
how
like
much friction that makes to any
prisoner's
kind of
dilemma. You got to screw them before they screw you.
Why would you want to like think about going into any business deal with that kind of mentality? You're like, fuck that. That's so much friction to commerce.
Right. Jason Mulgreen for $5 says, what does Dev think the intent behind the Seditious 6 video was?
Oh, he loves that video. That's his favorite video.
Yes.
I don't even know what that video is. But...
We talked about it. It was the the people that said that you don't have to follow lawful orders. This was when the Trump administration was like blowing the boats up.
Oh, okay.
Short Stack Goblin for $2 says, Dev is my least favorite guest, worse than Mr. Girl.
What? Oh my God.
You've gone too far.
Yeah, you've
gone too far, sir.
Mr. Girl was a literal pedo. Come on.
Floki for $5 says, Dev tried to get Sargon on Wick's debate, ignoring that Wick ruined his reputation as a neutral moderator. So it's 3 or 4v1 these days. Kick Dev.
Yeah, I can't perceive of Wick as a neutral moderator, but I mean, it doesn't mean he can't run a good show.
Right.
And as long as you got equal numbers, and it seemed like that debate, I mean, it was really Destiny against the two guys. Dev was on Destiny's side, right? He wasn't really doing much.
I didn't watch the debate at all, so I don't really know anything about it.
Okay.
Dev said he didn't talk that much today. He said he didn't talk that much in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Val Van Gogh for $10 says, Andrew Wilson went on Joe Rogan and still debates nobodies. That's true. Rob Noor debates all sorts of lefties. Wick's moderating Neutrality is questionable, among other things.
When Andrew Wilson was coming up, when he was much smaller, he really tried to like bully me into a debate, which is a tactic that it doesn't work to me. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. So, but he put a video up on his channel like challenging me to a debate. And that video is gone now.
Yeah.
So it makes
Do you remember
me
what
think,
the topic was?
I don't. He said this weird thing in that video that I said something about Genghis Khan. I can't even remember what the accusation was, but it was just an insane accusation.
Right.
The thing that I would never say.
Genghis Khan was based, actually.
I mean, I might say that. I don't know. Probably just as a meme, but I think it was something about Genghis Khan that didn't believe in using force, and I was like, "What? That's insane."
What?
Yeah, I know. It was like a real what moment, like. So, but anyway, he took that video down, I'm assuming, because that debate challenge is no longer extended, which is fine. Look, I don't want to debate Andrew Wilson, so.
Right.
But I know a lot of people, now that Andrew Wilson is big, are probably like, yeah, I want to debate you, right? So I can get in front of a big audience.
Well, it's weird too, because like, I think like debates have this weird connotation as like opposed to like, well, I just want to have, like, I disagree with Michael Tracy. But I'm not like, we don't say like, come on, debate. It's like, okay, I'll come on, talk to you about something, right?
Yeah.
I just feel like it's a different connotation in the way you kind of talk about things. So.
Me?
No, I'm saying anyone. When you just talk about debate versus like just saying that you want to talk to this person.
It's like blood sports versus like, let's just have a discussion.
Right.
Yeah, we're more like discussion.
Lethal Strain for 2 hours says, Sitch, check your DMs on equal time in the 2024 election. Let's see. Fair time problem was brought up in 2024 election between Trump and Harris. Harris's surprise appearance on November 2nd, 2024, Saturday Night Live cold open triggered controversy, leading to accusations from Republican FCC commissioner that the NBC violated equal time rules. The sketch featuring Harris alongside Maya Rudolph prompted NBC to grant Donald Trump equal airtime shortly after. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
It was so funny how much airtime they were giving Donald Trump in the first election. What was it? 2016. Because they thought it was just so ridiculous that he could ever win. So they're like bringing him on as the funny candidate that can never win. And then he did end up winning, and they were all fucking chaffed about it. I think Donald Trump was on Saturday Night Live in 2016, right? Didn't he do that mirror skit? That was hilarious.
Oh, yeah. When was that?
He was on when he was running against Hillary Clinton.
Yes, but that wasn't 20. Or was that 2016?
2016. Yeah, they lulled themselves into a belief that it would just be so laughable that he could ever win. They were like, oh, he can come on anything. No one would ever vote for this guy. Come on any show.
Yeah.
Come on Saturday Night Live. Come on.
So
we'll laugh with you.
I don't know if we can play this clip. This is kind of like
because it's Saturday Night Live. Is it?
No. Someone sent me this other clip. This is, oh my God.
Don't get the stream. Look, it's difficult for me to cut things out when the stream's 7 hours long.
So yeah, I guess we will play. So Michael B. Jordan, the actor, and
he's in Sinners.
Yes,
that's the Sinners guy.
That's the Sinners guy. And wasn't he the bad guy in Wakanda Forever?
Yes. Yep.
And Delroy Lindo. I don't know if I'm familiar with him. Who's also black. He's also in Sinners. Are presenting some award at the British Academy Film Awards Festival tonight. Okay. They're standing on stage. They're presenting some award.
They're campaigning for Sinners all the way right now.
Right. And so while they're presenting, there's like in the middle of like one of them speaking, you hear someone scream the N-word from the crowd.
No way.
Yes. And then it turns out that there's some guy in there who's like a famous Tourette's activist who has Tourette's.
No, he's the one screaming the N-word? The Tourette's guy is?
Yes.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, no. That's
Magical.
so bad. Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Remember when we were live streaming and the slap happened? The Will
That's not as
Smith.
bad as the slap, but it's still pretty funny. Just
Oh,
someone
God.
screaming
That
the
was
N-word.
such a great stream because we were so
Right.
blindsided by it. People were telling us that this happened, and we were like, "Nah, fuck you, Chad.
Yes.
We don't believe you. What? Chris Rock got slapped?
Mhm.
Oh my God. I was dumbfounded.
I want you to bring up the picture of the guy. He looks very silly.
Okay, I can do that.
The guy, like, this is the guy who had Tourette's, who shadowed the N-word randomly. I don't know. Is this?
Oh my God, he's the whitest motherfucker. This is the guy shouting the N-words?
Yeah.
Look, of course, you've got to be a Tourette's activist in this situation because you've got the shit beat out of you so many times, right?
Right.
This guy in Hollywood shouting the N-word is going to get, he's going to get brained pretty quick.
He'll be okay. He's got a disability. Okay.
Right, yeah. But they don't
What
know
is the
that.
what is that blue thing around his neck? That's supposed to symbolize like Tourette's or something? What is that?
Maybe.
It's strange.
That's to let people know.
I wouldn't know from that. Like I'd be like,
I
what?
wouldn't either.
I think he's like a hippie who's into like crystals or something.
So you have this guy on video yelling the N-word?
No, you
at
have
the
you just hear
Sinners
it.
cast?
You have the Sinners people on stage talking, and then you just hear in the crowd him yell the N-word.
Why did they let him in?
I think he has some movie or something that's up for
okay.
an award. Some movie about Tourette's or something.
Is he competing? I guess he's competing with Sinners. Hopefully not. Maybe he's in
I don't
like
think
the
he's competing
documentary
with Sinners.
category.
Listen, I'll give the guys credit. They didn't even like flinch. Maybe they were warned. I was like, listen.
There's a
They
guy
didn't
with
even
Tourette's in
flinch.
here.
There's a guy
Now
Tourette's
he
here.
might call you guys the N-word. while
Might
you're
scream
on
the
stage.
N-word randomly. So yes. Okay.
Well, okay, that's great.
Yes, Dr. Diddler sent the video. Thank you. It is pretty funny. I mean, it's not funny for that guy. It sucks for that guy to have Tourette's, but
Maybe he's just pretending to have Tourette's, and he just likes to go around calling black people the N-word.
there you go. It's like that South Park episode. Cartman's like just pretending the whole time.
Yeah.
Then he actually gets it.
South Park has done everything. Jesus.
It's
You
true.
can't even make a joke that South Park hasn't done already.
Simpsons did it. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Bernewski for $5 says Biden's Department of Justice jailed 2 Republicans for contempt of Congress. This has never been done in history. Dun dun dun. Well, there you go. So it's all justified.
I guess it's been done. Everything's been done. But right now,
Are you talking? Wait, are you talking about Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro? Okay.
Sitch, do you know we have the hottest country right now?
I heard that. Yeah.
It's true. It's hot.
There you go. I guess if Congress has a lawful right to call someone to testify and you tell them to fuck off, I guess the Congress should just shrug and be like, I guess we have no power now as the legislative body in our country, right? Doesn't matter.
We're powerless. What can we do?
You're going to tell me that no one has ever been held by contempt of Congress and gone to jail in the history of America?
Never happened. No,
I don't believe. I'm sorry, Bernewski. I don't believe that.
Obama threw that one journalist in jail for that shit, for contempt. You don't remember that? Threw
No.
her old ass into the clink.
Obama threw a journalist in jail?
Yeah, you don't remember that? She was like on a
No.
hunger strike and shit. She was in there
For
for
what?
like days.
It wasn't for like some sort of like releasing state secrets. It was for contempt of Congress. You're talking about Chelsea. You're not talking about Chelsea Manning, are you?
No.
No, that was a person.
Some other journalist.
Okay.
She was all smug too. I think she was with the New York Times. She was like, of course I'm going to go to jail. I'm protecting my sources.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted her to tell where she got some sort of secret information or something like that.
Okay.
And she wouldn't tell them. And they threw her ass in jail.
Obama used the Espionage Act to put a record number of reporters' sources in jail. So this article, okay, it says sources. I don't know who the journalist is, but The Ocean for $5 says Merrick Garland didn't go after Trump talk about soft on crimes dams. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Floki for $2 says Dev forgot Obama used the DOJ IRS against opponents. The IRS thing was pretty sus. I'll agree with the IRS thing. Yeah. Nick Cassandra for $5 says if Trump believes the IRS owes him $10 billion, is it okay for him to steal it from the American people? I would say no.
Terrible.
Yeah.
We didn't talk at all about the tariffs thing.
We didn't really talk about the tariffs thing. It's funny because I listened to a bunch of videos and kind of skimmed the opinions to understand what the argument was, but
market is down
no
right
one
now.
cares about the tariffs.
Market futures are down on the tariff shit though. Because Trump is saying he's going to now I'm going to make the tariffs even worse.
Well, this was actually something I not had heard about this. So I was doing some research. This is actually insane. This should be fucking illegal. Okay. It's funny talking about corruption and all this shit. Did you know that old Nutlick? Okay.
Old Nutlick.
Old Nutlick. All right. So Howard Lutnick. Okay. He has kids who went to some companies and said that they would buy the debt that they incurred regarding paying off tariffs under the idea that if the tariffs are ever overturned in court and they're able to sue the government for that tariff money, that they would get the money instead of the corporation.
What? How's that deal work?
I don't know. They basically bought they basically made some sort of weird financial deal.
Something?
Yeah, they did something. They made some sort of financial deal.
Derivative?
I guess that would be like the instrument. They made some sort of financial deal where they said, hey, we'll buy, your tariff debt, basically the amount of money that you have to send on tariffs, under the idea that if the tariffs are ever overturned, that they'd be able to get that money in the future.
Mm-hmm.
This is Howard Lutnick's fucking kids. That's insane. How is that legal? His children are involved in this insane scheme when his father is directly related to all this tariff stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if my parents were inside the Trump administration, I'd be insider trading like fucking nuts. Are you kidding me? I'd be all over that shit.
Yeah. And then also even worse too about the tariff stuff is that, because I sent you, there's that CBO report, and it said they estimate that only 5% of the tariffs were paid by foreign countries. 30% of the cost of tariffs went to the businesses, and the rest of it, so what would that be? 65%
was passed on to the consumer.
Was passed on to the consumer through
which
price
means
increases.
They've already paid it.
Right.
And the corporations are going to get 100% of that money back. There's already a shitload of legal cases lined up.
Well, that's what's super fucked up, is that now the corporations can sue the government to try to gain back the tariff money. But you, the consumer, who actually paid 65% of the tariff money, have no legal right to sue the government.
And they've already established a higher price point that people are willing to pay. So
exactly.
Yeah. They're already making more money. I know.
Right.
Look, the stock market was up big on Friday on this news because everyone's like, oh, stock market, the corporations are going to win here.
Yep.
They totally win. But look, the thing is, at least Trump was talking about giving the tariff money to the American people as a dividend, as an American dividend. So
yeah,
how
but
is it?
But how retarded is that? It's he was making some noise about giving Americans all this money, and then
I guess reality they are giving them their own money, right?
Right. In reality, it's oh well, now Americans are all out the money that they had to pay extra, and then the corporations are going to get a refund anyway, and the prices still probably aren't going to go down. So great, because you did it in the stupidest, most obviously illegal way possible.
He just wanted to put his name on the Trump dividend.
Yeah, so fucking dumb.
But look, now people are not even going to get the Trump dividend.
Right. Speaking of Trump ad, Short Stat Goblin for $5 says, no BS. It's so boring when devs come on because you guys get stuck in the Trump bad rabbit hole. We get it. He doesn't like him. It's uninteresting. Well, sometimes you got to face the music. You got to face the reality, right?
I mean, I agree with Short Stack Goblin. We just need to avoid the Trump bad narrative. I don't know. I mean, I'm sensitive to the fact that we have a bunch of Trump supporters that voted for Trump, and I mean, maybe we don't now. It seems like most of them are probably gone by now. So people don't want it rubbed in their faces. So
we've never rubbed things in people's face. Rubbing faces like you're a fucking stupid idiot for supporting Trump. You're a bad person. Fuck you. You know,
look, Dev
like,
is doing that.
Let me, I know he is, but I'm saying like, ha. Let me post the $1 million you fell for it again awards, right? Like that's like rubbing in someone's faces, which I don't think we've ever really partaken in doing that. I'm just being like, this is what the fuck's going on, and you just have to deal with it. You can't just close your eyes and bury your head in the sand because you don't want to hear it because, someone that you like politically is doing bad
Sitch.
shit.
Oh, how naive.
I know.
They can bury their heads in the sand. What are you talking about?
I don't think it's the morally correct thing to do.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Son of a Buzzard for $10 says, Canada needs to be a state for me to give a crap about your opinion. Your country is a joke. It's so sad so many Canadians have to live vicariously through American politics. Well, that's true.
Oh my God.
That's all true. It's 100% true.
Based. I love that super chat.
Adam Darwich for 10 Canadian. Oh, there you go. The Canadian response says, funny how no one cares to mention Douglas Mackey. Made a joke tweak in 2016 saying you could vote for Hillary by text. Under Biden, dude served 7 months in prison before it was overturned on appeal.
That's not chilling for free speech. That's Biden chilling the free speech right there.
Was that? I hope that's not the guy. There was a person. I don't know if this is that person.
I mean, that's fraud. That's not free speech.
There was a guy who I don't remember if it was this guy who made a bunch of posts and flyers and was like telling people that they could vote by text, and he was giving them some kind of like fake phone number to call, and he's like giving them like fake information on and around election day. That's not a joke. That is him trying to trick people into not voting. So I don't agree with that. If that's who this guy is that you're talking about, but. Relatives for $5 says Dev revels in his bad faith and coping about his mediocrity. Okay. Joe the Mig for $5 says misrepresenting Christ's teachings while using an image of his death on the cross aside from doing the dumbest atheist meme makes you look like a piece of shit. What is that in reference
they're really going after Dev here.
Did Dev post something with Jesus on the cross?
I didn't see the post.
What is that in reference to?
I did know he's fighting with like 1,000 people on Twitter, and I was like, oh wow, this is unique.
Lethal Strain for $5 says, I always considered Rightoid as one of the 2 more weeks crowd who pushed the hammer and scorecard nonsense. I'm also not familiar with that reference.
That's a COVID reference.
Hammer and scorecard? The Oceanist for $5 says the South Park episode Cartoon Wars Part 1 and 2 Season 10 hits the whole free speech and joke topic pretty good. That is true. That's the episode where they won't show Muhammad. Death by Sloth for 47 months. Thanks so much. As both political sides are trying to make moral counter moves 3 moves ahead of the other. So they end up defending and attacking seemingly crazy targets. Oh, that's interesting. Everyone's trying to be like super 3 moves ahead. And in the way that looks, it's just like a bunch of people doing insane shit that makes no sense. Ray McGore for 36 months. Thank you so much. Has got a new job recently with a 15% raise. Look at that. That's great. It'd be nice if employers would give out large raises to their better performing employees, but here we are. Oh, ha ha ha. Michael Dorman, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Beatles Train for $10 says when Gavin Newsom said the Gestapo line in Munich and the German guy on stage looked at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was epic. I didn't see that.
He's such a clown. Newsom is such a clown.
Night Manager for 47 months. Thanks so much for being 47 months free will seeker. It says, Dev, this is the problem. You lack the ability to read the room. Every controversy has been you not understanding context. Jeremy for $5 says, Dev, Governor Shapiro being Jewish is worse for him in the Democratic primary than in the general. For proof, look at why Kamala didn't pick him for VP.
Yep. Solid analysis.
I think she really just didn't want to get outshined. Because people would hear him talk and they hear her talk, like, who is this retard? why do we have this retard as president? The fuck's happening?
Yeah. Well, look, he's going to be in the Democratic primary, so we'll see. We'll see what happens, right? Will Kamala come out and call him like a genocider?
I cannot wait for Kamala to run again and get blown the fuck out in the primaries, like embarrassingly so, in 2028.
Look, she thinks the only problem she had before was name recognition, and she's like, "Oh, now I have the name recognition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Breeze right through this.
I can't wait for her to get destroyed
The
in the
reality
primary.
check.
Yeah, just get fucking annihilated in the primary.
reality
She'll probably
check
do
of a
like
lifetime.
She'll probably do well in the first couple of polls because of name recognition, but then as soon as like the campaigning starts, I think she'll get slapped down.
She did that the first time around. Everyone's like, "Oh, look, a woman of color. She's relatively attractive. Look."
Then they heard
easy
her talk.
pick, yeah. And they realized she was a
opened her
ditz.
mouth. Yes. Jack Arana, thanks so much for being a Disability Equals Freedom for 41 months. Says, I think you guys need to check up on TBYS. Think before you sleep. His video on Tectone is the right-wing version of a bread tuber's Cope spiral. It comes complete with poor research, well poisoning, and conspiracy theories. Wow, I haven't seen that at all. I don't know. I don't even know what the Tectone drama is at the moment.
I
Is
like
Tectone
Sean.
always in drama?
He's welcome to come on our show anytime. He's a great guy. So.
Why does like half the YouTubers we know named Sean? Was there some kind of conspiracy? What the fuck's
Sean
going
is
on?
a very popular name. I don't.
Is it?
Yeah.
Growing
I know
up, I
like-
think I
I
only
know
knew like
like
a handful
20
of
Seans.
Seans. I feel like every fucking YouTuber's named Sean.
Half my
It's so
friends are
weird.
named Sean.
Weird. Britt Cormier for $5 says she's a product of an American media that would cover it for her. If this happened in America, it would never hit the news for it to be a thing. That's very plausible. Yeah.
It's probably only. Well, no, there was a bunch of clips of left wingers responding to AOC. So
Well, it was actually is weird. I saw the Crystal Ball was complaining about AOC, not only saying that she looked nervous and not prepared, but saying that she was just regurgitating neoliberal talking points. And I was like, what?
she wasn't left enough.
She wasn't leftist enough. I was like, oh, okay. Crystal's gone way out there.
God, I love politics. It's so fucking entertaining. It is so entertaining, Sitch.
AKA Batosai, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yes.
And thank you so much, Become the Night, for 5 gifted memberships too. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Welcome, new
Joe the
members.
Mig for $5 says every nation in the entirety of the free West should be fortifying production. In the end, Marco Rubio was entirely right in his speech.
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
That's how
definitely
I
fair.
know I'm not a right winger, is because we watch that speech on stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not feeling it. I don't feel it in my gut.
I
you
see.
know?
Interesting.
Did you? I mean, everyone talks about it, and I think, okay, this has got to be like a moving speech. People
I didn't
are obviously very moved by this.
I didn't feel it in my gut because I think he's just a very non-charismatic speaker. As I said,
Right.
I think what he was saying was great, and I was very happy that he said it.
I totally. Yeah.
I wasn't sitting there emotionally riveted like watching an episode of Night of the Seven Kingdoms or something.
But so many of these people do. It seems like they are having those kind of really revelatory emotions.
Okay, well, listen, that's fine.
Yeah.
Chaka's for 31 months. Thanks so much. Says, well, guys, I've just first half marathon today. Dad bod summer, here I come. A team reigns well, whatever you know, the rest. Well, congratulations.
Well, thank
That's
you.
great.
Yes. Thanks for being a
Your
member
first
for
half
so long.
marathon.
Yeah. Marathons are tough.
PC for $5.
Sammy G. What's this? $10. Wow.
Well, we'll get there in a second. PC for $5 says AOC was told to play dumb if asked about Taiwan. I'd say she was successful.
Oh yeah, she killed it.
That's
she
funny.
totally killed
True.
it.
Sammy G, look at this. Sammy G for $10 says,
$10.
I was told in my biology undergrad that if I wanted to study something I wanted, like frogs, let's say, and I have to ask for the grant, like, quote, studying cancer and frogs, you got to do a dance to get the money. Yes, exactly.
I think so many people just, when they hear that, they're like, oh, this is an opportunity to get some money, and I don't really have to do anything. Because they're like, most research comes back and is totally useless, so you don't have to really prove anything.
Right. Well, I think they probably do stuff. It's just, is it useful for any purpose?
They should tell them, look, we'll give you the money, but if you don't cure cancer, we're going to kill you.
I thought you were going to say you have to pay it back. Like, no, you just died.
No, we're gonna kill you.
Okay.
And we're gonna kill your whole family.
Right. Wow.
Then they'll get some results, right?
I think people would not accept government grants at that point.
Right.
Well, actually, let me read the Streamlabs first. Dr. Dip for $3 says pizza was invented in Italy and popularized in America. Hamburgers were unanimously agreed to have been popularized in the U.S. And the U.S. exports massive amounts of Western culture, American culture.
Of course. Everyone loves America. Just Hollywood has been exporting American culture for fucking decades. I don't know how people don't understand that. Now, these dumbass leftists can go on and say, oh, we don't have any culture whatsoever. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Didn't you see the overseas number on all our fucking movies? What do you think that is?
Yep.
Chinese people watching Transformers.
You stole that from all the non-white people, you racist.
Oh, yeah.
White people can't do anything.
Native Americans came up with a robot that transforms into a car.
Yes. Probably. You don't know this, Adam. But there's actually a queer BIPOC Native American who created the concept of Transformers, and then Hasbro stole it from her.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
That's what they
Stole
probably
the concept.
believe that. They probably
never gave her any
that.
credit, and then she died in poverty in a ditch somewhere.
It was a horseless carriage.
Yeah, exactly.
That transformed into a tin man, a tin human man made with machines.
Yes. See, she read. Remember the John Henry story where he has to like outdig the machine? She heard that as a child in her Native American village, and it like inspired her. She's like, "What if the machine became the man?"
Exactly.
Originally it was called He Who Transforms. Wagon Who Transforms was the original name of Transformers.
Right.
So, yeah, exactly. Dr. Diller for another $3 says, actually, Philip DeFranco, white people aren't even real. As a matter of fact, neither are black people. Nobody's real. Nothing exists. So your argument is wrong, idiot. Oh, you can't prove you exist? Well, I guess my argument wins. Exactly. Checkmate.
Oh, man. People just slurp up anything these days.
Dr. Liv for $2 says the United States pulled all those slaves from various African nations and underpaid workers from China. Who did all the work in building America? That's why both those places are beacons of humanity. Dr. Liv for $2 says shout out to Alabama for creating more GDP per capita than the average Canadian. Another glorious Canada L. Is that true? Wow, that's embarrassing. That's
Alabama.
embarrassing.
That's like the poorest state in the union.
Terrible.
Well, it might be Mississippi, but Alabama might be second.
Sella for $2 says, haven't seen the movie review or all of this segment, but I've heard people defend it saying you can like a movie but not agree with its politics. You can, but that movie sucks. So I wouldn't say that's the movie. Metalworks for $6 says, would you guys be open to like a members only viewer suggestion stream? What I mean is a stream where you watch videos suggested by members. Obviously, there would be limits like video length for submissions.
Yeah, totally. I was looking at
so.
this new feed. How much longer do we have? Because I'll put the little. I was going to do the members only live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Starts in 5 minutes.
Why?
Because we'll talk some shit about devs, members only.
No.
We'll tell them how we really feel.
Oh, okay.
We'll do some members only. Tell them how we really. Dev's not a member, right?
Right.
So we're safe.
Know. It's a good question.
Well, look. Hold on. Does anyone remember if Dev is a member or not?
Somebody go back in the chat logs. See if Dev's a member.
Come on, we can talk some shit.
We can
right?
talk shit about Dev publicly, openly. What do you mean? The
Yeah,
hide
but it's
behind
more
a
fun to do
member
it.
stream.
Look, there's a new feature.
Okay.
I was gonna do it, but I didn't know. Like, it might not let me take it back.
Right.
So I don't want to start it in 5 minutes.
I don't think
and
you should do it.
I don't want to start it in an hour because let me know
Right.
when we're getting close and we'll do.
Cerebral
don't
friction
have
for
anything to say? Just to members only. Think of something. You'll
Okay.
think of something. Tell them a
I'll
story.
pretend I have Tourette's. Start throwing out M-bombs. Cerebral
Yeah,
friction
that's
for
right.
$2 says, if I were king, I would have the director of 97 Kingdoms tied to a horse and dragged through the streets for the childish bathroom humor that adds nothing to an otherwise excellent show. Yes, it is so bizarre. Why? Why do they add bathroom humor to the show?
I mean, you got me. I don't like bathroom humor either, so I think it's the lowest form of comedy.
Right.
So, but look, there's a lot of good things to like, and we are starved for good media right now.
True.
There's
It's a
so
good
much
show.
fucking
It's just-
garbage.
but yeah. But I think that's why it's part of why it's more egregious. It's like, it's such a good show. Why do you mart with this weird bathroom humor?
Yeah, well, they have to. They're like, look, we can't do it perfect, okay?
Oh, it's true. Right. Chakas for $5 says, Sitch, is it racist to call matzo ball soup just Jew soup?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's racist. It sounds kind of gross because that makes it sound like the soup is made out of Jews or something.
Oh
You
yeah.
want some Jew soup?
I'm not gonna. Anyone offers me Jew soup, I'm gonna be like, no, thank
That
you.
sounds very matzo ball soup is delicious. Jew soup sounds very unappealing.
You're like, is it made by Jews or
By
with
Jews or out of Jews?
Yeah,
Is it a cookbook? That's the question. Schnitzel Rada for $2 says, I don't agree with you much, but you're all right, Dev. Well, there you go. Look at
Good.
that.
That's the right attitude to have.
Metalworks for $2 says, power word anecdote. You take 12d8 psychic damage. Oh, isn't there a clip of Candace Owens saying anecdote weirdly or incorrectly or something?
I used to say that word incorrectly, so I try to fix it. You
So you
revel in it.
sympathize?
You're like, look, I'm gonna say nuclear.
That's the only, like one of the only ones. Okay.
No, you say Star Trek. What the fuck?
Whatever.
You're supposed
Look
to be
at
a
this
Trek
guy.
fan.
Listen.
You're a Trekker.
Oh
You're
my
not a
God.
tracker.
Mhm. How did she pronounce it?
I don't know.
I can't find the clip.
Antidote?
You've seen this, like there's people doing all these clips of like her pronouncing everything fucking wrong, right?
I
You've
say
seen those clips?
antidote. Yeah, you want me to bring it up? I saw you sent it.
Yeah. Did she say antidote? She said, yeah, she said,
I say antidote.
She says burrow instead
I
of
used
bureau.
to say that. I say anecdote now.
Yeah, we can
I even
play it.
say obfuscation
Ooh.
flawlessly. Okay.
That's
I'm-
true.
I'm-
That one's
I'm
a little.
about-
That one tricks you. That one. Trips
I'm
us
about
up.
self-improvement.
Obfuscate.
Sitch.
Obfuscate. We can bring up the clip. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
How does she? You do wonder. You do wonder. How does she keep doing this?
Is Miglet Joe the Mig? I think it is.
It is, yeah.
Okay. I thought so. He sent me something.
Oh, okay.
But I'm looking
Oh,
for
that's right.
this
She
one.
says she says anecdote. Thank you, Metalworks. She says anecdote.
Oh, okay.
Anecdote.
That's
It's pretty
very,
bad.
That's very wrong. Do you
How do
notice
you
how
do
some people say important?
There's some
You
of
ever
those I
notice
think
that?
are just I feel like are regional. Like people say things like weird
Important.
regionally. I assume because I haven't really heard that one. It sounds like Midwestern people might say that. I've never heard someone say
important.
Yes, right. I've never heard anyone say anecdote in my entire life.
That is ridiculous. That is
Until
not
Candace Owens
regional.
said
that is
that.
retarded.
I've never
That
heard
is you
that.
don't know how to pronounce the word.
Right. That's pretty bad.
Just sound it out. Okay, I got it. Ready? 1 minute.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
We also learned that last night a bomb squad and agents from the borough of alcohol and tobacco, firearms, the ATF, obviously. What is the borough doing? Has anybody traced this down?
Borough?
Were you brought into an FBI borough? Who's a former borough of prisons chief? Because there is a borough that has been corrupt, rebuilding this borough. Chief of the Utah borough is the borough's public-facing spot, cleaned house at the state borough of the old federal borough of narcotics with the federal borough of investigation, federal bureau of investigation. Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, she's saying it right.
All of the FBI boroughs in the United States, 55 main boroughs and over 350 satellite boroughs, the FBI sent the specific Connecticut borough, that borough, to UVU. I wonder what moved them to send that particular borough, which just feels like you got a lot around you, a lot of options. It wasn't exactly like, were you brought into an FBI borough?
I mean, it is kind of cute, right?
Okay, here's the question. Here's the question. Okay, first of all, there's like a million fucking movies and television shows where they say, well, we're here with the Bureau of Investigations, right? Like, it's a word you hear a lot. It's a word you hear.
FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
Yeah, like if this was some word, like I had a friend once who they were reading the Ender's Game book Xenocide, and they were saying exocide because it's spelled with an X. And I'm like, that's fair. How often do you hear the word xenocide? Like in like normal conversation, right? But you hear bureau all the fucking time in like movies and television shows, like a lot. That's number one. Then number two, she's doing a fucking show. How cucked is her staff that like, are they all too afraid to be like, Candace, you got to stop saying borough. The word is bureau. Like no one tells her this. Are they just fucking with her? What's happening?
Well, maybe she's doing what you're doing. Because I tell you, I'm like, look, don't say Star Trek. You sound like
oh my God.
And you're like, no, that's my thing. It's everyone digs it.
Guy.
Everyone digs it. I don't know how to pronounce borough.
Listen, this guy. How dare you compare?
Am I lying?
Star
it's
Trek
true.
To Bureau and
it's
Burrow.
totally true.
No.
Nuclear. You say nuclear.
It's not the same. Well, I'm honoring George W. Bush by saying it that way.
Look, maybe she's
just
honoring her great-great-grandpappy or something.
No one says Burrow instead of Bureau. That's not a thing.
She's honoring someone. Come on.
She's
doing it for the same reason you're doing it.
I sent you the other club.
Oh, this is another one?
Yes.
Oh, good. This is the anecdote. This is one I wanted to see. It's what I thought we were seeing.
Yes.
Like, what's all this Burrow stuff? Here we go.
And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a reality of how that can serve.
She said it
people.
Twice too. It's not like sometimes people can just misspeak, and you're like, oh, maybe she repeats it. Yeah, that's so bad. What the fuck, Candace?
Anecdote.
She does pronounce. There's like, I'm sure you've seen this, like compilations, just like she's like so many different words she says she does not know how to pronounce. It is kind of unreal.
Anecdote is how you pronounce it, but I used to say antidote.
Antidote.
Yeah, the C I would pronounce as an S. Yeah.
Antidote. I feel like there's a word that
right.
sounds kind of like that maybe you were confusing it for, but I can't think of what the word is.
Maybe getting it jumbled up.
Like antecedent or something.
Antecedent.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
That means when something comes before something else.
Oh. Okay.
I think I pronounced it. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Maybe that's the irony. I don't know. But
anecdote. I know what's an anecdote. It's like a personal story, right?
No. What? No. What
do you mean?
That is, it's like when you dote on a person and you tie something around their neck. It's an anecdote.
Yeah.
So that's why she thought it makes sense that she would think that, because it's,
anecdote.
Logically. Yeah. Right. Now, also, she was saying architecture like weirdly. There's like a million times of her saying architecture.
Mm-hmm.
There's an entire.
Everyone realizes she's a retard now.
I know, it is nice. There's an entire X account called Candace Owens Trying to Read that is just clips of her saying words incorrectly.
Well, that's
oh my God! How do you think she says the word grandiose?
Oh, how? Give it to us.
No, just I want you to guess.
Grandiose? I mean, it's
how does she say?
impossible to mispronounce that.
She says grandoise.
No way.
She does. She says grandoise. Got these grandoise promises. Yeah, grandoise.
Like Grandy Ois?
I said it's, yeah. These grandoise. It's very grandoise. Okay.
This woman's ridiculous. I was trying to look up what her podcast is rated at now. Every time she comes up, I get curious.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my tab? Here we go. Grandoise. Coming to you right now.
Black Scorpio writes, I am so very disappointed in Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises to get the Epstein files until they got confirmed into the administration and now toe the line. Black Scorpio writes, I am so very disappointed.
Pretty bad.
Look, as someone who doesn't read very good, I feel.
She says beret instead of beret. Like green beret. She says green beret. Like a hair beret?
I've heard people say that.
Oh, okay.
People do say beret.
Remniscent instead of reminiscent. Remniscent. Just missing some syllables there.
Yeah. Reminiscent.
Reminiscent, yeah.
I know all of these words, but would not probably stumble on them if I had to read them.
Like, I'm sure, listen, we've mispronounced things, but I don't think we've mispronounced things anywhere near the example of Candace Owens mispronouncing things.
Yeah, she's much worse.
Oh, and then there was like, she can't say Blitzkrieg. She kept saying Blitzkrieg. there's like 20 times she keeps saying Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg.
Oh yeah, Krieg. I've heard that one. I've seen that one.
How is no one on her staff like helping her out here? Are they just like giggling, laughing behind her back?
Well, they gotta love it, to be honest with you.
I guess.
Where do you think Candace is at right now on the charts?
On the podcast, I think she's shot back up. She's probably in like the 20s.
32.
Oh, okay. She's still pretty high.
She's way fucking down.
Wow.
Where's Ben Shapiro? Oh wait, Tucker Carlson, number 7.
Boom.
Wow. Wait, she's 32 and Ben Shapiro's not above her, so he must be below her, right?
Did you see like Tucker Carlson was claiming he got detained by like Israel and Israeli security at the Israeli airport, and then the picture, like the video came out of him like hugging the people and talking to them and taking pictures of them.
I saw some clip about people talking about it. Oh, actually, I think it was people chastising Anna Kasparian for saying, why would he risk his life by going to Israel?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. I didn't watch the clip, but God bless Anna.
Interesting. Not surprised, unfortunately.
This drives me crazy. I just listened to All In Podcast, the most recent episode, where they say we're the #1 podcast in America, and they're the number 46 podcast in America. They're not the number. They were the #1 for like a week.
There's like listen, you can't see it, and you got to zoom in. You got to enhance. There's like a little asterisk when it says that they were the #1 podcast.
He says it. He says it on the show. There's no asterisk when you say it. When you're like, we're the #1 podcast.
No, see, you have to pause it. There's like a single frame that it like flashes on the screen.
He's doing the messages, huh? The
it's
secret
like,
messages.
Yeah, you know, in Fight Club, they like splice a single frame of porn. They have to splice in a single frame of like, actually, we're not the #1 podcast. We just were for one single week, like 3 months ago.
Guess what the #1 podcast in America is. I mean, I'm sure you could guess it. The undisputed champ. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. The undisputed champion. He's the guy that's there 99% of the time. Joe Rogan, the king.
Yeah, basically. Lives in Suggs Walls for $5 says they are telling Candace wrong pronunciations on purpose as a joke. She's just podcast wimp low.
They're doing it to her. Staff is doing it to her. That's what I would think. Look, if I've had some shitty bosses, and I mean, that's the kind of shit I would pull. Definitely.
See, How amazing would it be? There's got like a clip. She's saying like a word correct. Like she says
Correctly,
bureau.
and they incorrect her.
Yeah, she says bureau, and everyone in her staff hates her, and they all
They
just kind of
gaslight her.
They're like, Candace, listen, we don't want to, Candace, we don't want to tell you this. Okay, you keep saying bureau. The word is burrow. Okay?
Burrow.
It's like,
yes.
It's like bureau. That's not a word. Okay, or that's like a Spanish word for a donkey. What are you talking about? You want burrow, right? It's like a little hole where animals live, because like the FBI, they're like, they're like in a little hole, like in a building, right? Does it make sense, Candace? And she's like, oh, I guess that makes sense. And then she just runs with it.
They gaslight her into it.
They just totally gas her up. That would be amazing.
You guys are doing that. We love you.
Yes.
Props to you.
That would be the most like trollish thing ever. I'm gonna try to get into Candace Owens' employ just to trick her into saying words incorrectly for like a year. See how long it takes anyone to notice.
Where's Sitch and Adam on this list here?
I don't think we're on the list, sadly.
Why not?
Well, there's a Spotify list too.
We're on Spotify.
I know, but like, I don't think we don't have that many listeners on Spotify.
Really?
I'm assuming.
I mean, we have quite a few, but
okay. What do I know? Proteron for $5 New Zealand dollars says Candace has big milk before cereal energy. Now I need her to say quinoa. There's no fucking way that she will not look at the word quinoa and say quinona or something. Yeah. Yes.
Quinoa. That's good.
Yeah. There's no fucking shot that she can say that one. That's a good insult. Milk before cereal. Does anyone do that? That feels wrong. That feels psychotic. Who does that?
What do you mean?
Like puts the milk in the bowl and then the cereal into the milk?
Oh yeah,
That's craziness.
That's not how you do it. And then you try to push the cereal down into the milk.
Yeah, what?
And it never reaches the bottom. It just floats along the top.
Yeah, what are you doing? That's crazy. That is madness. Yeah. That is the way of madness. Okay. That's Gandalf saying, "That's just a way of madness." Joe the Mig for $5 says China is entirely reliant on fossil fuels. They're throwing up coal plants like it's going out of style. Yeah, but Joe, they also have solar power, so it's okay.
If they're gonna run on climate change, you got to watch that video from the climate change activist.
I will do it. What is this? The chairman Lamau says, "I'll admit it. I milk before cereal." Oh no, no.
We're gonna have to ban you. I'm sorry.
That way I know how much milk I'm using and I take the box with me and refill. I'm psychotic. That is pretty psychotic. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean you take the box with you?
So you fill to your milk order? You're like, I can only drink a cup of milk, but I will drink an infinite amount of cereal as long as the milk stays.
That way I know how much milk I'm using, and I take when you say when you take the box with you, you're talking about the cereal box or the milk carton. What do you mean you take the box with you? What do you mean you refill the box? What does that mean?
When he eats all the cereal, he refills to get more milk. I've done that. You've gone for seconds on cereal because you got too much milk. God, milk and cereal is so delicious, but it's so bad for you. You might as well eat a chocolate sundae.
So I eat this cereal. It's called 3 Wishes cereal.
No, it's a lie. It doesn't. There's no cereal that's good for you.
Listen. It's 3 Wishes chocolate flavor or cocoa flavor cereal.
You wish.
Okay. Listen to me.
Wishes are you
listen to me.
Healthy.
You fucker. Okay, this is it. Listen, I'll read it to you. It's not bad.
Oh yeah, you're gonna read me the advertising. Okay,
I'm gonna read
ahead.
you. No, they're nutrition facts. Okay.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's what they call them now.
It's 130 calories per serving. It's only 1.5 grams of fat per serving. It's only 20 carbs per serving. It's only 3 sugar per serving. It's another 3. It's got 3 grams of fiber. It's got 8 grams of protein in it. That's pretty good for cereal.
8 grams of protein is pretty good.
Yeah. And it's got no wheat in it. It is dairy free and gluten free.
Really? Do you do the no gluten? You're a no gluten guy?
I mean, not really, but
okay. I mean, I love me some gluten.
It's called 3 Wishes Cocoa. Now, I tried some of the other flavors. I think some of the other flavors suck, but the cocoa flavor, very tasty.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get like Target brand has like this double chocolate granola that's like fucking really tasty.
Oh my God, that stuff's to die for.
Yes, so good. And I don't think it's that unhealthy either.
Oh, granola's the worst.
Target brand chocolate granola. Double chocolate chunk granola. It's so funny. When I was a kid, I did not like chocolate. And then some magic happened and my brain was like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Chocolate is great,
I
yeah.
don't like chocolate.
I
You're
can't eat
crazy.
too much chocolate or I'll get a headache, but
A headache?
chocolate, unfortunately, chocolate and beer both give me migraines if I OD on them.
Really?
But
That's
yeah.
interesting.
But I can eat a little bit. I can drink like one beer or eat like a little. I can't eat a piece of chocolate cake. That's too much. But I could have like chocolate syrup on ice cream and stuff.
So this granola has 3.5 grams of fat per serving, 19 carbs, 2 fiber, 6 sugar, and 3 grams of protein. So not too bad. So there you go.
I can't believe those Ollipops have like 6 grams of protein. Some of them have, or not protein, but fiber. Some of them have 9 grams of fiber.
Lollipops.
It's like fucking magic.
Oh, you're talking about the soda.
Olipop soda, yeah.
Olipop, yeah. Yeah,
I love those things.
put a bunch of fiber in it.
They're so good.
I don't know what they put in the Olipop. There's fiber, I forget the brand it is that we use, that you can just like mix into water. It has no flavor. You can just drink it.
Oh, okay.
So,
but I like
or put it
the
on food
taste
or
of the
whatever.
Ollipops. I mean, it
No,
tastes
Olipop
like
is
real
pretty
soda,
tasty.
and I am addicted to soda. I love soda.
My stomach does not do well with carbonation, so I can't drink too many of the Ollipops. Sadly.
Very sad.
Lives in Suggs Wall for 2 hours says, eat cereal, then drink the milk. You weirdos mix them, right? That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. All right.
Cereal is like a dreamy dessert. So many of them are so delicious. The corn puffs. Oh,
That used to be my favorite
so
cereal
good.
when I was a wee lad.
That was my favorite too.
Yeah. Though I
Sugar
had
corn pops. Oh my God.
Yeah, I said corn.
Oh.
I am correct. Corn pops, not corn puffs.
Yeah, corn
Though,
pops. Sugar.
I
corn
remember
pops.
I had them once, like I think 10 years ago, and I was like, "Oh, how did I like these?" Like I had a complete, like my taste just completely
I
changed.
still love them.
No, I don't know.
Cookie crisps. Oh, that cookie crisp cereal.
Those are just cookies. Those are literally just cookies.
Yeah, I know.
Cookie
It's
crisp is
great.
just cookies. Like
It's
I remember the first
great.
time I had cookies, I'm like, this is not cereal. This is literally just mini cookies. What the fuck are you talking
It's
about?
great.
Just eating cookies.
And
I'm just
then
eating
marketing
a
it.
spoon of cookies. This is not like cereal. Like what the fuck?
All those
is happening?
cereals are bad for you anyway. At least they're on the money about it. They're like, oh yeah, this is cookies and milk.
My parents were they never let us eat sugared cereal for breakfast. You can only eat it for like a snack with an actual meal.
Right.
They-
They were smart. They were like, this
they were
is a
smart, yeah.
dessert. You should think of it as a dessert.
Yes, essentially.
This is not your most important meal of the day, breakfast.
No. Though they had weird rules. Like for example, we could get Fruit Loops and Corn Pops, but not Lucky Charms. And now
Oh.
in terms of nutrition, I'm pretty sure they're
Lucky
like the
Charms are
same.
great.
Lucky Charms are good.
Yeah.
I think Lucky Charms are much better than Fruit Loops. I think are disgusting. I don't know how I ate that when I was
Yeah,
a
I've
kid.
never been a Fruit Loop fan. But
No.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the thought process my parents had. They're like, well, Fruit Loops is fine. The Lucky Charms is too far. It's got marshmallows in it, but Fruit Loops has fruit in the name, so maybe it's good for you. Like, I don't know what the
Although-
thought process was.
Although I have made Rice Krispie treats with Fruit Loops. Which
Oh,
is
that's
a-
interesting.
Which is a great combo.
That sounds like it'd be
Sometimes you
disgusting.
can do like a layer of Rice Krispie treats and like a thin layer of Fruit Loop. So you've got like the bulk of it is a Rice Krispie treat,
Mhm.
but it's got like a little fruity crispy treat
Interesting.
as a second layer. It's delicious.
Were you the person that I had a conversation with that said Skittles all taste the same?
No.
Okay. I had a conversation with someone
Yeah.
about this, and I was like mind blown that they thought Skittles all
Skittles
tasted
do
the same.
not all taste the same.
Okay. Good.
One year, my parents got me a bunch of Skittles for Christmas. It was like a
Mhm.
Christmas present because I said I really like Skittles, and they mixed M&Ms in the Skittles. It was like 50% Skittles.
That's evil. Oh my
and
god.
50% M&Ms. And I
That's
was like,
hilarious.
Mom, what the fuck are you doing?
It's
just like,
that's hilarious.
yeah, that's like the worst combo ever, isn't it?
That's
like, why would you do?
Yeah.
I separated them out. I would not take like a handful of that thing. Like a
Well, I'll tell you. So that's the follow-up
Skittle.
question. When you would eat Skittles, would you eat them by the handful?
Oh yeah, I'd love a big handful of Skittles.
Okay. See, I
definitely.
couldn't. I would eat the different flavors individually.
Is it really? You'd separate them by flavor?
Yeah, because I feel like they didn't taste good together.
Nah, it was great in combination, but not with M&Ms.
What do you guys chat? Were you a picker or were you a scooper when it comes to your Skittles?
Yeah.
They did troll you, Adam. That is a troll. We've replaced 50% of your Skittles with M&Ms. And 50% of those M&Ms have been replaced with peanut M&Ms.
No, they thought it would be better. They actually thought that this would be an improvement that I would enjoy.
No, they were fucking with you.
No,
no
they
one
weren't.
could think that's it.
No.
No one could think that.
No,
That's a good psycho.
They
That's
were
crazy.
not fucking. They were not fucking with me. No.
Right. No, I don't think so.
It was an accident.
Look at this. So far, Scoops have the clear majority here. Only Vanessa is a picker.
Yeah, you're the weirdos.
We're the strange people.
You and Vanessa, weird.
No, we have another
Everyone
picker.
just.
Well, M&M Scoop, obviously. M&Ms all taste the same. I mean, who's in there like, I'm going to separate my M&Ms based on color and eat them individually?
You've had Rice Krispie treats, right? Those are
Of course.
delightful. Yeah.
Well, okay. So homemade Rice Krispie treats are some of the best homemade snacks you can eat.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The ones you buy in the store are disgusting.
They're not. Yeah. Well, how do they fuck up a Rice Krispie treat?
I don't know. The fucking Kellogg's brand Rice Krispie treats. You think they'd be awesome because it's the fucking people that make the cereal and they taste.
I don't
like
think
shit.
they put enough butter in it. I think the butter might spoil or something like that. Because like I slather those things with salted butter and it's so good.
Like I don't know what's happening. Sam's screaming, saying liar. Are you in favor of the Rice Krispie treats from Kellogg's?
She says you don't eat Skittles. I only ate M&Ms as a colorful candy, like the base person I am.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew that, but
disagree, Sitch. Oh, she's all over you now.
She likes the Rice Krispie treats. No, because I have this memories like very clear in my mind. I remember I think I was like in kindergarten or first grade, and they brought in this tray of Rice Krispie treats. Homemade, and I ate one. I'm like, this is the most delicious thing I've had in my life. Oh, this is so good. And I run home and I tell my mom, like, this is amazing. And she's like, oh,
she's like, I'll get you one.
And I'm like, yes. And she's like, oh, I'll get you. They have them like pre-packaged, and you could put them in your like little lunchbox. And I was so excited.
They're not the same.
And then the next day at school, I like eat it. I'm like, I spit. I'm like, what is this? It looks the same, but it tastes like shit. Why is this so much worse?
Rice Krispie treats are like my kryptonite. Like I could eat 10 of those things easily, just one right after the other.
Wow.
It's very hard for me to maintain my self-control with Rice Krispie treats.
That's crazy.
I don't make
Adam's
them.
Dark secret, his weakness for Rice Krispie treats.
I don't make them because I will. I've done it before. I've sat down and just ate like 10 of them. I'm like, just one more. Just one more. It's like, I have the fucking tray.
Wow.
Holy shit. I mean, it's mostly air, right?
That's how you rationalize it. Well, it's mostly air. It's mostly empty space, so it can't be bad for you, right?
Those things are not filling at all. Like you don't.
Of course not.
You don't. Yeah.
Of course
you can
not.
just mow right through them.
I know it's bad. You got to be careful. This is how I've remained skinny my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I never eat snacks. I eat meals.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to eat.
I try to do the same thing.
You got to eat Rice Krispie treats like at the end of a meal or something. You never go for like if you're hungry, you never go for a snack because it's like the road to ruin.
You have the problem of Rice Krispie treats. Like you said, they're only good if they're homemade. What, you're going to make one fucking Rice Krispie
I guess that's true because you have to make like a big.
You're going to make 70 Rice Krispie.
Right.
You're
I
going to
don't know
like
how long do they keep,
box.
I guess. I don't know how long they keep.
Well, I mean, if you eat most of them in one sitting, they don't last very long. See, that's another reason. that you're
Right.
like, oh, these things are gonna spoil. I need to fucking mow through these
Right.
things now.
Can they be refrigerated and like heated up? I have no clue.
Yeah, no, they're
Okay.
good. They're good days later. They can last a couple days, sure.
Lead
If you can make them last.
Lead Speak in the chat says it's the preservatives that you taste in the store-bought ones. They got to be shelf stable, so they add oil and sulfates.
Yeah, that's what I was
Makes
thinking.
sense, yeah. So
And
I
it
don't know,
just
like
ruins the whole thing.
I mean, there's a lot of pre-packaged processed shit I would eat as a kid and be fine with.
That is
Potato chips,
good, yeah.
sugar cereals, and all sorts of other things. That one thing, the Rice Krispie treats, just never worked. I don't know what's going on with it.
There's something about the butter and the marshmallow that just that alone is what is the magic. You
Maybe.
start putting in the preservatives and it's like completely ruins it.
Right. Yeah, maybe, because I guess I'm trying to think of other. Well,
You should try the Rice Krispie treats with the Count Chocula, because that's like the
oh wow,
that's like chocolate Rice Krispie treats,
yeah.
right? And you said
That
you like
sounds-
the chocolate. Oh, that's a
that
good combo.
sounds
right
pretty
there.
good, actually. Now you say that, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that one before.
Or maybe maybe you could make it out of that Three Wishes cereal, so it wouldn't be as bad. That'd be interesting.
Okay, is
Try
that
it.
like Count Chocula? That
It's chocolate flavor, yeah.
okay, but is it like Rice Krispie treat?
No, they're like little circles, like Cheerios.
Look at this.
But you said that you
Sammy.
could make them out of Fruit Loops, so it's the same shape.
Sitch, do you know how much of a pain it is to make home Rice Krispies?
I have no clue because I've never done it before.
She says it's not an easy task. I mean, that's
Oh, Sammy is saying this.
Yeah. Sammy, it's fun to make Rice Krispie treats. What are you talking about? You get the butter in the pan, you just melt the butter, you just throw some marshmallows in, and you just throw some Krispies in. It's easy peasy.
Just throw it in. Just throw them in on a pot.
Well, first of all, you got to get a huge pan, right? You get a
Yeah.
big old pot, like a 5-gallon pot or something.
Mhm.
I guess 5 gallons is a bit excessive. I don't know. 2.5
A
gallons.
5-gallon pot? What are we talking about here?
Maybe a 2-gallon pot.
Mhm.
And then you lies, Adam. So all I do is it's the big pot is the key. You get a big pot that's big enough to hold an entire box of Rice Krispie treats. Okay.
Mhm.
That's the secret. And it's a metal pot and you put it on the stove. So you melt all the butter in that metal pot. You throw in the marshmallows and you mix it up, and then you throw all the Rice Krispie treats in. And that pot becomes your Rice Krispie treats. And then you just smash them into a pan. Butter a pan and smash them into a pan. I mean, I can do it in like 10 minutes.
So there's a video I just looked up. And I don't know if this will work. And maybe
Bring it up.
maybe I shouldn't tell you this, Adam. Maybe this is like will destroy you as a human being.
Adam's the Keebler elf.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
hilarious.
There's a little
When I
YouTube
saw
short
this-
here.
When I saw this hack,
Okay, easiest way to
okay.
make Rice Krispies. Okay.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to learn this.
So she just takes like a glass lasagna dish, right?
Yeah.
She puts the pan in. She puts some butter in. Okay. She
Oh,
puts
she puts it in the oven. I've seen this trick.
Yes. Then she just pours marshmallows at the bottom, and then she just dumps Rice Krispies on top of the marshmallows, and then she just puts in the oven.
Yeah.
And then she just mixes it up.
I always wanted to try this trick.
Does that work? That's pretty crazy if that works. That's pretty easy, Sam. If that works, that's pretty easy. It's pretty simple.
You get more exercise with my routine because you're really, I mean, so you're like mixing that bowl up, that big ass bowl.
Right.
This is the no exercise. But look, I'm going to try this. Now that I see those yummy Rice Krispie treats,
Let us know if it works and how it tastes compared to the
going to the store.
whatever the normal process is.
I might
where
do
you
a
have to mix them
vlog.
up.
I might do
Yes,
a vlog
do that.
for
There
my
you go. Do a little vlog for us. Yeah.
extra vlog for my channel. Look, I might upload it here just for members only.
There you go.
You
Yeah,
wanna
because I'm
see
looking at
how
another video
it's
and
done.
they cook the marshmallows first,
Mm-hmm.
and then is that what you do? Do you cook them and then you
Yep.
stir them up, and then you stir the Rice Krispies into it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the way you get good coverage. I would worry about the coverage in this situation. I mean, you might bite into a piece that has no marshmallow on it whatsoever. Which is fine. I mean, if you're...
Well, you'll have to let us know.
If you're deranged, but...
Let us know, Adam. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna be the expert here.
I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Are we done with these super chats?
Lives in
I'm ready
Stuggs Walls
to
for
watch
$5.
my show. What's going on?
Says fun physics fact: the fourth, fifth, and sixth derivatives of positions with respect to time are named for the Rice Krispie L's. I don't even know what is a derivative of position with respect to time. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Their name's Snap, Crackle, and Pot. Like, oh, I mean, Pop. That's pretty funny. Okay, that's cool. Sammy says, I can't even fathom Sitch cooking. I'll buy the supplies this week and make Sitch and make me make some and report back. Wow. Okay, I gotta make the Rice Krispie treats. Proteron for 10 New Zealand dollars says Sitch's punishment for not making a video for his channel, cooking streams. There you go. There you go.
Sitch is almost done with his video for his channel, so get ready.
Of course. Oh, Sammy says they're high protein marshmallows. We'll see if you could make Rice Krispie treats with high protein marshmallows and a high protein cereal. That's pretty good.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
You're gonna ruin it.
PC for 2 hours says, yes, Candace Owens' staff is famous for their pushback. That's a funny joke. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Bishop for 29 months. Thanks so much for being 29 months. Discipline equals freedom says, I'm way behind, but am I just centrist brained? I still like Dev and Sargon and V and Aiden, even though I both agree and disagree with all of them. Well, look at that.
Look, I like them too. They should all come on.
Dr. Dealer, thanks so much for 46 months being a free seeker. Says, kick Dev. Thanks so much.
Well, we did. And we're going to tell you why in the members only stream starting shortly after the stream.
Sean King for 2 Canadian says, Dev, would AOC be worse than Trump as president? Oh, that's an interesting question. There was I don't know if you saw the Hutch saying that he would prefer Epstein over Hassan for president.
Why would you just keep it to yourself? Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
That's so funny. Joe the Big for $10 says, you literally don't need preparation for an interview like this. You say, quote, we will defend our allies to the last, the end. It's that easy. The mere promise of force is the entire point of deterrence. There you go. Look at that. Lord Select
but
for
then
5.
She can't shit talk Trump, and that's the whole point of her spiel.
That's true. Lower Select for $5 says Kamala Harris's presidential run was bad, but she was also attached to Biden. Meanwhile, AOC is unburdened by that. Has been.
Nice.
That's
a great callback.
That's funny. Sketch XR for 43 months says Americans walking away from rules-based order, or America walking away from rules-based order means more countries opening up to Russia and the BRICS alliance, bifurcated global economies. Very true.
I don't think the BRICS alliance has any shot, though, to be honest with you.
Well, if we back the fuck out, someone's going to have to fill the gap.
You're going to... Russia.
I might not be BRICS, but someone's gonna have to fill it.
I'm gonna start denominating in rubles.
We'll have
I want a ruble savings account.
We'll have a trifurcated global economy.
Okay.
Become the ninth. Thank you so much for the $10. Says, love the art piece behind you, Adam. Looks sick.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I played some video too of me working on it in the studio. So
nice.
And people loved it, Sitch. They were like, why can't Sitch make nice things?
I can't art.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want from me? I can't draw.
Well, I mean, there's other outlets for your creativity.
Okay, I gotta go back and dust up on my guitar and piano skills.
What happened to Mr. Gunn?
Sam doesn't believe I can play any instruments.
What happened to Mr. Gunn? Gun friend.
Gun! Righteous Indifference for 33 months says, regardless of politics, we can all agree U.S. hockey, #1, Canada sucks. USA, USA.
True. Fact.
Michael Doberman for 5 Canadian says, Adam, send me a DM with a price. I will get one of the prints.
Okay. Nice.
Majin for $5 says the problem is that AOC's worldview of white people shared with EU leaders and many politicians, including the Great Function North.
Wow.
Don Mac.
So true. Just cuts to the truth of the matter there.
I know. Look at that. Don Mac for $5 says the leftist dilemma: wanting more government control over our lives, so wanting more laws, yet absolutely despising any enforcement of the laws. It is.
I know.
Kind of a strange irony. That's a great point.
What the fuck?
That's a good point.
What we need is more laws and less law enforcement.
Joe the Make for $5 says I can't wait for Dev to cope when Vance and Rubio run on the same ticket. That's funny. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's kind of funny.
What if they make an agreement in the primary that whoever, if one of them wins, they will select the other as their VP? What kind of, would that be a good strategy?
No.
I mean, but then people would feel like they're getting a 2-for-1. Like I thought the Elon thing was kind of brilliant with Trump because I liked Elon and I thought, okay, well, this is like a 2-for-1. Why wouldn't you give Elon the opportunity to really clean house?
You think Vance wants to be vice president again, to a different president for another potential 8 years?
Yeah, I guess that would be a huge. He'd be like the permanent vice president, right?
Right. Yeah. Like I don't know.
I'm the forever vice president.
Yeah, I don't think he liked that.
Okay, you've convinced me. They're not going to look. If Vance is, he might pick Rubio though. That might be a good move for Rubio.
Well, if Rubio doesn't run, then yeah, I could see that. But I think he is going to run.
Yeah, but he's probably going to look. A lot of people who run are thinking, well, I might get VP out of this.
That's true.
So Rubio could be running for VP.
I guess, but I mean, I would be surprised. I would be pretty surprised.
What did that? Oh, I can't. Well, Vivek was running for vice president. God, it was so obvious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ethan Rogers for $5 says, Dev, I know you're embarrassed about sweeping for Biden, but don't cope by pretending Trump is anywhere near your favorite weirdo grandpa.
Really? That's funny because that's what I got mad at Not So Erudite for, is sweeping for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Do you try to say Biden was the greatest president in American history? And I was like,
she did?
First of all, you're Canadian. Okay. Second
in
of all,
history? So like more than like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln,
yeah,
FDR, Teddy Roosevelt.
She was saying that he was the most accomplished president in history. I was like, Lincoln freed the slaves, motherfucker. What are you talking about?
That's a pretty crazy claim.
You need to stop smoking peyote and get off the internet.
Jefferson. I don't know. That's pretty crazy.
FDR? What about your favorite? Come on.
I threw him in there.
Oh, okay.
FDR. I threw in both Roosevelts. For good measure. Sketch for $5 says Moldbug Monday will return until chat morale improves. That's funny. God. For a second, I thought you mistyped, but then I realized you did not. So that's pretty funny. The Oceanist for $2 says, get him with the Moldbug. Thank you. Cosmernut for $5 says, and somehow Kamala Harris still managed to sound even dumber than Biden and Trump. What's her excuse? Yeah, what is her excuse? How's that even fucking possible? How's it even manageable?
Trump annoys me at times, but I don't think he sounds dumb. He goes into salesman mode, right?
Right.
He's got a used car, and you're gonna fucking buy that car,
right? Lives in Suggs also early for $5 says somehow getting the goal for getting Sammy G in an SS uniform is cheaper than getting Sitch in a dress. That's true, because I don't want to wear a dress, but I'm pretty sure Sammy's already halfway to wanting to wear an SS uniform.
She's looking for an excuse on this SS outfit.
It's a little different.
That would be so great if she did that.
Oh my God.
That's the 400 show right there. Like
the face reveal. Me dressed up like a fucking Holocaust prisoner and Sammy as the SS Nazi uniform. I don't think that's a good.
I mean, a lot of people. There'd be a lot of videos about that. People would make videos about that.
There would be. Man.
They'd be like, "Oh my God!"
Right. What if she was like a Latina SS? Like look at it means something, Adam. That's some sort of meaning about politics. She's a Latina SS guard, right? It
She
means
tries
something.
to claim brown privilege.
Right.
Sammy is a bit white.
Not very brown, that is true. And then instead of just being Jewish, I'll be like Jewish, but like Israel coded. So it's like very like confusing. Like it means something. Okay. There's some sort of political message here. The global South will rise up and
wear
dominate
like the
Israel
little green
or something.
jihad bandana or something.
I don't know. We'll have to work it out.
They're like Star of David, but look, he's got the jihad bandana on. I think he might be Palestinian Jewish.
It's a little confusing, yeah.
Yeah. But she is definitely a Nazi. I mean, look at that. Look at that swastika on her armband.
Right. Wonton Tiger for 30 months. Thank you so much. Make Frugal Secret says, I would pay money for an Adam and Sitch team up to make the best Rice Krispie squares.
Oh, wow.
Sammy G, did you get Sitch striped pajamas for Christmas? No, but she did get me Pokemon pajamas for Christmas.
Oh, that's
she got
sweet.
Me, she got me Pokemon. We have matching Pokemon themed Christmas pajamas. It's very cute.
That's sweet. That's so cute.
Yes.
You guys are adorable.
We are pretty cute. CS Pappy for 2 hours says, y'all should know I got thin and cute without Ozempic. Well, good for you.
Nice. How's that girlfriend quest going? Pappy?
Yes.
Did you swing one yet?
Sketch XR for 2 hours says, Sitch and Adam and Dev show. The sad show. That's funny. I like it.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Yes.
look, and they can't. Sometimes it did get sad.
Right.
Everyone being black-pilled.
Breaking the difference for $5 says, I can't believe you let Dev off the hook after Canada cheated in curling. It's true. That's true. We should have made him pay the iron price for that one. The Oceanist for $5 says, props AOC for keeping the stereotype that Americans don't know geography alive. That's a good point. That's a great point. She didn't even know where Venezuela was. How would, God.
That destroys her Latino cred all the way.
How amazing.
She's supposed to be Latina. What the fuck?
You know, like the streamer game where they have the blank map and they have to like select the countries.
Yeah, I
God.
love that game.
What would I pay to see AOC do that game?
To fail at that game in front of millions of Americans? That would be great.
I mean,
AOC doesn't stand a chance. Right?
I don't think I'd be terribly good at that game either, but
I think I've seen enough of AOC to write her off already.
Right.
Which is weird because everyone thinks she's a big contender, but that was just...
It might be the Kamala featherweight division.
The lack of forethought to think, okay, well, this is my real opportunity to shine on the... How does she not know that's what she's going for?
The Oceanist for $5 says someone should ask AOC if she thinks the good guys won the Cold War. She still likes figures like Hassan who think the USSR were the good guys. True.
If you and I sat down and thought for 5 minutes, like we're going to this thing, this foreign
we need
policy
like a statement.
shindig,
Yes.
what are possible questions that they're going to ask us? I think we probably could have come up with 20 questions that were like high probability and had answers for all of those questions. Like the Taiwan one, definitely we would have, because that's what everyone's talking about. Taiwan, there has to be a question about Iran, right? How do they not do that? What's the whole point of going there? Fucking retards.
What is this? AOC didn't know what a garbage disposal was. What? What do you mean? Do you know what a garbage disposal was?
Look, she's from the ghetto, man. They don't have garbage disposal.
What?
No, I'm just kidding. I don't think she's from the ghetto.
I feel like that'd be more like a rich person thing, right? You don't know what a garbage disposal?
Right, because you have servants, so they never.
Is that like a thing? Do poor people not have garbage disposal?
It's hard for me to imagine. Poor people and rich people all have garbage disposal.
I felt like that was a basic part of your kitchen sink was a garbage disposal. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is it?
Oh, look at this. You got the video here.
I got the video. Is this like a common thing? Never heard of this before. Am I the one that's spoiled here?
I am told this is a garbage disposal. I've never seen a garbage disposal. I never had one in any place I've ever lived. It is terrifying. I don't know what to use it for or what its purpose is. Like food scraps? Like, is this environmentally sound? I don't know.
Like, what the fuck's happening here? So, am I crazy? What? What?
Is she from New York? Because I can imagine in these big apartments in New York that they don't have garbage disposals because they don't want people putting.
Oh, is this like a New York thing?
Maybe, but I'm guessing. I'm totally guessing.
Okay.
Because look, in one of those big apartment buildings, it would be a nightmare because people would be putting all kinds of shit down there, and you'd be like, the plumbing would be all.
I mean, I live in an apartment now. We have garbage disposal.
Yeah, look, because you don't live in a third world country like New York City.
Like New York City? Okay.
I mean, I lived in a big apartment building in New York City, and it was kind of like a third world country. So
right.
It was like pretty run down.
Wonton Tiger says, very few people I know have one. Really? Where do you, like, what state do you, is this like a thing? I've never heard of this.
We don't use ours a lot. We usually throw most stuff in the garbage because, I mean, my wife would try to put like anything down that garbage disposal. And after a while, I told her, you don't do that. Well, we live in an old house. I don't trust the pipes as much as some people do. Yeah.
Toronto. Oh, Canadians don't have garbage disposals? That's weird.
Mm-hmm. AOC, you should stick your hand down in there and feel around.
Right.
That's not a garbage disposal. That's a hand massage.
Oh God. Because like, you know, like the rule is this is simple. You take the dish if there's food scraps and you you try to like wipe it off and over the garbage can, but there's still like usually residual
of course
food bits.
Yeah.
And that goes in the garbage disposal.
Yeah. Grinds it up so it goes down the pipes easy.
I was told that you're always like my routine that my mother imparts on me is that before you do the dishwasher, you should run the garbage disposal. So that's what I do.
Yeah. I always heat the water up before I run the dishwasher, so it's good hot water going in there.
Okay. I don't do that, but
you don't do that?
No.
I throw a little extra detergent in there so it gets detergent in the first
You put
cycle.
Extra detergent in there? What do you mean?
I do, yeah.
What does that mean? You like throwing it, you like put one packet in the little slot and then you throw like another packet just to float around. Like bottom part.
I don't throw a packet. I have some of the regular detergent, some of the powder detergent. I just throw some of that in there.
Wow. This is old man here. Okay.
So I heat the water up super hot. So it's like it doesn't have to heat up to go in there. Because like, what do you want a bunch of cold water going into your dishwasher for, right? You want hot water in there with soap. So you get like a whole free extra wash out of it.
Wow.
My shit comes out like crystal clear.
Mm-hmm.
Like my stuff is premium.
Oh, look at this guy.
My dishes come out of the dishwasher. They look new. They look
brand sparkling new. Okay.
Yeah. Look, I won't steal you wrong. I'll tell you. You do the preheating and the pre-soap. You're gonna love it.
I mean, our dishwasher doesn't really have any problems with like the not cleaning properly.
Oh, really? I mean, some dishwashers, you just like, oh my God. It's like, what happened here?
Yeah, no,
I'm just going to run it again.
I had one that the past that was terrible and was very obnoxious to use. So, Red Toa for $10. Thank you so much. Says, been wondering for a while, as a self-described disillusioned Democrats, you both seem more pro-gun than the average left-winger. Have you always been pro-Second Amendment, or did something or someone change your mind?
Well, I was brutally raped in an alley, and I wish that I had a gun. So,
Jesus Christ. No. I don't. That's so funny, Red Toa. No one, I think, has ever described me as pro Second Amendment because I do have a pretty contentious take on guns in the past. So,
Oh,
maybe we'll
really?
save that. Yeah, the whole like ammunition, like ammunition should be registered somehow or
forgot about
identifiable.
Oh yeah. Don't bring that
Yes.
up now. Jeez.
Yes, exactly. So,
Oh my God.
look at this guy.
Everyone hates his
Everyone hates that
Second
take.
Amendment take.
Yes. Equishidox for $5 says DeFranco wants to school us about Spanish culture, mispronounces vaqueros. Obviously, he did a cursory scan of Wikipedia just to get a gotcha.
Oh yeah. What a
You know,
dumbass.
that's true. But also, I don't like when people are speaking English and then they come across like a word like Mexico and then they go Mexico. Like they have to say it like in like the language. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just like, just say it. You're speaking in English. Okay. Like if you're
I'm
from
gonna start
Mexico,
saying Mexico. Just
like
to
if you're,
fuck with you.
I know it always feels kind of like virtue signaling when they do
Oh,
it. I'm
yeah.
like, "Ooh," like if you're from Mexico, I'll grant a pass, right? Or like from
Mexico.
whatever country, it is, then fine. But if you're not, then just shut the fuck up. You're speaking in English, just say it kind of with the English way to pronounce it. It feels kind of lame. Madney for $5 says Philip is right. Muslims have been fighting each other for thousands of years. Islamic civilization doesn't exist. Same with Chinese and India. True. That's a good point. That's a great point.
Oh yeah. They all hate each other.
Genimus Prime for $5. Aussie Buck says if the West doesn't exist, what is Ukraine fighting to be a part of? That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
They should ask AOC that question.
Yes. The Wooster for $5 says Michael Tracy declaring war on both the left and the right. Meanwhile, Will Stancil side plot starts a rabid Groyper cult who makes AI rap videos of him.
Oh yeah.
That's true. That's a good point.
We should be watching those videos.
We should be, yeah. The Oceanist for $2 says, why does this dude look like Noah Samson? It's because
He does.
It's because there's a fucking gross Zoomer aesthetic, and I apologize to anyone who's listening that has this, which for some reason decides that the aesthetic is to look like, ironically, a police officer or an 80s porn star. And I don't know what fucking god-awful world we've gone in that suddenly that aesthetic is back.
Well, look, if it works with the ladies, guys, I encourage it. So
No,
make it
it's
happen.
Trash. Trash. It was trash in the 80s. It's trash now. Lethal Strain for $2 says cashew chicken is from Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, nice. You got a lot of cashews there?
Ginger Miss Prime for $5 Aussie bucks says, oh my God, Trump is abandoning the Western alliance. Trump sends Rubio to embrace Europe and the West. Oh my God, Trump is dog whistling to white identity politics. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you brought that up. Can't win with these people.
For 7 months, says Philip D's stance should be seen as the problem with clout chasing and social status. Him and his wife being against H3H3 is another example.
Really? They're against H3H3? What a fucking loser.
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised after we saw that, but. An Alien, thanks so much for being 27 months. Oh, and for the $25. Thank you. Because I know you guys are friends with Dev and stuff. This is fine and all, but I personally, as a longtime watcher of him, I'm done with him. I know he told you that all the Twitter stuff is trolling, but I see it as, quote, I was only pretending to be meme. He's just too chronically online these days and allying himself with Destiny is kind of gross. Lastly, calling all his former friends cowards because they don't want to debate this obscure FCC decision is just a shitty thing to do in general. Also, it's crazy that they won't let you use a capital R now, let alone the word LMAO. YouTube is so shit. I know Sammy was trying to type in the regular chat like beat up. I think the word beat up, and she couldn't type it in chat or something.
Other people did type it though. It was weird. They was just cock blocking her. But look, I kind of agree with the sentiment here, and I don't fault you for not wanting to associate with Dev. I mean, I don't like to just abandon people though. And I mean, I tried to kind of let Dev know that what he was doing was just, I mean, I don't see a real value to it. So, I mean, I tried a little bit. I hope you saw that, or, if you didn't listen, that's fine. But I hope other people noticed that I was trying to say, this is probably just not a good path to be on. But I don't know, Sitch, what do you think of that shit?
I agree.
I mean, we try to have fun. We try to be persuasive. Look, obviously, Carl has gone a lot further right wing than either Sitch or I. But I mean, just Carl's always been a upstanding guy with us. So I just feel like, I don't know, who am I to judge, right?
Who amongst you?
I know. Look, it's much better to be able to have conversations with people and try to be persuasive. So, but going around calling all of your old friends cowards and rightoids and stuff. I mean, and I do think Dev makes smart videos. I just, as soon as the personal insults come out, I feel like, okay, well, you're losing half of the audience. Actually, you're losing all of the audience, because if you're saying, well, no, I do that with the left too, then like, who's going to listen to you? Who listens to you? Right?
Only the base remain.
Only the people who will like to insult everybody. But that's a very narrow slice of people. Well, I don't know. I think, who am I to say? We don't have like a giant audience ourselves, so.
Das Apprentice for $2 says, man carrying things does a podcast with YMS. Oh, yes, I read that. An Alien for $5. Aussie Buck says, seeing as a couple people mentioned it, I don't think you guys are defending Dev, FYI.
I mean, I was trying
Dev
to have
can
a
defend
little...
himself. I don't think we need to
Yeah,
him. So.
Dev is fine.
He's a big boy.
But I mean, I tried to be persuasive with him. I don't think it's going to help, but maybe it will someday. Maybe he'll have a change of heart. He's probably going to go more towards Destiny, though. We're going to get some super incendiary shit.
Trap Song, thanks so much for 2 Canadian. It says Illiteral World. Yes.
Destiny we were never friends with, though. Right? Destiny was never really a friend. So
No.
Yeah.
Sketch for $5 says, Sinners being nominated for so many awards is a good thing. More chances for OBAA to be denied winning an Oscar. Sinners sweep, please. That'd be nice. Even though I still haven't seen Sinners, but I still would probably prefer it to win, even not seeing it. Then I assume it has to be better than One Battle After Another.
There's some super anti-white racism in Sinners. I'm surprised you haven't seen it.
Oh, really?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
So is Sinners a good example of a movie that's good, but like woke?
Maybe. There's a bunch of white people that are depicted as the evil ones. So
Well, aren't they like vampires? Like literally vampires from like Ireland or something?
they are, but look,
Yeah, okay. Right.
They go out of their way. It is funny because the evil white people are very musically talented. So I'm like, wow, this is kind of conflicting because I mean they do seem very cool.
I mean, they're Irish, right? Are the Irish even white? They're basically Jippos.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You should see it. It is a good movie.
They're like Brad Pitt from Snatch.
My problem with the movie is there was zero things that were like unpredictable about it. It was pretty much you knew what you were getting into and that's what you got. I liked Weapons a lot better because Weapons was, I mean, there was a tension holding aspect to Weapons. And then as the mystery unfolded, you were like, okay, well, this is satisfying.
Right. Well, I like Weapons, but it's not worth an Academy Award or anything.
No, I agree. But look, I think Weapons was better than Sinners, and Sinners is nominated for all kinds of Academy Awards. So I'm like,
well, if the main characters of Weapons were black and the witch was like white, so like a white lady stealing children, it would have been nominated for an Academy Award then.
Yeah, if it was an all black cast, except for the witch.
Except for the witch. Yeah, like this is your aunt. She's just white for some reason. Like, oh, it's weird.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
When does a movie not have enough white people in it though that it can't be nominated? Because
Is that weird? Wait a minute. We're
there's like
all the
there's
were all the
4
children,
white people in Sinners.
Were all the children in Weapons white? I think about it.
No, there's black
there?
kids in it. Yeah, they had a diverse cast.
I don't remember.
Wong played the principal too.
Well, he's Asian. He's not black, Adam. You can't bring up a screenshot and show me that Wong is black.
But that's diversity, though.
That's true. He was Asian and gay. And
there
he
are 4.
Died brutally in that fucking movie.
There are a grand total of 4 white people in Sinners. Okay.
Okay. Like everyone in Weapons is white. A white movie. That's a white culture movie, baby.
No. Sinners is a white culture movie.
Oh, okay.
When they bring out their banjo and they just play, you're like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
God, that scene is so funny. But it reeks of anti-white racism.
It reminded me of the last half of From Dusk Till Dawn. I did not like that movie.
Yeah, I didn't really like that movie.
It's just basically it's just like an action movie with vampires. It's not really like plot happening.
No.
Equishitox for 45 months of This Man Equals Freedom. Thanks so much. Says I won't take this slander against No Country for Old Men. Tight, brilliant writing, acting, dialogue, cinematography, editing. One of the most eminently rewatchable films ever made. Wow, there you go.
I am gonna rewatch that soon.
I do need to rewatch that and There Will Be Blood to kind of reassess them. So
yeah, I liked There Will Be Blood.
I did not like There Will Be Blood. That's why I'd be curious to watch it again and see if I come away with a different take.
But so many of these movies I really watched before I got the magic of how movies worked, right? So I'm in there and I'm intrigued, but I don't really know. I'm not tracking why this is intriguing. I'm not really thinking about it analytically. Now that I know what the attention grabbing moves are, I can go, I see what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I see the magic.
I think I was a little put off because, like, I always get put off when everyone hypes up something. Because I remember before I saw There Will Be Blood, everyone was like, "This is the best movie ever."
Oh, they're
kinda
setting
like
you up for failure there.
Yeah, it puts your expectations like through the roof. And I was like, really?
You got to be like, yeah, this movie's okay.
Mhm.
Children of Men, it's an okay movie. You might like it.
There you go.
Have you seen Children of Men?
No,
I
know
think
it's
you
like one of
have,
your
yeah.
favorite movies.
No, it's okay. It's just
Okay.
You should
Can't
check it
take
out.
back. Okay.
What
Jay
about
the Slime.
Batman. I mean, that's okay, right? Tenet, that's okay.
I mean, the Batman is only meh, like actually meh. So, which is
way.
disappointing. I think it has the best vibe of all Batman movies, but it's got a lot of problems.
No way. The freeway scene is epic. You can't convince me otherwise.
Chairman Lamau says, "Was there blood, or did they subvert expectations?" So, if I recall correctly, it's been a long time. There's like no blood in the movie until like literally the last scene, and it shows blood, and then it hard cuts to like the end, and the title comes up and says there will be blood. And I remember laughing, like is that supposed to be funny? They're like, "See, we told you, there's finally blood at the very end of the movie." Jay the Slime for $5 says Shapiro's point is that the film justifies violence against the right, like what happened with Kirk.
That is true.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
But that wasn't the point of the movie.
Yeah. The Oceans for $2 says reactionary. Well, when I hear something incredibly stupid, I tend to react. I like that.
Yeah, that's her little insult for everything.
I thought there was another No Country for Old Men super chat, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's coming up. David Puff for 42 months of being Frugal Secret. Thanks so much. Says track. I gotta say it now just to annoy you. Track. Always played best by having the heroes go on thought-provoking adventures. Current writers can't do that because they don't have a moral core. That's true.
Yeah.
Good point.
The morals are all fucked up.
Oh, here it is. Knock to the extreme for $10. Thanks so much. Says in No Country for Old Men, his undoing wasn't taking the money; it was going back to bring the wounded man a jug of water. I really don't remember that. I like this movie. I'm all at all done. Just rewatched the movie recently. It was way better than I remember. Oh, nice.
So he did the right thing in the end and got fucked for it. That is good dramatic irony right there.
Interesting. Okay.
He's like, he does the wrong thing that plagues him and plagues him. He's like, I'm gonna pay the piper and do the right thing. And it's like, too late, buddy. Too fucking late.
Yeah. I feel like one of the things that annoys me about the discourse is I feel like too many people think that that's the point of Game of Thrones, George R. R. Martin books, is that if you do the right thing, you're punished. And they always point to Ned in season 1 for that. Or for Rob and, or John or any of these people. And I always feel like that's not, maybe that's the way it comes across in the show, but in the book, like at least with Ned specifically, it's not that Ned was doing the right thing and was punished for it. It was that Ned was stupid. Ned was very obviously not.
Ned was naive.
Yes, he was very naive, and he was like he had a moral code, and he just assumed everyone's just gonna follow it. And it's like that's not the world you live in, and you need to be aware that there's like shitty people out there, and that they have their own motivations, and need to put that into consideration. Just can't assume that they're gonna do the moral thing.
Yeah, just assume everyone's trying to fuck you.
Yes. Well, in those days, maybe. But so that's why Ned was penalized. He wasn't penalized for doing the right thing. Trevor Shrewdman for $10 says the camera guy does not believe what he's saying. They should have asked him if nations don't have sovereignty. Well, I guess they did. That's probably before he sent it. What is the problem with U.S.'s actions in Venezuela? Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Sean King for 5 Canadians says, try building homes for all these people. We did it here in Canada, and now we're in a housing crisis. Oh, interesting. Val Van Gogh for $5 says, complaining about a corrupt politician when millions of immigrants are invading is like complaining about a hanging toenail when you have cancer. I think that's cope. I think that's 100%
Look,
cope.
he's doing the exact thing I said.
I don't see why you cannot deport illegal immigrants, without enriching yourself to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in a way that might potentially doom the United States in the AI race. I don't see why you can't.
Especially if you're already a billionaire. It seems like you could.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
But I mean, this is a calculation people do. Trump knows this is a calculation people do. And he's like, look, I'm just going to take a little extra for myself.
But that's because people aren't holding him accountable. If the MAGA base, look at like the pressure, like with the Epstein stuff, has made the Trump administration change because of the pressure on the Epstein stuff.
You still talking about Epstein?
I know. If his base gave a fuck about the corruption, I think they could actually pressure him into changing the behavior. But they don't, so it doesn't matter.
I think they care, but they just, I think the disagreement we're having is over how much they care. I think that's really
right.
You're saying not at all, but I really think it's just not enough.
Luther Strand for $2 says in 2024, Harris copied Trump's 2016 Mirror SNL skit.
Yeah, she did, didn't she? She didn't pull it off though. And that's just way too long a callback, right? What is that? 8 years?
Mike Hassan for 43 months of Discipline Equals Freedom says the Japanese had the concept for Transformers, Diaclone and Microman.
Oh, did they? That's not American culture?
Yeah, but here's the question. Did you know that like the Japanese people, we think of Japanese people, actually stole the island from the natives? Okay. Why are the Japanese not doing land acknowledgements to the native, whatever the fuck they're called? I don't even know what they're called.
The native Japanese?
Well, they're not Japanese.
What's the name of that fucking
The
island?
Ainu is how you say it. The Ainu are the indigenous people.
Isn't it the island of Japan?
Yeah, but they're not from that. Like they I think they're like, aren't they Chinese and they come from China or something?
The Japanese came from China?
Or somewhere. I mean, they came from some other
Come on.
place. They didn't spawn onto the island. They did not grow from the dust of the island.
Japanese are not some.
They're interlopers. They should be doing land acknowledgments.
No, they can't. They did spring from Japan. Every
Doesn't
time I see it on a map, it says the island of Japan.
Oh, okay. It does? It doesn't just say Japan? It says the
It just
island
says
of
Japan, but it's obviously an island. So
it doesn't
come
say
on.
Nippon?
Maybe.
That's racist.
Maybe
Lives in
it's got-
Suggs
Oh,
while
Chinese character.
temporarily for $5 says, Sitch, I have a JQ. Uh-oh. Do
Uh-oh.
you believe there's a sufficient distinction between hash brown patties, Swiss roasty, and the latke to keep them separate categories? So I don't know what a Swiss roasty is. I've never had one. It looks like when I
Sounds
Google
delicious,
it, some kind
though.
of latke. So latkes and hash browns taste distinctly different. I don't know why. I think latkes don't taste good. Latke, if you don't know, is some kind of like, it's a potato pancake. It's kind of like a shittier version of a hash brown. So I would say they're distinct because hash browns are way better than potato pancakes.
Swiss roasties look good. Fuck yeah.
Why are hash browns better than latkes? What does the AI say? AI says hash browns are often preferred over latkes for their superior all-around crispiness, simpler potato-forward flavor, and the ability to act as a versatile base for breakfast toppings like ketchup or egg yolks. Unlike latkes, which are denser, thicker pancakes bound with eggs and flour, hash browns are generally just shredded potatoes fried until golden. Well, there you go.
I like potato pancakes.
I don't.
Oh, I love them.
And the concept, it seems like it should be good, but I don't know. Latkes, I don't think usually taste very good. There's some weird taste to them that doesn't sit right with me. And it's unclear why. Because all the various ingredients I like, but not mixed. Says you prefer sour cream or applesauce? I do not like applesauce at all, actually. So I like sour cream a lot, but I shouldn't eat it, being lactose intolerant. Lives in Stuggs, Walsum early for $2 says the best mispronunciation is government. That's true. It's true. The government. Waffles are not greater than pancake. Pancakes are better than waffles. I'm sorry, Vanessa. I eat waffles because they're better for me because they have less dairy in them. If I'm gonna like be bad, but pancakes are like pancakes are the ultimate breakfast food, right?
Waffles by a mile.
No, you're crazy. What?
Waffles with some butter and honey on them. Oh my God.
You can put butter and honey on pancakes.
Yeah, but the waffles are crispy. They
You
got
could
the
put butter
crispy on
and
the
honey
outside.
in the pancake.
Perfect combination of crisp and buttery.
You get pancakes with hash browns. So you get the crispiness from the hash browns or the toast, and then you have your deliciously.
Don't beg, okay? It's not becoming.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Nobody believes your pancakes.
What is this?
Okay?
The chat is all waffles here. This is
Of
madness.
course, because the
What
chat
the fuck
is
this?
intelligent.
This is psycho.
We have the smartest
You guys are
audience
crazy.
on the
I don't know what's
internet.
happening here. We're gonna have to pull this.
You want to come out here with this pancake nonsense? People
Pancakes
not
are
gonna-
pancakes are the ultimate breakfast food.
Okay.
This is crazy. What is this? Everyone's waffle.
Look, Sammy's convinced you this because pancakes are so much easier to make.
You want to hear something
She's-
that's going to
she's
blow your
gaslighting
fucking mind?
you.
You want to know something that's going to blow your fucking mind?
Well, let's hear it.
Sammy's never eaten a waffle before.
Yeah, because they're too difficult for her to make. She's already come out.
Sammy
as
doesn't
a
make me
lazy-
pancakes. Sammy's never
as
made
a
me pancakes
lazy
before.
cooker.
Sammy's never made pancakes for me.
Okay, well look.
I mean, I used to make pancakes here. They
Which
usually
is
just go
easier,
out.
waffles or pancakes? Pancakes are way easier. Come on.
I don't know. Well, no. Hold on. Waffles are easier to make. They just have a more annoying cleanup because they clean the little waffle iron. It's more annoying than cleaning the pan.
That's part of the makeup. That's part of the.
Yeah, but the cooking, you
making,
literally just pour it in the thing and close it. It's like the easiest thing in the world.
Right.
I mean, pancakes aren't hard.
Yeah, but you got to get the pan out.
It's basically the same thing, I guess, because pancakes you just pour it onto the little
pan
pot.
out.
But at least when you pour it in the skillet, you have to like flip it. You don't have to do shit in the waffle.
I'm gonna pull the waffle pan out. I'm gonna make some waffles.
Yeah.
Chad has convinced me.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some waffles.
Listen,
right
guys,
after this live stream,
there is a Waffle House
Have
that
a
is
fresh
not far
waffle.
from where we live, and I'm like, I gotta take Sam to a Waffle House. You need your first waffle, and it be a Waffle House waffle, right? That's like a good first waffle. Waffle House waffles are, well, I haven't had one in a while, but they used to be good. I'm assuming they're still good.
We have a great Waffle House out here. Oh my god, they have this cornflake. Oh no, it's frosted flakes. They like cook frosted flakes into the waffle.
Wow.
You're like, oh my god, this is.
I will say though,
so delicious.
I don't know what Waffle House. I don't know what the fuck they do, but their waffles are very good. They're much better than normal waffles. Like if I go to another breakfast place, so I don't know why theirs are so much better. I mean, they taste a lot butterier, so maybe they're just way more unhealthy. But
Butter is not unhealthy. It's margarine that's unhealthy.
But it's just all
some
fat.
real
What are you
butter.
talking about?
Butter is good for you.
No, it's just all fat. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fat is good for you.
No, oh my god.
I've been eating a lot of prime
outta
rib
here.
lately. Oh my god.
Really? Prime rib.
So good, yeah.
What do you I just went to a place and I had like delicious prime rib. What were you like copying me? We have a conversation about this? What's happening?
I just went to Target and I bought like a prime rib and
Wow,
cooked it at
Target
home.
prime rib. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
That's good.
You know, you look, you can buy.
I know. You
prime
can buy
rib,
whatever you
like,
want and cook it
yeah.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I want fucking Waffle House waffle.
Look, when you go buy prime rib at a restaurant, it's like $50.
It's a lot more expensive.
It's
Yeah,
like
that's true.
ridiculous.
That's true.
You go get it at Target, it's like $18.
Way cheaper. That's
Yeah.
true.
And you
Well, I went
got like a
to-
giant fucking steak.
We went to a place for Valentine's Day and I had prime rib and it was delicious.
Oh yeah. So did you eat the fat or did you like, nah, I can't eat the fat. Fat is like the best part. Oh my God, it's so delicious.
I don't remember.
Big old piece of
actually.
fat and steak. Oh, it's a perfect combination.
Well, it's weird.
Makes me feel like a
Sometimes
caveman.
Sometimes the fat on steak tastes delicious, and then sometimes I feel like it doesn't really have a flavor enough to merit me eating something that I know is like super unhealthy.
Look, you've been lied to, Sitch. It's
I live with a nutritionist, Adam. Okay. that's what's happening.
Okay.
But I agree, prime rib.
Sammy is anti-fat.
Yes. But I will agree. I don't understand. Like, if I go to some fancy steak place and they're like, "Here's our fancy steak," I feel like prime rib, from a much lower cost prime rib at a like not fancy place, almost always tastes better than whatever the fancy steak is. I think prime rib is just my favorite cut of meat so far.
Target for some reason had some Angus beef prime rib that was just. I mean, I usually go to the butcher shop and get stuff. We have a really good butcher shop here.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I've always found the prime rib or whatever cut I cook at home is usually better than the restaurant.
Wow.
I don't know
I guess
what
you're
it is.
Good at cooking.
Because look, I like to really sear it up on the
Oh, okay.
outside, and then I bake it for a bit,
Right.
and I get it like perfect. I get it perfectly the way I want it, and it's just it doesn't seem like the restaurant can ever really just get it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're perfecting it to your exact palate, sure.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Sammy.
What's going
Waffle House is open 24/7.
Is that what she's saying? Oh no,
That's
you're
what I'm
looking it
saying.
up. You're going.
It's
out to
1 in the
Waffle House.
morning, and I want some Waffle House. Okay,
I think you should do it.
you should do it.
I encourage all kinds of eating late at night. That's what makes you thin.
Exactly. The worst
Eating
thing
late
you
at
could
night
say.
right before bed.
Sammy
All
G for
right.
2 hours. says, I ordered the healthy Rice Krispie ingredients. Well, awesome. Well, there you go. So we're going to get some protein marshmallows coming. Try them out.
Sammy ordered that?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So you're going to try it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let us know how it goes.
A WT1A1A for $5 says, I lost faith with Dev when he clipped Kirsch out of context. I'm glad he showed me her many moons ago, but he does seem to dislike the right too much. Oh, I'm not familiar with that, but shame, Dev. Don't clip people out of context. Shame.
Oh my God, we are done. Holy shit.
Laz for $2 says, Adam, 34 cents was because it was 500 Aussie dollars. Hopefully I can beat J-Mac for the throw next time. Please do more merch. That isn't closed. Loved the comic.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, thanks for buying the comic.
Thank you. Laz, before, remember, he gave us $350.46.
Oh, you're right. Yes. Well, thanks. Thanks for letting us know.
Thank you so much, Laz. Anyways.
Gonna watch.
Thank you all for
A
coming.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Dev, for coming on. It's always good seeing you. And for also triggering people in chat to give us more super chats. And thank you. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonist who knows that pancakes are always superior to waffles, with the exception of Waffle House waffles, which are quite tasty. And we'll see you all Tuesday. We should stream. We'll stream on Tuesday. So we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Going to the Waffle House. Bye-bye, everyone.
I really want Waffle House now. It's a problem. Sam, we have to go to Waffle House this week. I demand it.